Best in the Game, available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning. I don't. What are we doing an official celebration for the anniversary that you told me about?
Happy Meco-versary today. Yeah, we're going to celebrate it big time at 7 o'clock today. But
Okay.
today is the 1-year anniversary of the day that changed the Texans franchise.
So this is the day we found out that DeMeco would be hired.
Yep.
But not the official the day that he showed up and
The
everything.
coronation took place
today.
a day or two later. Yeah, but.
Okay.
But today was, I Googled it to make sure. I Googled yesterday, Texans hired DeMeco Ryans, and every article was dated January 31st, 2023. So today is officially Meco-versary.
Does it feel longer or shorter than a year?
It feels like we've crammed a whole lot of stuff into a year. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, it still feels like a year.
Yeah.
It just feels like it's been a very eventful year. There have been different, you know what? It's like the origins of the universe, where entire eras were born out just in milliseconds. That's how it felt.
Yep.
It felt like there were millions of years packed into each one of these months, because there was the DeMeco being hired, but then there was the long stretch of people speculating that the Texans weren't going to take a quarterback at all. You know, Nick Caserio is going to get fired. All these various dramas that unfolded and played out before training camp even began.
Yeah.
Then you have the training camp when, oh no, Bryce Young is left out ahead because he's starting for the Panthers.
Yeah. Yeah, he was named the starter, and CJ Stroud was in a competition, air quotes, with Davis Mills and Case Keenum.
I heard they're going to put a banner up in Carolina Stadium for that.
For starting.
They won the QB race in
Yep.
2022 to name the starter. Yeah.
They named it quicker. When you name him the starter, the second he steps off the plane coming from the draft, it's hard to beat that. That's the fastest you can possibly do it. But yeah, today is the day, man. Today, 1-year anniversary, and I would say it feels like we've done a lot of stuff in 365 days, man. A lot of stuff. To say it feels longer than a year, there's always like a negative implication with that. You know, like, oh yeah, God, it feels like it's 5 years already. No, it feels like a lot got done this year.
I was watching some video on YouTube early this morning about basically how to get 4 times as much done in a year, and I clicked on it because I thought, why not?
Why not?
And yeah, sure, maybe I'll pretend I'm one of those people for a little bit. And the whole theory of this guy was that you got to treat a year like it's you know how you accomplish 4 times as much in a year, Sean?
How?
You just do as much as a year in 3 months.
Yeah. Okay.
Simple. Duh. And then you do another. So your year is 12 weeks long.
Dude.
And it was better than that. There's more to it than just that.
Okay.
But
I feel like you're lining some guy's pockets right now with that click.
it's almost like, I'll teach you how to run twice as fast. How do I do that? Run faster.
Yeah, like there was some secret formula. We'd have that by now. That's funny. That's funny.
So,
I would. You know what I would have written down, Seth? You know how I can get more done in a year? Stop clicking on YouTube videos.
Yes, exactly.
Promising
That's exactly
me
what I was
things.
thinking.
Yeah.
That's what it's one of the biggest things you can learn and grow from in the modern era. It's like, okay, when to put down the TED Talk. Like when to the motivational videos are only working if you actually stop watching the motivational videos.
Exactly.
If you watch 17 in a row, you're going to feel super motivated and frustrated all at the same time.
It's a horrible catch-22. There's no doubt. There's no doubt.
So regardless, I feel like DeMeco did compress like an entire year into 12-week periods.
Yeah.
One after the other after the other.
Got a lot done, man. Got a lot done.
So he did. He probably watched that video.
He probably. We'll have to ask him if we see him. Hey, did you happen to click on this YouTube video? Because it sure does seem like you got a lot done this year.
I did watch it at 1.75 speed, Sean. If that makes you feel better, yeah.
Yeah, what speed do you listen to your audiobooks on again?
It depends on the content and everything.
Okay.
But usually somewhere between 2 to 4.
Oh
I'll get up to 4 if I'm like re-listening to something.
How do you
and
even hear what they're saying?
You just pick it up over time.
You do?
It's like the Matrix. Yeah.
Okay.
You just after a while, all the little syllables start to make. It's like the Kadarius Toney audio. Like the Kadarius Toney audio the other day.
We should play that sped up.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody came up to me out and about over the last couple weeks. They're like, what speed does Seth listen to his audiobooks on again? Did he say 3 times? And I said, I think he did. Like, 2 blows my mind.
After 3, it gets uncomfortable. That has to be usually something that I've already listened to 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of reviewing it in my brain. It's almost like reading an outline or something.
Gotcha. Houston Sports Awards last night was the CJ Stroud Invitational. We've joked the last few years have been the Astro Invitational because they've been the only good team in town professionally here.
Yeah.
If last night is any indication, CJ Stroud owns this town. And I'll say, here's why. Well, first of all, he won every big award. He was Newcomer of the Year. He was Athlete of the Year. He and Will Anderson getting drafted Moment of the Year. So he swept those 3 awards he was up for. But even more than that, like anytime they were announcing nominees and he was one of them, by far the biggest cheers. By far.
Oh, really?
Anytime, and he was up against some very popular Houston athletes. You know, he's up against Kyle Tucker for Athlete of the Year. He's up against Yainer Diaz and Jabari Smith Jr. for Newcomer of the Year. Tank Dell was one of the nominees for Newcomer. Noticeably louder applause. Anytime they showed a highlight reel of Houston sports, you know, they had a long, like 2 or 3 minute video of just all the highlights in town here this year. And the CJ highlights, biggest pop of the night, you know. It was a celebration of CJ last night.
I'll tell you, just honestly, it really is amazing how amped up people are for CJ. Just with simple things like that Doritos ad that he did. Tyler Milner just tweeted out a little blurb about that. Oh, the Cheetos commercial. Excuse me. And that got wild engagement. People are excited about that. Why do I want? Yeah, I keep wanting to say Doritos. That Cheetos ad by CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is. It feels. I was trying to compare it to what it felt like with Deshaun Watson, and everything was a little bit weird with Deshaun because of the torn ACL. So there was a lot more uncertainty, perhaps, about everything. Not to mention just that, like Bill O'Brien, in some ways, had already driven a wedge between himself and the fan base in some regards. Whether that's fair or not to describe it that way, I think the fact that DeMeco and CJ came in together, and like so much of CJ's success was of the like conventional QB variety. He advanced through kind of the stages of QB development in 3 years. It wasn't just a kid that made some great plays and ran around really well and showed an instinct for the game. It was like, no, he actually was like putting out the refined product by the end of the year. And that it feels more substantial, and he's also healthy, unlike Deshaun at the end.
Yeah, he's healthy. He's super likable. He's very humble.
And don't get me wrong, people were super excited about the show.
Of course,
it just feels different in a way.
It does. No, and I think people, I think, and you touched on it, I think people feel better about 2 things that are directly tied to CJ Stroud: the trajectory of the franchise and his head coach. I mean, that's a big part of it too. So there's just overall good vibes with the team right now. So you're kind of riding that wave.
So how did Lance McCullers do last night at the MC?
Very solid. Very solid job. I would say on par with Bregman last year. Bregman, you were part of the presentation last year, so you had the headphones on and everything.
My earpiece.
Your IFB there, we didn't have that sort of insight this year, but just as a spectator there, I thought Lance did a good job. 2 things. He made a self-deprecating injury joke right out of the chute.
Oh, that's
smart. He said, I'm Lance McCullers. I'm a pitcher for the Houston Astros. I just want everybody to know I'm not retired. Something to that effect. So that was good. He did that right out of the chute.
Occasionally,
like very self-deprecating right out of the chute. Bigger plus, he kind of butchered his acknowledgement of Lance Berkman a little bit. In that, and Lance Berkman, of course, former Astro great, went into the Houston Sports Hall of Fame last night. He was great. His speech was a whole lot of fun, especially because he kept it tight, like 5 minutes, and it was 5 minutes of fun. But Lance McCullers said, we have a lot of things in common with Lance. We share the same first name. Not a lot of people named Lance out there. Of course, we shared wearing the Astro uniform.
Yeah.
And then both their wives are named Kara. And so he was, I know Lance was trying to say, our wives share the same first name, but the way it came out was we share our wives.
That's a different kind of love.
Yes, it came out in a way that made them sound like swingers. And which made it even funnier. So yeah,
which I know Lance Berkman would likely frown upon that if that were the
right.
He's definitely not.
I think Lance McCullers might too. He did He might have done the official invocation last night. Like at one point.
Oh, did he do the prayer
during the introduction?
Or prayer?
It was something where like I'm in the middle of it. I'm like, I think this is the invocation because they never did have somebody of the cloth come up and do an official invocation. And I turned to Amy and everybody at our table. I'm like, I think Lance just did the invocation, which I'm fine with, but it was a little unorthodox. So I say all that to say that I think both Lances would have frowned upon what his faux pas was implying there.
Yeah.
Swapping of spouses and whatnot. I will say this too, Seth. You'll be sad to know. Yeah. Your friend Ronald McDonald.
Yeah.
Looked lost without you.
Was he? He's like looking around for the big sweaty guy?
He was looking around for you. Where's Seth? He was there. They did not do, at least that I saw, maybe it gets put into the final product in post-production. There was not a Ronald McDonald interview like you've done the last several years. No.
What?
Well, no, they retired it. Nobody can do it better than you. Nobody gets to the heart of the tough issues with Ronald McDonald quite like you do.
What if there was some kind of miscommunication and like people thought that I was insisting on doing the Ronald McDonald interview, and that's why I wasn't invited back this year?
I should have been spreading that.
Listen, we just can't have Seth here doing his Ronald.
Dude,
we can't have Seth here demanding the Ronald McDonald interview anymore. We got to cut that out.
I had a perfect opportunity to do that too because I went on with Vandy and Cecil. We're doing Texans radio from right there, like in the bar area where everybody was. And that's where Ronald was hanging out there, taking pictures and talking to people, looking very sad because Seth wasn't there. I could have done that right then and there. I'm like, do you see Ronald over there? And they would have been like, yeah. And I would have said, yeah, he's not going to get an interview tonight. Seth pulled the plug on it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Make me the bad guy.
Right,
okay. No, I had the plug pulled on me in my version of this story.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. All in all, a great night. Kudos to the Harris County Houston Sports Authority, Daniel Gotera, who was the executive producer of the whole thing. Came off really well. It looked spectacular. Like it looked really, really good. It was at 713 Music Hall. It was great, and they'll be broadcasting it at some point. If you go to HoustonSportsAwards.org, I'm sure they've got that information there. All right, off and running again. Happy Meeko-versary, everybody. We'll celebrate it at 7:00 today. We got some great news yesterday afternoon, early evening. If you're somebody who wants continuity in the building for the Houston Texans, yesterday was a phenomenal day for you. We'll discuss the ramifications next. But first, soda weight loss. Ramifications for me. Ramifications always implies
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we got some great news yesterday, in my opinion. If you're somebody who wants continuity in 2024, if you're somebody who liked what you saw offensively this year, but you think there's still some room to grow.
I liked it.
I liked it.
But I thought there was room to grow.
There's room to grow. Bobby Slowick Gerard Johnson will both be back in 2024. They both signed new contracts with raises. Within the, I don't know when Gerard's was, but the first report I saw on Bobby Slowick, it was either Ian Rappaport or Adam Schefter, one of the two, or maybe Pelissero, who apologies, I can't remember which newsbreaker it was, said that he signed a new deal a few days ago. So that's been kind of kept
Bobby
under
Slowick
wraps.
did?
Bobby Slowick did. Sorry, yeah. Bobby Slowick.
Gerard Johnson was still interviewing yesterday, so yeah.
Yep. So the bottom line is both will be back. Both got raises. So I think that's relevant because it shows the Texans ownership, Cal McNair, willing to continue to invest in the team in ways that are not salary cap related. You know, these are areas that there is no limit on spending for coaches and spending for facilities and spending on those things. And Cal McNair has shown a great willingness to give the coaches and the staff whatever it is they need to be successful, including happy offensive coordinators and quarterback coaches.
He's currently paying 3 head coaches.
Yes.
Cal and Hannah are. So, Cal and Hannah have no issue paying 3 head coaches, 2 of whom aren't currently employed for the Texans. They're, dead money that doesn't count against the cap, they're cool with, which is, it's nothing you want to brag about or have be a constant thing, obviously, but that is one, I think one difference between Cal and his father that people underestimated when Cal took over was that he's much, I don't want to say looser. He's going to be much more aggressive on spending on the things that might help you win games, but don't count against the cap. So the dietitian stuff, the dietary stuff, the weight room, that virtual walkthrough that I haven't heard as much about lately. But frankly, a lot of the stuff that Jack Easterby wanted to do, Jack Easterby kind of had a carte blanche to do a bunch of stuff that ended up being good stuff.
Yeah.
Like Jack Easterby himself had some issues, but he did provide some good programs and some good structure to the program that some owners wouldn't have been willing to pay for.
Yeah, and Cal's been willing to do that, and he was willing to make sure Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson were appropriately compensated.
When you first said that Gerard Johnson and Bobby Slowick signed with raises, I thought you said razors, and in my mind immediately I thought it was some kind of blood oath. Oh. It was like a blood in, blood out or something. I didn't know.
I would have said it's like a razor cut, like Harry's Razors. They signed a deal to come back to the Texans, and in the process they will be endorsing Acme razors. Good job. Hey, we can't give you a raise, but we're going to give you this endorsement of this product over here.
I would say, so with Bobby Slowick, and I know that there's still people out there that were frustrated with Bobby Slowick this year because, A, the growing pains, or B, just they didn't like some of his decision-making, his insistence on running the ball, all of that. I would say the first part is just the results that you had with CJ Stroud and Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson as his coaches, as his main 2 coaches. You know, Bill Lazor's in there too.
Yep.
Just look at the results. CJ led the NFL in passing yards per game and touchdowns to interception ratio. Those 2 things that only Joe Montana and Tom Brady have ever done.
That's not a rookie thing. That's he led the league thing.
Yeah, those guys didn't do it as rookies. They did it when they were in the peaks of their career.
Yes.
You know, and he was 4th in the NFL in the most passes of 20-plus yards. There was an explosivity to this passing game, and yet he wasn't throwing interceptions. It's freaky, weird stuff for a rookie to be able to pull that off. The lion's share of the credit is always going to go to the quarterback, as it should. But the big part about Bobby Slowick and this system is that it's very, very possible that in other systems and with other offensive coordinators, CJ wouldn't have shown the amount of growth that he did and the maturity he did. Because this system, those reads, him making it to the 3rd read in the progression, all that stuff, it's all tied to your footwork. I mean, there's some classic West Coast elements to this offense that Bobby Slowick did a really good job of drilling the basics into CJ Stroud, and CJ just adapted to it like a prodigy. And whatever you think about Gerard Johnson or Bobby Slowick or anything else, I think keeping that structure in place for at least one more year was going to be really, really important. Because CJ was the first guy to say at the end of the season, look, I'm still a rookie. I've got a lot to learn. He's got to learn pass protection a lot better. That's something that you can't, it's advanced stuff to be able to handle the pass protection and then do all the mental stuff that he's doing right now. And there's just no way you can cram all that into a rookie season. this offseason, he's going to be able to work with Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson uninterrupted on becoming better at understanding pass protection, picking up tells on blitzes, all that little stuff.
Yeah. Boy, you lay it out that way, and you're right. Like, CJ, like you talk about coming into a rookie season, and there's, you've been doing the combine, you've been doing all the draft stuff, and you're coming in, and now you're swimming mentally because you're learning a new offense, and you're getting to know your teammates and your staff and everything like that. This should put them in the HOV lane to getting to that ceiling for this offense, because it's one less thing. There won't be any there won't be any getting acquainted with anybody, period, for CJ Stroud. Like, you are hitting the ground running when it comes time for him to get back in the building.
Which, and the reason that's important, too, because I'll point out some of the negatives of Bobby Slowick from this year, which is easy partly because Bobby Slowick himself has listed them at times. He's been very open and honest about his growing pains as a play caller. I think one initially was just trying to install too much all at once. We saw that in the first game versus the Ravens, where they just they just couldn't tell their forehead from their butts because there was so much going on before the snap. And they fixed that very quickly. The biggest thing that they really need to watch out for, because this isn't just a first year of the system thing, it happens every year with every team, is that they've got to do a better job of identifying and assessing who they actually have on the roster and what their strengths are, because they wasted way too much time trying to fit the square peg that is Dameon Pierce into the round hole that is the zone running scheme. And Dameon will be the first one to tell you that he just did not click with him this year, and he's got to figure that out in the offseason. But they can't waste an entire half season trying to force that issue. They got to figure that out in the offseason. No,
and it was really strange too. It's not like it was a brand new staff. Sometimes there's a tendency, like, if you were the one that drafted him or you were the one that brought him into the league, there's a sense of loyalty there. They had an odd sense of loyalty to Dameon Pierce for a guy who was not their, quote unquote, their guy. I'm 100% with you on that. That's the one thing, Bobby Slowick. Yeah, they got to get the run game going. I think the other criticism I would have of Bobby Slowick is I thought there were just certain points in the year where he just got a little too cute for his own good. Especially down in the red zone, down in the deep part of the red zone, shovel passes, just certain plays where I'm going, wait, you got CJ Stroud, Well, you know what
worries me about that is, I think on the one hand you figure, okay, maybe he was just being realistic and knew that offensive line wasn't going to be able to move people down there in the red zone or on the goal line. But the thing that worries me though is that to run that many gadget plays means you got to practice that many gadget plays. And that's that takes up a lot of time. Yeah. The magic of the gadget, one of the advantages of running gadget plays is that it forces the defense that week, the defense that you're going to be playing that week, to address that in practice. They got to spend their practice time being like, all right, listen, we got to go over this stuff and be sure we're square on responsibilities and everything. But when you start practicing 10 gadget plays yourself, you're negating that benefit.
Yeah.
That defense isn't going to practice any more versus the gadget stuff. They're just going to address the fact that you have gadget plays and how important the discipline is at various times.
Yeah. Bobby, we're burning daylight here on this triple flea flicker reverse. Let's go. So Bobby Slowick, Gerard Johnson will both be back, and I think overall that's a really good thing. What's interesting is that, and I know John McClain said this quite a bit throughout this process. He was adamant about this from the get-go, that Bobby Slowick would be back because he needs another year of seasoning. I don't know if ultimately that's how Bobby Slowick felt about things. Who knows? Maybe, we're down to 2 jobs. It could very well be that he could read the tea leaves and go, okay, I don't think I'm getting Washington or Seattle. Let's sign this extension and come back and let's roll in 2024. We don't know the particulars of Bobby Slowick coming back. I'm just glad he's back. The comparison that a lot of people made, Seth, was Ben Johnson last year, when Ben Johnson in the head coaching cycle a year ago did a couple interviews, including the Texans, and then decided early on to go back to Detroit. And I think the assumption was that Ben Johnson would be a head coach this go-round. That's not happening. Ben Johnson, this is interesting because this news came down before the Bobby Slowick news came down. So who knows? Maybe Washington was letting a bunch of people know yesterday what direction they were going, including Ben Johnson, and he maybe wasn't getting the job because Ben Johnson, the OC in Detroit, is staying in Detroit for another year this year. Here was Ian Rappaport yesterday from the NFL Network.
Fascinating decision by Ben Johnson, and I would say, if he wants to win the Super Bowl, Detroit is loaded. They're going to be loaded again next year. That is a great spot to do it, and, always a chance he can win a Super Bowl as a head coach, but this is a good opportunity for him. Stay there. He was richly compensated for his decision last year. Similar decision this year. And I think, just be frank, I think it's before the coaching search, everyone assumed, all right, he's definitely getting a head coaching job. He's the leading candidate here. He's the leading candidate there. One thing that I've been saying and you have been saying as well is the Commanders were far more open than it seemed. This was not just Ben Johnson's job. They have been a wide-ranging search. It is still ongoing, as is the Seattle Seahawks. And, for Ben Johnson to know, instead of saying, let's wait and see what happens, do I get it, do I not? He has a great chance. He has a great life. He is an excellent, excellent offensive coordinator who's going to have an opportunity next year, Tom. The fact that he pulls out now guarantees he is not going to get a head coaching job this year. But it's certainly, much like the Lions window is now open, Ben Johnson's coaching window is open as well.
Yeah, so these are very similar in my mindset. The Slowick and Ben Johnson things, I think they're very similar, and that both guys can say, I'm going back to try to win a Super Bowl. These are two teams that are going to be in.
Okay, yeah, and let's be clear though too. Like, Washington didn't offer Ben Johnson a job.
Well,
it's being framed like hey, he pulled him. Yeah.
No, and that's where I'm going with this. Yeah. Is that I think both guys, Ben Johnson and Bobby Slowick, could say, no, I'm going back because we're going to make a run at it next year, and I'm excited to go back. There's probably not a coincidence either that both Ben Johnson and Bobby Slowick are both making these, not announcements, but leaking the reports to newsbreakers that they're going back to their respective teams. My guess is that Washington was probably giving strong indications as to what direction they were going, and it wasn't either of the two of them.
They were, when Ben Johnson made the announcement, the Washington brass was on their way to Detroit, not to specifically offer Ben Johnson the job, but to interview both him and Aaron Glenn,
Correct.
the defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
So are you going to make me do this? Am I going to have to do it myself? Am I going to have to credit Seth Payne with telling everybody, like, hold on a second. It's not – this is crazy that people just assume that Ben Johnson's going to Washington. And it was really starting to annoy me how people were acting like it was a what's the French word you guys like to use? Fait accompli.
Fait accompli.
Oh.
Mission accomplished. Yeah.
Listen, everybody. You can't trust these nugget hussies. They're so desperate to look like they have the inside edge on something, and they just flat out don't most of the time. Until an agent or an executive leaks what they want out there publicly already, they don't have squat. So all this nonsense about, Ben Johnson's almost definitely going to be the guy in Washington. Never listen to him, ever.
Well, you better get your mind right because you're stuck with somebody who believes the Nugget Hussies is your co-host. Okay, it's going to be this way for a long, long time.
No, but seriously, Sean. You spent the last week just being like, it looks like it's pretty much a given.
Yeah, I know.
You can't. How can you allow yourself to keep getting burned?
I don't know.
By these
I'm just going to tell you it's going to keep happening, just so you know. I'm giving you a warning right now. It's going to keep happening, okay? What do you think about this? Schefter, I'll try my best, Seth, I promise. According to Adam Schefter, Ben Johnson was not, this is a quote, Ben Johnson was not the head coaching lock people thought, other than Seth C. Payne. He didn't say that. And this part I thought was interesting. His asking price spooked some teams. What do we think Ben Johnson is going in there and asking for? Is Ben Johnson going in there asking for Sean Payton money or something?
I wonder if he's the kind of guy that in his heart knows that he might really prefer being a coordinator. And because they're different jobs. And he's just kind of like, okay, I've got I could make several $1 million per year for a long, long time, which is awesome, awesome money. And I can keep that in perspective. And I enjoy being a coordinator. But if I get this absurd amount of money, then I'm going to take it.
I'll tell you an ancillary benefit of being the OC where he is right now, and we learned this in the NFC title game. He, by and large, is never going to take the hits after a game.
Right.
Dan Campbell is like Uncle Junior on The Sopranos. He's there to take the hits from the feds.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Tony, Ben Johnson, is free to run the family his way without any criticism.
And I'll tell you real quick, if Dan Campbell wanted to flame Ben Johnson after that game, You know who had the absolute worst short yardage run defense in the league last year?
The Niners.
The San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
Dead last. They allowed, when it was 3 yards or less to get a first down, they allowed a greater than 70% conversion rate.
Right.
The Lions, who are running all over the 49ers in that game on both those fourth down conversions, chose pass.
Yep.
And it was a very curious decision. That reeks of, I'm clever.
Right.
Running the ball is fine, but chicks dig the pass.
And all anybody can talk about is the decision to go for it, not the play that was called.
Yeah, the chance of converting via the run versus the 49ers was far, far greater than the chance of that field goal kicker kicking a 45-yard field goal.
Yeah.
That guy's 50% from 40 yards. And not to mention all the other, analytical. That was analytics that a sixth grader could do, frankly.
Yep.
That's why I'm getting so angry that people are framing it as an analytics discussion.
Yep.
No, it's a basic math. It's like a sixth grader could do it in 1943.
All right, top of the hour, we are celebrating Meco-versary. The 1-year anniversary of the hiring of DeMeco Ryans. Up next, headlines. We'll dig back into the coaching carousel in the NFL. Big day for CJ Stroud yesterday as well. You are listening to Payne and Pendergast. Before we get to that, I want to tell you about Men's Tea Clinic, and I go there every Friday to the one at Durham and I-10. And I know that there's several of you that listen to the show that go there because I see you there. I say hello, and then we go take care of whatever male wellness treatment is we've chosen to do every week there. For me, it's my testosterone boost. I don't hide from it. I had a low number, but not anymore. I've got a normal number now thanks to the good folks at the Men's Tea Clinic. Super welcoming, super friendly. They've got 5 locations. So if you hear me say Durham and I-10, you're like, I don't live anywhere near there. Well, if you live in Cypress, if you live in Pearland, they've got 5 locations around town that cover all the areas around town. So go to mensteaclinic.com. Make your initial appointment today. It's mensteaclinic.com.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Your favorite hosts in Houston are headed to Vegas. Yingling Flight presents
Twin Peaks Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to the headlines. We just dug into it in the previous segment, but some of you just getting in your car. Some of you may not even know this. You were doing things last night. You turned off your push notifications. Good news if you're a Texans fan. I think it's good news. Seth thinks it's good news. Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson, OC and quarterback coach, will both be back in 2024. They've both signed revised deals to make a little more money and to coach CJ Stroud for another season in 2024. So continuity reigns today, Seth Payne. Continuity in the building, continuity.
Yeah.
Head coach, OC, QB coach, QB himself, all the same coming back into the building in 2024.
Yeah, I wonder too, this is where, the Texans perhaps took advantage of this trend of teams being very, very thorough in hiring coaches because, Washington and Seattle, they're dragging this out. And I shouldn't say dragging it out. I think it's good that they're interviewing a bunch of people. But in doing so, Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson, and Gerard Johnson is obviously interviewing at a lot of other places, but because the head coaching hires were a little bit later and then other people have to be filled in, the process is not as accelerated. It gives time for the Texans to kind of say, all right, I know you guys are out there interviewing, but, would you rather have a bird in the hand, which is this nice, big, juicy raise right now, or, the potential of a job down the line, and maybe they don't actually feel all that great about that job on down the line. So it's a good – I don't want to call it a compromise. It's just it's a good incentive for them to stay and be a part of something that I think they all probably feel is pretty good, and maybe – next year they become the guy that's snapped up right away.
Yeah, maybe. That's where I wanted to go with this for a second here as we're talking about this in headlines is there's it seems like, and I'll just keep it focused on Slowick because the head coaching vacancies are those are the big things. There seems to be just the feeling like, well, he took his name out this time and he got a raise. He's for sure getting a head coaching job next time around. And I guess I would say it's not always guaranteed. It's not we don't know how close Bobby Slowick came to getting any of these jobs. We know he got second interviews with a lot of them. We don't know how many jobs there's going to be next year as well. That matters, supply and demand, that sort of thing. So it's never as easy as just he took his name out this time. And I'll put Ben Johnson, the OC for the Lions, in that conversation. What Bobby Slowick is now, Ben Johnson was a year ago. Which is he took his name out, really smart, come back and call plays for another year, and then you'll be the top candidate on the market. For whatever reason, Ben Johnson is going back to Detroit for 2024 for the second time now in a couple of years. So it's not always that easy. But I do think Bobby Slowick's going to be a top candidate next year, but I don't think we just take out our pen and wait for what job comes open to write in ink this time next year. A lot can happen. But with CJ Stroud, I will say this. With CJ Stroud as your quarterback, provided health and everything like that, should be just as good or better offensively next year, I would imagine, for the Houston Texans. Speaking of CJ Stroud, he was named to the Pro Bowl yesterday. Thought that was pretty cool. When you see the tweet, CJ Stroud will be playing in the 2024 Pro Bowl games. And I'm like, yeah, CJ, as a rookie, that's badass. Good job. Good job getting there as a rookie. And then 5 minutes later, there's this reminder that, oh, yeah, that's right, a bunch of quarterbacks drop out every year because 5 minutes later, tweet from Adam Schefter, Gardner Minshew has been named to the 2024 Pro Bowl games. I'm like, all right.
Good job, Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, I guess. Good job, Gardner Minshew. Way to go. Probably not even the starting quarterback for your team next year.
The Pro Bowl is one of those things that, every single year, you can't depend on it as validation. If your favorite player gets jolted, it doesn't mean that even the league thinks he's not that good or anything. It's just one of those weird popularity contests. The majority of the guys that are there are pretty damn good, but it's not a perfect gauge, obviously, of everybody in the league.
I'm wondering.
So it's nice. It's really nice that CJ is recognized at that level.
Yeah. I'm wondering how far down the list they had to go to get to Gardner Minshew because the starters they named three. Not starters, but they named three quarterbacks of the Pro Bowl, and it was Mahomes, Tua, and Lamar Jackson. Obviously, Mahomes is occupied this week. I know Josh Allen was next, and then CJ was after that. So CJ was fifth on the board overall. I guess Gardner Minshew might have been 6. I'm kind of going through the AFC in my head. There were so many injuries, Seth. That's the thing. Normally you go, oh, Joe Burrow. He would be on that. No, he got hurt halfway through the season. The Jets were a mess. The Patriots were a mess. The Browns were a mess at quarterback, at least. The Steelers were a mess at quarterback. Gardner Minshew might have been the 6th best quarterback in the AFC this year. Trevor Lawrence maybe, but he's all banged up,
But aside from all that, if you're wondering, okay, what does this mean? There is no Pro Bowl game anymore, but they have the Pro Bowl games.
Yeah.
That's right. They don't screw you with just one game. They give you games.
Yeah.
So on Thursday, February 1st, from 7 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern, so
that's
6
tomorrow.
to 7:30. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that is tomorrow already.
Tomorrow, yeah.
The first 5 skill competitions, including quarterbacks participating in precision passing, and a dodgeball game featuring all positions.
Okay.
I don't like the dodgeball.
Well, I don't want Will or CJ playing in the dodgeball game at all, or Laramie for that matter. So the Texans have 3 guys going to this thing now. There's a quarterback precision contest. Is it weird that I am exceedingly emotionally invested in this right now that you tell me this, that I want CJ Stroud to win that thing?
No, I like that. Yeah. I think that's the kind of stuff that you'll watch on YouTube 30 years from now.
Yeah.
Or whatever takes YouTube's place by then. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will place a severe disproportionate amount of importance on this janky backyard contest tomorrow for CJ Stroud.
That is the one. I think that is actually the one that people probably look at and most feel like, oh yeah, this is reflective of my guy being better than everybody else.
Does it have all the moving targets and things like that, do you think?
Probably.
Yeah.
If they know what's good for him.
Oh, do you want to have a watch party
like a guy at the golf cart with a target on it as he's driving around.
Where are you getting together with people to watch this tomorrow, Seth, for the watch party? For the
Probably
CJ
at church.
In honor of CJ, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Houston Sports Awards last night, sticking with CJ Stroud. It was a big day for CJ yesterday. The Houston Sports Awards last night were a celebration of Stroud. CJ Stroud named Newcomer of the Year in the Houston sports scene, Athlete of the Year, which is the big award. That's the one they give out at the end. And he and Will Anderson were both part of the Moment of the Year, which was the night the two of them were drafted within about 10 minutes of each other. Lance Berkman, Cynthia Cooper, Warren Moon, all inducted into the Houston Sports Hall of Fame. Seth, overall, 2 thumbs up. It was a nice event last night over at 713 Music Hall.
Yeah,
great.
And it's nice that CJ collected all those awards. Who had the best speech of the evening?
Cynthia Cooper was really good.
Yeah,
she going in the Hall of Fame. She was excellent. Cynthia, of the ones that I saw, Amy and I left. We left with 2 awards to go. So we didn't see Warren Moon go into the Hall of Fame, and we didn't see the announcement of Athlete of the Year. We had to get out of there before the valet traffic. But Cynthia Cooper and Lance Berkman were both excellent with their Hall of Fame speeches.
Yeah,
nice and tight, 3, 4, 5 minutes long, nothing extended. Both were very funny and at the same time very appreciative. And again, self-deprecating too. I think mixing in the perfect sprinkling of self-deprecation in your speech endears you to the crowd. So they were both excellent. They were both really, really good. No Ronald McDonald interview yesterday. That tradition has been apparently nicked. If Seth Payne can't interview Ronald McDonald, nobody's interviewing Ronald McDonald.
I feel bad just because you apparently actually really looked forward to that every year.
I love it. It's a great photo opportunity.
I always forget that I would even do it, and then you would just start asking me about it like 3 months ahead of time.
I miss it. By the way,
the first person I interviewed in person after COVID was Ronald McDonald.
Right, that's right. He holds a special place in our hearts.
That's how much I trust McDonald's.
Yeah. I wanted to hear you ask him about the double Big Mac that they've got going on right now. Ben Johnson, OC for the Lions. He's going back to Detroit. Arthur Smith, Seth.
Yeah.
Who completely misused Bijan Robinson at times this year. He's the new OC in Pittsburgh for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I think that it's funny. Tennessee going back to the head coach who's the former tight end in the NFL.
Mike Mularkey?
Mike Mularkey. Remember he'd used the term exotic smash mouth in describing what style of football they wanted to play. I'm pretty sure the roots of that were back in Pittsburgh. And kind of Arthur Smith kind of in a lot of ways was doing some of the same similar things that exotic smash mouth was supposed to be. You know, a lot of just smash mouth football married up to the play action and all of that. And I think he'll be a good fit with Pittsburgh and what they traditionally are and want to be.
Yeah.
And then it's just a matter of, adapting a little bit. I don't know. People loved him as an offensive coordinator in Tennessee.
Yep.
And he might just be this classic guy of that he's meant to be an offensive coordinator. And this is why, I don't know, I see a lot of people mocking this move, acting like, Arthur Smith, you idiots. No, yeah. You know who people mocked as a head coach? Dick LeBeau. Yeah. And then Dick LeBeau went on to be defensive coordinator in Pittsburgh for like 15 years, and they perennially had the best defenses in the league.
If he turns the Pittsburgh offense into what he had in Tennessee, where it's Tannehill on play action, if he does the same thing with Kenny Pickett and Najee Harris and the running back and the Jalen kid there, the kid they drafted, the rookie at running back, there's some opportunities, and they've got good wide receivers and a good tight end. There's pieces there in Pittsburgh.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
I know we're in headlines.
Yeah.
Guy makes a great point. The free agency recruiting that these guys can do during the Pro Bowl.
Oh.
So CJ, Will Anderson, and Laramie Tunsil.
Look the hell out. Yeah, those are three good salespeople, too, right there.
Yeah, that's really big.
All with different social styles. Hey, if you need a high-energy guy, send Will Anderson over to him. If you need a guy who's a little more understated, Laramie or CJ. I like this.
That's more vital than ever that CJ just dominates the skills competition.
Yes.
Just to have some of those skill players get a good look at the goods.
You could be that target on wheels over there, okay? Free agent wide receiver Mike Evans. How's that sound? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. John McClain joins us in the 8 o'clock hour. It's Meekoversary today. I have one voicemail message saved on my phone, and I'm going to play it for you in the next segment. It was the voicemail message that changed the trajectory of the Houston Texans. That is next.
Ability trees, you can change their trajectory.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this is getting fun now because over the last few years with the Texans, and you look back and you're like, oh man, it was a year ago today that this happened or that happened. And for a while, it was not looking back at fun stuff. But now we are officially into the era now that looking back at anniversaries of things is going to be a whole lot of fun, I think, moving forward. Because today is DeMeco-versary. Today is the one-year anniversary of the day that the Texans hired DeMeco Ryans. And I said going into the break, I have one voicemail message saved on my phone, Seth, just one. I'm not somebody who keeps a lot of things. I delete my texts, I delete my voicemails, mostly for plausible deniability than anything else. But this one I kept because I felt like we would look back at this one and go, yeah, that was a pretty cool day. And I was, at the time, I was actually on Landry's YouTube stream with him, doing a live stream, talking about the Texans coaching situation. I don't think anything had been resolved, but there had been rumors floating around about DeMeco Ryans and whatnot getting hired. So we were kind of like chopping it up and speculating and things like that. And as I was on the YouTube stream with Landry, my phone was ringing across the room. I had to let it go to voicemail. And I got done with Landry. It's in the middle of the day on January 31st. And I go over to my phone. After I get done with Landry, I go to my voicemail. And this was the message that I listened to.
Hey, Sean, this is Cal calling to let you know we have concluded our head coach search and agreed to terms and signed a contract with DeMeco Ryans. He's a bright young coach, and it's going to bring some excitement to our fan base, and I hope you enjoy the ride because it's going to be fun. All right, thanks. Wanted you to know. Thanks, bye.
I thought that was pretty cool. It's kind of fun to go back and listen to a year later. It was right. It's been fun. It's been a hell of a ride. It's been a hell of a ride.
How many people do you think he called?
That's a good question. I know it wasn't just me. I'm guessing Mark Berman was probably on his call list.
Yeah.
Guessing John McClain was probably on his call list.
Did you? Did he say? Did you? Were you allowed to release that information?
I did.
I
checked. No. Like back then.
Yeah.
No, at that point, by the time I listened to it, Berman had already been out there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
They're not calling me ahead of Berman back then. Yeah, I think it was just I'm on the courtesy call list. So, and I did double check with him to make sure I could play that on the air today out of courtesy too.
It is funny. Sometimes those guys, when people want to act like, oh, Schefter beat whoever to this, or the other guy beat Schefter, they're both getting the information like at the same time, and one got his thumbs working faster than the other. So, that was. Were you surprised at that point? I couldn't remember the exact timeline of when we felt like it was going to happen.
Surprised that DeMeco was the hire?
Yeah.
No, I think it was all pointing in that direction. I think that's why Landry and I were doing a YouTube stream at the time, because it was looking like the news that we had gotten was that they're deep into their talks.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I remember now. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, because they were. Yeah, there was a feeling that something was imminent. Yeah,
right.
There was going to be an announcement at some point. We just didn't know when. Okay.
Yeah. So I think, and as you heard in that voicemail, he said we've signed a contract. So I think they were waiting till I was on the if there's a set of tiers of people that Cal was reaching out to, I was on the call after the ink has dried list.
They were so basically they were probably trying to sell him on rust proofing or something.
Exactly.
And he's like, I don't know, man.
Exactly.
DeMeco's calling his wife like, they just had me in here for so long. I'm so hungry. That's what always gets me.
Yeah.
I'm so hungry. And that's probably why when DeMeco caved.
That's right. Why is there no food? But it is fun to go back and think about that a year ago and just think about how different the vibe around that coaching search, the arrival at this coach, and the press conference, man. The press conference that happened a day or two after that voicemail message where all the guys from DeMeco's era of Texans football, it seemed like, were there at the press conference.
On January 18th, 2023, just to put things to frame things up a little bit, this is January 18th, I think, of 2023.
Okay.
The odds for who would be the next Texans head coach.
Oh, I love this. Okay.
Leader in the clubhouse, Jonathan Gannon. Sexy. Shane Steichen.
Okay.
A.K.A. Nick Foles, prove me otherwise. DeMeco Ryans was third favorite.
Okay.
But he was like, Shane Steichen was plus 350. DeMeco was up at plus 650.
Okay.
And then Sean Payton at plus 800. My God, Josh McCown was still on the board. Josh McCown was the fifth favorite as of mid-January 2023.
Wow. That's wild. Give me a couple more names.
Raheem Morris was up there. Okay, I'll go down the line. After Sean Payton and Josh McCown, it was Eric Bieniemy.
Okay.
Leslie Frazier.
Okay.
Dan Quinn.
Right.
A Shane Waldron.
Okay. Who's still an OC right now, by the way. Yep.
Raheem Morris, current head coach of the Atlanta Falcons.
Yep.
Ejiro Evero.
Okay.
Former defensive coordinator of the Broncos, current defensive coordinator of the Panthers, and has interviewed for a couple of jobs.
He interviewed for jobs last year. He interviewed for jobs this year, and he's
interviewed for the Texans last year.
Yeah.
Byron Leftwich was up there.
Okay.
Thomas Brown, deposed offensive coordinator Thomas Brown from the Panthers.
Yeah.
And then Brian Callahan.
Okay.
Brian Callahan was on there. He's
New
a current
Titans
head coach now, too.
New Titans coach. Boy, Byron Leftwich. Not to go too far off the grid on this thing. That's a cautionary tale right there. Remember, he reportedly had the Jags job back when they hired Doug Peterson, but Leftwich reportedly didn't want to work with Trent Baalke.
He turned it down.
Yeah.
That's boy. You talk about all these guys turning jobs down right now, and just how it's not always so simple that next job comes around.
Nope,
Man,
nope.
Now when your current employer gives you a nice big pay boost, that offsets things a little bit.
Yes, yeah.
It changes the
but no pay boost.
On the scale.
Nobody's paying an offensive coordinator $50 million over 5 years or whatever. That's a big step up in money to being in the big seat as a head coach.
That's your commitment to your commitment to your ideals as what you want out of your coaching profession.
Yeah. They're
really tested there. If you're, $50 million. Think about what you would do for $50 million, and now just think of how vile so many of those things are, and where they rank below taking a non-ideal head coaching job in the NFL.
Yeah. The $50 million. There are a lot of things I couldn't say on the air. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
Well, but it's tricky though too, because there's things you could do for $50 million, and you're like, okay, well, is this going to be tied to me forever, like my coaching record? Yeah. Is it going to be on the internet forever, like my coaching record?
Will this be part of my digital fingerprint? Yes.
Is it going to affect future choices?
That's right.
Do I have to live with it for 4 years? There's different variables here.
I want to go back. I got to go back and see what I wrote about the DeMeco Ryans hire in the Houston Press, or go back and I don't know if there's a way to go back, how far back our podcasts go or whatever, and listen to whatever our expectations were the day he got hired. Because I've got to believe, Seth, that whatever our expectations were for DeMeco as a head coach, a talent developer, a talent evaluator, a culture changer, sheer success on the field in terms of number of wins and where they went this year, I can't imagine there's a category with DeMeco Ryans where he has not exceeded whatever it was you and I were talking about on February 1st, the day after he was hired.
And I think that the biggest victory for me, honestly, is that I am very skeptical of culture talk. Not because I don't believe in culture, but it's that almost everybody talks about it and very few are actually good at establishing it. And a lot of establishing it is just the culture needs to be consistent with the head coach's personality. And sometimes, coaches will read a book over the summer and they'll have noble intentions, but they can't fake something that they are not. And that's where a lot of the best laid plans, fall by the wayside, because you can't establish a culture that's not you. I was reading this article that I currently can't get to because now it's behind a paywall in the San Francisco Chronicle. Mm-hmm. But it's about Steve Kerr before he took his job in gold with the Warriors.
Yeah.
He went up and he spent a few days with Pete Carroll in Seattle. Mm-hmm. And Pete Carroll just basically did a workshop with him. I was getting angry at Pete Carroll as I was reading this, because it really looked like, man, he gave Steve Kerr the keys to do exactly what they've done with the Warriors. And a lot of what Steve Kerr talked about was he just really wanted the joy of the game to just be ever present, for the guys to just really love being there and playing the game. And Carroll tested him on, okay, well, what's your plan for that? And how are you going to stress that? And you can't just think that it's going to happen just because that's the way you feel. And Kerr left there with a much more structured plan for how he was going to establish that culture.
Yeah.
I don't know like how structured DeMeco's plan is for establishing culture or anything, and I don't know how structured it has to be because his maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I just know that I think the culture has changed, and a lot of it is just simply because DeMeco's personality itself is the culture.
He is the culture.
Yeah,
he is culture. Yes, he's walking culture. Absolutely.
So, like, however he comes by it, just like it is with Steve Kerr and the Warriors, you take look. Yes, they're talented as hell, but they're also talented with a bunch of guys who weren't the top 3 draft picks and whatnot. The culture matters at Golden State. And like, it feels good that I feel like, okay, this is a genuine thing. This isn't just these aren't some posters that people put up that they bought off the internet, and that's the culture. Like, this is DeMeco Ryans' culture.
Yeah, man, he's authentic, no question. I actually just now Googled Sean Pendergast, Houston Press, Texans hired DeMeco Ryans to see what came up. The first article that comes up this is from 4 days before they hired DeMeco, Seth. I did those Twitter approval polls for 7 of the top candidates for the Texans for the head coaching job, and I put them into an article here. And some of the names you just brought up on that odds board are on here. It's fun to go back and look at this stuff a year later, especially now that DeMeco's the head coach. And I put them into buckets. The approved everybody wanted DeMeco, obviously. DeMeco had a 98% approval rating, and I usually get a couple thousand people on my Twitter timeline voting on these things. The no thank you list: Ejiro Evero, 15.3% approval rating. He was the Denver DC at the time. Yeah. Thomas Brown, and these are all people the Texans had requested interviews with. LA Rams assistant head coach, 16.3% approval rating. Mike Kafka.
By the way, yeah.
Remember when Mike Kafka was the darling of John Lopez? Remember that was John Lopez said Kafka's going to be the guy. If I'm not mistaken.
Why was he so into Kafka?
I think he's probably like me, Seth. There were Nugget hussies out there probably pushing Kafka.
Wasn't Kafka some famous communist from back in the day?
He was. He wrote some sort of manifesto. I'm not sure.
There you go. There's your connection. Lopez.
Mike Kafka, New York Giants OC, 24.6% approval rating. So I think safe to say we're all glad. Kafka, 24.6% approval rating.
Okay.
Then I had the approved consolation prize list. Jonathan Gannon and Shane Steichen, both pretty good approval ratings. If the Texans had hired Jonathan Gannon in the last cycle, 63.9% of the folks who voted in my poll would have approved of that. Shane Steichen, 69.4% approval rating for Shane Steichen. And I'll say this, I think both those guys had good seasons coaching this year where they were in Indianapolis and Arizona.
I think they had good seasons. This is where with Gannon, what I would worry about is, where my standard has been. I'm okay with having an offensive bias and hiring a head coach, but what trumps everything is that if you've got a guy who genuinely has that it factor or whatever that, and again, we're getting into kind of like the culture talk. It's really hard to define, but you know it when you see it. If it's a Mike Tomlin type, for instance, then okay, that trumps everything else. With Gannon, I feel no it factor whatsoever. So I'm going to lose. He's going to lose out to Steichen because I don't feel an it factor with Steichen either. But I think he's a hell of an offensive coach.
Yeah.
So I would have gone with Steichen 100%, and I think that's borne out at least so far with what he did Gardner Minshew's in the Pro Bowl as an alternate right now because Shane Steichen got so much out of him.
And Jalen Hurts took a big step backwards this year.
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
And Justin Herbert really hasn't necessarily fulfilled on the promise that he had when Steichen was with him his rookie year.
That's exactly right. The only other non-Miko candidate I've got in this article, the polarizing legend, Sean Payton. 57.4% approval rating for Sean Payton a year and 4 days ago today if he had been hired by the Houston Texans. Man, I hear the stories out of Denver, and I am so glad they didn't hire Sean Payton. I'm talking purely from a media coverage standpoint. You talk to people in Denver. I've got friends in the Denver media, and I tell them what training camp was like with DeMeco, and it's like it's like you're talking to people who are in prison or something like that. Like you get to sit at the 50-yard line and do your shows from there. What?
I guess but does that filter over? The sense I got from my brother this year was that at least my brother. My brother
who lives in Denver.
My brother. Yeah, sorry. No, my brother from Topeka.
He has big
Doesn't even like the NFL.
He's got big Payton takes.
Yeah. So he hated. I shouldn't say he hated. Not a fan of Russell Wilson
Yeah.
at all. And I think
said
that
that.
kind of superseded everything to the point where I wonder if a lot of Denver fans, like my brother at least, I think was going to cut every break he could for Sean Payton because he figured Sean Payton he took the job because he wanted the Denver job, but he had to try to make it work for Russell Wilson, and that wasn't going to work. The biggest thing, imagine though, Sean, that was the approval rating then. Let's remember that Sean Payton was traded to Denver for a 2024 third-round draft pick. Oh, no, but they sent the 2024 in exchange for the Broncos' first-round pick in 2023 and a second-round pick this year.
Yeah.
So you would have given up a first-rounder and a second-rounder this year for a third-rounder from the Saints.
And Sean Payton. Yeah. That's glad we didn't do it.
No compensation required for DeMeco.
Nope. Just whatever Cal's paying him, 6-year deal and whatever he's paying him, and it's worth every damn penny. DeMeco Ryans' approval rating, real quick. A year and 4 days ago today by Texan fans, 97.6%. Here's what I wrote. Not much to say here. DeMeco Ryans would be a massive home run and would single-handedly make the last 2 seasons of suffering almost worth it if it begat getting him as the team's next head coach. Let's make this happen, Nick and Cal.
Okay, so if it comes to DeMeco Ryans' approval rating right now, if you were to do if you're going to get people down and have them put on record, it would be 100% unanimous. I think if we got everybody in a room, which is like honestly during the pregame show or whatever, in our events we get to talk to people face to face without a digital record of it. I think people are going to be, they were going to approve DeMeco this year no matter what. I think the thing that really put it over the top, maybe this is more me than anybody else, was just how clean everything was from a game management perspective.
Yeah. Yes.
There were 2 big issues that people had. One was deciding to kick that field goal. I don't know if that was a big issue or not. Kicking the field goal at the end of the Jaguars game, that was a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment.
Yeah.
It was such a long 4th and 8. It wasn't a slam dunk decision. I'll say 3. There was the pass. There was the pass to convert that was intercepted in the Bengals game.
Yep.
And then there was, which blame Slowick, blame DeMeco, whatever you want. And then really the biggest one for me was not challenging the Devin Singletary spot
in the playoff
in the final playoff game.
Yeah, I think that and that went and the announce team on the game ignored that. Like it was.
You know why?
Yeah.
You know why? And this is where I wonder about the game management side of it. Remember, the Texans rushed up to the line.
Yeah.
The Texans rushed up to the line almost like it was the Ravens that were going to challenge it or something.
Right. It was weird.
So I think my guess is that they had 2 plays called.
Yeah.
They were trying to go boom, boom, and hit them in quick succession.
Yeah.
And because of that, they didn't really stop and reflect on how bad a spot that was.
Yeah, it was a bad spot, no doubt.
And then they ran a really bad play.
Yeah, they got stuffed. Absolutely. All right, so happy Mecoversary, everybody. We'll celebrate it again later on today for sure. A year ago today, the Texans changed their franchise. Speaking of coaches, Bill Belichick, where could he end up? I would submit that Bill Belichick would be an upgrade for every single network covering the NFL in this capacity. We'll tell you what that is next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Your favorite hosts in Houston are
audiobook.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we will we'll circle back to the Texans in just a little bit later this hour. Got all the coaching staff back. Bobby Slowick, Gerard Johnson back. That's big news. CJ Stroud going to the Pro Bowl. We'll get to all that. We'll do headlines at the top of the hour. John McClain joins us about an hour from now. So it looks like this coaching cycle is going to close out with no Bill Belichick getting a job. Washington and Seattle are the only two jobs still open. Were you surprised by how little interest Bill Belichick seemed to get? It seemed it was Atlanta, and that was it for Bill Belichick as far as we know.
Yeah, honestly, my gut was if an owner is going to take into account fan reaction, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I have a hard time seeing a single. And to be clear, I don't think they should take fan reaction as the sole variable or anything. But in just trying to inject some new life into a fan base and everything, and not to mention what kind of a working relationship am I going to have with this guy, and how much is he going to help me sell the team? I feel like just from that aspect alone, there's nothing exciting about Bill Belichick. And maybe that's my own personal bias, but if I had the choice of a up-and-coming young offensive coordinator or a guy like DeMeco or something like that versus Bill Belichick, it just feels like it's like the extreme coaching retread with a guy that may indeed just now be past his useful life.
Yeah.
His useful life as a coach.
Yeah, I think, in general, I agree with you on that. I wouldn't have wanted Bill Belichick here. You and I have said that for a while now, when it looked like, and they have DeMeco here, so it's not even a conversation. But I think if it were a year ago, I don't think I would have wanted him here. I would have wanted that. I do think maybe there's some situations where Belichick might have excited a fan base. And I think of the Chargers, who eventually hired Jim Harbaugh, which I think is a great hire for them. They're coming off Brandon Staley, who was just such a boob. He was so incompetent, Brandon Staley. Yeah. And I think if it was Bill Belichick and he brought Josh McDaniels, who not a great head coach but a good OC, with him to coach Justin Herbert, and you're trying to kind of carve your way onto the landscape in L.A., like a crowded landscape. I think that's a situation where a fan base might have gotten excited about Belichick. Yeah. I think there are specific ones out there where it might have been a fit.
I think there's the thing with Belichick is that I know, without relitigating the whole Brady or Belichick and all that nonsense, I think sometimes maybe, obviously, Brady and Belichick as a team was the biggest element of all that whole Patriots way stuff and everything. But I think for Belichick, he was continually losing talent from his organization for 20 straight years. I think there was something to the fact that when, Ernie Adams, who was his longtime right-hand man, for going back to his college days, when Ernie Adams decided to retire. When Nick, I think maybe is a counterbalance to some of Belichick's tendencies too, in a lot of ways. I think Nick Caserio may have been, as a guy who had been with him that entire time, maybe it was a guy that could see some of Belichick's blind spots. And a lot of that stuff, the more under the radar stuff that you can't quite put your finger on, but were really his most noted and most long-time sounding boards. When you lose those guys and you're the age that he's at, how do you reclaim all that? How do you rekindle something? And it almost feels like it's a guy who's starting brand new from scratch, but at the age of 70 plus.
Yep. Yeah, McDaniels maybe goes at least part of the way of bridging that, but you're absolutely right. You're probably having to start from the ground up. Now, so I think it feels like maybe this is something people are talking into existence, like we've discussed earlier today about some things, Seth. But it feels like Belichick being on TV, fait accompli, perhaps. I don't know. It feels fait accompli. It does feel like people are kind of talking this into existence, where Belichick's going to wind up somewhere. Now, it's logical because he's probably going to get paid a lot of money to do a whole lot less work than he was doing as a head coach. Although Belichick does strike me as somebody who would put the prep time in to do this, to be good at this. He's a historian of the game, too, so I think he's got a lot to draw from. My contention, I was reading an article on Barrett Sports Media yesterday about where could Bill Belichick wind up. And as you're reading through the various outlets that cover the NFL, CBS, Fox, NBC, ESPN/ABC, even Amazon, maybe not Amazon so much from this standpoint, but the big four, ABC, CBS, Fox, NBC, they've all got coaches on the payroll right now. And I think from what I've seen in Belichick, in the brief times he's done television before, because I know there's a lot of people going to be like, have you seen him in press conferences? He sucks. He has no energy. Right. He wouldn't be that way on TV. He'd last 5 minutes. So he's or
it might be the best thing ever.
It might be, yeah. I don't think he's maybe.
If he was like that, yeah.
I contend, the main former head coaches they've got on these networks, on the studio shows and such, are Bill Cowher on CBS, Jimmy Johnson on Fox, Tony Dungy on NBC, and Rex Ryan on ESPN/ABC. I think there's a chance Belichick's better than all four of those guys.
I think that this is the thing. Those first three that you mentioned, Bill Cowher, Jimmy Johnson, and Tony Dungy, they're giving very surface-level analysis on game day. It's a bullet point here or there before the game. It's a quick take on what you saw after the game. And I don't know if, like as a viewer, I don't know if that's where I would want Belichick's expertise and wisdom kind of corralled, almost like it would be stifled. I don't think he doesn't really have enough time to expand on perhaps what he really wants to say. The Rex Ryan role where he's actually got some time to talk, and it's I don't know if he'd like being in that environment where it's a bit more of a debate, shouting at each other type environment. I don't know if that's the right spot for him, but I think that's where I'd rather see him.
Yeah, for sure. Yes, ESPN. Of the four big networks, ESPN/ABC, just call it Disney, or Fox would be my two, because they've got other platforms they could put him on where, throughout the week, and I don't know if he'd want to do that or not, but you brought this up during one of the breaks. Man, just get Mangini the hell off of Nick Wright's show and put Belichick on there instead. You know what I mean? Swap him out. On ESPN, and even on Fox, throw him on Cowherd like they did with Sean Payton all the time. I would love to listen to Cowherd talking to Bill Belichick for 15 minutes.
A weekly interview or something like that. Okay, all right. So if he's doing something like Jimmy Johnson and Bill Cowher and those guys do, where you're doing the studio desk, whatever. Those guys are barely allowed to get a word in edgewise, But if it includes that a longer interview, I'd prefer somebody else perhaps than Cowher, but that would be really good. Yeah, to where he actually has time to weigh in on things and give it. Belichick tells some great stories when he gets into those settings. That would be really cool.
What do you think on Amazon if they swapped out Herb Street for Bill Belichick?
No. I don't want him in a color commentator role.
Okay.
I think he would be better than Herb Street.
Okay.
For one. I do think he would be better than Herb Street. And I've got no issue with Herb Street. It's just Herb Street, it's very clear that Herb Street is an affable fellow who knows college football mostly and dabbles in the NFL.
If there's
I would really like his expertise on there.
Yeah.
I think I really would like if it was Belichick. See, this is where Belichick on the studio show for Amazon, where they get to devote all of that attention to that specific game.
Yes.
And talking beforehand, at halftime, afterwards, that would be really interesting.
That studio show could use him.
Get rid of Tony Gonzalez.
Gonzalez is very bland. Richard Sherman is okay. Andrew Whitworth is just kind of there, and Ryan Fitzpatrick has been all right. I think Fitzpatrick hasn't hit what I thought he would be on Amazon.
I like when Fitzpatrick and Sherman, they'll almost kind of start off on a sidebar and start to get into more of a technical conversation. Yeah. But they don't get overly technical.
Yeah.
I feel like if you add Bill Belichick to that mix, that might be really interesting.
I'd swap out. I'd get Gonzalez off the show. I can give her. You can do what you want with Whitworth. He's just not. There's nothing that he said on that show. I'm like, God, I got to get this intel from Andrew Whitworth. It might be there, but it's just too crowded of a show. If you did Fitzpatrick, Sherman, and Belichick, I think that would be a really, really good studio show.
Yeah, that could be good too. Yeah. And I think that would be I'm thinking about it from what Belichick's perspective might be, which is he doesn't want to be out there shouting a surface level take or something, or having to debate who's more elite, this guy or that guy.
Yeah.
And that interview format that you mentioned with Cowher, that's a good one.
Yeah. I think those would be some nice ancillary things for sure. And Fox and ESPN are really the only places you're going to be able to get something like that.
What about Greg Olson? What about him in a three-man booth with Greg Olson?
I would be down with that. Plunk Belichick down with Olson, and well, it'll be Burkhardt and Brady. Boy, there were people suggesting, how about you plunk Belichick down with Brady and Kevin Burkhardt and make it a three-man booth when Brady starts up next year? That's too much Patriot. That's too much Patriot.
It's too much Patriot.
It's too much Patriot.
I also don't like it. If they're going to have a three-man booth, you can't have both the color commentary guys be rookies.
Yeah.
Because it's hard. Like, they underestimate. It's weird. I don't understand how producers would mess this up. Like, they underestimate just how hard it is to do a three-man booth successfully. And especially, like, for veterans. And then if you throw two rookies in there that don't exactly know the flow and when to talk and all that, it makes it really, really difficult.
Yep. Someone says, put Belichick in that ridiculous forklift thing they had for Booger McFarland.
the Booger Mobile?
Yeah. The Belichick lift. Yes. All right.
What if they let Belichick control the sky cam?
Oh.
Where, like, he could just kind of go and look at anything in any specific moment or anything?
Dude, yeah, that would be interesting, just to see what tickles his fancy. Like, why is this camera on the left guard the entire first half? Like,
I would want to do some tests with him as a color commentator just to see how you put him with the pen in his hand.
Yeah.
You know, the telestrator. And I could almost see like a more dignified John Madden vibe almost, to where, like, but I could see him getting excited about it.
Yep.
Like when he'll have done the work, kind of like Madden used to, like, do film and everything, you know, for the 72 hours before. He'll have done the work, and when he sees something emerge in the game that he thought he might see, and he starts telestrating that would be really fascinating.
All right, the one thing this week that has Seth Payne's head about to explode. I need to discuss this through with Seth so we can find a sweet spot where Seth's head will no longer explode when people on TV say these three magic words: take the points. That is next.
No, dude, you can't agitate me as I'm about to go into a Kirk Holmes read. KirkHolmes.com.
Sorry, Kirk Holmes.
Yeah. Kirk Holmes, if you are looking to build.
Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast will do the top 8 stories, the 8 at 8 at the top of the hour. John McClain joins us at 8:25 on the show today. I'm reading a tweet from @Seth C. Payne at 4:21 p.m. yesterday, and it says, quote, "Seth, this tweet is 2 days old," end quote. And you say, "Yes, I'm searching take the points because it's driven me completely insane." So you, for those who don't know exactly what that means, in the NFC title game on Sunday, there was a couple instances, as we all know by now, that Dan Campbell decided to go for it on 4th down instead of kicking what would have been, for his kicker, fairly long field goals. And the commentators on TV, the various commentators on social media, at those junctures Kurt Warner, yeah.
Mike Florio, everybody.
So that's like Arya Stark. He's got a name of everybody he wants to kill.
And the argument is always, and look, there's plenty of arguments for why you should have kicked the field goal. Don't get me wrong. I'm not frankly, as it is in all these decisions, it's basically 50-50 in a lot of regards.
Not a no-brainer either way.
Coaches are actually going with their gut. Analytics has freed them up to go with their gut, and yet somehow people feel like the decisions are all being made by computers. The thing that drives me insane is, in that instance, in Rich Eisen, I'm actually doing a video with Rich. I got to cut up. I'll bring the audio tomorrow. Rich Eisen did a 10-minute segment on his show, and no fewer than 4 times he said take the points in regarding those situations where you're kicking a 45 and a 47-yard field goal.
That's right.
Take the points. And then they paint out a situation where, and then you have those 3 points, and you're either up by 3 scores or now you've tied the game with those 3 points, and everything plays out according to that scenario. And not a single freaking time did any of those people mention the fact that kicker is absolutely atrocious from 45-plus yards. And I know ESPN's showing his stats from 40 to 49 yards. Ignore them, because he falls off a cliff at 45 yards. Yep. He's a 50 in his career. That kicker is 54% from 45 to 50 yards. Yeah. And apparently, he's 77% from 40 to 49, but it's all in the low 40s. Yeah. He's a bad kicker. Yep. And yet, people will make the argument, well, take the points. Take the point. It's a coin flip. Yeah. It's just they're describing the decision as reckless. Yeah. Okay, by that standard, it's just as reckless to attempt the field goal. Right. That's what's driving me crazy.
Right. So the 3 words, take the points.
Yes, it's driving me insane.
It's driving Seth insane. So I thought about this yesterday. Is there a distance for a field goal? And it may be kicker specific, I understand that. But is there a certain point where saying take the points is acceptable? Obviously, for this kicker, 45 and 47 yards does not pass the test.
I think, okay, for one, Rich Eisen in his diatribe against Dan Campbell and how what lunacy it was for him to go for it, even though the odds actually favored him converting both those 4th downs more than the field goal with that kicker. He actually said this. He said, look, you did it in the first half. At the end of the first half, you chose to take the points. Yeah, you were on the 3-yard line, you dummy. It was a 20-yard field goal. Of course, then you can say take the points. I would say anything. I'd say anytime it's over 90%. No. It's not a distance. It's a combination of the probability that you'll make that field goal.
Yep.
Offset by also what's the situation in going for it?
Yep.
What's the other points? If you can do the math. If the math is relatively easy, take the points. Yeah. And in some circumstances, okay, if it was a 40-yard field goal, but it was 4th and 10. Yep. All right, take the points.
Okay. Yeah.
Versus a 50-yard field goal and it's 4th and 1. Okay. It's not so simple that you're just taking the points.
Okay. So there's no hard and fast rules with this thing, but there's sort of a general vibe based on the down and distance and the crappiness of your field goal kicker.
I'd say, honestly,
combination.
For me to ever be comfortable saying take the points, it's got to be a 90% probability of making it.
Okay.
So it's I've got a higher standard than some who just assume.
Like Steph Curry shooting free throws kind of thing.
Take the free throws.
So it's automatic, yeah.
If And it's that's it. And honestly, that's the only thing that gets me worked up about that is people acting like Dan Campbell did the dumbest thing on earth when really the math in that situation was pretty basic. Like analytics doesn't need to be brought into it.
Right.
It really doesn't.
Yeah,
painting that as analytics is basically painting your sixth graders. Math assignment as analytics. Yeah. It's like it's greater than or equal to,
right.
Like in basic probability.
Yes.
It's just simply that. But if you're in the business, this is why I worry for Rich Eisen, Sean. I worry that he's going to destroy his whole family this week. You know why?
Why?
Because if you think that 54% is a take the points.
Take the points, Seth.
I've got it. It's a slam dunk guarantee, and you're about to spend a week in Vegas. You're screwed, man.
Oh yeah.
This is how Vegas actually subsists.
Yep.
Is that there are so many people that actually think like, yeah, that's a slam dunk guarantee, a 54% probability.
You know what's funny about the Vegas thing is there were people know I like to play a little blackjack. People know that I like to use blackjack as a metaphor for certain things on this show. I've long said that before I hired an NFL head coach, I would sit down and play blackjack with him so I could see how he handles things situationally. And what was funny to me about the Dan Campbell thing is people were making jokes about Dan Campbell, like, oh, Dan Campbell probably hits on 18 at the blackjack table. Like, no, he was making a decision, as you point out, Seth, it's basically a coin flip. It's more like hitting on 16 when the dealer has a face card. Like, that is truly like a 50-50 thing, and it could go one way or the other. Like, and so people are like, boy, I'd hate to sit next to Dan Campbell at a blackjack table. Like, no, he's actually the guy you want to sit next to because he's got a code and he sticks by it, and he doesn't do weird things and change his decision-making patterns, which most blackjack players will tell you. If you're sitting next to somebody who one hand they're hitting on 16 against the face card, and then 2 hands later they're staying on 16 against the face card. Like, that's not the person Dan Campbell's actually the exact person you want to sit next to because he's got a code when it comes to the 50-50 things.
The other part about it too like for one, I just don't think it was nearly as reckless. Like of all of his gutsy decisions that you would make, the 4th and 3 when you're a team that and again, a lot of the articles you read about this are using like stock charts instead of like the actual things that the teams would use. And by the stock charts, it still makes sense to go for it. But by the Lions charts, the Lions, partly because they practice it so much, are very, very good at 4th and short yardage. Yeah. They're like at 70% converting 4th and 3 or less. So there's that. And then there's also the fact, the other thing that keeps getting brought up is, well, but if you kick the field goal there, then you've tied it at 17. And I'm trying to figure out in what world that wins you the football game. Yeah. And like where you're not going to have to go back and score more points. And mind you that in that game, by that point too, the 49ers had scored on 4 straight drives.
Right.
So the notion that somehow, we'll tie it, and that'll be awesome, right? And then you're going to hand the ball off so you're going to give the ball to the 49ers, and that you're not going to have to score any more points to win a game when it's tied 17-7.
Yeah.
I don't get that at all. It's driving me insane, Sean.
No, I don't feel any more confident that you're not going to have your head explode at some point in the next week or two.
See, this is somebody just trying to...
We didn't solve anything, I don't
Somebody's saying, how about you just take the guaranteed points? So I know you're trolling me, and yet people are saying that. Like, why don't you just take the guaranteed points?
People in influential positions in broadcasting are saying that. Yeah. Seth, would you like to tell the people... This is too good not to put out there. The name of the doctrine you'd like to put out there for accounting for quality of kicker?
Oh, the Agunbowale doctrine.
Yes.
Like that's the extreme. Remember, people, whenever you want to test yourself on something, take the extreme example.
Yeah.
So when Dare Agunbowale was the place kicker for the Texans for a good portion of a game, like basically almost anything the Texans did on 4th down in that game was like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
And yet somehow when it's in a kicker who just merely sucks as a kicker, then you're supposed to go back to like, well, no, I'm gonna because that's the other thing people keep saying to me. They're like, well, then they should have addressed that in the offseason. Yeah. But that's not really Dan Campbell's issue in the moment.
No.
Like, it's not like Dan Campbell's going to sit there on the sideline and be like, gosh, I guess I should just pretend that we actually have a good kicker here. I'm looking at this chart, and it's based on the average kicker. So I'm going to ignore the fact that we have a below-average kicker, and I'm going to consult the average kicker chart.
I do feel like if there's a head coach who had the ability to pretend something was way better than it actually is, it would be Dan Campbell. He's got a pretty rosy view of the world sometimes.
This is what's annoying me. Is that I think there are a lot of people in the media who think they're pretty smart when they discuss this stuff, even though they're being insanely stupid. And they're almost treating Dan Campbell like he's a poor dumb idiot who's been taken hostage by the nerds, and they're just like they're encouraging his worst tendencies. Yeah. They really are they're looking at Dan Campbell like he's a big dumb animal, as they are saying inanely idiotic things, and it's driving me insane. I need to defend Dan Campbell, damn it.
We're getting some good texts. Previous segment, we were talking about what Bill Belichick's role could be if he's not going to be coaching this year. First of all, someone asked, is this a hypothetical about Bill going on TV, or is it for real? It's hypothetical with a lot of smoke that it could happen and maybe should happen if he wants to pull a nice check this year. Bill Belichick should be a sideline reporter who can butt in whenever he wants. That would be a fun gimmick. So it's 3rd and 8 here. They're coming up to center. Hey, guys, let me just tell you something right now. Bill, they're about to snap the damn ball. Yeah, so... that'd be a fun role for Bill Belichick. Remove Florio from that awkward minute he has on Sunday Night Football. Place Belichick there. Boom.
That is a weird. The thing about Sunday Night Football is there's so many little things worked in. Like Florio's promoting his PFT and his Pro Football Talk, and then meanwhile Collinsworth has Pro Football Focus plastered all over that damn broadcast. Because he owns Pro Football Focus. He's got his son on there. It feels like a NASCAR production of some sort. Yeah. Like everybody should be wearing patches for who they're actually representing.
Yeah. The worst part is he got his kid the Notre Dame play-by-play gig. It just kills my Saturdays, man. Jack Collinsworth.
So he does the color commentary?
Play-by-play, yeah. Okay. And Jason Garrett is the color commentator. Dude, they're just I thought my alma mater had more stroke than that with their broadcast partner.
It's weird that they don't. I don't understand how there can be so many notable football players out of Notre Dame, and yet they keep hiring guys who didn't go to Notre Dame.
It's weird.
I get Drew Brees and everything. That makes sense, and yet I feel like there's got to be some pretty good Notre Dame alum there that would be good on the broadcast, and that the Notre Dame fans would really love.
Well, the weird thing is, through the years, it's not only that they haven't gotten Notre Dame people to be on there. It's that Drew Brees went to Purdue and destroyed Notre Dame a few times. Doug Flutie went to Boston College, which is Notre Dame's hated Catholic rival. Pat Hayden went to USC and was the color commentator for 10 years. Now, he was pretty good. And I will give all of them credit. They all get appropriately excited when Notre Dame does things. They don't show any sort of bias like that. But Jack Collinsworth actually went to Notre Dame, and he's the play-by-play guy. So these rules are not hard and fast.
Has Bettis ever been a part of the broadcast?
No.
I don't know if I'd like him as a color commentator.
No, I'd be willing to try.
What about Golden Tate?
What list are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at the list of Notre Dame Fighting Irish football greats.
Okay, give me some more.
What about Chris Zorich? I know he's not a Hall of Famer or anything, but he was a real bright guy, wasn't he?
Very bright guy, yeah. A classmate of mine, actually. Insane on the football field, but yeah, he's a bright guy. Law degree.
Yeah, but not is he not a great media presence?
I don't know. I don't think he's done anything. I don't think he's broadcasted before.
What about Zach Martin? Does he just be selfishly playing football instead of...
Yeah, he's continuing to play football. Now, Nick Martin's available, and we know Nick Martin. Boy, Nick Martin is a bundle of fun on the microphone. He's a real joy on the microphone. Nick Martin.
Is he not?
He was terrible in press conferences here. He was awful.
Yeah, I guess, but that's different, though, too. Oh, what about Bob Golick? Is he still alive?
Bob Golick.
Not Mike Golick, but Bob Golick.
I think so. I think he's still alive, yeah.
What about Mike Golick?
I'm a little surprised he hasn't gotten a shot at it, if you want to know
why the hell, especially once Mike and Mike broke up. I'm really surprised. They wouldn't, Mike, that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, for sure.
What the hell's wrong with them?
Yeah.
Why is Mike Golick not on the Notre Dame Broncos? I'm going to tweet this out right now. I'm going to get Mike some work,
man. The most random Seth Payne. And he's doing commentary on games on Westwood One. He's really good. So, yeah.
What about Brady Quinn?
Brady Quinn would be great. He'd be fun. Yeah. He'd be good, yeah.
He's a full-time broadcaster now.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a pretty good...
He's not so bad on the eyes either.
No, yeah. No, he's very handsome. I'm not afraid to say that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. John McClain joins us in about 25 minutes or so. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Let's get to the 8 at 8, the Ocho, your 8 stories to get the day started.
One.
Let's start with the Texans and some really good news. Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson, Seth, will both be back in 2024, reported yesterday afternoon. Slowick's report was the first one to drop, and it was Albert Breer who I saw first reporting it, so credit Albert Breer, saying that a few days ago, Bobby Slowick actually signed a new contract with the Texans that includes a raise. He'll be back in 2024. Of course, he was up for several of the jobs he interviewed for. Washington and Seattle, the only two still open. He interviewed with both of those teams, but Bobby Slowick is going to be back, and then literally like minutes later, is when the news of Gerard Johnson coming back as well dropped. So CJ Stroud in year 2 gets to really, really, truly build off of this great rookie year by getting his OC and his quarterbacks coach back.
Yeah, and I think, I saw somebody earlier texted and said that they don't see what the hubbub is about Bobby Slowick and being interviewed by all these teams, like why were teams so impressed with him. I think, honestly, if you look at the offensive performance as a total, it's not like they were a genuinely good offense or anything. It was just simply that they found a guy. If you're a team that's looking to find a young quarterback and you want somebody that can develop that young quarterback, they look at Bobby Slowick as the guy that potentially might be the key to that. And I think so. Whether or not that makes a good head coach, not our problem. Our issue is you've got a guy that was working really well with CJ Stroud, Gerard Johnson likewise. And he's done things that very, very few rookies have done as passers in the NFL. And he did it really without the benefit of much rushing attack at all for most of the season. So I just didn't want to disrupt that. Whether Bobby Slowick ends up being a good head coach or not, that affects me zero. Except I kind of hope he sucks as a head coach because then he comes back.
Second
He's
tour
like Josh
of duty.
McDaniels for a while,
That.
So you got a nice little deal going there.
Yep.
It's so just keeping that continuity for at least the first 2 years, and then maybe by the end of next year, CJ Stroud will be an absolute expert in the Kyle Shanahan / Gary Kubiak offense, and he can work with somebody else.
Yeah, and if Slowick gets a job, then that's an easy bump up for Gerard Johnson again, who again he will be back too as quarterback. So, and maybe that's how Gerard was looking at it too. Like, these OC jobs I'm interviewing for, either I'm not going to call plays or I'm going to a coach who's on the hot seat. And that's you really when you're interviewing for something that's not the head coach. Yeah, you really have to look at what the job security is like for the actual head coach you're going to be working for.
What's the job security for the coach? And two, I think for offensive coordinators, you have less control over your results than a defensive coordinator, just because the quarterback himself is so important. So, and I think that's where, guys like Bruce Arians were brilliant at selecting the right situations. Mm-hmm. It's amazing how Bruce Arians was. It wasn't like Roethlisberger and Andrew Luck and anybody else that Bruce Arians worked with were going to be trash quarterbacks if they didn't have Bruce Arians. Yep. And so this puts Gerard Johnson in a spot where, all right, his first shot at OC might be next year with the Texans with CJ Stroud, who will be hopefully still very good, but also still ascending as a young quarterback. So you get some credit for that.
2.
All right, speaking of CJ Stroud, he was named to the Pro Bowl yesterday, named to the Pro Bowl games. So he will be the third Houston Texan that will be in Orlando this weekend. Starting tomorrow, they're doing all the fun games tomorrow, things like passing precision and tug of war and all that good stuff. That's really what the Pro Bowl games are, for those who aren't aware. They don't play a football game anymore. That's tomorrow. They do play flag football, and that'll be on Sunday this weekend.
I don't like that at all.
Yeah, I don't want
flag football.
Laramie Tunsil, Will Anderson, and C.J. Stroud are going to this thing. The only one I want participating in anything is C.J. Stroud in the target practice, because I want him to win that badly. To your point, Seth, you made a great point, so that free agents can watch up close at the Pro Bowl just how accurate he is.
Yeah, I'm just as soon as we said that earlier on, a bunch of people pointed out the various times that awful quarterbacks dominated the accuracy competition.
It'll look different with CJ.
That's the thing. I don't need it to be a predictor of success or anything. I just need other potential free agents to look at CJ and be like, oh, yeah,
look at the ball.
That's that magic that I've seen.
That's it.
Yeah,
look at the ball come off. He barely flicks his wrist, and that thing is just...
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes. I don't need Will Anderson getting injured in the dodgeball competition.
No, I don't. Will Anderson, here's the thing about Will Anderson. Whatever it is he participates in, he's going to go 150% balls to the wall, and I just don't need that. I don't need him hurting his ankle in dodgeball,
Are you more worried in some respects that doing a competition like this that is outside of what you normally do but doing it in a really competitive situation might be actually way more dangerous than playing football.
Maybe. Better
like you're running full speed, especially if they do the dodgeball, if they do the thing where you have to run out to the center to grab the ball itself at the beginning, I'm going to be pissed. They can't be that dumb to do that, right?
I hope not. God, I hope not.
3.
Continuing with CJ Stroud. They may just rename the Houston Sports Awards the CJ Stroud Sports Awards after last night. It was a celebration of Stroud as at the Houston Sports Awards. Great event, by the way. Things looked fantastic. The event went very smoothly. It was a good congrats to Daniel Gotera and the folks from the Harris County Houston Sports Authority. Really good event. 7th Annual Houston Sports Awards. CJ Stroud took home 3 of the major awards. Newcomer of the Year on the Houston sports scene, Athlete of the Year on the Houston sports scene, and then the drafting of CJ Stroud and Will Anderson back-to-back was voted the moment of the year in Houston sports.
That's a good moment. That was a very unique moment. It was an unexpected moment. That was that was really cool just because it wasn't even, you might have an unexpected moment in a game, but it's still like obviously something that can happen in a football game. I didn't expect that one bit that was even possible that the Texans were going to trade all the way back up to 3.
Yeah, you know what that was, and it's appropriate we bring this up, I guess, on the anniversary of the Texans hiring DeMeco Ryans. Whereas DeMeco Ryans, maybe the moment you read the tweet that he was going to be the head coach, it hit a certain kind of way. But it was more of a slow burn because there had been rumors, and then it got to be heavy rumors, and then he was the coach, and then you have a press conference. There was a suddenness to CJ and Will getting drafted that felt like a surprise party of some sort. You know what I mean?
The only warning we had was when Daniel Jeremiah in his final mock draft predicted that the Texans would draft. And now looking on that in hindsight, obviously he got some kind of
maybe he got a voicemail from Cal.
I mean, there's no way. Yeah, there's no way in hell he didn't get a tip off there. There's no way in hell he would have predicted. I'm just going to think of this random thing that's never probably actually happened this way before is going to happen today.
We got to go back and find that. You know what? I'm going to do that during the break.
I did a reaction video on it on my YouTube.
Did you?
And the best part of it was that some people mistakenly thought that I had predicted it. So I was getting credit for it.
Ride that till she bucks you. Yeah.
The thumbnail said something like, we're going to get both. And a lot of people just saw the thumbnail and were like, this guy's brilliant.
Hey, man.
This guy's plugged in.
Yeah. You didn't lie and say that was your idea. You just
no. The title is Daniel Jeremiah Predicts.
Right.
Just goes to show you how people don't actually read anything. They see pictures and 3 big words.
Yes.
Yeah.
4.
Okay, speaking of other coaching news, Ben Johnson, who was kind of like Bobby Slowick was this year, he was that a year ago, where he took a couple interviews, decided to go back. Bobby Slowick got a little further down the interview process than Ben Johnson did last year. But the OC for the Detroit Lions, for the second straight year, is choosing to go back to Detroit. I think what's interesting with that, Seth, is that Ben Johnson choosing to go back to Detroit and Bobby Slowick choosing to come back to Houston on a new contract happened within about 2 hours of each other, and both were thought to be big-time candidates for the open Washington position right now.
I like that. I don't know. I don't quite know what to think about what this means for Washington, other than that it doesn't appear that Washington had actually offered anybody a job yet.
Right.
So it's not like people are turning down jobs. I think that Washington dragging it out might end up hurting them in that at least 2 of the ostensibly good candidates, I mean, they've been interviewed multiple times. Washington was on it. They were flying on their way to Detroit, but not to offer him the job, to interview Ben Johnson again, but to also interview Aaron Glenn.
That's right.
So in taking their time, though, now 2 organizations have been able to say, hold on a second. Here's a boatload of money. How about you take your name out of the ring? And so I wonder if if Washington, in trying to be cautious about this, ends up hurting some of their potential.
Yeah, it's a good question. I wonder who's getting the job. Like Bobby Slowick and Ben Johnson were the 2 top guys on the futures board. And so I wonder, I know Mike McDonald's interviewing for it. You mentioned Aaron Glenn. They might wind up with a defensive guy up in Washington.
The other part of it is I do enjoy the fact that it seems like increasingly these offensive coordinators are becoming like the college football or college baseball players, where they just decide whether or not to enter the draft in a given year.
Yeah.
They're just like, I'm going to wait until the timing's right.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Because I know like pitchers they'll feel like, if I don't get, except they'll actually get drafted and choose not to. Yeah.
The thing I love about this is people, when Ben Johnson decides to go back yesterday, all the experts start going, well, that's a smart move because these jobs could be available next year. Like, okay. Like, we're
going to do that again, just like the whole reason
what
that
jobs are going to be available next year. You know, Mike McCarthy, if they flunk out in the playoffs, like Jerry Jones might fire Mike McCarthy, and then you could be the cow. Yeah, you could be. But if that's what you're waiting for, like you're going to sit around and wait for the Cowboys job?
It's the whole waiting for Caleb Williams dynamic.
Yeah.
Maybe the Texans should have just waited for Caleb Williams because they're going to be the worst team in the league next year.
Right.
Don't you know?
Right.
5.
Other coaching news: Arthur Smith, former head coach former OC for the Titans, former head coach for the Atlanta Falcons. He is the new offensive coordinator in Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh gets a new OC. Here's Ian Rappaport on the hire of Arthur Smith in Pittsburgh.
Contract being finalized as we speak. Yeah, this is happening. And I think for Arthur Smith, he had a lot of opportunities. He was going to be an OC somewhere. Culturally, this makes a lot of sense. And look, I think the fact that the Steelers are who they are as an organization, a organization that really does it right, sort of one of the model franchises, I would say, in the NFL, as Mike continues to get his piece of paper. One of the model franchises in the NFL. The fact that Arthur Smith can go there and be part of that was big. But learning from Mike Tomlin, understanding that culture, what he does inside the locker room. Arthur Smith is someone, yes, he's going to be a very good offensive coordinator, wants to be a head coach again. This is a perfect person to work with, learn from, and then get ready for his second opportunity and probably score some points in the process.
Okay. That tells me that Ian Rappaport is tight with whoever represents Arthur Smith. A lot of campaigning going on there, and at the very beginning, they're finalizing the contract as we speak. Well, who else would know that other than the representation for Arthur Smith or the Pittsburgh Steelers? Yeah. But the Nugget Hussies, they get it from the agent. So
like if you look at the last year that Arthur Smith was just an offensive coordinator in 2020.
Yeah.
The Titans finished 5th in DVOA offensively.
Yeah.
They're a very good offense. They had a big hammer that was Derrick Henry as well for 2019 and 2020, and Arthur Smith knew how to use them. As I was making my case for Derrick Henry this morning, I was looking up some stats, and I wanted to show that he still has a really good run after the yards after contact. He's still, amongst the free agents, he's still the best of the notable guys with yards after contact. He was second in the league in rushing, all of that. Like Najee Harris, statistically, is in the same category in a lot of ways in terms of physical running style and what have you that Derrick Henry was when Arthur Smith had him with the Titans. So it'll be, I think, Pittsburgh probably looks at Arthur Smith as like, yep, this is the guy we need. And if you want to get the most out of Kenny Pickett or whomever else, we got to really be old school, run the hell out of the football, also and set up play action, and this is our kind of guy. I'm way more bullish on him as an offensive coordinator. I think he's the classic guy who just might not have the personality to be a head coach or what have you, but really is in his element as an OC.
Yeah, absolutely.
6.
All right, Patrick Mahomes went on our sister station, which happens to be 610 Sports Radio in Kansas City, on the afternoon show there, Carrington Harrison's afternoon show. And he appears on there, I believe, weekly. And he explained, Patrick Mahomes did, the whole pregame dust-up with Ravens kicker Justin Tucker, in which Justin Tucker was doing some of his warm-up kicking in Kansas City territory in the pregame, and in the eyes of Mahomes and Travis Kelce and others, getting in the way of the Chiefs' pregame practice ritual. Here was Mahomes on that yesterday.
We saw Justin Tucker comment on it yesterday. Can you explain to us what happened before the game?
Yeah, no, I mean, it became a bigger deal than I think it actually was, but at the same time, I mean, I've had like 7 years of kind of doing that same warm-up routine, and there's only been, I think, like 3 occasions where there's been a kicker that wasn't because you usually talk to the guys, there's been a kicker that wasn't necessarily moving out the way, or you weren't kind of sharing the field in the right way, and I mean, it was in Baltimore all 3 times. So he does that little stuff, I think, to try to get under our skin. And I asked him to move his stuff, and he got up and moved it, I think, 2 inches, but didn't move it out of the way. And I was going to kind of let it slide, but Travis kind of got it and moved it for me. And then after that, I wasn't going to let him put it back down. So it's something that we move on. I mean, I have a lot of respect for him as a player and as a kicker. One of the best kickers of all time, probably the best kicker of all time. But at the same time, you got to have respect for each team, and we all share the field, and we try to do that in a respectful way.
James Palmer talked about this with Steve Weish on the NFL Network, and James Palmer's understanding from talking to people was that, yeah, the Ravens are, and Tucker himself apparently just kind of this is known that this is what he does. Yeah, I'm going to swing back. As much as I hate to do it, I got to swing back in favor of Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
And damn it, Travis Kelce. Damn it.
My favorite was the way he laid out that it's happened multiple times to him. Like he laid it out.
It was always Baltimore.
The way he laid it out, it's happened. It's happened 3 times. Oh, really, Patrick? Which 3 times? Well, let's see. One was Justin Tucker. The other was Justin Tucker. And then the third time, let me think. It was Justin Tucker. He's all 3 times now that I think about it. So okay.
I'm here getting ready for the Super Bowl, and I'm talking about my idiot kicker back in Baltimore.
Yeah.
He's like doing a weird Peyton Manning at the Pro Bowl.
Peyton was right. All the kickers are idiots. They're all stupid.
7.
Yeah, I don't know. As it is with everything Travis Kelce, it's just harder to approve of it when it's Travis Kelce. That's the whole thing. Everybody's getting it wrong with the whole Taylor Swift thing. It has very little to do with Taylor Swift herself.
Yes.
It's that she's Travis Kelce's girlfriend.
I think even the people that think it's Taylor Swift, it's actually Travis Kelce. They just don't realize it.
They don't realize how much it's the fact that she's the combo with Travis Kelce that's driving her insane.
All right, let's do a quick number 7 here. 56 million people watched the NFC title game on Fox. 4th most watched non-Super Bowl in Fox history. I say all that to say business is good. Let's get to 8. Story from TMZ yesterday. I'm going to tell you, Seth, right now, when I see a headline on TMZ, racehorse tests positive for meth, PETA wants trainer banned, that's going to wind up in the Ocho, man. I'm just telling you right now. A racehorse tested positive for meth after a winning run in Ohio, which of all the states that you're going to get your good meth in, New Mexico, Breaking Bad, and then Ohio, because Ohio. The trainers, PETA is really angry because the horse called Gardus Legacy A was given a blood test after winning a race at the MGM Northfield Park back in September, came back positive for D-methamphetamine, a Class 1 Category A offense, according to the U.S. Trotting Association. The trainer got suspended. The trainer got suspended. Samuel Shikali is his name. Suspended for a year and ordered to pay a $1,000 fine. PETA says it's a slap on the wrist. Do you agree that a 1-year suspension and a $1,000 fine is a slap on the wrist for a trainer who heps up his horse on meth?
That horse was probably having the time of its life.
Right?
Are you kidding me? Especially trotting. I'm just surprised that they would use meth for trotting. Horse people, tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, part of the trotting, it takes, the horse has to restrain itself from, they're going around, there's a whole lot of more, you're not just running balls to the wall.
Oh, you're saying the trotters races where they're pulling those carriages and whatnot?
I thought so, yeah, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's the U.S. Trotting Association is the governing body over this.
Yeah.
I don't know if this was an actual, horse race or a trotter's race.
What if the horse had ADHD?
Yeah.
Back off, PETA. You want that thing to be out there with its brain all scattered, trying to run a race? Well, trying to race. Well, what's that?
That's Adderall. That's not.
Yeah, which is methamphetamine.
Oh, is Adderall? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that. Wow. Learn something new every day.
Your eyes lit up.
Yeah. Okay.
About to get myself a fictitious child.
Yeah. The horse did win the race, but they had to give back the $4,500. Dude, a race where the winnings are $4,500 and you're hepping the horse up on meth. What are you doing?
I like that they pointed out that PETA is angry after this horse race as opposed to any horse race.
Like PETA has been standing down for 10 years now, and this finally reawoke them.
Wait a second. Yeah. Is that burger cooked medium rare? Now I'm angry.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. John McClain joins
us. Wait a second.
Yeah.
How many baby seals is that jacket made of?
Yeah.
It better not be more than 5, because I'm going to be angry then.
Right. Now PETA's setting boundaries. Yeah. All right, John McClain's going to join us next. You're going to want to tune into this. I'm looking at John's Twitter account, and news dropping regarding John today and his future with the station that we will get into with John. And we'll also talk about the Super Bowl and mix some football in with him as well. John McClain joins us next.
In the Loop.
This team has $34 million more than they had in 2022. Why are we I don't want to spend that money?
Because the pool of free agents that
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. And joining us right now on the hotline is the Hall of Famer, our good friend, senior columnist at SportsRadio610.com, John McClain, joining us on the show. John, good morning. I mentioned going into the break your Twitter thread that you have going on right now. So we'll touch on this heading into the segment here, and we'll certainly touch on it on the way out. But this will be the last appearance you do with us here on Sports Radio 610 in this role that you're in. This probably won't be the last time people hear your voice ever on the station, but your role here is going away. So I'll let you touch on the elephant in the room right out of the chute.
Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for having me. You know, I've been on 610. I wanted to, the way I got on there was Moose Rosenfeld, whose dad, Dickie, founded the station decades ago. Moose had tried to hire me a couple times from KTRH. And the Texans had been born in 99, and they were 610, all the stations were competing to get the broadcast rights. And I called Bob McNair and I said, do you know which station y'all are going with? He said, well, I couldn't tell you that. And I said, well, if you had an opportunity to go to Sports Radio 610, would you do it? And Bob says, well, let me talk to Jamie. That'd be Jamie Roots, who was doing all the business.
Mm-hmm.
And he called me a couple of days later, and he said, what was the question you asked? I said, if you were on the radio at KTRH, would you move to KILT-AM, which is what it was called then? And he goes, yes, I would. I said, enough said, thank you. So that's how I ended up at 610 with Moose Rosenfeld. And I've been treated like royalty for 24 years, and I've done 39 years in radio. Jerry Trippiano, who was here at the Houston Sports Awards last night, was a great event. Congratulations to Warren Moon, Cynthia Cooper, Lance Bergman for their induction. And I saw more than 20 former Oilers came back that I hadn't seen in forever. And I'd made an introduction about hockey, the 50th anniversary of the Arrows, and Jerry Trippiano came in from New England, and it was great seeing him, introducing him, and Jack Stanfield, who played such big roles with that organization. And so I started going on with Trippiano in '76 when we were traveling with the Arrows, and then he put me on a lot on KTRH. Then he hired me for a weekly gig in 1985. And so it's been a great 39-year run. I still do weekly shows in Nashville, Knoxville, Las Vegas, San Antonio, Austin, and Waco. And so I'll still be talking, tweeting, and thank you guys for treating me as well as you have. You've been great to be on with. And Sean, I'm going to miss our Utopia football podcast. We got one more to record.
Yep. Looking forward to it, John.
I'm just glad we were able to work long enough, John, to where I stopped being so psychotic all the time. So you've seen a different side of me. Yeah.
I think that's called getting older.
Yeah,
probably.
Well, what and then what do you have going on with the Pro Football Hall of Fame in the immediate future?
Well, next Thursday, next Thursday, 8 days, we'll find out on the NFL Honors Show who's in the class of 2024, and I'm keeping my fingers and my toes crossed that Andre Johnson finally makes it. I made my presentation. I did everything I could, just like the first 2 years, and hoping the third year will be a charm for Andre, because it'd be great, him being the first Texan. And there's a lot of competition every year with Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt, but I'm hoping Andre makes it because he's so deserving, and knowing what it would mean for him and the Texans, because I believe that Andre, as I told their selection committee, embodies what we want in a Hall of Fame player in every way, on and off the field. Now, when I say off the field, we don't care what they do away from football, but off the field means in the locker room, in the position rooms, at practice. And as you guys know, there's never been anybody better than that than Andre Johnson. And last night when he was making a presentation, I'm trying to remember who it was that said he should be in the Hall of Fame. He made it, I think it's Chester Pitts. They made a presentation, and everybody cheered because they agreed that Andre should be in the Hall of Fame. 8 more days.
Yep.
And we'll find out.
We'll find out. Yeah, we can't wait. John McClain joining us here on Sports Radio 6. Now, John, you mentioned the Sports Awards last night. I thought it was great. You did a great job with your presentation. Thought the ceremony was awesome. And maybe it's just recency bias, and maybe it's the fact that I love CJ Stroud. I don't remember an athlete getting these singular, just like most different than everybody reactions to all the things that had to do with CJ Stroud. Not just the awards when they announced his nomination, when he actually got the awards, when his highlights were shown. It was a real indicator to me of just how dominant he is in this town right now, I thought.
Well, I'm hoping that next year the Texans will win more awards, even though it's going to be a much tougher schedule. I'm hoping Andre Johnson will be honored for being in the Hall of Fame. And I'm pretty sure CJ Stroud is going to become like an annual winner. We know he'll be nominated in a bunch of the categories. Maybe Will Anderson will be too. And one of the things I always like at the Houston Sports Awards is the moment of the year, because we have so many big ones. And I think Framber Valdez didn't win for his no-hitter, wasn't it, when Will Anderson was drafted right behind CJ?
That was the moment of the year, the drafting of Stroud and Will Anderson, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to all the winners. They did put on a great show, and it was great seeing so many people there I hadn't seen in years.
Hey, John, let me ask you, I know we've talked to you about this before, and just how much you love working and just staying active and everything. Like, is there, and I'd imagine you're going to continue to do a boatload of different things in sports media. Was there ever a point where you consciously decided, like, okay, now retirement's not for me? I just like doing this too much?
Well, truthfully, Seth, when I retired from the Chronicle after the 2022 draft, my goal was to stay on 610 for one more season to see if the Texans were going to be any better. And then I was going to ride off into the sunset. And then Mattress Mac called me immediately and wanted me to write as a columnist for Gallery Sports, which was created. We did that for 10 months before he pulled the plug. And then Parker Hillis from 610 asked me if I'd write a column for the website to kind of beef up the website. And that turned into 4 columns, sometimes 5, and asked me, hey, would you do a podcast? And I said, well, Sean, I said, sure. And that grew to 3. And so I got back into it. And one of the reasons I liked writing with Brandon Scott, being the boss at the website, is I could write about the Astros. I could write about anything I wanted, still mostly about football. And I had so much fun doing that. There was no deadlines. And I really liked the fact there was no paywall. So anything I wrote, whether people liked it or not, at least they could look at it for free. And that was a Stole Mattress Max free phrase. And so I had so much doing that for the website that, I told Carol, and she always wanted me to work. She didn't want me around the house more and didn't want me traveling with her. And so I said, well, you just travel and I'll stay here, take care of Shadow, our cat. And so I had a blast doing it. And so I'm not going to be doing it anymore. It's very sad, but I understand it. I've seen a lot of my friends get laid off, and I certainly understand the nature of the business.
John McClain joining us for his weekly visit. John, before we get you out of here, and I don't mean like get you out of here. I mean like for this segment, John. I'm not being cute with you right now. Before we get you out of here from this segment, I'm sure people want your thoughts on this Super Bowl with the Chiefs and the 49ers, and your early thoughts on Mahomes versus Purdy here.
I'm not doing something that I did in the last 2 rounds. I picked the Bills to beat the Chiefs in Buffalo. I picked the Ravens to beat the Chiefs in Baltimore. No way am I picking against the Chiefs, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, and that great defense coordinated by Steve Spagnuolo. So I'd love to see the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan win, because still a lot of people from the Texans organization in that organization and on Kyle's staff since he was here for 4 years. I want them to win, but I think it's going to be Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Today is the 1-year anniversary of DeMeco Ryans getting hired, John. Did you know that? It's Meco-versary.
I did not realize
yes,
that.
It's
one of the great. Probably right now, the way we look, well, Gary Kubiak, when he got hired, was great. Nothing will ever beat the day in which in Atlanta the franchise was awarded to Houston. But the way DeMeco started off, I truly believe that the Texans are going to win a Super Bowl. They may have to go there first and lose, but I truly believe it because the organization is in such good hands with Hannah and Cal McNair and Janice McNair, the controlling owner who I talked to before games, and she's doing great. And then with Nick Casario and DeMeco and Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson. Getting new contracts is a great thing. You letting your coaches know, we will take care of you if you do a great job here. So everything is looking up for the Texans, and I can't wait for the offseason to start in March.
Yeah, this is the most built to last, I feel like, the organization's ever been. Do you feel like that's fair, John? Like, they've been in good spots before, but this feels like they're in a good spot that could go for a long, long time here.
Absolutely. Gary Kubiak never had a great young quarterback to develop. Matt Schaub was his best quarterback, and they had injuries. And then when Bill O'Brien won, he was constantly feuding with people behind the scenes, so there was no excitement over that. But there's a buzz at NRG Stadium that I would imagine is as good a buzz as there is around the NFL, because people are so fired up, and that's in administrative under Greg Grissom, personnel under Nick Caserio, everybody on the same page, pulling in the same direction.
John McClain, the great John McClain, joining us in this spot for the last time, but I'm sure we'll hear from John again here down the road and in the future. And, John, I look forward to doing our last Utopia podcast tomorrow, and we've always enjoyed these segments, and we will certainly be seeing you around, my friend.
I do too, Sean. Thank you very much. Seth, thank you very much. I'll see you guys when I see you.
Sounds good, John.
Thanks,
Appreciate
John.
that. Appreciate that. John McClain joining us for his final segment with us here on the show today. All right, up next, the coaching process in the NFL. We've gotten a pretty good education, the coach hiring process in the NFL. We've gotten, I think, a pretty good education on it as Texan fans over the last few weeks with Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson. Did the way the process lay out torpedo the two teams that lost in the conference title games this weekend? That is next.
When you call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222, they will answer 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That means nights and weekends, too, because Mokaram Law knows that accidents don't just happen on your normal work schedule. So if you've been the victim of a car accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve compensation. Your work has been disrupted. Your child care schedule is all messed up, and it can be really, really stressful and sometimes overwhelming. Mokaram Law knows that, and they want to make it as simple and easy as possible to get you on board and get the process started and get you the compensation that you deserve. Just give them a call at 281-222-2222. You can go to their office for that first consultation. They can come.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I got to ask you something, Seth. We're part of this. Like, we got 2 weeks till the Super Bowl, so there's still some digging out from this weekend. And what were two, I would say, pretty noteworthy conference title games. A lot of like mini storylines inside the big storylines. One of the things I was just thinking about yesterday, and I've seen some chatter about this too, the two teams that lost this weekend, the Ravens in the AFC and the Lions in the NFC, they had both of their coordinators. Both of those teams had coordinators who were immersed in the head coaching hiring cycle this time around to varying degrees. Like Ben Johnson was one of the hottest candidates, interviewing with everybody. Yeah. Aaron Glenn seems to be getting a lot of runs still. He's still in the running for Washington. Mike McDonald, the DC, and those are the two coordinators for Detroit, Johnson and Glenn. The two coordinators for Baltimore. Todd Monken had got some interviews, but I don't know that he was a prime candidate. And then Mike McDonald is right there in the mix right now for Washington as well. He's the DC for Baltimore. I would say, like, of those four units, like offense, defense for the Ravens and the Lions, like Monken was terrible. Mike McDonald was not too bad. I thought Ben Johnson made some pretty crucial tactical errors during that game.
I'd say, the fourth and shorts where the 49ers have the worst short yardage rushing defense in the league, and he chose to pass both times.
Well, in the run
in a game where they were running all over him,
Well, and then he runs on 3rd and goal in the last minute of the game, and they don't get it. You got to use a timeout, and the game's basically over.
Yeah.
Aaron Glenn, got kind of run over in the second half of that football game. Do you believe that the distraction of looking at all these jobs factors in at all when it comes to these guys?
Okay, so and then we'd have to add, that Bobby Slowick in the game against the Ravens interviewed the day of the game.
Yep.
The thing there was that both he, Todd Monken, and Mike McDonald, the coordinators who weren't head coaches in that game, all interviewed that same day. So I guess maybe it's a wash in that instance.
Yeah, I think it was the Friday before the game that they interviewed.
Okay.
Like the day before
I thought that
the
there
game.
were anyway. Regardless, they interviewed that weekend.
Yep.
I think it's almost impossible that it doesn't have some effect on you just because you're adding one extra stressful situation to a day that's already stressful. And I don't think it would have an extreme effect or anything, but you always just wonder, all right, man, you've only got so much mental sharpness in you in a day.
Mm-hmm.
And are you emptying that cup a little bit to the point where you're just not quite as quick as you otherwise would have been?
Yeah.
If you're a chess master, do we have any chess masters in the audience? I'll only take the highest levels of chess master. Whatever they are. What is there, Grand Chess Master or something? I don't know. All right, I would imagine you get tired as the day goes on, right? If you're playing multiple chess matches,
probably.
And that first interview or two, those could be like chess matches, and all of a sudden you've got the third chess match, and maybe your guy, the opponent on the other side, doesn't have a chess match that day.
I think
that's that's the thing now. These chess people, they're all working out extra hard and watching the nutrition like athletes.
Yeah. That's true.
They're putting buzzers up their butts too, apparently.
Apparently. So yeah, I wonder if the NFL is going to do kind of like what college tries to do with like dead periods. I don't know if you could do it when you're talking about guys going for jobs, but like, I don't know, put like a dead period in place for the NFL where you just can't make any hires. I mean, there'll still be a ton of wink hires and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I feel like sometimes the good teams this is detrimental to the good teams.
Some kind of moratorium.
Yeah.
I don't know what the solution is. It's one of those things that maybe the league doesn't care about, but I feel like it's anything that creates either distrust or bad feelings between a fan base and its team that doesn't need to be there.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a remedy for it, like, go ahead and try to fix it.
Yeah.
Like any kind of perception that these guys just don't have their head in the game or they're being selfish or anything. I just feel like if there's a somewhat easy remedy, then go for it. I think the thing you can't do, because I see, listeners will say this sometimes, and I understand it and I get it, but they'll want their team to prohibit guys from interviewing. The problem with that is that then you will choke off your pipeline of talented young coaching candidates immediately.
Yes.
Because the best and smartest and the brightest, it'd be like if you're if you're Harvard University and you decide that, like, and by the way, you have to stay here for graduate school and medical school. I don't know. Maybe that's a bad example because people are like, okay, cool. Or you have to be a professor for 5 years after you graduate.
That's the analogy.
Making professor salary instead of going into finance or whatever. They're going to have, like, all of a sudden, a boatload of people aren't going to want to go there.
Yes, you can't become a corporate attorney till you're 34 years old or something.
Yeah, that would be the one. Yeah. This money grubbing. They're not the ponytail lawyer that Sammy is. Sammy's got ethics. Sammy's got integrity.
He actually... way more than his old man, I'll tell you that.
You hear that, Sammy's new firm?
That's right. They listen. They listen for sure. I found the trade, Seth. This goes back to earlier in the show. The moment of the year at the Houston Sports Awards was the drafting of CJ Stroud and Will Anderson back-to-back. And you pointed out earlier in the show that Daniel Jeremiah was the one NFL analyst, draftnik, that the day before the draft, April 26th is the date of this article. I think the draft was on April 27th. Daniel Jeremiah puts out his last mock draft. It has the Texans taking C.J. Stroud at 2 and the Texans trading up from 12 to 3 to take Will Anderson. And here's the mock itself is very, very brief in terms of the what Daniel Jeremiah has in there. But he did a video about it where they kind of this article aggregated some of what he said in the video. In NFL Network draft analyst Daniel Jeremiah's fourth and final mock draft, he has the Cardinals making a trade and moving from the number 3 overall pick, but it is with a team never suspected previously. While teams like the Colts, the Raiders, and the Titans have been targeted as the most likely to move up with Arizona, Jeremiah predicts the Texans will trade from number 12 overall to make 2 consecutive picks. The Texans take Ohio State quarterback C.J. Stroud second overall, and then take Will Anderson with the pick from the Cardinals. Cardinals move back to 12 and then acquire multiple selections, which they actually moved up from 12 to 6 to draft Paris Johnson. Here was the estimate on the trade. See how close he got this. Daniel Jeremiah estimates the Cardinals would get pick 12, which they got. Give me a ding for that, Ben. They got pick 12. Ding. They got pick 33. A third-round pick. I don't think they got that. They got a 4th-round pick, I think, in the deal, if I'm not mistaken. And then the big pick that ended up going in the deal was the Texans' 1st-round pick. Daniel Jeremiah thought it would only be their 3rd-round pick in the deal. So Daniel Jeremiah thought it would essentially cost a 2nd-rounder this year, a 3rd-rounder this year, and a 3rd-rounder next year.
Yeah.
It wound up costing them a 2nd-rounder in 23, their 1st-round pick in 24, and then there was a swap of some day 3 picks going on at the bottom. But the big ones were the 2 in 23 and then the Texans' first pick this year.
As much as he nailed the actual, where the picks ended up for the Texans, if he had suggested the actual price, he would have gotten a lot of criticism for it being unrealistically high.
It would have been, that might have been the tell that he felt like he knew something. You know what I mean?
If he were to actually get that price on there,
Right.
And we've talked about that a bunch. I think the way this year played out, I'm totally cool with the compensation. It was interesting with Daniel because, for one, Daniel Jeremiah, I can remember the entire draft process. He was really getting tested by hearing everybody say that the Texans weren't going to take a quarterback. And what he kept referring back to was, he really didn't think the 49ers were going to take Mac Jones in 2021.
Yep.
But people remember it was just over and over again. People were just, oh, yep, it's for sure. Yep, nope. Everybody knows that the 49ers are taking Mac Jones. And he finally relented and caved and projected that Mac Jones was going to get taken by the 49ers. So he kept referring to that this year where he's like, I can't, there's no way I can see the Texans not taking the quarterback.
Yeah.
I can't believe that they won't take a quarterback. And he stayed with, I can't remember. Yeah, he stayed with CJ Stroud as his mock pick. Yeah.
Yep. You know what's hilarious about this Daniel Jeremiah mock draft? That he essentially nailed the Will Anderson trade. That Will Anderson, that trade even gets brought up by Daniel Jeremiah shows he knew something going on, I think. The funny thing is you really get a flavor for who might be talking to him or leaking things because the very next pick with the 4th pick, he's got the Colts taking Will Levis. So, who didn't go till 33 in the draft, and they took a quarterback It was not Will Levis. They took Anthony Richardson. So
Man.
he was either getting bad info from Chris Ballard or he's just not plugged into that front office at all.
Yeah, the Will Levis thing. I wonder if the Will Levis thing still feels like there was some mastermind smoke being thrown out by
somewhere.
people.
Yeah.
Somehow. Yeah. That if you're a guy that somehow you're convincing people that this Will Levis is going to go in the top 5 and he falls as far as he did, unless there's something behind the scenes that somebody still doesn't know about. Yeah, the interesting thing, too, was that by the time of the draft, the final mock consensus was that Will Anderson was going to go number 2 to the Texans.
Number 2, okay.
Yeah, that was so that was the most common prediction amongst all of the drafts that the consensus, the NFL mock draft.
The ones they add up on there. Yeah. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Today is January 31st. It is DeMeco-versary. It is the 1-year anniversary of the Texans hiring DeMeco Ryans. I've got one voicemail saved in my phone, and it is a voicemail that laid out the plan that changed the course of the Houston Texans franchise, and you're going to hear it next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Your favorite hosts in Houston.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, quick news item. Quick news item here as we head into the 9 o'clock hour.
What is it?
Big news. There's been an addition to the Sports Radio 610 family. And that addition is Penelope Jan Lopez. 6:42 a.m., 8 pounds. John Lopez is a grandfather once again.
Wow.
So John's son BG and his wife, who just got married about a year ago in New York. Well, a little less than a year ago in New York. They waste no time. They add to the family.
Yeah.
And they are now a family of 3. Penelope Jan Lopez. That's cool. A little tribute to Jan, John's wife, as the middle name there. Nice job. Congratulations to the Lopez family.
So that's his second grandchild?
Second grandchild. Yep.
He's a good grandpa. I wish Lopez was my grandpa.
He would probably adopt you. We can ask him during the toss if he would.
Feels a little weird. We're a little too close in age, I think.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, what do you want him to take you fishing, Seth? Is that what it is?
I want him to teach me how to talk to girls.
You're never too old to learn. Even when happily married.
But to temper it in a way that I won't get arrested for sexual harassment or whatever. Yeah. Don't talk to girls the way he did when he was in high school, but, the modern way. Grandpa
John, can you teach me how to talk to girls? Seth, you're married. I know. I haven't been able to talk to Brandy in 20 years. She's just not feeling my vibe. All right, so congrats to the Lopez family. Great news. And John will be here today, so we'll get to talk to him during the toss. And we'll get to wish him a happy Meeko-versary today as well. She was born, Penelope Jan Lopez, big day, born on the same day, the anniversary of the DeMeco Ryans hire in 2023, January 31st, 2023. The trajectory of the Texans franchise changed forever when the Texans hired DeMeco Ryans. I had mentioned this. I played this earlier in the show. I'll play it again for the later in the show audience because I think it's kind of cool to hear stuff like this. But on the day that DeMeco was hired, I was doing a YouTube with Landry. Landry and I were chopping it up about the Texans and the coaching situation. And at that point, there was a lot of smoke around DeMeco coming here and being the head coach. It felt like it was almost finalized. It looked like it was going to happen. I was in a mode where I'm like, I still just can't believe this is going to happen. Something good's going to happen to the Texans. I can't believe it. This is amazing. And as I was doing the YouTube with Landry, my phone was ringing and I couldn't pick it up. So it went to voicemail. When I got over there to my phone, once I was done chopping with Landry, this was the voicemail message that I had waiting for me.
Hey, Sean, this is Cal calling to let you know we have concluded our head coach search and agreed to terms and signed a contract with DeMeco Ryans. He's a bright young coach, and it's going to bring some excitement to our fan base, and I hope you enjoy the ride because it's going to be fun. All right. Thanks. Wanted you to know. Thanks, bud.
Appreciate that.
And I'll holla.
That's good.
He probably wanted to talk to you in person.
I'm sure he
had
did.
to leave that message and not to get to hear the excitement in your voice.
He knows. Yeah. No, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure he wanted to chat.
It does suck. As much as I hate talking on the phone, I do. It sucks when you're actually genuinely that 1% of the time you want to talk to somebody.
Yeah.
And you have to leave a message with good news or something.
Well, yeah. It would have been a fun conversation. I kind of like that he left a voicemail because I now have that for posterity's sake. Well,
that's true. As opposed to secretly recording the call. Like
I normally do. Right.
You wouldn't be able to play that on the radio.
Right. Not without permission.
Yeah.
FCC and whatnot. Yeah.
The little red button you have under your desk.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Always recording those calls. I thought it was cool, like to just to hear that again and think about what this last year has been like. And when he says it's going to be a fun ride, I don't think there's a single part of this 1 year ride we've been on, and hopefully many more to come, that has not drastically exceeded expectations. Like and expectations I think were high for me in a lot of areas, but culture, on-field product, player development, how DeMeco handles the media. As you pointed out earlier, Seth, I think game management, which as a rookie head, even a smart rookie head coach like DeMeco Ryans, who's never had that on his plate, he was really good at that too.
Yeah, Andy Reid was atrocious with game management forever, even as he was one of the best offensive minds in the NFL. And that part of it, like in terms of the coordination and organization that goes into all of that, a lot of the game day decisions are, ultimately they fall on the head coach's shoulder, but there's a committee behind it.
Yeah.
And the coach needing to be very smart about like which information he's getting from whom. I think that's that's maybe where some of the benefit of both having been a player and then also working under Kyle Shanahan and maybe thinking about these things for a long time. As a signal caller, especially, Sean, like the linebackers, there's nothing worse than when the linebacker is trying to get the call from the coaches and the offense is like breaking the huddle, coming up to the line, and the dumbass coaches can't get a call in.
Yeah.
And you're like, so you're out there just trying to come up with something on the fly or waiting to make the call, and then you got to tell your stupid defensive lineman what the call is, and it's loud in there. I like middle linebackers might know better than anybody about just the urgency of how hard it is to get a call in sometimes.
Yeah, and so he can appreciate that, having been in that position before. Yeah.
When you said there was a new addition to the family, I thought you were talking about Area 45.
That is a new addition to the family as well. The night show with Patrick Creighton and Sean Bajani. Another fine addition to the family.
You guys should all listen in the evenings or just watch it on YouTube if you can't stay up that late.
Yeah. Let's see, we got live and local in the evenings here. That's great. It's great for us, Seth, because a lot of people are going to be listening live and local, and they just leave it on 610, and they wake up in the morning, and they've got old Payne and Pendergast there for them to drive in.
YouTube, I've a couple of people in the last game came up to me and told me they really like watching on the stream just because I think in the same way you do with the radio, it's just you got a tab open and it's your YouTube right there, and boom, there you go.
Yeah.
It's on. There's not a lot of monkeying around or anything.
Do you are you conscious of the cameras on us throughout the show, or do you kind of just continue to do the same?
I look at myself a lot. A lot of times when you're yammering on about something, I'll just kind of gaze at myself.
That's a lot of times, man.
Yeah.
It's a lot of gazing at yourself.
No, I'm not. I think I've kind of forgotten about it.
Yeah.
It's like if anything, like if I have the little screen with my image up in it, I almost feel like it's more of a mirror than an actual camera.
Yeah.
I try not to. Yeah, I don't think about it.
So
it's look, I've been on OnlyFans forever, Sean.
Right,
so
right,
this
right.
is nothing.
So
I've got my clothes on.
This is kind of boring, actually. Right. So this is a good day. 1 year anniversary for DeMeco Ryans, and we are celebrating with the fact that Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson are back. I think that's an appropriate way to celebrate Meco-versary.
Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson, and look, I was feeling better and better about them coming back. I think with Gerard Johnson, his taking a full-time job and then being elevated to offensive coordinator this quickly would have been a surprise. It wouldn't have been unheard of, but it would have been a surprise. And likewise with Bobby Slowick, it's not unheard of for guys to get a job after just 1 year as a coordinator, but it is the exception.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the rule. And I think that the bigger exception here would be that he did some great work with a young quarterback, and yet they didn't have a genuinely good offense.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's if the Texans had been like a top 5 scoring offense, then there might have been a real risk of losing him. But they're not there yet. And I think a big part of that is just, okay, how fast can they get the run game going this year?
Yeah.
That's one of the Bobby Slowick's big challenges is, okay, can you prove that you can actually get a competent rushing attack going?
Yeah. What do you do with the running back room? Do you have to you got to start
sign
over?
Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah, you were getting into a Derrick Henry YouTube wormhole earlier this week. Is that what you told me during one of the breaks?
I was between watching myself and watching Derrick Henry highlights while you were yammering. It's pretty much occupied all my time this morning.
Which was sexier to you, the Derrick Henry highlights or yourself?
I like to Photoshop my face onto Derrick Henry's body as I watch him truck stick people.
You know
down
who
the
looks
field.
really good in his own scheme? Me on Derrick Henry's body.
Derrick Henry's body.
Yeah, you're talking me into Derrick Henry as to putting him at the top of my free agent power rankings for running backs.
The biggest thing about Derrick Henry is that I think all of those reservations you have about older running backs, yes, they're accurate. You should worry about it, and yet Derrick Henry is an extreme throwback in a lot of ways in that he's been remarkably durable. Mm-hmm. Only one season in which he didn't play at least 16 games in his career. And in 3 of the last 4 years, he's had the most rushing attempts in the NFL. Now, if I were to tell you, hey, he's had 3 of the last 4 years, he's had the most rushing attempts in the NFL, and that means he's going to rush for 1,500 yards next year, you should shoot me in the head. That's dumb. But if I were to tell you, look, he's been incredibly durable. He's built like he looks like he should be durable. kind of like a Frank Gore perhaps. And he doesn't have to lead the league in rushing attempts next year. I think that's where, and then the big thing too is he's got great, productive, successful experience in a zone running scheme. He can run gap scheme if that's what you need to. Like, he's very adaptable. But there will be a scheme fit with him in a way that it can actually help your offensive line.
Yeah.
The cohesion between your quarterback, the running back, and the offensive line in this scheme is very, very important. And in a lot of ways, he can be a leader in that regard. And he doesn't have to be the bell cow. I think that a lot of teams will be scared off by his age. I don't think that he's going to get the money that Saquon Barkley or other ridiculously fragile running backs might get. And because of that, I think it's, if you can get him on a 2 or 3 year deal that feels like it's a little too much, but is still way less than what some of those other running backs will get, I think it's a slam dunk.
Yeah. I was writing down names. I want to put up a poll question, but I want you to help me word it a little bit here. And basically the question is, assuming that the money is reasonable, whatever that means for these guys, purely just based on durability, style of running, etc., which of the 4 free agent running backs, these 4, would you want? Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Austin Eckler.
Did you say purely based on just without money being a
without
factor?
Money, assuming that whatever the contract is, we're okay with it.
Yeah, I would say Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
If it was, he's everything.
Yeah.
I mean, he was injured this last year, and he only had averaged 3.5 yards per carry. That's the big question mark there. Boy, and that's assuming that he gets offered a greater contract than Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
There really is there's a Derrick Henry durability factor that's hard for me to shake. He's been through the second contract. And, yeah, he's not going to be the leading rusher in the league. I mean, he's second leading rusher this year, but it was 1,100-some yards. It's just different than it used to be, you know?
Yep.
But he's a workhorse, and he's already survived his second contract. I feel like he's established that he can be a Frank Gore type of guy, and I trust that guy. And it's weird to say this in a year where the Texans finally, blessedly, managed to shut him down completely. But he was running behind the worst offensive line in the NFL this year and still did a lot of things really, really well.
I would love Derrick Henry on this team. I look at those 4 names, and I think, because basically the way we're wording it is it's a popularity poll, like which one gets you the most excited. I think Saquon Barkley would win that poll. And I know that terrifies you if they were to sign Saquon Barkley.
Both from an injury standpoint, he's undependable both from an injury standpoint and just a game-by-game productivity standpoint, or a carry-by-carry. It's a lot of boom or bust with him, and I just don't trust that as what I want to really establish that ability to week in, week out, run the ball, set up the play action, do all those things, and to run the ball successfully. I know you don't have to run the ball successfully to set up the play action, but it sure as hell helps when you only have to convert a 3rd and 4 instead of a 3rd and 9.
Absolutely.
The play action doesn't really help you a lot on 3rd and 9.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I think somebody's going to pay Saquon Barkley
a
good amount of money. I just don't want. I want nothing to do with a big running back contract.
Yeah, I definitely don't want Saquon Barkley at the annual amount that he got this year, which was like $12 million. I don't know that I want any of these guys at $12 million. I'm shopping in that $6 or $7 million aisle at the most when it comes to running backs.
This is where I look at it with Derrick Henry. I can envision. It's easier for me to envision a future where Derrick Henry signs. He's part of at least a 2 running back committee. And maybe he gets 1,000 yards per year every year for the next 4 years. That would be awesome. Or 3 years. Let's say 3 years.
That'd be incredible.
That would be awesome. I could see Saquon Barkley leading the league in rushing next year and then being completely unavailable the year after
Playing
that.
7 games and rushing for 300 yards.
And then all of a sudden having the fizzle out that every running back seems to have these days.
Yeah.
And then that is part of it, honestly. I don't trust any running back on his second contract.
Yeah.
It's been absolutely atrocious for the most part, other than the outliers like a Christian McCaffrey or somebody.
Man, Derrick Henry, that would be fun. Big Eye in the Sky doesn't lie. This is a text talking about our YouTube stream. Sean picks his nose twice per hour. Seth Payne 9.5 times per hour. It's not true. Once per hour, that's it for me. Just one nice clean run through, and I'm good. Twice an hour is a little much.
The fact that he called it the eye in the sky tells me that he hasn't even watched a single second of the YouTube.
It does kind of aim down a little bit here in the studio, but it's not. Yeah, it's not. No, it's not the eye in the sky. Sorry, sir. Kind of excited. Mad Dog's on First Take today. My wish is that Mad Dog has a take where he says, "You should have taken the points," so that I can play that for Seth tomorrow and just see how much you've grown here. Yeah.
Okay, tell me this, though. Like, regardless of however you feel about Dan Campbell's decision, and to be clear, I'm not saying that the right decision was to go for it. I'm saying that I felt like it was about a 50-50 decision, and either way, it's just a matter of executing after that. But aside from all that, like, can we agree that if it's a 50% probability that you're going to make the field goal, you can't be making an argument where you say take the points?
Right, of course. Yeah,
like you simply cannot make the argument. You got to take the points and then base everything after that on like assuming that you would have made that field goal.
100% with you on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw in Mike Sando's column, one of the anonymous coaches who was livid with Dan Campbell's decision.
Yeah.
It was pointed out to him that the field goal kicker wasn't very good. And that coach was livid that he was like, you can't take that into, you can't worry about whether or not he's going to make it. I'm like, what the hell are you talking? Are you not worrying about whether or not the fourth down conversion attempt would be good or not?
Some of these coaches.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, dude, just some of these coaches are the dumbest millionaires that I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, yeah. That Florio comment that he had talked to a coach who said that the only reason analytics exists is so people that could never get jobs in football can get a job in football.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. And that coach is definitely not getting a job in the analytics department.
No.
Like, I don't even understand what point that guy was trying to make.
Yeah.
Other than that, I guess the creation of the analytics departments in general were all just ways for guys who the owner felt needed jobs in football or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't either. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's a little Astros here. We're coming up. It's February tomorrow, which means we're like 2 weeks away from pitchers and catchers. There is one big void on the Astros. I know a lot of Astro fans, they're looking at free agency. Still got to get this. Still got to get that. Like to upgrade this. There's one void on the Astros that people are not really paying that close of attention to right now. And it'll be interesting to see if they can address it from inside the building. We'll tell you what that is next.
In the Loop.
This team has 34.
For each of children. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Good to be with you. So the Astros, we get started here in a couple of weeks with pitchers and catchers, man. There was a lot of Astro folks at the Houston Sports Awards last night, excited for the season. Josh Hader signing seems to have been like a nice little B12 shot in this offseason, Seth. Like it was a pretty dormant offseason, I think, and now this Josh Hader signing is sort of a showing them they mean business kind of thing.
Well, the hot stove league continues to get colder and colder. There's still like many notable free agents still out there as pitchers and catchers are about to report. Yeah. So the Josh Hader signing was. I don't know if it was a huge boost or anything, but it was a little bit of I think it was reassuring to see that okay, they're remaining aggressive. This window isn't closed. Like up in Boston right now, I don't know how this came across my timeline. Oh, it's because I saw that John Henry was trending, and I thought, ooh, maybe new folklore or something. And it turns out they're talking about the owner of the Red Sox and how much he's hated and despised up in Boston.
Oh, really?
Because they refuse to spend
Oh,
money
yeah,
in
I saw that. Like they're pulling back on their spending. Well, that's got to feel weird for Red Sox fans. Yeah. Sorry, you don't just get to a blank check anymore, Red Sox fans.
I'm glad you sent me this article from The Athletic, though, because it's for a team in the Astros that has had such a strong culture since 2015. And, people outside of Houston would never understand or realize exactly like how solid a foundation they've had in terms of a lot of their veteran leadership. I think that some of it flies under the radar when it comes to the Latin American side of it.
Yeah.
Because the gringos like Sean and I don't necessarily appreciate like what guys like Hector Neris have done for the Latin players on the team and like how much he's helped them come along and like understand baseball and feel like a part of the organization.
Yeah, let me lay out the article you're talking about here. The Chandler Rome has a piece that he wrote on Monday and talking about how, everybody's excited about the season coming up, but they lose Hector Neris in free agency over the weekend to Chicago. They let Martin Maldonado walk, and now everybody's got a certain kind of way they feel about Maldonado, but it's undeniable that Maldonado was a leader in that clubhouse. That is a fact. And then Michael Brantley retiring also leaves a leadership void at the very least. He didn't play much last year, but leadership void. Neris is the one that was eye-opening for me, Seth, only because we hadn't seen a lot of anecdotes about Neris. When you're a catcher, the leadership is very evident, and Maldonado, Dusty Baker was like a walking infomercial for Martin Maldonado. Brantley, we had heard the story about his speech at the World Series in 2022. Neris, I didn't realize, was such a big leader for that bullpen, and Chandler Rome's got some anecdotes in here about how when he first signed with the Astros, he wanted to get the Latin American minor league prospects together for a dinner to talk with them about being a big leaguer and so forth. And then just the subsequent 2 seasons after that in Houston only reinforced just what a big presence he was on that pitching staff, a pitching staff full of young Latino players that are navigating their first few seasons of professional baseball.
Yeah, and Chandler had written about this, I want to say it was last year, or maybe it was 2 years ago, whenever Neris had been with the team for 4 months, and he asked the team to they had this spring training tradition of inviting every Latin American minor league prospect to dinner.
Yeah.
And they had always done that in Philadelphia, so he decided to do it in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
So Nearest kind of established it in Houston. Said Nearest asked the team to assist and even offered to drive a van back and forth if it could not arrange transportation. The team did so. Around 60 prospects enjoyed advice from a veteran reliever and dinner at a Colombian restaurant on Nearest's dime. Like, he paid for it and everything. So, like, Nearest was just very much took the bull by the horns in being a leader and helping out the young guys too. So it feels very much like between him and Maldonado and just all the various other guys that have left over the last few years, how do you start replacing all of that?
Yeah, and I don't know the answer to that. They've imported Josh Hader and that's it. I guess, from the standpoint of leadership on the pitching staff, you've got Justin Verlander around for a full season now, so there's that. I don't know how to categorize Justin Verlander's leadership other than he's probably a great lead by example guy at the very least, right?
We could tell the story about the time during the ALCS that he poked his head back out.
That's right.
And just yelled for everybody to.
When was that again?
You remember Jose, right? It was a big news story. It was Verlander ducked his head out. He had his shirt off. He had his shoulder in ice, and he yelled at everybody in the dugout.
Yeah.
When was that again?
That was from, for those who don't know, Seth and I interviewed Jose Altuve last year, and Seth brought up what was, I think, a moment that a lot of Astro fans remember. Justin Verlander.
They made kind of a big deal of it in the news the next day.
Yeah.
That Verlander had kind of like, look at how committed he was, and like how he was not even cheering on his teammates, but almost like commanding them to do something.
Yeah, he's yelling, and I think it was Game 2 of the World Series. It was a road game for sure. It was in L.A., and he looked, dialed in, telling the guys, let's get this, let's do this. And Seth asked Jose Altuve what that was like. He asked Jose Altuve about that Justin Verlander moment, and Altuve said,
when was that again?
Yeah. So I went back and watched it, and like in my memory, it had been like him talking to everybody just glued in on him.
Oh yeah, like Roquan Smith before the AFC title game. Yeah.
In reality, it was like Verlander ducked his head out, like 3 people walked past him without even looking at him. He yelled something, and then that was it. Like, I don't know if anybody even knew he was even there.
He treated him like he was holding up a sign saying he needed food. Like he was a homeless guy on the median.
Yeah. And let's remember, it was loud, too. It was too loud to hear a garbage can clanging. So, like, they couldn't hear Verlander's voice. But that's the leadership that they have now.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Jose Altuve, he was, Well, what was that
again? What was that again?
I felt so bad. I immediately sent, I went, like, after the interview, I grabbed that video and I sent it to the publicist that had done everything. I was like, if you show Jose this and if he needs a laugh, this is how stupid it was. But this thing I was asking him to remember.
You sent the YouTube of the Verlander moment. Yeah. That was funny. Is there a leadership concern on the Astros this year? Like, as I'm going through the roster in my mind here, I'm trying to think of who like the alphas are. Like, Bregman, he's got leadership qualities. Jose Altuve, more of a lead by example guy, but certainly major respect.
I think that, like Lance with now his age, like he's a genuine veteran, even though he's not out there much anymore. I think there's a presence and there's kind of like a continuity with him and a genuine pride in the organization that I feel like that provides something. He's getting up to that age too, where he's always been a very cerebral guy. So I think when he's working with the younger guys, that probably helps a lot. That's a shame about it with Lance is, for all of his physical issues, he's exactly the right kind of guy you want that actually like really cares about his team.
Mm-hmm.
As a professional athlete, if you can get guys that actually really care about the team, that's a big deal. And he's that guy. But he's also, he's just not the alpha when it comes to the performance side of things.
He said this McCullers, I think it was McCullers who said this, because I'm trying to think of current Astros who made it up to the stage last night. And he's the only one I can think of. Berkman was up there, but he's retired. So I think it was McCullers who said this. And I've heard other people say this, too, during the offseason, because Kyle Tucker has been he's been a big topic this offseason, just because I think there's a lot of Astro fans that would like to see him locked up long term. But I've seen people talk about Kyle Tucker's leadership. Mm-hmm. And McCullers said this on the stage last night at the Houston Sports Awards. They said, people don't often think this with Kyle Tucker because he's got a certain type of personality, but he's become one of the leaders in that clubhouse too. So are you buying Kyle Tucker as a leader in the Astros clubhouse?
Yeah, I guess sure, and you never know exactly what. I don't know if, like, you know, are you going to hear people say the same thing about him that like a Brian McCann or a Carlos Beltran, or those guys that they brought, you know, back in. And that, again, all of this gets colored by the being better than everybody else scandal in a way when you talk about Carlos Beltran, but those guys were a big deal.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know if he's got that same gravitas that those guys do.
It is tricky, I think. You know, if we buy into what Chandler Rome is laying out in this article, that Hector Neris being gone, Martin Maldonado being gone in free agency, and Michael Brantley retiring. So all three are gone. They were major leaders in the Astros clubhouse. It does create an interesting dynamic with a first-year manager, albeit one who's been in that clubhouse the last several years in Joe Espada, but he's in the big seat now. You know, so I just think I think it's something to monitor more than anything else. Like, is this a team where it looks like chemistry is an issue? They look a little lost at times this year. You know, maybe the first couple months of this season serves as a referendum on this sort of thing. I just think first time between that and managing the bullpen situation with Hader and Presley at the back end here, I know they've been saying there's no issue with either of these guys, but Ryan Presley hasn't spoken on this yet.
I think the biggest thing is that, for one, they've got multiple guys that have a boatload of playoff experience already. And so that part I don't worry about. I think that 2015 and 16 squad, they looked at it and they thought, man, these guys have a bunch of minor league championships, but we really haven't, you know, they haven't really been tested at the major league level. We got to get some guys in here who do that. I think that I think as long as you have the right kind of guys on your team and they get that experience, the leadership emerges. And with the pitching staff, whether it's a Javier or an Urquidy or a Framber or whomever it is, I think that comes over time.
Yeah.
But there's not enough jackasses on this team for me to worry about the leadership.
No.
If there were a bunch of jackasses, I'd worry about the leadership.
I would too. Yeah, and again, these are first world problems in baseball. Like, we're sitting here talking about a leadership vacuum from three guys who are leaving, and meanwhile in Detroit, they're talking about not having enough good baseball players. You know what I mean? So these are first world problems. Of the three, by far the most interesting is Maldonado leaving and Yainer Diaz being given the big seat full-time, second year.
Yeah.
Where that was cited as a reason why a lot of these pitchers wanted to throw to Maldonado was, I mean, I'm categorizing it as leadership. It's really probably more experience than leadership or anything else, but the management of the pitching staff, because I think you can find somebody else to fill Neris's role on the staff. I think, you know, Michael Brantley being the older guy in the clubhouse, that voice to go to, hell, that could be something Jose Abreu could be. You know, he's 37 years old. The Yainer Diaz thing is, to me, by far the most intriguing one of the three.
You know, and I guess, like, in terms of leadership, it can come from a bunch of different directions. But even in working with Yainer Diaz and giving him that confidence, like, exactly, you know, how good are the various pitchers going to be with him on that? Mm-hmm. You know, like, if it was Goose Gossage up there throwing to a young, green catcher, exactly. Like, how would it go? How would it go with Yainer Diaz and Goose Gossage? I don't know.
Probably.
I don't know. Yeah, in the era of the pitch clock.
Yeah.
So
Goose was mean, dude. Yeah, not well.
I don't worry. Like, I feel like the pitchers will work well with him in bringing that along. But it is, at some point, Yainer's just got to be. I don't think he might not be as naturally assertive as Maldonado was.
Yeah.
But Maldonado may have just earned that over time with his experience and expertise.
I think Yainer's been texting all the guys, you know, like trying to connect with them a little bit and show, you know, like showing a form of leadership. He's communicating with them throughout the offseason, you know?
He's like asking them questions about their
checking in with them.
Stuff.
Checking in with them, you know, just getting to the human level.
He and Caratini have been, they said they've been going back and forth a bit.
Yep.
Just talking about strategy and all that stuff.
Yeah, I've heard Caratini's name get brought. It might have even been by Lance last night as somebody that's been a nice addition. As long as, Chris in the ATL, as long as we have Verlander shouting obscenities at opposing managers, the young Astro pitchers will be fine. # true leadership. Yeah, remember that when he shouted at Alex Cora? Cora was getting jerky about the pitch comm. Verlander dropped an F-bomb on his head.
And I think sometimes, too, I think people sleep on Bregman a little bit just because he was, as a young guy, he was so brash and like almost seemed like an aggressive frat kid when he was young. He's mature, and it wasn't ever an issue or anything. It was fun, right? Like he was kind of like, he had an in-your-face attitude about stuff, and it was fun. I think he's mellowed out in a good way as he's gotten older into more of a guy that I look at as a genuine leader.
Yeah.
Like you know what he is? He's an adult now.
Yeah, he's an adult.
Yeah.
I don't know. I love that version of Alex Bregman when he doesn't have to be the guy who's the leader in the clubhouse. He's a great supporting actor. You know what I mean? Like the crazy cousin. Yeah, now he's evolved into more of a guy who everybody can follow. I agree with that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right, so Bobby Slowick, deal done. Gerard Johnson, deal is done. Both are getting raises. Both are coming back. What is next on the agenda this offseason for Nick Caserio, DeMeco Ryans, and the Houston Texans? That is next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Your favorite.
responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so Bobby Slowick is in the fold. Gerard Johnson in the fold for another year. Do you expect this to be, Seth, just a one more year thing with both these guys right now? That's how kind of I'm looking at it, even though I'm as skeptical as anybody about, hey, there's going to be all these openings and everybody's going to be pawing at Bobby Slowick, trying to get him in the building. That seems to be what the consensus is. But a lot of the national guys they're bringing Bobby Slowick back. Good move, Texans. And then he'll be the cream of the crop next year when it comes time. I do kind of feel that way. I feel like, okay, this is we're going to get one of those kind of one more year run for CJ with these two guys. I think at the very least, it's probably silly to think that it'll be this way for more than one more year with all three of these guys.
The guys, okay, so coordinators who are in the discussion every year and yet find themselves not an NFL head coach. Eric Bieniemy has kind of fallen out of the head coaching hire circle, I guess. I think it's safe enough to say at this point that, okay, Eric Bieniemy is not a sought-after NFL head coach. Now I say that, maybe he ends up being the Washington head coach this year. But I think the biggest thing is that there have been many other coaches hired between now and when Eric Bieniemy first became a hot topic. There's just something there.
And 4 hiring cycles for him now.
Yeah.
He was somebody Deshaun wanted back in 2020 for the Texans.
Well,
remember?
no, he was asked, "Do you like Eric Bieniemy?" And he said, "Yeah, I like Eric Bieniemy."
But my point is the timeline less so than Deshaun.
Right.
Yeah.
There was a whole lot of reporting about that where people would ask a question about somebody and they would say, "Yeah, I like that guy," and then Lou Anarumo, defensive coordinator for the Bengals. He's one of these guys who's perpetually very highly lauded, but
on the list.
But not interviewed a lot and not thought of as a guy that's I don't remember seeing his name this year in interviews.
He may have gotten an interview or two. I don't know. Yeah.
Ejiro Evero, I think he's been interviewed a couple times, but I don't think he's really a hot name yet. Ben Johnson supposedly took himself out of this race. I'm not buying it completely. All right. Or he maybe got a feeling that he wasn't going to get the job. And those are the current guys. Dan Quinn has had his chance already, and he might end up getting it right now. So for the most part, guys, unless they've got a checkered past, or they're notoriously awful interviews, or they just don't seem like they have the personality for it, they tend to get that shot at some point.
Yeah.
So the biggest question with Bobby Slowick would be, if the offense doesn't actually become a genuinely good offense next year, then I think there's a chance he doesn't get an opportunity. If the offense becomes a genuinely good offense, like a top scoring offense, then I think it's a very, very good chance that he's gone.
Well, especially if it's for the same reasons that it wasn't genuinely a really good offense this year. If the running game with a whole new slew of people if the running game with largely the same offensive line, because I think it's going to be the same offensive line, hopefully healthier, and with new running backs, better running backs, maybe Derrick Henry, maybe somebody like that, and it looks the same this year, then that would be a red flag for me.
Remember, though, it's not going to be the same offensive line. There might only be 2 of those 5 guys from what the majority of the offensive line play was this year, because you're going to have Titus Howard at right tackle.
Yep.
The right guard and left tackle will be the same, but then the center and the guard are going to be different than what they were for much of the year too.
Presumably,
so I think that's so it's the majority. It's 60% different in a lot of ways than what you saw for most of the year, and that could either be good, it could be bad. That's going to be the big indicator of what if Bobby Slowick can't get a run game going. And if there's relative health on the offensive line, then what do we have here?
Well, and I think, too, one of the questions is how quick a healer is Titus Howard? I mean, he tore his ACL, a decent chunk of the way through the season. That's not a 3-month recovery or something like that. Kyler Murray tore his ACL last year, and he couldn't get on the field until about halfway through this season because of a torn ACL. I think that's a big question.
I think, for the most part, usually 9 months should do it for a lineman, unless there's complications. So,
which butts you kind of right up against training camp. So you get none of the spring activities. You're getting none of that.
It would be if he doesn't start week 1. usually I think that would mean that there were some kind of issues, or they want him to be 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As far as what's next for the Texans, because that's a big, to me, like I did a post on the Houston Press that kind of put together the checklist for the Houston Texans this offseason, and the primary one, just because of timing, was what's the coaching staff look like? And so far, the only real change on the coaching staff is Jacques Césaire is not back as the D-line coach. They have not filled that spot yet, but I think the big to-dos on the coaching staff were what does OC and quarterbacks coach look like? It's going to be the same guys that were doing it last year. I guess the next item for the Texans, I mean, they're going to go, they're at the Senior Bowl this week. The Combine's coming up. As far as things that directly impact the roster, it's free agency and where do you shop? You know, what aisle are you shopping at in free agency? You got a lot of money to go spend.
With defensive line coach, the biggest thing I was wondering was, all right, like Jacques Césaire seemed to do a good enough job this year, and the defensive line, I think, got better as the season went along. And it may have just been a matter of DeMeco has some guy out there that he likes and thinks knows the system better. The 49ers defensive line coach is Chris Kocurek.
Okay.
And I don't know, like, I have no idea what his contract is or anything. Like, it would be a lateral move if you were to come over and be defensive line coach. But there might be somebody like that out there that's got an existing job but is still in the playoffs, or is an assistant defensive line coach on the playoffs. Somebody like that might be already kind of slotted to come over here.
So free agency is probably the next thing on the list as far as things that impact the roster or the coaching staff, unless there's a change we don't see coming on the coaching staff. Text message, here's a question for you guys. You can sign two of these players, Derrick Henry, Chris Jones, Mike Evans, Christian Wilkins, Justin Madubuike. Who do you sign? I'm going to tell you right now, if you're signing two of them, Derrick Henry's got to be one of them, because any two of the other four are going to be super expensive.
Yeah.
You know, Jones is a $30 million player. Mike Evans is probably at least a $20 million a year player. And I think Wilkins and Madubuike are right in that probably Quinnen Williams range of being in the low 20s at least to play the interior of the defensive line for you. I don't think you're bringing in – I mean, you're not going to bring in two of Wilkins, Madubuike, and Jones.
I'll tell you honestly, Chris Jones – I get a little bit nervous with Chris Jones because, A, he took a huge leap forward when he was a free agent, which happens sometimes. It's you know, I don't know. But B, for a guy that's awesome as a pass rusher – he's not real active in the run game. And I don't know. He's got this. It's hard for me because he's got this knack for really, really showing up in critical moments. Like in the divisional round, he had the last two pressures of that game.
Yeah.
That versus the Bills that ended up really winning the game for him.
Yep.
So, but I just there's a part of me that just wonders and worries exactly what kind of a player you're getting over the course of the next 4 or 5 years of a very lucrative contract.
Who do you think DeMeco likes out of all those guys? Those interior, like Chris Jones,
I think
Christian Wilkins, Justin Madubuike.
I think he really would like Madubuike. I don't know what's not to like about Madubuike.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. Yeah, so I think free agency. Yeah, if you're going to sign two of them, where are you on the Mike Evans situation? What if Mike Evans was their splashy hire and you're going instead of I mean, that would be the opposite of what DeMeco was saying in his closing press conference, where it's like we build through the defensive line. That's where our resources are going to go. Oh no, let's get a receiver to put with Tank Dell and Nico Collins.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't you can put resources into the defensive line, but also put resources into the. I mean, it's not like they're going to do nothing but draft and sign free agents on the defensive line.
Yeah.
So I think that, for one, if it were Mike Evans, I wouldn't want Derrick Henry and vice versa. I'm only going to spend on one veteran guy. I'm only going to spend on one veteran
Henry
guy.
Might be cheap.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Derrick Henry's just probably going to be cheaper because a lot of teams are going to be scared off. It's funny. I think more teams are still scared off by a 30-year-old running back than they are of a young running back, even though, like in my mind, the fact that Derrick Henry has actually stood the test of time, I look at him more as a Frank Gore type right now than I do some of these younger guys that I don't know if I can trust them for one more year.
Yeah, that's interesting.
There's been so many guys that have fallen off a cliff in their 5th or 6th year of being an NFL running back.
That's interesting. Sorry, Seth, I didn't mean to interrupt you. That because like I think Curtis Martin's another name that comes up for me. Curtis Martin played till he was like 35. I wonder if there's a dynamic with running backs. Like, if you make it to age 29 or 30, then you probably can make it to 33. Like, once you've gotten past that magical number of 27 or 28, where most guys fall off, if you get 2 years past that, maybe you're just built differently, and you're going to get to 32 or 33 years old and still be productive. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Are you an outlier?
Yeah.
And it feels like, I think he's an outlier. And it's, it was a wrong year for me as a Houston Texans fan to be stumping for him because the Texans completely and totally shut him down. But I watch enough of his games this year, and that Titans offensive line was so bad. Remember the Texans had 7 sacks in that first game versus the Titans.
That's right.
It was like they're a bad offensive line, and that was a huge part of the problem that day for those 2 days for Derrick Henry. I only want one old guy. The thing with Mike Evans is I love Mike Evans. But when it comes to the composition of the defensive line, the wide receiver meeting room, I feel like you've got Nico Collins is now a veteran player.
Yep.
Tank Dell is your electric speed threat. Do you start? I feel like you need to keep trying to find younger guys there. It feels like a draft pick more so than a free agency acquisition.
What about both?
As long as you can. What's that?
What about both?
Yeah, both.
What about both?
I think Mike Evans. I bet the money is there for him in Tampa. I don't know if you're gonna keep Baker Mayfield. If they keep Baker Mayfield, they better not be spending like actual quarterback money on him, which means that you're also saving some money for that very thing that makes Baker Mayfield viable.
Yeah.
The fact that he's got both Godwin and Mike Evans.
Evans is a legend with that franchise too. You know, it's one thing to bring back Chris Godwin on a deal like they did 1 or 2 years ago. Like, Evans is the greatest wide receiver in the history of that franchise, and a possible Hall of Famer too. Speaking of Aggies. What's up, Gramps?
And Hall of Famers.
What's up, Gramps? Yeah, you are a Hall of Famer, aren't you? You're in a Hall of Fame, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I'm in the
Hall of Fame?
A&M Liberal Arts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the Hall of Fame everybody's talking about.
Who doesn't?
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. How about that?
Seth was wondering if you would adopt him as a grandchild. He said he thought it might be a little awkward given the... You know, he's a little closer to you in age than your granddaughter that was just born today.
I can bounce him on my knee.
Yeah. Oh, really? Can you? I'd love to see that.
That was the thing I was afraid to ask.
No, it's done. It's done.
He said, Seth said he'd like to be your grandchild because you would teach him how to talk to the ladies.
I do need a son.
Yeah. Okay.
I got 2 girls.
Yeah.
We need a Lopez.
Everything smooth?
Everything's smooth, except I haven't gotten to see it yet.
Oh, really?
They hadn't gotten a room. I went this morning on the way in, and they hadn't gotten a room. And, of course, 5 minutes after I left, they got a room.
Got a room,
But I'll be bolting out
Penelope Jan Lopez.
Penelope Jan.
Okay, Jan we know. That's your wife's name, so that's an homage to her. Penelope come from
They like her. They like Penny.
Penny?
And my son's name, who had her, is BG.
Right.
So she can be PJ.
I like PJ as a nickname.
She can be PJ.
Not a nickname, but obviously.
Yeah. I think that's cool. I think initial names with girls is a cool thing.
And then I'm going to have my son SP.
SP.
Seth Payne.
Right.
My grandson.
SP Lopez. SP Lopez.
What's your middle name?
Copeland.
SC. That sounds even better.
SC Lopez. Yeah. I like it. Happy Meeko-versary
today. Close to
See, it fits. It fits. I'll just call you Essay. Come here to Grandpa Essay.
She was born, Penelope, on the anniversary of DeMeco Ryans getting hired by the Texans. This is a good omen.
She absolutely was. And when we were doing...
it's good that they waited 40 hours to have her.
And when we were gambling on the day that she would be born, yours truly picked Januay 31st.
You did?
Yes, I did.
What'd you win?
I don't know. I think something.
Okay.
There's a little pot going on.
See, now I want to be your grandson because you gamble on the littlest things. Yes. You have room for me and Seth.
That's right.
All right. Good stuff. So happy Meeko-versary to you, John Lopez.
Thank you
very much. It was a big day 1 year ago.
Yes, it was.
The big Houston Sports Awards last night for CJ Stroud.
Yeah, and CJ was
cleaned house.
Next level.
Next level. And they popped big for him every time he showed up.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, like he's in a different category.
Different level of sports.
I call it the dream meter.
Yeah.
You'll hear about that today.
Okay,
Dream
good.
meter.
All right.
Okay.
This is Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, S.A.
Thank you. Appreciate that. S.C. Lopez.
That's right.
We are done. We are out of time. We will see all of you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Until then, you've got Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
1 year ago today,
Yes, sir.
it became official.
Yes,
DeMeco
sir.
Ryans named head coach of the Houston Texans. Here we are now, 1 year later, feeling as good as we have about this organization. And DeMeco Ryans isn't going to have to do something that we thought he would have to do. He's not going to have to make any shuffling. It's amazing what a difference a year makes. Expectations weren't high. They're surpassed. And now I think expectations are probably as high as they've ever been during an offseason. It was a year ago, man. I remember going to that press conference a couple days later. One of the best ones that I've seen. But this is a day that will January 31st, man, it's going to live on for a long, long time. Happy, I guess Sean called it DeMeco-versary.
Yeah.
Meeko-versary. All right, there you go.
Yeah.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
So happy Meeko-versary to you.
Yes, happy Meeko-versary to me. He got a hell of a present on the anniversary of his hire. I mean, he got a hell of a present with Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson coming back. We will obviously get to that. But that's a gift that keeps on giving, at least for another year.
It's going to be something that he's going to have to deal with eventually. The inevitability of having to replace assistants, but I do think it makes this offseason a lot easier. Like it's basically, I don't want to call it plug and play, but that's pretty much what it is. If Bobby had left, perhaps Gerard would have been ready to take over and they wouldn't miss a beat, but you would be having a first-time play caller for the second straight year, and you would also be changing just naturally the everyday routine of CJ Stroud. That routine is staying the same, and I think that's something that, it's basically now Nick Caserio, DeMeco Ryans, get the job done, go sign some guys, plug, play, figure out. And I actually think it might be, we'll talk about this at 11. I don't know that Bobby Slowick's going anywhere anytime soon.
Really?
I'll talk to you about it, but we'll see.
I think getting Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson back is as big as any big free agent signing they can get. I will argue that. I really do think it's as big as any free agent signing they can get, because the continuity you're going to have, the consistency you're going to have, the normalcy you're going to have, no transition, maybe no tweaks to verbiage or play calling, tendencies. They are the same, Landry. They're the same at the top. Now, I know they've lost the defensive line coach and all that, but I'm just saying, general manager, head coach, offensive coordinator, quarterback coach, defensive coordinator. That's really big. Especially for a successful AFC team. Like, for a successful AFC team, you generally have to, and we've talked about it, you generally have to prepare and adjust. They don't.
What do you mean a successful AFC team as far as...
Like you're going to lose coaches.
Oh, okay.
You're going to lose coaches. You're going to have transitions. I can tell you right now, the Chargers, Browns, Broncos, Dolphins, Steelers, Ravens, and Bills are all shuffling staffs in the AFC. They're all, whether it's a coach, head coach, coordinator, quarterbacks, coaches, etc. But think about all those AFC teams. They're shuffling staffs today, right now. The Texans are not. That's big. To me, that's very, very big.
We saw the news yesterday that Ben Johnson didn't go to Washington. Bobby Slowick, he's not going to be a head coach. Now, naturally, people were acting as if he turned down a job. We don't know that he was offered some sort of gig.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for all we know, he could have been shut out, and then they just decided, okay, we're going to give you a raise because obviously you're a popular guy and all that. So, we don't know whether he did or didn't turn down a job. We do know that DeMeco Ryans said in his press availability that you need to be selective. And I think from Gerard's point of view, and I was actually talking about this when the news broke. I was doing a video on Slowick, and I was saying Gerard's got to be real careful here because he's on a pretty clear path where if you take an offensive coordinator job with a coaching staff that might not be there for long, then I don't want to say you're back to square one, but on your resume you have 1 year and done, and then maybe you end up back here or something like that. I thought he most of all needed to be a little bit more selective because there's a I don't know 4-year plan, 3-year plan, 5-year plan, whatever to be a head coach, and there's no rule that says you have to be an offensive coordinator. Andy Reid was never a coordinator, so there's no Mike McDaniel was never a coordinator, so there's no rule that says you have to do this before you become a head coach. And I think going to New Orleans, I think that would have been a big mistake.
I think whether it's Gerard or Bobby Slowick, when you get interviewed as many times as they did with teams, you're gauging the temperature of yourself too. Like, what do people think of me? And I think we don't know if Gerard or Bobby were offered a job, as you pointed out. But what I think happened here is they were really, really popular. I mean, they were really sought after. And sometimes what that does, to your point, is it kind of makes you realize maybe I can wait and get exactly what I want. Maybe I can wait and get a really good situation. So I think all those things probably were in play.
Now CJ Stroud, he gets selected to the Pro Bowl, and it was probably the third piece of good news that he got yesterday, which, by the way, I roll my eyes at CJ Stroud in the Pro Bowl. I'm not even.
Mm-hmm.
Gardner Minshew got in yesterday.
Gardner Minshew did get in yesterday.
Yeah, whatever. Good for you. It's almost like an Emmy for a news guy at this point.
Yeah.
Who doesn't have
Local
one?
television. I got an Emmy.
Who doesn't have one at this point?
I got a Pro Bowl.
Yeah, although the Emmy might be easier if we're being honest.
Oh, yeah, they give them out like Skittles. Local Emmys.
Mints at restaurants, man.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I really don't know a TV guy who doesn't have one.
I honestly do not either.
I do not.
Yeah.
I do not know a single one.
Yeah.
Pro Bowl, dodgeball, CJ Stroud. Enjoy. Hardly
and like you said yesterday, why are they even adding Gardner Minshew? It's dodgeball, dude. Like you're going to be, how much are you even going to be out there? I guess for bonus purposes or whatever it might.
Bonus purposes.
It might be in somebody's contract. If they make the Pro Bowl, they get a bonus.
Bonus purposes.
Yeah. Hey, money's green, man. Money matters. It's green. It counts. It pays the bills.
So yesterday, CJ Stroud, I guess he was Athlete of the Year at the Houston Sports Awards.
Mm-hmm.
I heard. I didn't watch any of it. Wasn't really interested. But he apparently got the loudest pop according to Sean Pendergast.
Mm-hmm.
You have a dream meter right now.
The dream meter.
The dream meter that you always speak of when it comes to CJ Stroud. Perhaps the biggest star in town right now.
Yes, with a bullet.
Here is the John Lopez dream meter and where CJ Stroud fits into this.
What is the dream meter? I'm glad you asked. The dream meter to me is those special athletes that are revered. Not necessarily the best, not necessarily the most talented, maybe even the most acclaimed. Like, you're not going to see James Harden on the dream meter because the dream meter has to do with how fans view them. You know what I mean? Like, Arian Foster is not on the dream meter. He's not ranked because fans are kind of wishy-washy on him. Deshaun Watson.
They are?
You don't think so?
I don't know.
Deshaun Watson definitely is not on the dream meter because as acclaimed and as successful as he was, he's not really looked at with those wide eyes, admiration, all that stuff. I'm going to go 5-1 on the dream meter.
The dream meter.
The dream meter.
And this is the most popular,
most revered.
Most revered.
Yes.
Okay, in town.
In Houston sports history.
Okay, you're gonna piss off a lot of boomers, I imagine.
I am?
Number 5.
Probably want Mike Scott on there or something.
He might. He probably would be on there lower. Number 5 is Andre Johnson.
Okay.
As great as he was, he is an icon.
Yeah.
He is. People look at him just differently.
He's crept into the next era too.
Yeah,
That's
got
the other thing. Like he's not gone.
Yes.
Some of these guys were in one era. He's still there. Still a big part of things.
It's like royalty. Maybe that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, okay.
Like not the best athletes in history, Houston royalty in sports history.
So Andre Johnson, number 5.
Numero 4.
J.J. Watt. Now, some people might say, how is he 4?
Yeah, 4.
All
This
right.
seems a little disrespectful.
Just hold. Like, he's popular.
713-572-4610 at Lopez on Sports.
He's popular.
He doesn't like JJ.
I love JJ. He's popular. He's revered. But let me get to the other ones.
Número 3.
Earl Campbell.
Okay.
Earl Campbell is more revered than JJ Watt. He's royalty.
I love Earl, but I don't know. Maybe.
I think he is.
Número 2.
Now, he was number 1. The Dream Meter is named after him. Akeem Olajuwon.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable person.
So he's number 2 now.
He's number 2 now.
Okay.
Unbelievable person, humanitarian, unbelievable player, championship pedigree, all that.
Número 1.
Jose Altuve. Jose Altuve is
He's number 1.
He's the most revered athlete in Houston sports history.
Over Akeem.
I think he passed Akeem.
Now, what if CJ Stroud wins the Super Bowl here? Where does he go?
Number 1.
He goes number 1.
He goes
no
there. He skips there. I would put him at number 6 or 7 right now.
Already?
Yeah.
Brother, he's been here a year.
Yeah. I realize
he's always got to ruin good things, Figgy.
No.
He's always got to ruin good things. He's already 6 or 7 all time.
Yeah.
I like it because we're not sitting here selling like Dan Pastorini and Mike Scott and all that crap.
Well, it's funny you say that because let me mention the honorable mentions. And you tell me if
you always got to ruin a good thing.
No, I'm right. I'm right on this. I'm going to mention the honorable mentions. I think, in terms of being revered, CJ Stroud is more revered than these guys. Dan Pastorini.
He's not on this. He's not on this list.
No, he's revered. Simone Biles.
Go buy John Lopez's book about Dan Pastorini. Be sure to do that.
I saw him last night, too. He said he ain't know who John Lopez was.
Be sure to go buy that Dan Pastorini book. Dan Pastorini somehow found company with Watt, Andre, Earl, Olajuwon, and Altuve.
No. See, you're twisting it around. These are honorable mention. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 is Johnson, Watt, Earl, Akeem, and Altuve. The honorable mentions are Dan Pastorini, Simone Biles, Carl Lewis, Nolan Ryan.
He's so overrated here.
That's why he's an honorable mention.
But it's like, dude.
But he's revered.
Dude, he's more of a Ranger than an Astro.
He's a local.
I know he's from Alvin, all that. I get it, but damn.
Yeah. Jeff Bagwell. I think right now.
Yeah, Bagwell's the man.
I think CJ is more revered than he is, and Craig Biggio.
All right, yeah.
So CJ is 6 or 7. If you want,
Pastorini squeezed his way in.
If you want to,
honestly,
if you want to,
Lord,
Kerry Strug worked out in Houston too, by the way.
Just going down the Lopez books.
Isn't that something?
I mean, does that speak for like how sad things have been here football wise?
I think it speaks to that.
Doesn't it speak to that too?
I think it speaks to that. I think it speaks to how important football is.
Where's DeMeco?
He's got to be in the honorable mentions, right?
Well, I mean, what if DeMeco wins the Super Bowl?
Would he bump up ahead of like JJ or Andre
or so? I would think so.
He might bump Andre.
I would think so. I look at, and it's the 1 year anniversary of DeMeco Ryans being in Houston. I look at it as a package thing, man. And I know that CJ is the one that's going to get the shine. CJ is going to be the one that you see on commercials.
Yeah.
CJ is going to be the one they focus on. They still talk about DeMeco. I look at it as a package.
You know what?
I think DeMeco's the most important guy in town.
Well, that's a different category.
Now, it's not this, but I think DeMeco. Without DeMeco, I don't know that all this is possible.
Figgy, don't you think that already? And let me answer what Landry was talking about a second ago. Why would he jump to number 1? Because it's football, and football. No matter, all due respect to the Astros, football is king still. Because the Texans have been so bad for so long, and it would be like I don't know what it would be like. Coming out of nowhere, and because he has all the characteristics. Figgy, wouldn't you say? Or I don't want to ask a leading question. That's for other people. Would you say that CJ Stroud is already in the honorable mentions, maybe 6 or 7?
I think you're getting way ahead of yourself.
All time?
I think he can propel up there in a short time, but I think you're getting ahead of yourself. I think you're ruining a good thing.
Yeah, Figgy, you heard the crowd yesterday. It was different for him, man. It was different for CJ Stroud.
I think also too because we didn't see this coming. And now we got
he's already
got a quarterback. Yeah.
Let's see what happens the next year.
It's already revered.
I do think it's a little too early though, man. Give it a couple more years and then we can have this conversation.
My guy on Twitter, AO Texans Nation, one of the funniest mofos on there in my opinion. Crazy, but funny. He doesn't think that Altuve should be above Watt.
See, the thing about Watt is he's wildly
Where are
popular.
your Harvey donations at, Jose?
He's wildly popular.
Where are your Harvey donations at? Where are your grades at?
That is a little crazy having J.J. Watt at 4.
Where are your grades at?
Here's the thing. He's not more revered in this city than Earl Campbell. Earl Campbell is a king. J.J. Watt is up there.
But Earl's like he's like a folk hero for
yes.
sure. Yeah,
and he's not more revered than, and this was tough on me too because I love J.J. Watt. He's not more revered than Akeem Olajuwon.
Does the fact that Earl's more of a Titan kind of impact this? I mean, we did see him out there.
Oh God.
I'm just saying. He was out there with Derrick Henry and Eddie George taking pictures, man.
I do think if Earl was always at NRG and always around, I do think that would make a difference.
I don't think
Earl's got better things to do, my friend.
And JJ is not more revered in this city in terms of generationally than Akeem Olajuwon. He's not. He's 4.
JJ's above Akeem. Yeah. Yeah.
No way.
He's a lot more popular.
No way.
He's a lot more popular.
Just say anything about the Rockets and Akeem Olajuwon is mentioned.
Yeah, that's fine. But again, this is the same reason that you're putting CJ Stroud on the honorable mention. It's
Do you think football get JJ more of a push though?
JJ
It does.
And JJ's still prominent national. Akeem just has the Rockets. Like that's it. We don't see Akeem on.
There might be a recency bias there because it just happened with JJ, but that's points for Akeem. I mean, it was 1995, bro.
Yeah, that's good.
And he's still.
You don't think we'll be talking about JJ at 20?
But like Akeem?
Yeah.
I don't know. 2 championships too.
If CJ wins a Super Bowl, he's
number 1.
He's the man.
And DeMeco would probably be like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
JJ would get bumped.
The other reason that I knock Hakeem down is because he encourages drug use. Like I just can't get over his infomercial back in the day, his dare. I mean, he's clearly encouraging drug use. Like, listen to it. Listen to this.
Conflict, confusion, loneliness, and doubt. They are all part of growing up. If you have problems like these, drugs won't make them go away.
Drugs would make them go away. You heard him right there. He said drugs would make them go away. I can't. I respect the kids too much. This is a family program. Shout out to all the loopholes if you listen to our one. Play it again, Figgy. He said drugs will make all your problems go away. I can't get over that with Hakeem.
They are all part of growing up. If you have problems like these, drugs won't make them go away.
Drugs would make them go away. I can't get over it. You might be able to get over it. You might want kids doing heroin. I don't. Hakeem does.
Figgy, you're about to find out exactly why Hakeem is number 2 and ahead of JJ. Open the text board. Open Twitch. Open YouTube.
I don't care about these weasels.
That shows you how revered he is. Like, how dare you, Landry Locker?
This is their only time that they know how to flip their phone open and talk. Like, anytime these people side with you, it's their only time to flip their phone open and talk. Go wait.
And I don't disagree with that, but I feel like JJ is very popular and football is popular.
These people
too,
are
so that's why I was kind of.
These people are sitting in their car yelling at the radio, waiting for 13 minutes for Luby's to open. Shut y'all's asses up, you weasels. Landry Locker, John
You are going to get it big time. I'm just sitting
Figgy
back.
Fig with you here on Houston Sports
I ain't in it either.
I ain't in it. Crisscross applesauce, Figgy.
Fine. Y'all encourage drug use all you want. Coming up, so Sean and Seth were talking about the running back position, and they appear to want a different running back than I. They want a running back, but they want a different running back than I. Let's hear their case laid out, and I want you to decide. 713-572-4610. Who do you think is on the right side when it comes to fixing that run game? Next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
So the offensive coaching staff is staying. Bobby Slowick, your offensive coordinator, Gerard Johnson, your quarterback coach. They're not going anywhere. So where do the Texans go from here? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Running back is an area that we've spent a lot of time on. I'm a Saquon Barkley guy. I look at him like Christian McCaffrey. I think he has that type of ability to be a game breaker. I understand the durability concerns, but those were the same concerns I heard about Christian McCaffrey before he got in an environment that he's thrived in and he's cranked it up a notch. The Texans are trying to have that same type of philosophy, San Francisco South-ish, that I think Saquon Barkley could thrive in. So I'm team Saquon. You're just team running back, period.
Saquon
right?
or Jacobs would be my choices.
Josh Jacobs from the Raiders.
Yeah.
Austin Eckler's also available. Derrick Henry, the Texans killer, is available. Austin Eckler, Tony Pollard. There's a lot of free agents, and the price is right for a lot of these guys because the position is not valued. This was Payne and Pendergast this morning. Seth Payne has a interesting outlook on who he would like to see.
What do you do with the running back room? Do you have to you got to start
sign
over?
Derrick Henry.
Yeah,
Simple as that.
You're talking me into Derrick Henry as to putting him at the top of my free agent power rankings for running backs.
The biggest thing about Derrick Henry, all of those reservations you have about older running backs, yes, they're accurate. You should worry about it. And yet, Derrick Henry is an extreme throwback in a lot of ways in that he's been remarkably durable. Only one season in which he didn't play at least 16 games in his career. And in 3 of the last 4 years, he's had the most rushing attempts in the NFL. Now, if I were to tell you, hey, he's had 3 of the last 4 years, he's had the most rushing attempts in the NFL, and that means he's going to rush for 1,500 yards next year, you should shoot me in the head. That's dumb. But if I were to tell you, look, he's been incredibly durable, he's built like he looks like he should be durable, kind of like a Frank Gore, perhaps. He doesn't have to lead the league in rushing attempts next year. I think that's where, and then the big thing, too, is he's got great, productive, successful experience in a zone running scheme. He can run gap scheme if that's what you need to. Like, he's very adaptable. There will be a scheme fit with him in a way that it can actually help your offensive line.
Yeah.
The cohesion between your quarterback, the running back, and the offensive line in this scheme is very, very important. And in a lot of ways, he can be a leader in that regard. And he doesn't have to be the bell cow.
Solid argument that I don't agree with. And the only reason, look, he made some great points. I'm not going to say he didn't. The reason I disagree is it's the style of running back that he is. Is he built different? Yes. Could he be? Adrian Peterson is who I thought of. Like a guy that he was never a 1,500-yard rusher after age 30. I think maybe once, but he was productive and he was good. I get all that. I just think this is a team that you want a running back for 2, 3, 4 years. That's at an earlier age. If Derrick Henry comes here, I'm going to be doing backflips. Well, in my head, I'll be doing backflips because I'll be all about it. But he's not my preferred choice because that clock is undefeated, even for guys that are special like him, like Adrian Peterson. Power, big running backs. They can still be productive, but are they going to be the same thing? Are they still going to be as explosive? I just have my reservations.
Yeah, and I'm Saquon. The stuff that's being said about Saquon to me is just it seems very similar to McCaffrey. Mm-hmm. And 2 years ago, Saquon Barkley was the big reason why the Giants even got in the playoffs. And if you can add a player at a position that can significantly impact the game in more ways than one, the run game, the pass game, all that type of stuff,
yeah,
and you're only paying $12 million, or whatever the market value is going to be, to me, that's worth it. Just to put in perspective, I think Robert Woods got like 8 or 9. Sheldon Rankins got 10 or 11. So those guys aren't going to make the impact that Saquon Barkley potentially could. And you still adjust accordingly. Hell, you can still bring back Devin Singletary and allow him to be the complimentary back that he was brought in to be. But I think Saquon would just make sense. However, Sean and Seth, they laid out their case against Saquon Barkley. And Seth's laying out a good case for Derrick Henry. This is their case against Saquon Barkley.
Both from an injury standpoint, and he's undependable both from an injury standpoint and just a game-by-game productivity standpoint, or a carry-by-carry. It's a lot of boom or bust with him, and I just don't trust that as what I want to really establish that ability to week in, week out, run the ball, set up the play action, do all those things, and to run the ball successfully. I know you don't have to run the ball successfully to set up the play action, but it sure as hell helps when you only have to convert a 3rd and 4 instead of a 3rd and 9.
Absolutely.
The play action doesn't really help you a lot on 3rd and 9.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I think somebody's going to pay Saquon Barkley
a
good amount of money. I just don't want. I want nothing to do with a big running back contract.
Yeah, I definitely don't want Saquon Barkley at the annual amount that he got this year, which was like $12 million. I don't know that I want any of these guys at $12 million. I'm shopping in that $6 or $7 million aisle at the most when it comes to running backs.
I think, again,
12 million,
is that too much?
12 million's too much for a guy who can impact the game like that?
Well, the other thing is,
and that's a Sheldon Rankins contract. Dalton Schultz got 9.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz got 9.
Yeah, so 12 million, that's too much? That's not too much for me.
No, it's not. And the thing about Saquon and Josh Jacobs, they're 26. Derrick Henry's 30. Am I just oversimplifying it? Maybe. But I've watched this game. You've watched this game a long time, and it just happens, man. It's inevitable. And I'd hate to sign Derrick Henry. The risk reward, let me put it this way. The risk reward for a running back over 30 is no different than a running back that has an injury history. To me, a 26-year-old that had some injuries versus a running back that's over 30 with 1,500 carries the last 5 years. I'd go with the 26-year-old. I absolutely would.
I'd go with the guy that can do a lot of things.
And that too.
And I would look at what's going on in San Francisco, and I would bring Saquon. But if you told me $12 million, sure, let's go.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a quarterback on his rookie deal. As far as the impact he can have, it doesn't mean that you're just handcuffing yourself at the running back position. So sign me up for that. 12 mil, okay, let's roll. Mm-hmm. Let's eat. Mm-hmm. Come on.
I agree.
Let's do it.
I absolutely agree.
Bring it.
Mm-hmm.
But Saquon, Derrick Henry, whatever, they definitely need to at least look in the direction of the running back. But we're getting on the text line and on the YouTube and Twitch. Austin Eckler's getting thrown out there. Tony Pollard's getting thrown out there. Henry all day. Josh Jacobs. There's a lot of guys out there. The bottom line is they got to do it, and I think they will do it.
I think they have to do it at the running back position because of what they're going to be doing in the draft elsewhere, and maybe even also at running back. You're going to get tired of me if you're not already. They have the money for that contract. They may not have this money after CJ Stroud gets a new contract.
I think he's got 2 more years for that.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying, but
if you can front load a running back, make it happen.
That's what I'm saying.
And you only have 1 first-round pick, all that. Make it happen.
Yeah.
Saquon, come on, man. That should be a no-brainer. 12 mil? I'm surprised by Sean at that.
Yeah.
12 mil?
Yeah, that's doable.
I'm surprised.
It's very doable.
Very surprised. But Derrick Henry, good case made by Seth. It would be weird seeing Derrick Henry. I'll take any of them. Just give me the running
I'll be
backs.
happy. Don't get me wrong.
Hey, and draft one too. Just give me the running backs. Let's figure out a way to add a new dynamic for Bobby Slowick. Because say what you want about Slowick, and we can get as frustrated as we wanted in the last time. But we need some running backs here. They need running backs. CJ needs running backs. And you got the staff. Let's add some backs. Old, young, Henry, Saquon, whatever. Coming up, baseball spo, Adam Spillane. Let's talk about these Astros, and let's talk about these Rockets kind of getting called out by people in the know, as well as what he thinks about this upcoming draft in the running back position. He's going to be one of these weasels when it comes to the running back. I don't even want to know what Spo has to say. Actually, I do. We'll find out next.
In the Loop.
making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Who they want? Who they want?
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Baseball, sport.
All right, Adam Spillane with us here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I'm going to have Lopez throw a list at you, and I'm intrigued to get your reaction. It's called the Dream Scale.
The Dream Meter.
The Dream Meter. We'll get your take on that. But I'm... You drive me nuts sometimes with your analytics and all this type of stuff.
What did you do?
You drive me nuts. Where do you sit, though, on what the Texans should do at the running back position? I have intentionally avoided this conversation with you. Where do you sit with what they should do?
We are going to be in agreement on this right now because they're in a situation where the quarterback's not making any money. He's not going to make any money for a while. And probably their two best defenders, Will Anderson. I would say their two best defenders are Will Anderson and Derek Stingley. Would either of you disagree with that?
No.
They will not be making any money for a long time. So you've got a rare opportunity to splurge on certain positions where you ordinarily don't splurge. And so if you're going to do that, if you're going to spend money at that position, the next 3 years are really the time to do it. So if I'm the Texans, absolutely. I am spending they got a lot of room under the cap. I am spending that money. If there's a running back that you think is there, I don't mind overpaying. If it's Saquon Barkley, I don't mind overpaying for Saquon Barkley right now because, again, probably your three most important players aren't making any money for the next few years. So go ahead and do it.
All right. Okay. Hey, how
there
about
we go.
that?
Welcome to the club.
Yeah. How about that? So Lopez has a list, and I'm really intrigued to hear how you feel about this list.
All right. Let me lay it out for you. It's called the Dream Meter.
Okay.
The most revered athlete in Houston sports history. Not the best or accomplished. The most revered. 5-1. 5, Andre Johnson. In other words, Deshaun Watson's not on here. Arian Foster's not on here. James Harden's not on here. The most revered athlete. 5, Andre Johnson. 4, J.J. Watt, which some might be surprised. Landry was surprised, but let me give you the top 3. Earl Campbell, 3. Akeem Olajuwon, 2. And Jose Altuve, 1.
So I would flip Akeem and Altuve.
Still, Akeem number 1.
I think
see. He didn't even. He was down on Akeem at number 2.
It's hard because of you're getting kind of generational.
Yeah.
And so Altuve with this generation absolutely would be number 1, but Akeem for what because I do think Akeem, those teams were probably more important to the city. Just because they were the first championships, and they did it back-to-back.
That's why the Astros? More important than the Astros?
The city hadn't won anything forever.
Damn.
The city had not won anything ever up until those two teams.
So you think
and the city loved those
like with
teams.
Harvey, the Harvey factor and all that? I mean,
well, he's on the list.
Yeah.
He's 4.
I would probably have Watt above Earl Campbell.
Oh, boy. You just say Earl Campbell. You're talking
part of
about
this,
royalty,
man. It's hard for me, too, because I wasn't around during Love You Blue.
Yeah.
So I can't speak to how much he meant.
But you're quite familiar with it because of Earl Campbell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a lot of what he's most famous for also happened in Austin.
Yeah.
I mean, he won a Heisman Trophy in Austin.
No, he did, but nobody around here says, Earl Campbell, the Heisman winner. They say Earl Campbell, Love You Blue. You know?
Yeah, I mean...
3 straight rushing titles.
I would still
feel like it all rolls together.
It might in some circles, but I think here, by and large, it's like Love You Blue, Earl Campbell.
I would put J.J. Watt over Earl Campbell.
Lopez doesn't like JJ, so let's just be honest.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's not a big JJ guy.
Fill me in.
This is Landry being Landry.
Not a big JJ guy here.
Number 4 and the most revered, with those 3 guys ahead of you.
He thinks he's a cloud chaser.
Is good.
Doesn't like his analysis.
Is more than good. In fact, the Dream Meter is named for Dream. I just think Altuve kind of passed him.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't. Yeah. I just don't necessarily agree.
Didn't have Craig Biggio, Nolan Ryan.
Yeah, I would probably put. I think you probably have Andre Johnson a little too high.
Really?
They never won anything.
Yeah, but he's just...
And he's not in the Hall of Fame.
The way I describe it is people just look at him differently.
No.
Look at those people differently.
I would probably put Biggio ahead of...
Andre?
Yeah, I think I probably would.
Maybe.
Again,
I had him 6.
One guy won stuff here, almost won. Went to the World Series and is in the Hall of Fame. The other Got to a couple divisional rounds.
Shots fired.
Not in the Hall of Fame.
He hates Andre Johnson.
Wow. A lot of hate going on here.
I know. It's just
in the loop. Sports Radio 610. So yesterday on, I guess he was with Gilbert Arenas, right? I don't. It was Gilbert Arenas, the thing.
I think that's the podcast they do, right?
Okay.
Is it No Chill Gil or something?
I don't know. I'd cut out Gilbert Arenas' words, but whatever Gilbert Arenas does, this is where it's at. This was Kenyon Martin talking about the Rockets culture last year to compare to this year. Keep in mind his son was on the squad, so he might have had a decent idea of what was going on. This was Kmart.
Even if they would have had the same team, it would have been different having MA there. There was no respect for Silas. Yeah, what I saw. A lot of talent, but there was no. So it's just hard to coach that when you don't have the locker room. And I think MA would have came in, he would have demanded that, and certain guys wouldn't have been able to play for him. With the same team, certain guys wouldn't have been able to play. So therefore they made the moves because of certain things. But I just you got Tyree still there, Jabari, Sengun, Tate, Jalen Green together. So it's still.
And they only had Eric Gordon.
But those wasn't troublemakers.
No.
Yeah.
But it was only. But it wasn't. The whole team wasn't.
I know that's what I'm saying. The whole team wasn't just a few.
No, it wasn't even a few.
Just one.
Yeah.
All right. I would say that he was talking about Kevin Porter Jr. That would be my assumption.
You don't think he was talking about Dacian Nix?
I don't think so.
Josh Christopher?
So yeah, that's it. That's about as in-depth as we can get right there. This is my question, though, Spo. Like, we talk about blessings in disguise. This is the 1-year anniversary of DeMeco. The CJ Stroud thing, you can make a case that was a blessing because you ended up getting him instead of Bryce.
Yeah.
And we were Team Bryce. So I will fully admit that they perhaps got lucky, or they got lucky that Bryce Young was selected too and they got CJ Stroud. Here's my question, though. If what happened or didn't happen with Kevin Porter Jr. off the court never happened, and we saw how much Rafael Stone loved Kevin Porter Jr. and was forcing him on Silas and all that, what happens with him? Does Udoka find a way to make it work? Does he end up saying, I'm done with this guy? What exactly happens in that situation if the off-court thing didn't happen?
I don't know. I really don't. I do think that he was ready to buy into a role under Udoka. He was front and center with Udoka when he got hired. He was at the combine. He was giving speeches to all the new draftees at the combine as just kind of a guy who was able to turn his life around. I don't know what Kenyon Martin's talking about. I just don't. You hear something. Yeah, you do. You don't know how much of it is true. You don't know how much of it isn't true. So I'm not going to get into the whole speculation of it. But he would in a basketball sense this season, Kevin Porter Jr. would have helped the Rockets because their bench had, up until this little Cam Whitmore flurry over the last few weeks, the bench had really struggled. They had really struggled to find offense off their bench, which is why they were bad. You look at the numbers; they are bad when Fred VanVleet is off the floor because they really don't have that second point guard. That could have been Porter. It's now Amin Thompson and Cam Whitmore are starting to get their sea legs at this level. So I think Kevin Porter Jr. would have helped the Rockets on the basketball floor. Listen, I don't know about all the other stuff.
Would it have worked, though? I mean,
would it have?
That's the thing.
The thing is, there's a lot of reasons for Kevin Porter Jr. to try and make it work because his contract after this season wasn't guaranteed. So that whole thing cost him a lot of money because he's only going to he signed for $80 million, I think was what the contract was for. He's only getting 17 of that because he got waived.
Yeah.
So that's how much.
So you don't think there's any addition by subtraction?
Maybe a little. I don't know. But I think the reason why the Rockets have matched their win total before the All-Star break, before February 1st this year, is because they actually are trying to win. Because they went in and got really good veterans who have really helped them. Having Fred VanVleet has completely changed the way that they run offensively. Where they're not turning the ball over every 20% of the time.
Crazy.
Dylan Brooks,
he's a nut.
has brought them some defensive intensity that they haven't had. I mean, there are some aspects of the game right now where they were bottom 5 last year, and now they're top 5. Last time I looked, they were top 5 in turnover rate. They've been at the bottom the last 3 years. Defensively, they've taken a bit of a turn for the worse over the last few weeks with Tari Eason out, but they were second in defensive rating at Christmas. They bottom 3 the last 3 years. So you've seen the improvement, and a lot of that is. And look at the guys who aren't here anymore.
Yeah.
The guys that were getting minutes last year, they aren't even playing. Like Josh Christopher was in the rotation last year. He's in the G League right now, not even with the team. Daishen Nix was getting minutes last year. He's on a two-way right now with Minnesota. Like, so there were all these guys who were getting. KJ Martin was a starter for them last year, and he's basically an end of the bench guy now for the Sixers. So all these guys that were getting heavy minutes for them last year are basically not playing anywhere in the league right now. And then you have guys like Jabari Smith, who's really taken a step forward this season, and Şengün's taken a step forward too.
Big time. Jalen Green seems to be, as much as Udoka is helping everybody and changing, culture and all that stuff. Jalen Green seems to be his pet project, and it seems to be kind of catching a little bit.
The last week has been really. I think he probably has the highest ceiling out of anybody that they have on the roster. Maybe Amen Thompson does just because of the size and the defense, and if Amen Thompson learns how to shoot, then it's going to be a different story with him. But athletically, there are very few people in the world that are like Jalen Green, and you're starting to see his role is completely different now to what it was. He doesn't get the ball nearly as much as he did. Now the offense runs through Şengün, which it should. That's a good thing. But you're starting to. I think Jalen Green is starting to figure out ways to impact the game. Where you've seen it the last 3 games, where he's got double-digit rebounds in the last 3 games. And that's allowing him to get the ball, take it, get up the floor because, again, athletically, he's different than everyone else. So they're playing against this slow Lakers team on Monday night, and he's just taking advantage of his athleticism and just beating them down the floor and being aggressive and getting easy buckets that way.
Spo, appreciate you, my friend.
Anytime.
The man, the myth, the legend, the great Adam Spillane. Coming up, Bobby Slowick. Some people are looking at this as, hey, Bobby Slowick's going to be here for another year. I think he might be here for a long time. I'll lay it out next.
Place your bets.
free Odyssey app.
All right, so Bobby Slowick, we got news yesterday that Bobby Slowick, offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans, friend of the show, is going to be back, which is cool. We don't know if he rejected jobs. We don't know if he got squeezed out. We don't know. But I think a lot of people are looking at this. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. YouTube, Twitch, the text line. A lot of people are looking at this and saying, oh, man, well, at least you get Bobby Slowick for at least another year.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Are we sure it's not going to be a longer time? And let me just lay out the case here.
To answer your question right now, before you lay out your case,
yeah,
yes, I think it's going to be one more year.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
change my mind, like that guy, that meme.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know about the meme?
I've never heard of that.
Wow.
The guy sitting at a table with a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Bootleg sign that said, change my mind.
Never seen that one.
Of course you haven't.
But the market this year for NFL coaches, there were 8 open gigs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you willing to assume that none of these guys are going to be one and done?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's 25% of the jobs, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They're gone. 25% of the jobs are not going to be available next year.
Correct.
Ben Johnson, I'm pretty sure the Lions thought that Ben Johnson was gone this year. Like, because Ben Johnson last year was what Bobby Slowick is right now, and he's coming back for a third year.
Yes.
As their OC. He's been there for a while. So that's 8 jobs that you acknowledge are going to be
at least not a one
accounted
and done.
For.
Yeah.
Okay. Buffalo, Miami, and the New York Jets. I don't think Mike McDaniel gets fired under any circumstance this year. I don't think.
I agree with that.
Buffalo, perhaps.
Yes.
We can maybe see that. New York Jets, Robert Saleh, perhaps.
Yes.
Could happen. So there's 2 gigs. Baltimore's coach ain't going nowhere. Cincinnati's coach ain't going nowhere. We don't know what's going to happen with Mike Tomlin. And then Cleveland, I would think Kevin Stefanski would at least get another year. I don't know. Maybe Deshaun Watson could be a coach.
I'll agree with that.
Doug Peterson in Jacksonville, maybe, depending on what happens if they have another disappointing year. So that's 3 gigs right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Denver, Sean Payton's not going anywhere. Andy Reid's not going anywhere. We've already acknowledged that the Raiders in Vegas, which jobs were filled this offseason, we've already acknowledged that those aren't going to be one and done. Jonathan Gannon with the Cardinals ain't going anywhere. Sean McVay with the Rams, who knows? Don't think so. Kyle Shanahan, don't think so. Seattle, whoever they hire, it's going to fall under that one and done thing. Atlanta, one and done thing. Carolina, one and done thing. Dennis Allen, perhaps in New Orleans. That's 4. Todd Bowles, he just made the playoffs. I don't know. Make that a maybe. So 4 and a maybe. Eberflus in Chicago, perhaps, depending on what happens with the rookie quarterback. Although he's going to get a rookie quarterback to build with now, which is always valuable.
Insurance, too.
LaFleur in Green Bay ain't going nowhere. O'Connell ain't going nowhere. Washington's the one and done thing. Sirianni, maybe. That's 5. And then Dable, maybe. Cowboys could be in the market. So that's 6 gigs. You're also going to have Ben Johnson available, perhaps Mike Vrabel available, perhaps Bill Belichick available. There's going to be a lot of other names.
Yeah.
It wouldn't shock me if this time next year we're talking about Slowick like we are Ben Johnson and saying he's coming back for a third year.
Yeah, I can't line up with that. Inevitably there are at least 4 jobs every year, usually more in the NFL.
But if you're the Cowboys, you're not hiring Bobby Slowick.
No,
right?
that's a Belichick gig.
That's a Belichick variable type of
something like that.
Yeah.
No, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I just feel like inevitably it's at least 4 jobs. There are at least more often than not. And here's the other thing, that the biggest reason I feel like Bobby Slowick is gone after this year is they're going to kick ass. And
oh, wow.
They are. I mean, come on.
Oh, wow.
They absolutely.
Oh, damn. Okay.
I mean, do you not think they're going to be division champions and at minimum?
It's hard to win in this league, John.
Oh, God.
It's a year-to-year league. It's a year-to-year league, and it's hard to win in this league, sir.
Okay. I think they'll put it that way. I think they're going to kick ass. And then the second part to the equation of why I think Bobby Slowick is gone, people are hiring offensive-minded coaches. They are hiring coaches from this tree in particular.
They're hiring defensive-minded coaches too, though, sir.
The trend is offense. The trend is Shanahan coaching tree. And if you have all those three things going for you, like Bobby Slowick does, you're going to get a job next year.
There have been as many defensive coaches hired as offensive this offseason.
That's fine, but I feel like the trend is speaks for itself. Like the most successful teams, we talk about it. We talk about the Shanahan tree and all that, and the combination of him being a hot commodity already, coming from the Shanahan tree, the Texans are going to play very well, and I think a lot of people are looking at offensive-minded coaches. I just feel like he's a one and done. But that's fine, because I think this year is, because of Slowick and Gerard coming back, they're going to be better. There's more reason to believe they're going to be better,
What do you got on your tongue, brother?
I got something on my tongue.
Like, man, what's going on?
I got it off now.
No, what have you been making out with a cat or something?
Part of my
You've been
breakfast.
grabbing your tongue the whole time.
I think it was part of my breakfast.
Well, on the YouTube, these people are wondering what is wrong with this guy.
I got it out. I got it off.
Jeez.
Yeah. There, see?
The hell is wrong with this guy? Sicko? Lord.
That's the first time I've acknowledged the camera, I think, ever. I forget that it's there.
I can tell.
Yeah.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you.
No, look.
I think Bobby. I don't know if Bobby's as popular of going to be as popular of a commodity. I don't know. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Johnson's been pretty popular though.
Ben Johnson is going to be ahead of Bobby Slowick. We can only presume. But that's just one guy. I think Belichick, if he wants, it's going to get a job. Vrabel, if he wants, it's going to get a job. So there's three accounted for. So your point is not like invalid. I just feel like Bobby is like right there. Like if you today, and it could change, said who are the top 4 or 5 candidates for next year's coaching cycle, Bobby Slowick is easily top 3 or 4. So that's going to be hard to ignore.
You know what my other DeMeco Ryans, by the way, officially named Texans coach 1 year ago today. So it's been a good year when it comes to the Texans, to say the least. You know what my other vision is, and I think there's a possibility this happens.
What's that?
So I'm looking at this as like if Slowick leaves and then Gerard takes over as OC, and then Gerard becomes a head coach. You know who I want to be like the offensive coordinator in like 3 years?
Keenum?
Hell no.
Ooh. Well, how is Keenum a hell no?
Mike McDaniel. Like, I feel like all these head coaches that get fired, like, I could easily, like, if you told me I could place odds that Robert Saleh's on this coaching staff next year or the year after, like after he gets fired with the Jets, like, I feel like that's the other beauty of DeMeco Ryans doing what he's doing, and CJ Stroud increasing the ceiling, where like when these coaches get fired, because it seems like all the good teams, like you look at their defensive coordinator, like, oh damn, that's Dan Quinn, he's been at a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Look who this guy has. Like, I could see a situation where in 2 years, like Robert Saleh is the DC of the Houston Texans, or Mike McDaniel's calling plays in 3 years for the Texans with the Joggers.
That would almost be a lock if he gets fired, right?
Well, I mean,
unless he gets another head coaching job, but that wouldn't be
he'd probably
immediate.
have to wait.
Yeah, that wouldn't be immediate.
Yeah, then Mike McDaniel comes over here. He's calling plays. Got the joggers on.
Man, they could be in Thursday. For a good run.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's the other thing. Like with the pipeline, like a lot of times we look at like whenever it seemed like Bobby Slowick was potentially going to leave, and if you're just tuning in and you've been under a rock the last year, Bobby Slowick's coming back, as is Gerard Johnson. But we a lot of times you look beneath them and you're like. And by the way, I don't know why I said hell no with Case Keenum. I don't know if he wants to coach or not. That was a little intense.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, that was a little intense. I apologize for that. That just wasn't. Case Keenum or Mike McDaniel. I'll take Mike McDaniel. That's really what I was saying. But like, you look at you tend to look down and say, well, who's ready? Who's coming up the pipeline? But you also, I also think like much like free agency, like when it comes to coaches, like you're looking around like all these connections that have been built around the league with the Shanahan pipeline and all that. Like, you're also looking at that.
Of course.
Like let's put it this way. If let's say Bobby Slowick left, Gerard Johnson was the OC, and let's say that Gerard Johnson next year becomes a head coach. So step one, Slowick head coach, then Gerard. and then Mike McDaniel gets fired. Like, Mike McDaniel's your OC.
Of course he is.
Right? Like, he's your OC.
And
it's a job that it's his best option. It's not like maybe he'll come here. No. You're not calling plays in San Francisco. You're working with CJ Stroud. He's your OC.
No, and that speaks to, like, the CJ Stroud effect for players. It's the same as coaches. Like, players, he's a magnet for players to want to come here in free agency, and that's why I'm shooting for the stars, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But coaches as well. Like the Texans, they had a guy at tight ends coach that is coaching in high school now. What's his name that went to Sam Houston State? Remember that? Like, they couldn't. John Perry. They couldn't get coaches.
Bill O'Brien, assistant coach when he was at Brown.
Yeah, I think he's coaching high school now. All due respect, but you're coming from the NFL. You're coming from the. I'm talking about respect to high school
Mike Devlin
coaching.
was volunteering at Rice.
Yes.
The O-line coach. Yeah, like
CJ Stroud's a magnet for everyone.
Like, if the Jets don't work next year, like if the Jets lose, like let's say Aaron Rodgers crumbles and the Jets lose, they're going to fire Saleh. And then it's going to be, all right, is Robert Saleh going to go back to San Francisco as their DC, which he could. Steve Wilkes is out there doing a good job, but he could.
Yeah.
Or did the Texans hire him? Like, it's a legit, like, that's the legit two things. Like, do they bring Saleh and make him like an assistant head coach and you have freaking Robert Saleh on your coaching staff? There's like a lot of possibilities.
Not only is it a legit possibility, the Texans might have the advantage after next year, depending on what C.J. Stroud does, looks like, improves, younger, all that stuff. You can't overstate what C.J. Stroud is doing for this organization, top to bottom, like top to bottom, and Slowick's going to benefit. Gerard's going to benefit. I as you do, I hear things about all these coaching searches and all that. For what it's worth, I don't know what's true, what's not, but what I heard was Slowick and Gerard were very sought after. They just decided to come back. Shout out to Cal and Hannah.
So you think Slowick turned down HC?
I don't know if he turned down. I don't know if he ever got an offer.
Yeah.
I don't know if Gerard ever got an offer. I'm saying they blew the doors off of people.
Yeah.
Like, they were in the mix, Yeah. And so that's only going to compound itself after next season.
Text line, some people were saying that it's inevitable that Slowick is gone. I mean, were we saying that about Ben Johnson last year with the Lions? That's my point. 25% of the gigs were open this year. We were saying that about Ben Johnson, and Vrabel and Belichick.
Good year this year too.
Vrabel and Belichick didn't even get gigs, and they're going to be a year out of the game next year. So, yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where sometimes there's just a limited. It's a limited thing. Text line 832. Landry just wants to be different. Damn, effing. Cussing a lot. Slowick is gone, bro. We're lucky to get him another year. Let's just see if we can groom Johnson into what we need as an OC.
They were very aggressive with you.
Damn, I mean, I kind of felt like I laid out my case, man.
No, you did.
Goodness gracious. I feel sorry for his wife. He probably doesn't have one. I feel sorry for his right hand. Landry Locker, goodness. John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Wow. With lefty, maybe. But yeah, I don't think it's too far-fetched, and I think the fact that we see Ben Johnson coming back for a third year kind of adds to it. And I actually do think Ben Johnson, unlike Slowick, probably did reject jobs.
Oh, I think he did, yeah.
And plus, I feel like these teams just have weird hires for some reason, man, because if you told me Mike Vrabel would have been gone, I thought he would have got a job at a snap of a finger, but
I thought
some people
was the
just
top
make
candidate.
weird hires,
I thought Vrabel, as soon as he got fired, was the best candidate out there. And he didn't get a job.
But him sitting out means that he's getting one.
If he wants it, he's going to get one.
Like Philadelphia or Dallas, like, boom, we need to win right now. That's Mike Vrabel. That's that. So that takes that off with Slowick. We just went through probably maybe 6 jobs open up next year.
Yeah,
perhaps
5 or 6. Yeah,
perhaps
it's minimum 4 every year.
And plus, is there a lot of people that get fired and get a head coaching job right after?
Yeah,
but those guys were different. Obviously, Belichick and Vrabel. Look. What I said is, like, you stated a strong case. Yeah. I can't line up with it.
Well, yeah.
I just can't.
Yeah, I get it. The other thing is, like, is he taking DeMeco's advice and being selective? Like, how many of those gigs that we just laid out, how many of those seem appealing?
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Because the whole thing about Bobby Slowick right now, and there's guys like David Coley who nobody else is ever going to offer a gig to that Yeah, 1 of 32 makes sense. But with Bobby Slowick, it's
maybe 8 of 32.
Do I wait 2 years to get this? Do I be selective? Because that's what DeMeco said the advice was. So could end up with Slowick back. Who knows?
Yeah. No, who knows? Like I said, I see your point. It's just like, man, this is a lifelong dream, and if he gets the opportunity and it's close, I think somebody's going to look at him harder because I think the Texans are going to be really, really good, and that's going to go a long way. It's going to go a long way. I mean, look at these successful teams and where the head coaches come from. Always from the successful teams.
How do you, if you're Bobby Slowick, I do wonder, what is that like? What is that like from a Bobby Slowick point of view where now you've had a taste of being a head coach? Like you know what I mean? Like you've gone into certain situations open to being a head coach, and then you go back to being the OC. How do you take your experience and taste of climbing up the ladder and then maintain your ability to progress as a play caller like he wants to do from year to year?
I think it's the best motivation of all. I think we're going to get the very best out of Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson. Because, like I said, you kind of hear how things are going. Like, they are hot commodities. So if you're that close to a lifelong dream, you're not gonna kind of mail anything in, Not that they would, but I think you're gonna get the very, very best because you can taste it. It's that close, and I think they're realizing what they have here. First of all, they want to win, and they want to get to the postseason. They want to get to an AFC Championship game and a Super Bowl. So there's that motivation. There's also the motivations like, if we do that, I'm going to be a head coach. I think you're going to get the very best out of both of them. And the continuity, I can't overstate. Like the Texans right now with Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson back, I think it's like signing a big-time free agent. Compared to these other staffs in the AFC, I was looking at the AFC. Like, they're all turning over their staffs at some level.
Yeah.
At some level, they're either adding a head coach, coordinator, quarterbacks coach. I'm talking Chargers, Browns, Broncos, Dolphins, Steelers, Ravens. They're having Bills. They're having to make new additions, new changes, new verbiage, new faces, new personalities. Texans don't. Like, them coming back is enormous.
I also like the fact that it's young.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at the moment, it's young. Like, you have two very, very respected young offensive minds. Like, we're begging this for this for a long time.
I think they're both 36.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're both, neither one of them are 40. They're young men.
Yeah.
Man. They're very young. Shout out to Bobby Slowick.
This
Welcome
big.
back.
It's going to be the Texans got better with them coming back.
Or the same.
I think better because of what we're just talking about.
Because they're going to get better?
Yeah, they're going to get better. They're going to be more motivated, all that.
John Lopez guarantees Super Bowl next year. You heard it here first.
Didn't say that
713-572-4610. Coming up, the market value check. You're going to need players, John.
Yes, we are.
You need players. We're talking about the X's and O's. We got to get into them Jimmies and Joes. John Lopez is going to throw market values at us. We are going to buy or sell the Texans' top free agents next.
So the weight loss plan has been just
by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Market value check here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We have market values. Now, keep in mind, a lot of times these are off. They could go any way. They typically, if they're off, then it's a little bit higher or a lot lower. Like Dalton Schultz last year was supposed to get a 3-year deal for $33. He ended up signing the 1 year for $9.
Yeah.
Sometimes this can change. So we'll cuss and discuss this a number of ways. Texans free agency is upon us. The offseason's officially begun. You don't have to worry about hiring an offensive coordinator. You don't have to worry about hiring a quarterback coach. Nick Caserio's in Mobile, Alabama, scouting guys. So it's begun. And Lopez comes with some market projections.
Are you ready to come to the dark side yet? Spend the money, man.
Oh, no. I mean, I'm not going to spend recklessly.
I didn't say spend recklessly.
I'm playing chess. I'm not playing Madden like you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not playing Madden. I'm playing checkers/chess. I'm not playing Madden like you. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you wanted to. Let's be real though.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Can we be honest, or do we have to be honest?
Aren't we always honest?
Like, you're a reckless SOB when it comes to off seasons.
No, I am not.
You wanted to trade draft picks for Sean Payton.
I was in favor of that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Am I denying that?
And I wanted DeMeco.
Well, that doesn't mean I'm reckless. It means we had a difference of opinion.
So that means you can be my assistant GM.
No.
And I'll be the verdict on this because you wanted.
That doesn't make it reckless.
We probably wouldn't have. Who knows? We might not have Will Anderson or CJ Stroud, and we would have a crazy ass Sean Payton.
That's not reckless.
No playoff berth.
That's not reckless at all.
We would have never even known who Bobby Slowick was if it were for you last year.
But that's not. I'm not
Trading
saying.
picks.
I'm not denying that I was in support of that. But first of all, that's not reckless.
It's reckless.
And secondly, another NFL team did.
Yeah, and they were dumb.
Well, he ended up pretty good.
Yeah, they were dumb.
He ended up pretty good.
Yeah, he was the fourth, fifth best first-year coach last year, yeah? First, second, third-round pick?
After a rocky start, they ended up pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are they doing with their quarterback?
They're going to move on from it.
Okay, yeah, he really revived Russell Wilson.
That's called a head coach making moves, man. But I'm not here for that. What I'm saying is, and I'm actually kind of surprised that you, of all people who are, you're into every little nook and cranny of the NFL, don't realize what the Texans have right now. Like, they have money to spend.
No, I know. I just know that spending big money in free agency, I don't think there's any examples of that being the way to go. I think bargain shopping, finding guys that want to be here that you can find, like a higher scale way in which they functioned last year when they brought in all these guys on 1-year deals that made impacts. I think you can do that, and you can do it at a higher scale, and you can have like a healthy churn of the roster. But like spending big names outside of the running back, I just don't think it's necessary.
So when do you think it's a time to do that?
There's never a better time than now.
Never. In free agency, never.
There's never a better time than now.
Like intense? No.
And I'm not saying spend recklessly. I've never said overpay. I've never said go get somebody like – in fact, I'm anti-Derrick Henry. I'll take him if that's where they go. But I'm anti-Derrick Henry because I think the rate of return, the old ROI, return on investment, is not there. What I'm saying is Saquon.
Yes.
Yeah,
for sure.
Josh Jacobs.
Sure, yes.
Mike Evans, if you want to go there. I'm kind of lukewarm on that, but if you want to go there.
4 years is a lot.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little lukewarm on that. But if that's what they go with,
yeah, cool.
Let me put it this way. If CJ Stroud becomes what we think he's going to become, and Will Anderson and Derek Stingley, you're not going to have this opportunity again. You're never going to have this kind of money again, ever, during their careers. But you have it right now. You got the money now.
But you're also going to have to pay them too, right, eventually.
That's why I'm saying. Yeah. So you can pay the guys now.
Or not, like figure out what you want to do.
That you'll have an opportunity to spend wisely, not recklessly, on players like I just mentioned that you agree on.
Yeah.
And you will never have that opportunity again because because CJ's going to get paid, Derek Stingley's going to get paid, Will Anderson's going to get paid. This is the time to spend that money.
No, it's the time.
Yeah.
But I don't but that doesn't mean you fall in love with Like, I don't want them doing like what Jacksonville did with Christian Kirk.
And I don't either.
I like Christian Kirk. I don't want to pay Christian Kirk.
I don't either.
So it depends who it is
right.
for you.
Like my example would be Derrick Henry. Yeah, if they want him, I'm going to be behind it.
Yeah, 10, 12. Like this. Yeah. I don't mind spending recklessly for a running back for 2-3 years.
All right, but let's talk about the part of that equation is, are you going to spend on the current guys? I have a list of 10 players and their market values. I was digging in yesterday.
I'm going to be very harsh here.
I
want to churn this roster, man.
I would hope you
I
would
want to churn it like butter.
Figure you're not exempt here. Yes or
Does
no?
Does butter still get churned?
Yes, it does. Every time.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Just the factory?
Yeah. I'm going to start at the bottom of the list. No, you know what?
I'll
put
stop. Butter on your steak?
It depends. Yeah, I'm not going to say no to it. Okay. I'll start at the top. Jonathan Grenard's market value is 4 years, $53 million.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
I would try to find somebody else similar to him or on a lower level for cheap.
I'm relying on Will Anderson to take the next step. Jonathan, thank you so much. I appreciate you. You're great, dude. And you're hell, we might see you in 4 years when they cut you from your high-paid contract, or 2 years, whatever. Because that's typically what happens with free agents. Jonathan Grenard's going to get paid 4 years. He'll get cut too. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Cheap. It's up $7 million.
I've changed my mind on this guy.
Oh, you're bringing him back?
No, I was in support of bringing him back, to complement Will Anderson. But then I realized Myles Garrett gets 60. So 4 years, 53, Myles Garrett gets 60 or 62 or whatever it is. He is not Myles Garrett.
Well, and but that's the problem with free agency is these guys get overpaid because they're on the market. So you're like trying to get these guys.
Yeah, they look at other people's contracts and then they try to get to what that person is.
Yeah, so I've gone.
Bye-bye, JG.
I've gone to that side.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Dalton Schultz market value 3 years, $34 million.
I'll say this at that no, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think the league's that was around what they projected last year. I think the league is going to speak to Dalton Schultz and perhaps you get him on a 1 year deal. I would love to upgrade the tight end position in the draft. What's up, Jatavian Sanders? What's up, Brock Bowers? What's up, a lot of these guys with unrealized potential? Perhaps even Wiley in the third round. Our day 3, from TCU, but
kid from Penn State, Theo.
At that price, no.
Yeah, no, bye. I think I'd rather get somebody on the unless he's
someone that can block.
Unless he come back on a cheaper deal, I just nah.
Improve the pass game through running backs, receivers. And then improve the run game through a tight end that might not catch as many passes as Schultz, but can block better.
I do want him back. I don't know if 3 years, 34 is going to be the number, but I do want him back. I just don't want him to be the number one tight end. Draft that Brock Bowers or the Sanders, but bring him back. Devin Singletary, market value 3 years, $16.2 million.
Yeah, sure. Bring him back as a complimentary guy. That's what he was supposed to be in the first place. Sure.
Yeah, bring him back, but not as a starter.
Yeah, same thing as Dalton Schultz. 3 years, 16 is not that bad for him. Noah Brown. This was an interesting one for me. 3 years, $17 million.
Peace.
Hell no.
Peace.
3 years, 17?
That's what
man, there ain't no way that happens.
Spot Rack said so.
There ain't. He missed 8 games, man.
I'm with you. I'm just telling you what the market value said.
Man, Spot Rack is on crack. Spot crack.
Steven Nelson. You sitting down? 3 years, $30 million.
God. Corners are expensive. He was good.
10 a year?
He was good this year, but 3? I think the market's going to speak to him.
Yeah, can you find somebody better than Steven Nelson?
I don't know. Like, did we think Steven Nelson was Steven Nelson before?
I'll take a chance and just
I'm looking
at
it. I'm looking at both of these again. Market value 3 years, $30.65 million. Average salary, $10.2 million for Steven Nelson. I'm gonna say peace.
Yeah.
Peace.
Salute, man. Get that money.
Here's the bottom of the roster. All due respect. George Fant, 3 years, $12 million. That's value.
I mean, as like a swing tackle?
Yeah.
312?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not great, but he's serviceable.
I'll pay that.
Serviceable swing. They might like Charlie Heck more.
They might. Wait, they did for at least one game.
I mean, either one of those guys. If you can give the swing tackle $4 million, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that.
But still, if you want to draft someone day 3 and see what they got and stuff, yeah let's do that.
Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yes. I don't need to hear it. Yes.
4 years, $17 million.
Yes.
Give him an extra meal, too.
Yeah.
Sheldon Rankins was not on Spot Rack, which was weird. No, I got that backwards. The next one was not on Spot. Sheldon Rankins, 3 years, $30 million.
No.
I like him a lot.
I like him too, but not for 3 years. Although these contracts, 3 years doesn't.
Yeah, it's front loaded.
Whatever. Yeah.
And so the reason I like these 3 and 4s is because of what I said earlier with the other guys you're ultimately going to pay.
Nah, I
think
we can find another one of him.
I think I would do it.
We can find another one.
This one was not on Spot Rack. I searched market value for
perhaps
Blake Cashman, and one story.
Yeah, bring him back.
One story had 3 years, $8 million.
What?
Yeah,
bring him back.
Bring him back.
Bring him back. Special
for
teams?
that price. Yeah. For that price.
He said he didn't expect to play as much defense. We might just be a little close to the situation with Cash. Yes.
Yeah,
and he can't stay healthy, so bring him back.
And Denzel Perryman, 2 years, $6 million.
Bye.
Now. Yeah, I was gonna say on Blake Cash, are you bringing them back for the to be the starter?
No,
he could be.
He'll be a spot player.
Not
okay, because I ain't bringing them back and settling, thinking I'm good at that position.
No. Yeah, I agree.
But still bring him back. We can find another Denzel.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that.
Much respect to that crazy mofo. God, he left it all out there. That SOB left it all out there.
Yes,
I'll tell you that. Shout out to him. Coming up, the hits are so lit you won't believe it. Next.
All right, low.
done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, the hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick, he's staying. Gerard Johnson, quarterback coach, he's staying. Announcement was made yesterday. News broken by Albert Breer as well as Adam Schefter. Breer had the Slowick story. Adam Schefter had the Gerard story. And then guys after confirmed or didn't confirm per sources. Your thoughts on the coaching staff remaining intact?
Well, you know, my overarching thought is I think they got better, the Texans, just because of the continuity and consistency and normalcy of it. CJ Stroud's happy. DeMeco's happy. There's not going to be a lot of changes. Training camp is not going to be new for most of the players. But there's also other things that we need to kind of take into account here. Shout out to Cal and Hannah. You've said it, and I agree. We don't know if either one was offered a job, but they were very, very popular. I can tell you that for sure. They were pursued. They were impressive. Cal and Hannah.
So shout out to Cal and Hannah for what?
Money whipping them, like they both.
Or just rewarding them for their work.
Well, you can potato.
But you're not. I mean, it's not like they weren't gonna. Money whipping Gerard maybe and keeping him around.
Yeah.
But you're not like if Bobby Slowick gets shut out, and that's just we're being nice, right?
Well, they don't have to pay him. They don't have to give him that.
But what does it matter if they did or didn't? What are we shouting him out for?
Well, maybe he would have taken a job or something else. We don't know if he was offered.
Well, but I mean, it seems like he didn't get the head coach. Like they didn't pay him as much as a head coach.
No, they didn't. I'm not talking about that kind of money.
Yeah,
I'm just saying they made it worth.
You just
want
to shout out your billionaire buddies. Let's be serious.
No, you're wrong.
You and Sean Pendergast, I swear.
No, Landry, this doesn't happen all the time. It's rare. Like, you know what? We're just going to bump you significantly because we want you. You're that important to this organization. No, it doesn't happen a lot. And so, the credit to them for that. Both these guys,
they know the deal, man.
Yeah.
They got a good thing going.
That's exactly right. And so they said, let's keep it going. And they decided, we're in a place where we can make some noise. Let's go ahead and keep the band back together.
Were Cal and Hannah at the HSAs yesterday?
I'm not sure. I didn't see him. I ain't see him, but I did see the PR people, so I wasn't sure if they was there for them or not.
Who was the biggest star you saw?
The biggest star, I saw Lance McCullers.
David Hensley.
Who was the biggest star you saw?
David Hensley. David Hensley. Right? Oh, McCullers?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the person I saw.
Yeah.
Okay. CJ Stroud was the athlete of the year at the Sports Awards. He's also going to be in the Pro Bowl. Let's see CJ Stroud play some old dodgeball, man. How about that?
I
guess. Got to play some dodgeball. I've talked to some people on the stream that say that they have tried CJ Stroud's Buffalo Cheetos.
And?
They say they're good, but that, if you're going to the gas station and you're only getting one bag of chips, that ain't it. That's kind of something where you want you want your company to get it and then you can try it. You know, like when you go to a restaurant and you're like, man, I wouldn't order that, but I'd take a nibble of it. That's
so like if you're at a whatever an event and they have them there, you'll eat them, but you're not going to buy them at the grocery store.
Yeah, it's
you ain't about to spend your last on that.
Yeah, it's like a pizza buffet. Like there's pizzas there that you would maybe grab a couple slices of, but if you're ordering one pie, you got to have a different game face. Right.
What are the best low key chips?
Low key?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Didn't we do this yesterday?
No.
I mean, pretty much your list.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, pretty much. Whatever's your top tier is the under the radar.
Oh,
chip.
You mean the most popular chips in the world? Those?
I don't know. I just don't believe that.
Well, Google's your friend.
No, I just don't. I don't believe that the yellow bag of Lay's and the green sour cream and onions are still the most popular chip.
Get those fingers to type.
I just don't believe it.
Start typing.
When's the last time you saw someone walking around with one of those nasty-ass yellow Lay's bag of chips?
But see, I think it's popular because it's so plain, and when people have parties, they get that one because that kind of cover all grounds.
And people eat them. Anyway,
I think that's why it's so popular.
What I was getting at is I'm a I'm a devoted fan of the hot pork rinds.
Oh,
God, those are good. God, devoted.
Nasty.
Hot pork rinds.
You don't like pork rinds?
Oh, they're
Some
good.
skins?
I mean,
I have those on my boat almost every time I go out.
I like the cracklings, man.
Yeah, same. The cracklings, pork rinds, whatever. The some are tougher than others. The hot ones, whew, those are good.
Really?
Oh yeah, big time.
Don't know about that, man.
Andrew's like, I don't know how the most popular chips in the world are popular.
No, I don't know how people are still buying the yellow bag of Lay's.
But they are.
I just don't. But why? I don't get why. With the way that the chip game is right now, it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
It's a big mystery. Ben Johnson won't go to Washington. He's going to be back in Detroit as the offensive coordinator. Eminem tweeted that he can get rid of his Ben Johnson diss track now that the OC is going to return calling plays for his favorite team.
So they're going to be running it back, depending on Aaron Glenn. Yeah. They got to feel pretty good. No one's happier than Dan Campbell.
No, they should feel great.
No one's
Dan
happier
Campbell
than
should feel
Dan
very
Campbell.
nice about himself.
Yes.
It's going to be very difficult for them next year.
Mm-hmm.
Very difficult for them next year. Division getting a lot better. Arthur Smith, formerly of the Tennessee Titans as the offensive coordinator and most recently as the head coach of the grumpy head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. He is going to be the offensive coordinator in Pittsburgh. I think that's a good hire. I know that, like, as a head coach, he was a little bit of a bit. I don't know what he was doing with Bijan Robinson, but he was a pretty good OC in Tennessee. I don't think this is the worst thing that Mike Tomlin could have done.
It's the best thing he could have done. Arthur Smith, that's going to be – I mean, there's certain guys that are just not on their first go and sometimes their second go cut out to be a head coach. Maybe they're a great coordinator.
Tennessee Titans. They introduced their coach, Brian Callahan, last week. We didn't really listen to it because there was so much going on. Tell me if this guy makes you want to run through a wall. This is what Amy Adams Stank said that she needed to get done, the owner of the Titans, the daughter of Baum. Here is Brian Callahan. A year ago today, DeMeco Ryans had us wanting to run through a wall at his press conference. Here's the new coach of the Oilers getting you fired up.
I thought that Will was a really good player coming out of college. And I thought when you watch him play this year, you saw really growth. I mean, you saw him learn. The NFL is hard. It's hard on quarterbacks. It's particularly hard on young ones. And so I saw a lot of really positive things. Some of the throws, some of his competitive instincts that he put on tape were really impressive. And so I'm excited to get to dive more into that and how can he get better from year one to year two,
right, Coach.
And keep putting him in position to have success, and so we can score some points on offense. Let them be able to find their roles, define what those roles are for them, and put them in the matchups that we feel are to our advantage. That's a very broad, general offensive philosophy, but we want to be great detail in the passing game, route definition, route spacing. Want to be able to complete balls at a high percentage. That's always going to be the goal. The run game, we still want to be physical. Don't get that part twisted. That's part of the Titans' identity for a long time, and it will continue to be. And we'll be able to run the ball the way we need to win.
Let's go.
Yeah. Let's go, man. You obviously can't judge a book by its cover. That we've seen other head coaches have good years that were like less than impressive on the stand. But what I go back to, you gave up on Mike Vrabel for him. You know, like Mike Vrabel is a better candidate than Brian Callahan. That's what I go back to.
Yeah. That coach is not going to be good.
Based on that, I would agree with you.
And this is podium critic on steroids. This guy is not going to be good. But like I said,
you thought the same thing about O'Connell.
No, I liked O'Connell. O'Connell was awesome.
Sirianni, that's who I thought
Sirianni was like that.
Yeah, how's he looking?
Yeah.
Looking like
he was good for a while.
Well, he did go to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he was good for a while.
Okay, you buying that stock?
No.
2 years in, man.
I wasn't buying the stock from the beginning, but he did take it to the Super Bowl. He kind of fooled everybody.
2 years in, man.
Yeah.
Gallup, man. Might have 3 bye weeks next year. as far as I'm concerned. Countdown to the Super Bowl continues. Kansas City, San Francisco. We'll be out there at the big game. Can't wait to be at the big game. Shout out to Yingling Flight. Shout out to the Low T Center for getting us out there. It's going to be fun. We'll get out there Sunday night. I need a commitment from you.
Well, I'm not going to commit unless I know what it is.
At least 2 beers before the show from you.
Depends on the day.
No, but I just want you to be. No, I'm talking 10 a.m. I want you waking up and drinking you like a couple beers at 7.
Why would I do that?
Just because, man. I want you to loosen up a little bit.
I'm loose. There's nobody on the air looser than me.
I want you loosening up a little bit.
Like, I am the most loose of anybody going into a show than
I don't know if that's
here.
a good thing.
Oh, I think it's good. It works for me.
You don't think there's anyone looser than you?
No. Who do you think might be? I mean, unless it's
what do you mean?
Unless it's like Tyler after a bender.
By the way, texters have updated us yet again.
Well, that's not loose. That's erratic.
Tyler texted in. Tyler Milner.
He's agreeing with mine. I can see him behind your head.
He said that his chips, his underrated chips are. What is that? Where the hell do you even find these things?
He talked about it before on the show.
What is he saying? The regular yellow Lays with yellow mustard. What does that mean?
Oh, long time ago I had that. Like, is that an Aggie thing?
He actually put
I had them at A&M.
He actually put chips on the plate, squirt some mustard on the side, and dip them in mustard.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I actually tried that a long time ago.
That is the dumbest thing. And I've been known to dip some steak in some ranch, like if the salad's sitting there and stuff. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That is absolute silliness right there.
I don't remember how much, if any,
I don't have much to stand on here.
No, you don't.
But you're telling me you're taking a yellow mustard and dipping it, and don't do this. Oh, you got to try it. No, that is dumb. You take the worst chips in the game.
They're not the worst chips,
and you dip them in some mustard. That's awful.
That's probably the worst condiment.
I'm actually legit. I'm switching to music, and I'm doing the show. I'm switching to music.
I don't remember how much I liked them, but
you just lost a listener.
But I have tried them.
Yeah.
I don't remember if I liked them.
That is awful.
That's it. I'm switching to music.
It's not a totally new.
That is insane.
Thing.
That makes me ashamed.
Well, you eat mayo on fries sometimes, don't you?
No, hell no.
What's wrong with you?
That's stupid. That's outrageous too.
No, mayo on fries is really good.
Coming up, a year ago today, DeMeco Ryans was named head coach of the Houston Texans. Let's relive the ones that left us to make this possible next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So, 1 year anniversary, DeMeco Ryans, the hiring that was made, the one we all wanted. Perhaps one of the best coaching hires in the history of Houston sports. You've been doing it a little longer than I, John, so take a back seat to you, but I got to think it's at least up there a little bit.
Top three. I would put DeMeco to be determined, but I think it's top three in early returns. Larry Durker. Really bold hire.
Local legend.
Really bold hire. Astros struggling, scuffling, brought him out of the broadcast booth, and then they take off back then.
Shout out to Dirk.
Yeah. Rudy T.
Okay.
And AJ Hinch. Right?
I think as far as the Durker.
You got to put Dusty in there too, for sure. But yeah, because of what he did, because of what he had inherited.
Yeah, but I think as far as like immediate satisfaction and something that just needed to be done, I do think you got to put DeMeco at the top.
DeMeco and Dirk, probably DeMeco at the top.
I mean,
because it was a complete turnaround.
Captain,
yeah.
It was post Lovie Smith, post David Culley.
Yeah.
It was a fun time, man. That press conference.
I don't disagree with that.
I'll never forget that press
impact.
conference.
I don't disagree, but Durker was like an immediate impact too, like turn the corner overnight.
Let's remember the ones who left us, man. The homies that we miss.
Pour one out.
That brought us to DeMeco Ryans. Let's go back to 2020. Week 4, week 5. Bill O'Brien. We never thought it was going to happen. Bill O'Brien, gone. What do you miss most about Bill O'Brien?
Not one damn thing. No, I don't.
You know, John, I'll be honest with you.
I'm sorry, Bill. I don't miss anything about him.
You have to have versatility. Like,
I respect what he did. 4 division titles, or whatever it was. It was 4, right? I don't even remember. That's how little I regarded those. I respect what he did.
You know, relative to
he didn't. This whole thing about I inherited a 3-win team, 4-win team, whatever it was. Dude, they were the most injured team this city's ever seen under Kubiak, and it just went off the rails. That was a quality squad. I mean, Arian was here. JJ was here. I mean, Andre, he didn't exactly do a complete turnaround here. He benefited from players being healthy and,
you know, we're not
did a few
all
things.
Stat guys.
I don't miss much.
All right, then we have J.J. Watt. Shortly after that, 2020, J.J. Watt granted his release, went to the Arizona Cardinals. J.J. Watt left us.
Mm-hmm.
How does that make you feel?
Sad. We know what he did. I don't need to say a whole lot about that. I mean, that was unfortunately one of a long line of wasted careers when it comes to winning. You know?
Then Deshaun Watson demanded a trade. He wanted no part of the Houston Texans. Now, shortly after that, he wanted a part of some other things, but yeah, allegedly. What do you miss most about Deshaun Watson?
I actually didn't mind him wanting to leave.
I thought it was the right call. It was dysfunction. It was bad. I didn't blame him.
I didn't blame him. I didn't mind it. I was disappointed because I didn't think there would ever be another quarterback that was not only as good as him but probably better this soon. So in retrospect, it's like I don't miss anything because look at CJ Stroud. I think he's a better quarterback than Deshaun and will be for a longer time. But at the time, I was like, dang, man, this organization had a good thing finally and somehow screwed it up. Now, that's before.
Ended up working out good.
Yeah, that's before all the other stuff. I'm talking about in the moment.
Yeah. Deshaun left us.
Yeah.
Shout out to him. David Culley came through. There was discussion about is this guy going to be one and done or not. David Culley departed. Still alive. Probably living his best life, honestly.
He should be.
What do you miss most about David Culley?
His pointing and laughing.
We're going to be an offense that's going to be an offense.
Yeah, that stuff. It was comical. I mean, it was comical from the first day.
If we got to go 3 and out and punt it, we're good.
We good. We good. Tell me there's something you miss about David Culley.
The most important thing about football is the football.
I can't believe he said that, man.
That really happened. David Culley really happened.
The most important thing about football is the football.
Lovie Smith. He comes through. They almost were going to hire McCown and go on the McCown train.
Mm-hmm.
They went with Lovie Smith, which was kind of a save. I do think people have kind of put their own little theories to it, like, and kind of plugged it in and said this or that didn't happen. But Lovie Smith came in. What do you miss most about Lovie Smith?
I was hard on Lovie Smith toward the end of that season.
He became such a jerk.
Because of that.
He became such a jerk. He was so stuck in his ways.
Let me stop there.
He was surly, kind of curt.
A little bit delusional.
A little delusional. But
what is your question?
I don't know why that made me laugh so much. Because that's him. So I was hard on him at the end.
But what do you expect me to say right now?
Well, I'm going to say it. He was really put in an absolute no-win situation. Like,
what do you mean?
If we're being fair. I mean, we knew he wasn't going to be here long. He knew he wasn't going to be here long.
Yeah, how's that unfair?
Sound like a win to me.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like unfair to me.
I mean, he got paid.
If he knew it and they knew it, how is it unfair? Mike Florio?
Because it was portrayed as like he's the guy, and we all knew better.
Well, I mean, he was the guy.
It was a charade.
He was the guy.
Like the long-term guy. And it was
simple as that.
But you said he knew it. If he knew it and they knew it, then what's unfair?
they put forward this perception of, Lovie Smith, Texans coach, can't wait to build on this. It was a charade. It was a lie.
But he knew. No one was going to hire Lovie. No one's even hired Lovie Smith since.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's any less, unfair.
What?
You heard me?
So if you get a job that no one else is going to offer you, and you just said that he knows it and they know it, how is that unfair?
He was put in an unfair position to tell these lies, to act like he's the long-term answer. From the top down, they were talking about.
He could have earned it. He could have won some games.
No way.
But if he knew it and they knew it, I don't know how it's unfair.
Because they put him in that position.
That he would never get anywhere else. How's that unfair? That's cool. Like he got.
I mean, maybe you're just looking at it different than I am. I think he was put in a very unfair position. Like that was sorry that he was put in that position.
What?
Am I not explaining this right?
You're explaining it perfectly. It just doesn't make sense to me. You thought Lovie Smith was unfairly treated?
Yes. He was put in a bad position to just lie and live this charade and act like this was going to be the answer.
But is that a bad position if you no one was going to hire you in the NFL and you get to be an NFL coach and you get another crack?
You're still put in that position. You get paid, so you do it, but you're still put in a position that it's a big fraud. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I just feel like he was the quality of coach that he was and the situation he's in was proportional to where the organization was at that point. I thought it was actually like a fine marriage. I thought it was perfectly fine. I didn't think Lovie was.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
I thought they treated it pretty well.
How many times did he say that?
With Lovie. Then Jack Easterby gone. What do you miss about Jack Easterby, your boy?
Oh, thank you so much for asking, man.
Nothing. Absolutely.
We're really blessed.
Clown, joke, fraud, liar.
They wouldn't have been able to hire DeMeco if he stayed, and they might not have been able to get.
They wouldn't have been able to hire anybody good.
They might not have been able to get CJ Stroud.
They wouldn't have been able to hire anybody good if he stayed. No one. It'd be just another Lovie, something like that.
Thank you so much, John. I hope you're well.
Now here we are. DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans. Where is DeMeco going to fall on this on the John Lopez dream meter that you've talked about? Most beloved people in town. DeMeco, loved as a player, could be loved as a coach. Could DeMeco end up being the most beloved coach?
Oh, coach-wise, yes.
In Houston history?
He and Bum Phillips. Those would be the ones. But if he wins, gets past the AFC Championship game, which Bum did twice, gets to a Super Bowl, he's absolutely number one. Homegrown, very well liked in the here and now. There's recency here. Absolutely he would be. I think overall in terms of sports figures, he would immediately be top 3, 4, 5. Like CJ would be 1. Then you got Altuve and Akeem, probably DeMeco right in there. If they get to where they need to get, where they want to get, absolutely he jumps in there as number 1 of the coaches and probably top 3 or 4 of anyone.
Do you think CJ, if you had to you think CJ is the most important piece to this thing? I think it's DeMeco. Why do you think CJ? Just because it's as simple as the quarterback?
Yeah. Look, is DeMeco having this much success? I think he's having success, but is he having this much success without CJ Stroud doing the things that he's doing? The answer is no. If you just have a generic quarterback,
I think he'd still be having success. Though.
Yeah, I think he'd still be having success. Look at the games that they won because of CJ, and they barely lost. I think they would have had that culture. They would have had the right coordinator. All that. But I don't think he'd be getting as much without CJ. CJ's it.
I think he'd still be getting it done. If they would have ended up with Bryce Young, and this is the thing that we hear the most, I still think they would have been pretty decent.
Mm-hmm. And what does Slowick do with Bryce Young?
Yeah, I still think they would have been pretty decent. There's, Bryce Young's getting treated like, he's Zach Wilson. I don't think he's Zach Wilson.
No.
I think it's a bad situation for him. I don't think he's as good as CJ. So, I was a Bryce guy. I'm willing to admit.
Yeah.
CJ was the perfect result. But I don't think, like, if we're sitting back here right now, do I think we're looking back at a playoff win? Probably not. But I don't think we're sitting here saying, man, what a disaster. Because I think if CJ goes to Carolina, I don't think that looks like amazing.
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, I don't think he goes to Carolina and all of a sudden they're winning the division and stuff.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but I think Bryce Young here in this offense with the coach that we now know are that good, they might have had some success. I don't know about winning a playoff game, but they might have had some success, and maybe Bryce Young gets better a lot quicker because nobody's writing him off. What's wrong?
What?
I don't think anybody's writing Bryce Young off. You do?
Yes.
Who's writing him off?
A lot. It seems like that's a pretty popular opinion around here.
Around here?
Yeah.
No, I think the opinion is CJ's clearly the better player.
I think Bryce is getting written off.
I don't
it could
know.
be a straw man.
Yeah,
I feel like he's getting treated like he's just a complete bust.
Really?
Like all
I
hope
haven't
is
seen
lost.
that. Like Bryce Young's a bust?
That's how I feel like it's being looked at.
I haven't seen that. I've seen disappointment. Obviously not CJ Stroud, but I don't think anybody says, yeah, he's done. Because then you're talking about Zach Wilson or something.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Like people look at it. Like a bullet was just dodged. Like the Texans would just be, oh my God, if they'd have got Bryce Young, well, could you imagine how bad this would be?
Oh man, I don't know.
This would just be the worst thing ever. I can't believe this.
Yeah, no, I think you clearly know who you prefer, but I don't think anybody would have been. Plus, who knows what? Like I said, what Slowick would have done with him.
Bobby Slowick back, Gerard Johnson back. What do you think we're talking about? Like a year from now, I want you to rub the crystal ball. What are we talking about with Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson a year from now? Because we just showed you how quick things can change in a short amount of time, specifically a year. What are we saying about Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson? Where the hell are they at a year from now?
I think we're saying thank you for your service.
Both of them?
Yeah. No, well, Gerard could stay and take the OC job here. But I think certainly Bobby Slowick, it's thank you, sir, for whatever distance they went in the postseason. But no, I think he's gone. You laid out a case earlier that maybe he could stay, but Gerard also, if this team is really, really good, and I think it's going to be really good, there's a scenario where Gerard gets head coach opportunities. I think that's on the table. I think, even both of them could get head
I don't think there's a clear path.
Yeah.
I think that sometimes there's like a thought that, this guy has to go be an offensive coordinator. No, that's not true.
Yeah.
It's not true. Andy Reid was never an offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
Never happened.
Yeah. And I think this offseason helped them both with that. I think they both got looks as like, this dude's going to be a head coach.
I like where this guy's head's at, the 8-3-2.
Mm-hmm.
He says we'll be talking about their Super Bowl game plans a year from now.
Yeah. Thank you for your service.
But they'll still be getting ready for the big game.
This is true. They
10 days till the Super Bowl.
True.
So they're saying they'll be getting ready for the big one. Figgy, what are Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson? I think Gerard could be I think if Bobby leaves, I think Gerard's the OC. I don't think he's going to get a head coaching job next year.
If I had to bet, I would bet that.
Yeah.
But I think he might get interviews.
For HC, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He might get
interviews. But I think he's the OC. If Bobby leaves, I think he's the OC.
Yeah.
I think that's why he's here.
And especially if they make that kind of run and he slides right into offensive coordinator, for sure. But I think he could easily get some head coach.
Is Case Keenum back next year?
Couldn't he be coaching?
I'm asking, what's he going to do? They're not bringing him back as the backup next year, right?
I don't know, man. I don't think so. But
Davis Mills is your backup. He's got a year left, right?
Yeah, he does, but I don't know that. I mean, I would guess if I had to bet, Davis Mills, not Case Keenum. They love Case Keenum.
Mills is better.
They love Case Keenum.
Well, they should. He's a lovable guy.
Yeah.
And he's a good guy to have around. He's a good resource. He's the man.
And it might be his decision to just go ahead and.
You think he wants to coach?
Yeah, I think he does.
Case wants to coach?
I think so.
Huh.
Yeah.
I wonder, I could see him just wanting to chill a little bit.
I mean, maybe sit out a year or something, but his dad's a coach, right? I think he's a coach's
son.
I think he's a coach's kid.
Wow, I never would have guessed that.
Yeah, I think he's a coach's kid.
Okay, all right, coach's son. Cut from the right cloth.
Yeah.
Look at that.
He's a film rat.
Coming up, Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Place your bet.
Presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during Lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I felt like I should have gotten special treatment this morning. I'm not gonna lie.
What do you mean?
Grandparents should have special dispensation about going to visit their grandchild. So I had my second grandbaby today. Well, they had our second grandbaby today at 6:42 a.m. after 40 hours of labor. So I get there ASAP. I'm there about 8 o'clock, I guess, a little after. Oh, sorry, they don't have a room yet. You should be able to let the grandparents into the labor. You let the husband, the spouse.
It's a lot, man.
They're huge. Have you seen those big ones?
Yeah, but it's a lot, dude.
They're huge rooms.
It's a lot.
I haven't seen my granddaughter yet.
Just walk in.
But you can't walk in.
Yeah, you can walk in.
In the labor and delivery room?
Yeah, you can do it.
They're big, giant rooms.
Just walk.
Did you go to Women's Hospital of Texas?
Yeah.
They're big. You know what I'm talking about. Just poke our heads in. Say hello to our newest granddaughter. 8 pounds, by the way.
Good Lord.
She's a hoss. And she's and we went to
I don't know if I like you calling your granddaughter a hoss.
No,
man.
I say it with love. And so I'm sitting there for an hour, and then I'm like, well, now I got to get to the office. So I'm still waiting to see my grand. Everybody else has.
It's all good. They'll clean her up for you.
No, I've seen the pictures.
Yeah.
Everybody else seen her?
Yeah.
Grandparents should get special dispensation to labor and delivery.
But then where's the line? Then it's,
grandparents? That's the line.
Where's the line?
Grandparents.
Okay.
That's the line.
What about the aunties and the uncles?
No. Grandparents.
What about the great grandparents?
Nope. Grandparents. It's not that hard. That's the line. The line right now is spouse or significant other or whatever. Like if there's not a dad in the picture, they'll let someone else. They'll let the grandma in if that's who she chooses. Let the grandparents in. It's not that hard.
Maybe they ain't want you in there.
Maybe they didn't.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't.
That's probably what happened, honestly. Are you annoying?
You know me better than that.
No, I'm just asking, like, are you in the living room just being annoying?
No, I'm not an annoying person. You are. I'm not.
I'm just be chilling in the hospital.
You're annoying right now.
Yeah. I'm like, are you trying to dominate the room?
No.
Are you trying to tell them about everything that you've been through and all that? This is how you got to do it. Blah 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 blah.
No,
this is how I did it when you were born. This da 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 da.
No, I was sitting very comfortably with my hands crossed in my lap, waiting to get in.
Okay.
And then I started realizing they should let the grandparents in to the labor. It's an enormous.
But when you were in the room before,
yesterday and the day before.
And what were you doing?
I was just chilling.
What? How many stories did you tell?
Now you're making my point. They let me in.
Yeah.
When she was in labor.
Yeah. Maybe they didn't want you in because of how you were acting. How many stories did you tell?
None. I was just.
You didn't tell a single story.
I don't think I told any stories. I was just.
Tell me a story, OG.
You're telling me you were in that labor room. You didn't tell a single story.
I don't think I did. If I did, it wasn't.
Did you tell them that they were doing anything wrong?
No, God, no.
Okay.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Although our nurse sounded like a Valley girl.
Okay.
And everybody who's listening from Women's Hospital of Texas is going to know exactly what I'm talking about. She was like, so this is going to be...
Shout out to those nurses,
They're
man.
awesome.
Shout out to those nurses.
But she clearly came from the Valley.
Very patient, man. Very patient.
She was talking like this to everyone. And I kept my mouth shut. But when she left, I was like, okay.
Well, there you go.
No, when she left.
There you go.
When she left.
I mean, he's making fun of people.
No, when
he's
she
making
left.
fun of people. He's making fun of people trying to deliver a baby.
She was out of the room.
Complaining he doesn't get back in there.
She wasn't even in the room. It was my daughter-in-law and my son and
there
me.
There you go.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
CJ Stroud making the Pro Bowl is a big eye roll for me. And I feel bad because it's a huge accomplishment. I think if it were done the right way, he should have made the Pro Bowl traditionally. But when I saw CJ Stroud made the Pro Bowl yesterday, second offensive player offensive rookie in Texans history to make the Pro Bowl, at first I was like, good, man. He deserves it. He deserves to add it to his resume. And then I saw they added Gardner Minshew to it.
What's wrong with that? He had a good year.
I mean, come on.
Did he not have a good year?
I mean, come on, though. Pro Bowl quarterback Gardner Minshew.
Yeah.
On the same day that CJ gets in, I got to confess.
I don't
look
just
at it the
anti-Gardner
same.
Minshew.
No, I'm anti-Gardner Minshew in the Pro Bowl. What are we doing?
Did he have a Pro Bowl year?
No.
According to them, he did.
Yes, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Just going to say it. I'm going to miss John McClain on these airwaves. I'm going to miss him. He announced today that this is his last week. I think he's going to be on tomorrow, correct? And Friday.
He was on
this morning,
yeah.
and Friday.
I can tell you're a fan.
And I just
Yippee-ki-yay.
It's been a rough 40 hours. It's been a rough 40 hours. Waking up every 20 minutes, checking my phone to see if I had a grandchild. Anyway, gonna miss him. It's all good. He's good with it, and all that. But
with a capital P.
It's gonna be interesting not hearing him on the airways, but it's all good.
Yeah, so I guess yesterday was our last set in stone visit with McClain.
Yeah,
we can still get him to hop on every once in a while, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's
not gonna happen.
He's a staple. He's been at 6'10" since the beginning. I think we're creeping up on the 30-year anniversary.
Yeah.
And I always appreciate how John McClain would come in here and be ready to go. He would let us take him to task.
Yep.
We wouldn't just we didn't tap out with him, and we had some fun with John McClain. And John McClain was a big part of this show.
Yes, sir.
I'm ready to go. What do y'all want to know?
It would make me very happy if he could find his place like Mark Berman has.
Yes, I agree.
Now, I know it's a little bit different situations. I don't think he has a pet bunny. I don't think, that like a grandson to take around, rocking the flat bill at all the hats.
He needs a pet bunny.
At all the games. But yeah, I would love to see John McClain live his best life like Mark Berman.
Yes, sir. 100%.
For sure. Or if he wants to, keep writing or whatever, go do your thing, my friend.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't talked to him about it.
Legend.
Yeah.
Legend.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I thought that I would be someone who would the more this Taylor Swift thing goes on, the more I would find myself getting fatigued by it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, man. It doesn't bother me. I actually kind of get it. I was watching TMZ yesterday with the wife. We watched that on the reg. I think it's important to keep up with what's going on in that area of things. She got mentioned 5 times throughout the show, just randomly. I'm not Taylor Swift. If she wants to be a part of the NFL, I think the NFL does the best job of being a relevant sports league. I think they do the best job of not carrying water for players and allowing this to still resemble what a league is supposed to look like. The numbers speak for itself. Taylor Swift, I don't know that she's overshadowing the NFL. I think she's just adding a completely different element to the NFL and taking it to a new level. This is what Taylor Swift is to me.
I agree with that. She had the for a while there, for a minute, it got a little bit too much.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: you have to realize she's not doing this.
She's chilling. And she's adding
it's not her fault.
Hey, it's entertainment. It's good. It's good value. It's not taken away from the game. She's like getting a filet mignon and adding a lobster tail.
It's a good way to put it.
She's like the NFL is the filet mignon and she's the lobster tail.
And it's more expensive and it's more valuable. And she's bringing a lot of money to the NFL. Tickets highest they've ever been. Ratings expect to be higher than they've ever been. Women watching football more than they ever have. That's the Taylor Swift factor. I'm with you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I've been all about the Texans spending wisely. We've had that conversation today. We've had it on other days. I actually feel better about them doing that, and I don't think there's – I can't explain why after they brought back Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson. Maybe it's just kind of their mindset has changed a little bit about who they are and what they want to spend on.
So this made you even more excited.
It made me even more excited. Like they gave these guys good bumps. And it just made me feel, and again, this is confessions. It just made me feel like, you know what? I think they are going to spend. I think they are going to spend wisely on some of these free agents, the Saquons and the Josh Jacobs and all that. That's just kind of where I landed.
Watch this.
I think in the next 5 years, we might see Mike McDaniel calling plays for the Houston Texans. I had a dream last night that Mike McDaniel was the OC for the Texans. Who knows how long he's going to be in Miami? Who knows how long it lasts? No, I did. I was thinking about it. It was weird. I don't know. But Mike McDaniel with the joggers rolled up. With the joggers rolled up. I feel like this 49er pipeline, like when Salah's gone, I could see him being added to the staff, Mike McDaniel, whatever. I'm having a vision of like some of these head coaches that leave ending up on the Houston Texans staff.
I think it's plausible with Mike McDaniel.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Just a week ago, maybe even just a couple of days ago, I was all about Jonathan Grenard coming back. Him being one of those smart investments in free agency changed my mind.
I like it.
Changed my mind.
Yeah, bye-bye.
I think you can let Jonathan Grenard go. It's important to get somebody opposite of Will Anderson. But, boy, when I saw that his market value is in the same neighborhood as Myles Garrett, I'm like, nah, man.
That's a lot.
Nah, man. He's not Myles Garrett.
Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Saquon or Derrick Henry? If you had to choose between the two, which one would you rather have? Would you rather have the Texans killer or the New York thriller? Next.
All right, low T.
Presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Lyon.
All right, you have to pick one: Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry. Those are the only two options. There's a lot of options. There's Josh Jacobs, there's Tony Pollard, there's Austin Eckler. Hell, there's some rookies. But in this, for the sake of this discussion, heard our guys Payne and Pendergast 6 to 10 right here on Sports Radio 610 speaking on this, and they sit on one side of this. I think they're on the opposite side of perhaps this show. But this was Seth Payne making his case for who he would rather have between Derrick Henry and Saquon.
What do you do with the running back room? Do you have to? You got to start
sign
over?
Derrick Henry.
Yeah,
Simple as that.
You're talking me into Derrick Henry as to putting him at the top of my free agent power rankings for running backs.
The biggest thing about Derrick Henry, all of those reservations you have about older running backs, yes, they're accurate. You should worry about it. And yet, Derrick Henry is an extreme throwback in a lot of ways in that he's been remarkably durable. Only one season in which he didn't play at least 16 games in his career. And in 3 of the last 4 years, he's had the most rushing attempts in the NFL. Now, if I were to tell you, hey, he's had 3 of the last 4 years, he's had the most rushing attempts in the NFL, and that means he's going to rush for 1,500 yards next year, you should shoot me in the head. That's dumb.
That's dramatic.
But if I were to tell you, look, he's been incredibly durable. He's built like he looks like he should be durable, kind of like a Frank Gore, perhaps. He doesn't have to lead the league in rushing attempts next year. I think that's where, and then the big thing, too, is he's got great, productive, successful experience in a zone running scheme. He can run gap scheme if that's what you need to. Like, he's very adaptable. There will be a scheme fit with him in a way that it can actually help your offensive line.
Yeah.
The cohesion between your quarterback, the running back, and the offensive line in this scheme is very, very important. And in a lot of ways, he can be a leader in that regard. And he doesn't have to be the bell cow.
Great point. Give me Saquon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take Saquon all day.
The reason is...
All day. He can do everything. He's young.
Seth did a great job explaining that.
Yeah.
And it's hard to say, oh, you're wrong here, you're wrong there, because he's not.
I mean, I'm not going to cry if they get Derrick Henry.
No, I'll be doing backflips.
Or Jacobs, or Eckler, or Pollard.
In my head. I'll be doing backflips.
And we still need to draft one, too.
But I also feel like 4 years younger. I mean, Saquon is 4 years younger than Derrick Henry. And he mentioned Frank Gore. Frank Gore is like the running back durability version of Tom Brady. Mm-hmm. Well, they drafted Tom Brady in the 6th round. Well, what about Frank Gore? He had 4,000-yard seasons after age 30. Yes, he's a freak. Now, maybe Derrick Henry is a freak that way too. And Seth made that point. So, again, great point. I get it. I want Saquon.
My thing is this, in Saquon, I think a lot of the stuff that's being spoken of is it's similar to McCaffrey. I think in football, these guys look to get to a certain level, at least at one point in their career. Mm-hmm. And Derrick Henry, he hasn't reached the ultimate goal, but they've been the 1 seed in the AFC. They've been to a conference championship. He's kind of tasted it a little bit. I think that hunger. And I don't think Derrick Henry's Derrick Henry in any situation is going to give it everything he has on the football field. But I think the hunger and the excitement of being with an organization that appears to have the arrow pointing up, with a quarterback and coach that have charisma, yeah. I just think that could allow you to reach Saquon Barkley's full potential, just like it did with Christian McCaffrey. So that's my thing. I mean, 2 years ago, we saw, and we've seen Derrick Henry do it too, but he single-handedly took them to the playoffs to the point where he got Daniel Jones paid.
Yeah.
And I think in an offense where you could use another receiving threat, you could use a running threat, and you could use like a little bit more upside, I think Saquon Barkley would be my choice.
I think Saquon has, all due respect, this is going to sound like a slight, and I don't mean it that way. I think he's hungrier with more to prove than Derrick Henry. Like, that's not to say he's not hungry and he doesn't have anything to prove. I think Saquon is hungry and has more to prove and is ready to join a winner. And he's 4 years younger. You know, again, that Frank Gore thing, I get it, and maybe that's Derrick Henry, but there are not very many Frank Gores out there. They're the vast majority of running backs when they hit 30, 28 really, 27, 28, it starts to go. His yards per carry average went slightly down. It was still good. His yardage went slightly down. It was still good, as Seth pointed out. But he's going to be 31 next year. And I will be happy if they get him because I'll be hoping that he's going to be that kind of guy. But I think the odds are better with Saquon or Josh Jacobs. I would not sneeze at Josh Jacobs. He's another guy that's 4 years younger.
Yeah, Josh Jacobs is a guy that I think they're probably going to like.
Yeah.
I think they're probably going to like Josh Jacobs a lot.
I think they're going to like him
Here is the Payne and Pendergast, Seth Payne, Sean Pendergast, talking about Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley. This is their acknowledgement of the other side of things with Saquon Barkley.
Both from an injury standpoint, and like he's undependable both from an injury standpoint and just a game-by-game productivity standpoint or a carry-by-carry. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of boom or bust with him. And I just don't trust that as like what I want to really establish that ability to week in, week out, run the ball, set up the play action, do all those things, and to run the ball successfully. I know you don't have to run the ball successfully to set up the play action, but it sure as hell helps when you only have to convert a 3rd and 4 instead of a 3rd and 9.
Absolutely.
Because the play action doesn't really help you a lot on 3rd and 9.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I think somebody's going to pay Saquon Barkley a good amount of money. I just don't want. I want nothing to do with a big running back contract.
Yeah, I definitely don't want Saquon Barkley at the annual amount that he got this year, which was like $12 million. I don't know that I want any of these guys at $12 million. I'm shopping in that $6 or $7 million aisle at the most when it comes to running backs.
Well, then who are you going to get?
Backs? Yeah, why with running
show
backs?
Me a $6 million.
Get you a Kareem Hunt then.
Yeah. Show me a $6 million running back.
Yeah, I don't like. If you told me I get Saquon at $12 million, I'll take it.
Yes.
I'll kick the tires on that. I'll give him the Jonathan
And it
Taylor
goes back
deal.
to my point. Yeah, this is an opportunity like you're not going to have when it comes to spending on a running back like that. It's just not. I'm trying to find like a $6 million running back. It's not going to be in that class.
Like the guys who get paid the most, you've pretty much set. You've laid this out quite nicely. But the guys that like break bread, like just completely, and that's the one thing that I think the Texans have going for them, regardless of how you feel about the tackles. But the guys on the market, like in free agency, that just completely break bread are quarterbacks, obviously.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud is going to have 4 years remaining on the rookie deal. 2 years till you could even extend him. Tackle, Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard. Both those guys you've already paid.
Yeah.
Wide receiver, you have Nico Collins and Tank Dell, which you feel good about, but it at least puts it to where you're not going to, pay a T. Higgins like he's a number one guy like he's going to demand. And who knows how you look at the Mike Evans thing. Edge guy, Will Anderson. Will Anderson's on his rookie deal, so you have that. And then Derek Stingley, it's another year till you may or may not have to lock him up. So, like all the positions that just demand a high amount of money, a lot of them are on rookie deals. You're finally now like reaping the benefits of having those early draft picks because you have CJ, you have Will, and you have Derek Stingley, and those are three positions where you spend a lot of money, but you're not. Eventually, you'll have to.
Yeah,
and maybe like we'll get to a point maybe 3 years from now where we're like, man, the difference between 7 and 12 on a running back is a lot, but in this situation with all that, you're not there.
Yeah,
you're not there. So
this is a very rare opportunity where your best players are on rookie contracts. Period. Your three best players are on rookie contracts. Say what you will. I mean, it's about Nico and all that, but it's Will Anderson and Derek Stingley and CJ Stroud. If you are as good as you think you're going to be, you will never have this opportunity again. You want to know some $4 and $5 million running backs? Gus Edwards.
Oh, my God.
Naheem Hines.
Damn.
Joe Mixon. David Montgomery's on a 6. David Montgomery would be good, but
yeah, David Montgomery's already locked up for 3 years, though.
Yeah. I'm just looking at average salary. Yeah.
So
no
Sean,
bonuses included.
Yeah. So
his bonus might have been outrageous.
So Sean's looking at the Gus Edwards and the
Naheem Hines.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Give me a 12. Pay the 12. You're not going to have this opportunity again.
And it's not going to be. It wouldn't be this cheap. Like the question marks. The question marks are the reason why it's possible.
Yes.
To get a potential impact guy like Saquon.
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't necessarily pushback on Seth's point. Like Seth laid out the case for Derrick Henry. They bring in Derrick Henry and they bring back Singletary and then they draft a guy or something like that. Then hey, awesome. That works great. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But if they think Saquon's the best guy and $12 million is going to prevent them from doing that, then we might have bigger problems than we think.
Yeah. Yeah. That you absolutely would.
Because there was, I don't want to like have a straw man argument, but the Christian McCaffrey trade the San Francisco 49ers made wasn't quite celebrated.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it wasn't like people were saying, damn, look out. They traded over half of a draft, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Christian McCaffrey. Oh man, he's always hurt. Oh, it's a running back. Come on, running backs are a dime a dozen. Oh, you don't want to. Oh, look at his you don't want to. He's one of the highest paid running backs. You don't want to do that. We're not talking about the San Francisco 49ers versus the Kansas City Chiefs without Christian McCaffrey, and we're not talking about the 49ers being a game away from getting to this point without Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. Yeah.
DeMeco and Bobby Slowick know that better than anyone. They know what they were there when they saw that they were a mediocre squad. They saw what was going on.
They know
there.
what the conversation was about what they needed.
Yeah, and they saw what happened when Christian McCaffrey came there. They didn't lose a game until the NFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
So they know better than anyone, when you can get a player with the impact of a Saquon or a Derrick Henry, you got to make that happen.
By the way, just for grins, Saquon's market value,
it's so low.
3 years, 29,
which is crazy.
Come on,
which is crazy.
Come on down.
I would give him the Jonathan Taylor deal.
Come on down.
I would give him $14 million a year.
Yeah,
kick the tires, see what you get.
Yeah,
because he's going to come in here motivated. Yeah. You think he's enjoying playing in New York?
No, it's like I mentioned. I think he's more motivated and he's more incentivized to play his best football than ever. Saquon.
Yeah, he's never been in this situation.
Yeah,
it's like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
God, just make it happen, please. Don't let $12 million get in the way. I respect. I do like what Seth's saying about Derrick Henry. That'd be weird though. The guy that's just completely a nightmare to you.
Mm-hmm.
Now all of a sudden he's here.
I'd take it.
Oh, I would take it too.
I'd take it.
I would take it too. No Josh. And then don't sleep on the Josh Jacobs thing as well. He's gonna be one of the more popular guys. Complete back, might be able to do what they like to do. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, let's go around the NFL. 2 guys are staying, and another hire has been made, which leaves one job open. Plus, hanging around the rim. What? What? Next.
Place your bets, ladies.
exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Bobby Slowick staying, Gerard Johnson staying, CJ Stroud in the Pro Bowl. Three-piece of big news yesterday for the Houston Texans as we go around the NFL. Now, the Bobby Slowick stuff was interesting because it kind of was a little bit of a roller coaster because it started out with the news that Ben Johnson was going to remain in Detroit. We immediately wondered, whoa, does that mean that Bobby Slowick is going to be the man in Washington or the man in Seattle? Well, the answer to that is no. And in fact, Seattle has made their hire. Seattle is hiring Mr. McDonald from
Michael McDonald,
the Baltimore Ravens. Michael McDonald.
No, he goes by Mike because he doesn't want to be confused with
the singer.
With the singer
from the Doobie Brothers.
Oh, from the 40-year-old Virgin.
And Michael McDonald.
I only knew him from 40-year-old Virgin.
He always sings kind of weird, like his voice.
Yeah, they played him on 40-year-old Virgin. It was like a bit.
The king of yacht rock.
Wasn't familiar with his with his work, but now Mike McDonald is going to be the head coach of Seattle, which means there's one job open, the Commander's job. Kind of feels like it might have been overstated how appealing that Commander's gig is.
I overstated it.
Kind of feels that way.
I absolutely overstated it.
Last team standing right now. This feels a lot like the Texans search 3 years ago with David Culley.
Mm-hmm.
Where you're the last
Maybe they're
going
to hire David Culley.
I don't know what they're going to do.
Maybe Culley's the answer.
It's unappealing to me because I wonder if ownership is saying you have to take a quarterback. So if you take the gig, you're taking a job where you're going to have to cross your fingers and hope that Jaden Daniels or Drake May takes you to the promised land.
Yeah.
Which is rough. By the way, speaking of Jaden Daniels, before he went to LSU and won the Heisman, got John Lopez's Heisman vote, he was at Arizona State. Kind of underachieved. I mean, he wasn't maximized.
No, he was not.
Maybe he didn't have the talent around him. Not his fault.
Yeah.
Herm Edwards, his coach, yesterday on ESPN Radio, they asked him about Brock Purdy, and Herm Edwards said, quote, I laugh at anyone who wonders about how Brock Purdy got here. I knew he was this type of quarterback. I recruited him in college.
Okay.
Herm Edwards took the job in December. Brock Purdy committed to Iowa State in February. When did you recruit him? It was mid-December, and you were still working at ESPN.
He might have already been committed to Iowa State. I don't know.
Yeah, when did this happen? How hard did you recruit him?
That's fake. It's a fake. Yeah, that's Photoshop. That's fake. On my mama, that's fake. On my heart, on my life, my little brother grave, I could die right now. That's fake.
My question is this, because I saw, there was one offer to Brock Purdy. He's from Arizona. There was one offer. It's from Northern Arizona. U of A didn't offer him, and anyone. So how hard did you really recruit him if he ended up going to Iowa State in February and you got there in December?
Yeah.
What'd you do, just crunch the Brock Purdy tape?
But also if you're Brock Purdy,
you're a terrible recruiter if you can't get him to go to ASU and he went to Arizona State.
Also, if you're Brock Purdy and all you've got is Iowa State and Northern whatever, and Arizona State comes calling, where do I sign? Let's go. Let's go.
Arthur Smith, he got the gig in Pittsburgh. He's going to be the offensive coordinator for Mike Tomlin. I wonder if there's been any humble pie for Arthur Smith, because he was pretty cocky. His whole mannerism kind of changed when he went from being the OC in Tennessee to the head coach in Atlanta.
Yeah, it did. And maybe he's just cut out to be a coordinator. He's, there's some guys that try to be a head coach, and it's just not them. But they're pretty good coordinators, whether they're, before or after their head coaching gig. So maybe that's him. I don't know.
Patrick Mahomes, he was asked about the Justin Tucker drama. We'll hear what Travis Kelce had to say.
Boy, will we.
In 16 minutes when the internet goes nuts. But this was Patrick Mahomes being asked about the Justin Tucker drama, the move in the helmet, the kick in the helmet, all that type of stuff. Here is the quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs.
I've had 7 years of kind of doing that same warm-up routine, and there's only been, 3 occasions where there's been a kicker that wasn't, because you usually talk to the guys, there had been a kicker that wasn't necessarily moving out the way, or you weren't kind of sharing the field in the right way. And, I mean, it was in Baltimore all 3 times. So he does that little stuff, I think, to try to get under our skin. And I asked him to move his stuff, and he got up and moved it, I think, 2 inches. But didn't move it out of the way, and I was going to kind of let it slide, but Travis kind of got it and moved it for me, and then after that I wasn't going to let him put it back down. So it's something that we move on. I mean, I have a lot of respect for him as a player and as a kicker. One of the best kickers of all time, probably the best kicker of all time, but at the same time you got to have respect for each team, and we all share the field, and we try to do that in a respectful way.
You're going to hear Travis Kelce, like you mentioned, in about 15 minutes. There's reason to believe that Justin Tucker is the jerk here.
Really?
I really believe that. Like, come on, you're a kicker, dude. I know you're a Hall of Famer.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, you're a kicker. That's what it means. It means you're a kicker.
What is he supposed to do?
Like
warm up?
At least don't act like you're, some J.J. Watt out there, I'll let y'all judge for yourselves.
Yeah, I don't know.
You got to hear the Travis Kelce version of it.
Yeah, you got to hear the Travis Kelce.
Yeah, I don't really understand the if you're trying to fire up, if you are a kicker, even with that said, I don't know that I'm going to try to piss off 2 goats.
Yeah, those 2 guys. Like, I'll show them that Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce.
Let me get in their head.
Yeah.
Let me get in.
Put your chest out. I'm Justin Tucker.
Brock Purdy, he's been kind of polarizing. It seems like it might be the biggest straw man argument going right now. But this is Fred Warner on Brock Purdy. This was after the game. The notion that Brock Purdy is a game manager.
I mean, what can you say about Brock Purdy and his performance tonight?
Heck of a game manager. Wow. Managed the heck out of that game, boy. He the reason we're going to have a chance to win us a ring. I love him.
So I'm asking. I'm not trying to be trite. Can you point me in the direction of the people that are saying that Brock Purdy sucks right now? I've seen Cam Newton call him a game manager, and it's almost like I don't know if Cam Newton speaks for 99% of the people, but where are these people like these national media types that are saying Brock Purdy's a game manager?
No, they're saying the exact opposite.
Where is it?
But I
saw Ryan Leaf was going on a rant with Ross Tucker saying you're an idiot if you think. Who's the idiot?
I'm sure it's more than Cam. I couldn't tell you I couldn't name names. But I think what people are doing is because nobody wants to call him elite, they are assuming that means they think he sucks. No, that's not true. I said it yesterday. There's a category between good and great.
Was Joe Flacco ever elite? That was kind of
probably
the bit.
Not.
Yeah, okay.
One game, one playoff run.
Yeah, that's fine.
But there is a category, a tier underneath elite and above great.
Yeah.
Because or even good. It's kind of like the fringe Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Boy, what a career he had. Is he a Hall of Famer? I don't think so. That's what he is as a quarterback. Is he elite? No, but he's not just another guy.
I don't hear anyone saying that anymore.
That's what I said, but they assume that because you say something like that you're thinking he sucks. No, he doesn't suck. He's really, really good. He makes plays to win games. You saw it on Sunday. But I wouldn't say he's elite.
I don't.
Is game manager a bad thing too?
It depends on the situation, I think.
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think it was a bad thing.
I mean, I think it. I think it gets talked about with Trent Dilfer, those types of guys. And he's not Trent Dilfer.
No, he's not. But that's what
people
think.
Look at him as a game manager.
He's not Jimmy Garoppolo.
Same. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I don't know where these people are at.
Yeah.
I don't know why people can't just say, okay, he's this. He's not that or that, but he's this. And they think you're insulting him.
I wonder what Bobby Slowick thinks about him. He's had some interesting things to say in the past about his time in San Francisco. I know he got to work with him pretty closely. Hanging around the rim.
Excuse me?
Hanging around the rim.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Jones yesterday was asked about.
It's not getting better.
Mike McCarthy.
He's come up short 3 times, okay? But I like the fact that he's hanging around the rim. And I like what the team has done to hang around the rim. I'm aware that we're hanging around the rim. We're not getting the ball in, but we're hanging around the rim. Let's don't discount hanging around the rim. I'm not doing what I was doing 30 years ago. I'm not doing what I was doing 20 years ago on a personal basis. The report cards you're seeing about winning in the playoffs, I don't like. There's some other parts of the report card that you don't have privy to that you might like.
You say it 5 or 6 times?
Yeah. So is this a basketball reference?
Yeah, it's a basketball reference, I guess. I think.
So like you're trying to get the ball through the net?
Yeah, just stay close. Attack the rim. I don't know if that's better.
What'd you say?
I said attack the rim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thought that's what you said.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like that would make me feel pretty weird if I was
Well, especially when he says it 6 times.
Well, I mean, like, since when has Jerry Jones, of all people, been someone who just wants to hang around the rim?
Hey, maybe he's a...
Well, I mean...
I'm sorry, what?
I'm talking about in football terms.
Okay.
Yeah, football. Yeah. Nah, I mean...
Hang on.
Maybe he's searching for glory.
Glory hole, that was an oil term. That's very easy.
Is it?
Yeah, it's an oil term. He's an oil guy.
And hanging around the rim is a basketball term.
Yeah. Who knows? Tennessee Titans. This was the pitch from their general manager, Mr. Carthon, who worked with Bobby Slowick and DeMeco, actually. He's now the GM for Amy Adams Stank, the Stanky one. Here is Carthon's pitch for their new coach, Brian Callahan.
The one thing that stood out to us with Callie was just his ability to not only know what he wants, but be able to articulate that in a clear and concise manner. And what that would allow us to do, it allow our players to understand what their roles are and go out and execute and play fast, which is what we're going to do. But the only other side of that, as a scout, as a personnel guy, it gives us the ability to know what we're going out to hunt for. And one thing that we keep talking about here as our group is hunting at the same time isn't the same as hunting together. And under Brian Callahan, we will be going out and hunting together. And so I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited, and I'm actually ready to get off this podium.
Well, they've kind of made Mike Vrabel sound like a slime ball.
That's what I was thinking when I first heard it.
If it didn't work out, it didn't work out. But between like some of the subtle hints from the Stanky one, Amy Adams Stank, and the GM, they just making Mike Vrabel look like a slime ball.
I think they're throwing him under the bus.
Hunting at the same time is not the same.
Yeah, exactly. Look at all the things that he inferred with that one comment. He inferred that they didn't know what to go look for, that they were hunting together, but not they were hunting at the same time, but not together. They're going to play fast. What are you saying? That they didn't play fast? That you can communicate that's his strength. You're kind of throwing Mike Vrabel under the bus.
I mean, if y'all wanted to break up with him, break up with him.
Boy, did that guy suck.
We're talking about him like he's Bill O'Brien or something.
I can't believe you broke up with her. She's ugly. No, she's not.
So, do you and Captain Scott Knoll, do y'all fish at the same time, or do y'all fish together?
We fish together, man. So, actually, we don't very often because he's in one bay.
But when y'all fish, do y'all fish together or fish at the same time? Because I've heard you're kind of a selfish fisherman.
Yeah, really? Where'd you hear that?
I heard that you kind of like to take the shine from your fellow
you heard
guys.
That? Like, do you have any examples of where you might have heard that?
Yeah, I heard you kind of like if Scott's.
Yeah. I know you heard it.
If Scott is out there, you kind of go right to the left and kind of scare his fish away.
Potlick on it a little bit.
Potlick on him a little bit.
Where exactly did you hear this? And you have any examples?
I just told you.
Oh yeah, but where?
Casting a little too close to Scott Knoll.
Yeah.
Casting a little bit too close to Caleb and Scott.
You might as well have started that statement with, "Hey, bro, I heard you potlicked."
He had sources on the Gerard story.
He did.
Yeah. He had sources on the Gerard story. How about that?
Good stuff.
Yeah. You want to hear from Mike Callahan?
I do want to hear from Mike Callahan.
All right, Potlicker.
Were there any other tweets yesterday that were interesting?
All right, Potlicker. Here is Mike Callahan, the head coach.
Not ready, in my opinion,
of the Tennessee Titans here on Sports Radio 610.
I thought that Will was a really good player coming out of college. And I thought when you watch him play this year, you saw really growth. I mean, you saw him learn. The NFL is hard. It's hard on quarterbacks. It's particularly hard on young ones. And so I saw a lot of really positive things. Some of the throws, some of his competitive instincts that he put on tape were really impressive. And so I'm excited to get to dive more into that and how can he get better from year one to year two and keep putting him in position to have success and so we can score some points on offense. Let them be able to find their roles, define what those roles are for them, and put them in the matchups that we feel are to our advantage. That's a very broad, general offensive philosophy, but we want to be great detail in the passing game, route definition, route spacing.
This guy's
want to be able
terrible.
to complete balls at a high percentage. That's always going to be the goal. The run game, we still want to be physical. Don't get that part twisted. That's been part of the Titans' identity for a long time, and it will continue to be. And we'll be able to run the ball the way we need to win.
All right. Thanks, Coach.
It wasn't impressive.
All right, Coach.
But it doesn't necessarily mean he's not going to be good.
All right, Coach. Thanks. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Were you talking about the Gerard Johnson thing, that he wasn't ready? What were you saying?
Yeah, I saw some tweet yesterday.
Is it still there? Can I go check it out?
No, I think it was deleted.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
That he wasn't ready to.
Yeah.
He wasn't ready to be OC.
Yeah. In their opinion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I would suggest maybe talking to people.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Can't find it. So at the Senior Bowl, that's where Nick Caserio, Scout Goodhair, and other Texans folks are at. Texas Longhorns defensive tackle Tavondre Sweat, the Outland Trophy winner. He was listed at 362 pounds, 6'4", in the Longhorns media guide. I don't think that I've ever heard this. He decided not to weigh in yesterday.
Yeah.
Now, I asked Stutz, who's out there, I was like, well, does he just look fat? Like, he's like, no, he doesn't really look fat. Like, he's got his jersey up and stuff, but I Stutz like, he might weigh 400 pounds or something right now.
That's what I thought.
That. But I was like, okay. But he elected not to weigh in.
If you're listed at 362 and you elect not to weigh in, I'm just going to assume you weigh 400.
I mean,
right?
He's
Is
out
that
there,
unfair?
They're showing the tape. I mean, he's moving. I think if you can get him in the third round and just get like a 2-down line,
I like him
blowing stuff up.
Yeah.
I don't know when he's going to go, but I've never heard of someone. I've heard of people not wanting to run.
Yeah. But not wanting to weigh, because think about it. If you're like 145, that's silly, 195, and you refuse to weigh in, you're not worried. You're like, okay, maybe he's at 205 now. He wants, whatever. You're at 362 and you refuse to weigh in. I'm going to assume you weigh 400 pounds, and that's a turnoff for a lot of people, I'm sure.
How do you function at $4 bills, man? And he is. I'm not saying he's not.
No, he's functioning.
How are you doing that?
Yeah. No, he's functioning. I don't know.
Bills, man.
I don't know.
Like, you can't sit in a chair, right?
Who, me? No. At 400, you cannot.
Yeah, like, could
what about flying? We all know that.
Could Tavondre Sweat come in here and sit down on that chair?
Maybe not that chair. Yeah, he probably could. What are these built for?
He probably could.
What are they built for?
He wouldn't be comfortable.
They have weight limits.
How many Tavondre Sweats could fit in an elevator? 6?
These elevators?
Yeah.
5. Both corners in the middle.
But what's the weight limit?
Yeah,
It's
that's
like 2,000, isn't it?
1,000?
No, it's like 2,000. 1,000.
Well, 5 to
like the lady this morning let about 1,000 pounds in extra holding it open.
5 Tavondre Swifts is almost 2,000. It's 1,800 and something, isn't it?
Sweats.
That's what I said. Sweat.
You said Swift.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
That's almost 2,000.
I think.
Yeah.
That's a lot, man.
Yeah.
Man, I'm intrigued by this draft. It's going to be fun. It's good to have the coaching staff intact so they can figure out what they want to do. It's Around the NFL here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. A 3-piece of joy and a culture that's on the right track gets thrown under the bus yesterday. Talk about that next.
D&M Auto Leasing right now. Getting your vehicle is next.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Travis Kelce weighed in on the Mahomes, Justin Tucker, and him beef that went viral before the game. Now, Mahomes and Tucker played it a little bit PC. Kelce did not.
No, he didn't.
This was him on ESPN, the Pat McAfee show.
We're warming up, and we do our same warm-up every single time on our side of the field. For those of you that don't know what happens in pre-games, the Ravens have their side of the field, and the Chiefs have our side of the field. Now, specialists, because of like the win factor and
they go to
where
both
you are,
sides
they get
in
a chance to kick at both field goals and kind of punt from both sides of the field. But it's always if you're trying to go onto the other team's designated area, you kind of stay out of their way. You know, you don't interfere with what they have going on.
That is the unwritten rule.
That's the unwritten rule. If you want to be a about it, you keep your helmet and your football and your kicking tee right where the quarterbacks are warming up and they're dropping. Eyes are looking left and they got a helmet down by their feet.
It's actually kind of dangerous, really. But
like, if you're not going to pick that up, I'll happily move that for you. Justin came out and he said it was more of a joking gesture and kind of a fun competitive. And I get it. I mean, he was kind of winking at me, like being a about it, like trying to get under the skin.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing.
I get it, but
you got under your skin a little bit.
Me and Pat, we've been having the same mentality for this game all week long, man.
Yeah.
And it was you got to go in there and have the right mind frame. Have the right mindset, and we just weren't in a joking mood. We were ready to get after it. And so, Justin, sorry if we took it to a level that you didn't think it'd get to that way, but if you're going to be a I promise you, I can one-up you every time.
It just feels like, after listening to Justin Tucker, then Patrick Mahomes, it just feels like Tucker was exactly what he said there, a beep. About this. He was a beep about this. And Jason Kelce called him out on it. It was, what is he doing? He's a kicker. I know he's in the Hall of Fame. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. You're on their side of the field, which, don't underestimate that. It's like you're kind of like, you got to kind of defer to them and just pick your spots where you're kicking. It happens every Sunday in the NFL.
Yeah.
But to do that?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
What, are you going to bow up on them next? You going to bow up on them?
I got the internet going nuts.
So the Senior Bowl is, we talked to Cody yesterday, is really got the internet going nuts because of one person today, and that one person happens to play wide receiver, and he happened to play in that stadium just a few weeks ago. Apparently one Roman Wilson is...
from Michigan?
Yeah, turning all kinds of... I guarantee you, if not already, he's going to be the Texans, we got a draft guy.
I kind of feel like they're going to like T'Vondre Sweat.
The big guy?
Yes. Yes.
They need a receiver.
They can get those. The second round is such a money spot.
Dude,
though.
He's trending nationally. Just from the Senior Bowl.
The second round is going to be a money spot for receivers.
Second and third. It's a good year.
Yeah, it's going to be a money spot.
Yeah.
Insane.
It's going to be a
Day two's nasty, man.
Day two's going to be nasty this year.
Day two's nasty.
And that's a good year to be a day two guy.
I'll trade my second round pick this year, please.
Yeah, no.
No, I feel about day two. I need a second round pick.
I got to admit, I was watching some of those Roman Wilson highlights. And, pretty good.
He might not get past the fifth pick of the second round, though. Jim Harbaugh might like him.
Oh, yeah. He's going to like it.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh
Somebody
might
said
like
he's already got his eye on like all the Michigan guys. He knows them.
Oh, he's going to go Steve Spurrier?
He's going to get Michigan here, Michigan there, etc.
Hey, it didn't work for Steve Spurrier, though.
Mm-hmm.
I got the internet going nuts.
So the three-piece of news yesterday that had the internet going nuts, this was cool. I always like this. So around noon, you have CJ Stroud going to the Pro Bowl. Around 2, you have news that Bobby Slowick is staying. And then around 2:40, you have news that Gerard Johnson's staying. So
yeah, it was a good day.
It was a nice little three-piece of news that had the internet going nuts yesterday with the Houston Texans. So I say all that to ask this question. Making the Pro Bowl was probably the third best news that CJ Stroud got yesterday, right?
Yeah, Slowick, then Gerard, or maybe Gerard, then Slowick, but Slowick, then Gerard, and then Pro Bowl. I mean, he's cool with it. Because he's a rookie. You know, I'm sure he's excited. But it's like, what are you going to do? I mean, yeah. You know, it's the Pro Bowl in Orlando. which I don't know why they're doing that. Why everybody wants to be in Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Everyone wants to.
Yeah,
be in
I was kind of surprised.
Why are they doing it in Orlando?
I'll be completely transparent.
Orlando?
I'll be completely transparent with you. I was like, oh, he's on his way to Orlando, huh? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Have fun.
Look, if you're a family and you'll be doing this, you're going to go to Disney World. You're going to go to
We go to Panama City for Thanksgiving.
Panama City. Yeah,
road trip.
That's not too
Every
far.
year now.
Yeah, that's not too far from Orlando. But you're going to make the trip to Orlando for Universal Studios. It's a rite of passage. It's
Universal Studios.
It's what parents do.
That's one of the most disappointing experiences I've had.
How come? It was all right.
No, I like Universal Studios, but that Jaws ride is ass.
I don't even remember riding the
Dude,
Jaws.
I mean, it's the shark looks so cool on
Yeah.
TV, and then you see, oh, what is this?
Yeah.
This could be a Chuck E. Cheese 25-cent ride.
Yeah. So you're going to do it.
I waited an hour for this damn Jaws shark, and it's awful. The Aerosmith ride was sick. This was a long time ago.
Well,
the Hulk ride was sick.
Yeah.
Man, that damn Jaws thing, you got to be kidding. I hope they updated that. That was embarrassing.
This is where I'm going with it. You're going to pack up your station wagon and take your family to Orlando.
My what?
Your station wagon. Because that's what families do. But Orlando is not a good. It's a very boring city. It's like a giant.
You hate Jacksonville and Orlando.
I do.
You hate Miami too?
No, I love Miami.
Oh God,
love Miami.
Did you like nose candy?
No, love Miami. Love the Panhandle where you go.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Like all those. What do they call it? The Redneck Riviera. I love that. Sarasota's.
You
awesome.
been to Panama City?
I've been to Panama City. I used to stay in the hotel there all the time for Florida games.
Seaside?
No, the Marriott.
You been to Seaside?
I don't think so.
Where the Truman Show was filmed?
No, I don't think so. There's a lot of places in Florida that I absolutely love.
Yeah.
Jacksonville and Orlando are not them. But you got to go to Orlando. You got to do it. You just do.
I got the internet going nuts.
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Okay. Yeah, Sunday.
Starts on Sunday. And they had
my wife re-upped the HBO Max just for this. When is HBO Max going to step their damn game up?
Do you find yourself?
What are they doing?
Do you find yourself having to not subscribe to
relog in.
Relog in.
Yeah, it's a terrible
all
login.
the
It's
time.
a terrible login process.
It's like almost.
I'm already stressed out with it. And we just re-upped 3 days ago.
Almost like every other day I have to log in.
I watched this
and then I'm like, you got the password?
The documentaries are so freaking whack.
Yeah,
a lot of them.
Like Curb is carrying that thing right now.
He been slipping, man.
You're the same way?
Yeah.
They'll have the problem is they have like these good shows, but then they don't. Like, can you at least like rotate the movies? Like, can we at least get like a rotation going? Like, at least Netflix, I'm getting like, oh wow, this is new. Wow, this is new. I haven't seen this. Oh, let's check this out.
Oh, there's always new stuff, and the suggestions aren't as good either. Like, I'll go on Hulu or Netflix, and I'll say, oh, because you watch this, we suggest this.
There's random,
and I'm always watching some of those shows.
Yeah.
But the Max, it's like I'm here for Curb, and I watched something else on there. I forget what show. Pretty religiously.
Succession.
No, but I need to get that on the list. But so they had the premiere last night, and apparently Larry David was in.
Wait, it was last night? I thought it was Sunday.
No, they had the premiere in the theater, like for Hollywood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so he had to speak and all that, and everybody was going nuts and chanting his name. And he said, if I was anyone else, I might appreciate that.
When they chanted his name?
Yeah. If I was anyone else, I might appreciate that. I'm looking forward to it. Sunday.
You think he's legit like that, or you think he's kind of like he appreciates it?
All I remember reading,
he appreciates it, right?
No, I'm sure he does, but he is legitimately like that and very uncomfortable in those environments because I read some book about Seinfeld or Jerry Seinfeld or something, and they said this guy is just always like that.
Man, Seinfeld hates Mitzi Shore.
Yeah, Pauly Shore's mom from the Comedy Store.
Yeah, he hates her because I guess she told him he wasn't funny or something, and he didn't, and he thought that she thought he was too much of a minion. So like he literally moved above them on the hill so they could drive by every day.
Yeah.
But I mean, everybody, a lot of other people kind of, appreciate her.
She's a giant.
Oh, she's a legend.
She's a giant.
Yeah, she's a legend.
Yeah.
Most people.
You agree with her?
No, I love
that
Seinfeld.
Seinfeld's not funny?
Yeah, I said, do you agree with it?
I didn't think his stand-up was that great.
I think his show was much better than his stand-up.
I think his dry humor and stuff is good. I didn't think his stand-up was that good.
Yeah.
Did you?
It's okay, but I wouldn't go out of my way. I wouldn't buy tickets.
A lot of people talk. I've been going through a stand-up thing where I'm watching I rewatched the Cat Williams. I rewatched a lot of this stuff. I watched the Chappelle, and then I watched the Joe Rogan, and he was talking his whole thing was dedicated to her.
Oh, really?
From the Comedy Store, and I guess she got rid of him for Mencia, she had to choose his side or something like that. But I didn't watch the whole Joe Rogan thing, but he was talking about the U.S. Constitution, and he was like, "Could you imagine if Thomas Jefferson came back here now and had a look at the Constitution?" He's like, he would be like, "What? Y'all didn't change anything? I wrote the damn thing with a feather." It's like I had to burn the damn thing to get it going. Y'all didn't change nothing?
You're still using that?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Christian Wood is a dead man walking, and you can read between the lines. There's a reason that this guy, despite averaging 17 and 10, whatever he has in his career, has been on 8 teams in the NBA. The Lakers don't even let him play, really. And yesterday, minutes before tip-off, he just tweeted LOL, which seemed a little bit weird. He had an explanation, but the reason that I say he's a dead man walking is because the Lakers are a 500 team. LeBron always has to have someone that's a fall guy for why it's bad.
Yeah.
And now LeBron's personal beat writer, I know he can call himself ESPN writer, but Dave McMenamin, shout out to Dave. But Dave McMenamin is going over there and grilling Christian Wood on this tweet. You're a dead man walking, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't do that.
I meant to quote something, but I didn't have the quote. I thought I did, and I just pressed send, and I couldn't check my phone before because we had to go out. But it was an accident, so I didn't mean. I think I looked at it just now. I didn't mean it came off a certain type of way. I didn't mean it that way.
Normally, I just feel like that time we've covered you tweeting that time of the game is not your normal practice.
No. So I understand. Not basketball related. Definitely not basketball related.
All right.
Oh, that means it was basketball related.
You got McMenamin grilling you on it, man. You're done, man. You're cooked.
Yes. Yeah, the guy
cooked.
asking the question.
Yeah, he's
too.
cooked.
Yes.
He's done.
Well, definitely not about basketball. Oh, so it's about basketball.
Yeah, he's done.
Yeah.
He's cooked.
I got the internet going nuts.
Washington Commanders, man. Who the hell are they going to hire? They're that's
Dan
the big
Quinn?
Is it? Is it Dan Quinn? Stay in the division? They missed on Boomer Esiason. It's a lock. Ben Johnson. Yeah, no. Okay. Mike McDonald from the Ravens. Well, no, he just got hired in Seattle. Well, that means Bobby Slowick is going to take the job. No, he got a raise in Houston. He's going back to Houston. Is it them? I thought it was different. With the Commanders. New ownership, number 3 pick. You'd be able to wipe the slate clean. I don't know if it's any different, and I have no idea who they're going to hire.
Yeah, me neither.
They're going to be stuck, man.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Kenyon Martin, whose son played for the Rockets last year, had this to say about last year's team versus this year's team when he sat down with Gilbert Arenas.
Even if they would have had the same team, it would have been different having MA there. There was no respect for Silas, what I saw. A lot of talent, but there was no, so it's just hard to coach that when you don't have the locker room. And I think M.A. would have came in, he would have demanded that, and certain guys wouldn't have been able to play for him. With the same team, certain guys wouldn't have been able to play. So therefore they made the moves because of certain things, but I just, you got Tyree still there, Jabari, Sengun, Tate, Jalen Green together. So it's still.
And they only had Eric Gordon.
But those wasn't troublemakers.
No.
Yeah.
But it was only, but it wasn't. The whole team wasn't.
I know, that's what I'm saying. The whole team wasn't just a few.
No, it wasn't even a few.
Just one.
Yeah.
Just one. Yeah, okay.
That kind of nails it down, doesn't it?
All right, got it.
Yeah.
There you go. Shout out to Kmart. Lord. Violent dunker, man, that Kenyon Martin.
Big time.
Violent dunker.
Big time.
Bryan Adams High School to Cincinnati.
You went to Dallas Adams?
Yep, Bryan Adams High School.
That?
Yep, he did. He damn sure did.
Mm-hmm.
Saw him at the mall.
They were a juggernaut for a while.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know he went there. That's how I associate him with.
Back in the day,
remember Skyline, Larry Johnson.
Skyline for
Grandma
sure.
Ma.
Yep.
Coming up, the 1-year anniversary, and where we go from here. In the Loop continues next.
In the Loop. 800-462-3333.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, DeMeco Ryans. 1 year ago today, it became officially official. There was a lot that led us in that direction. We had, the B.O.B. era. We had the David Culley era. We had the Lovie Smith era. We had the POS, person of service, Jack Easterby era. We had, there was talk that maybe DeMeco doesn't want this gig. And there were a lot of national media types saying, hey, I wouldn't take this gig if I were him. I think there was even a report, which was kind of interesting. DeMeco made it clear that he wanted the gig from the beginning, but we ended up at DeMeco Ryans. Then we ended up with CJ Stroud, Will Anderson, Tank Dell, all that. Playoff appearance. Bobby Slowick calling plays. Bobby Slowick coming back. Gerard Johnson coming back. The entire coaching staff intact, outside of perhaps like a couple of position coaches, natural movement,
defensive line or whatever. Yeah, they're just looking for their next step.
But yes, the band is together, and 1 year into this DeMeco thing, it's hard to imagine things going much better than they have 1 year in. Are we still, though, in the honeymoon phase when it comes to DeMeco?
Oh, no. I think he's admired. I think he's liked. But the expectations, I think, ultimately, it took a while to raise the bar. But I think the people have higher expectations and expect more. And I think they're just genuinely more excited, and frankly, they should be. I think it's a big win to keep get the band back together, to run it back. It doesn't happen in the NFL very often, where you get both coordinators for successful teams, for playoff teams, where you get both coordinators don't take a job, the head coach obviously stays still, and then you have a really kind of up and coming quarterback coach. He doesn't take a job. That's rare. So you're ahead of the game already.
I'm kind of interested to see how DeMeco does handle that, though, when it happens, though. Like how good Shanahan's handled it and how poorly Nick Sirianni's handled it. Mm-hmm. I think Nick Sirianni's a nutcase, so I don't. DeMeco's definitely not that. But I am intrigued. I'm not excited. Like, I'm not sitting here saying please happen. Yeah. But I am intrigued to see how DeMeco handles that. But he's got to be like. I mean, I don't know how stressful of an adjustment it would have been. Like, let's say we came on the air today and it was, oh wow, Bobby Slowick is going to go to Seattle and be the head coach of the Seattle. Like in an imaginary world that happens. Mm-hmm. It's not stressful. Like Nick Caserio's out at the Senior Bowl. It's not. He had to, like, with how high-strung Nick Caserio is, now that he can just focus on draft and free agency and stuff, it's got to eliminate a little bit of stress.
It would have been stressful just losing Gerard, much less your offensive coordinator, or moving Gerard up to offensive coordinator. That would have been stressful. I know, though, like all coaches always talk about, well, you're always planning for the next step. You always have a plan or whatever. And that's easy to say. But I think DeMeco is one of those guys that already has his group of guys that he knows he's going to keep an eye on, maybe go here or there or whatever. I'm not going to worry about DeMeco all of a sudden being lost, or the offense being lost.
You don't have to be lost for it to be hard
or the offense, or the offense being lost. I'm not going to worry about that. I think he's got that covered.
Yeah, it's just kind of wild. I'm a Little bit surprised. I thought Bobby, at one point, I thought it was inevitable, and then it just kind of disappeared. 25% of the gigs, and Bobby Slowick not one of them. So there you go.
I think he'll get a job next year, but I don't care at this point. I think next year.
I think there's a chance he doesn't.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier. I get your point, but I'm not going to fall in line with that. Because I think it's just inevitable. There's some surprise openings, and there's always going to be an opportunity to move up, and it's something that he's always wanted. So whatever. Setting that aside, I'm actually more optimistic about next season, just in general, without even seeing a draft pick or a free agent signing, because these guys are back. Like, I don't see how you can't be. Like, I don't know who they're going to draft. I don't know who they're going to sign, but I feel better about the year with these guys back.
You think Bobby has, like, as far as the offensive side of things, like, has Bobby transformed to where it's what he says at this point? Like, in other words, like, let's say that DeMeco and Bobby are having conversation. I know that they've known each other. I know they came into the game together in San Francisco. They started their coaching careers together. It's directly proportional. Do you think that, like, I'm sure there was a time where DeMeco wanted to, like, stick his head in there and figure out. And he's always going to be proactive. He's always going to, be involved in the game plan. But do you think at this point, now that he's seen Bobby for 1 year, like let's say that they're having a conversation and they're sitting here and it's a round table and they're talking about Derrick Henry, Saquon, Josh Jacobs, and let's say DeMeco's kind of leaning towards one or the other. Just pick a running back.
Mm-hmm.
If Bobby likes the other one, like, are we to the point where the tie goes to Bobby? Like, is he overseeing the offense that much, you think?
I do. You
think that was the case? Like
I think that was the case with CJ.
So you think with the quarterback that was the same thing?
I think Nick Caserio had a big voice. Obviously, DeMeco had a big voice. But I think ultimately they wouldn't, they would have to say, we're buying the groceries, but man, if you can't make it with this ingredient, you know what I'm saying? Like ultimately they could have said,
like in what situation does DeMeco override Bobby?
I think when they're split up,
personnel.
when they're split on it, like maybe a receiver or something, but quarterback, well, you're not going to convince me that Bobby didn't have a big say in that.
Here's the other thing though that I wonder is, do you change? Does your mindset change? Like let's say that Bobby maybe was a little bit more, and this is a complete fantasy. This is just a human element. So don't like I don't know what Bobby did or didn't say. I just feel like they respect his opinion, and during the evaluation process, it would be dumb if from CJ to however they're evaluating guys now, they didn't get Bobby's opinion like at the table. But does it naturally happen where maybe Bobby, like last year, let's say he was a little bit more open to, you give me the groceries and I'll cook the dinner, the old Parcells thing. And now maybe he wants to stick his chest out a little bit more.
I don't know about sticking his chest out. I think he's earned the right, to say, no, this is what works. Because they know it does. They know he made it work with CJ Stroud. I still believe, and I'll never find this out one way or the other, I still believe that the whole Damian Pierce, Devin Singletary thing was kind of a difference of opinion. From whether it was DeMeco or Caserio and Bobby.
Well, the good thing is they changed that.
They ended up figuring it out.
They ended up changing that, and they got the better back in there.
Yeah, but he was they were somehow it was someone was pretty hard headed about Damian Pierce. I don't know who it was, but so I think that's an example of he's earned the right to. Oh, okay, so this is the kind of player you want. This is the player you want. But ultimately, Caserio is going to pull the trigger. I think he just has more influence from Bobby. Maybe respects it a little more or, accepts it a little more from Slowick.
I wonder what Nick pounds the table for anymore. Like, do you think Nick's turning into more of a moderator?
No, that's a little bit too much. He's still calling the shots because he's doing all the leg work, literally, right now.
But he's also the moderator, right? Like in these discussions, he's the guy that's in charge of moderating.
I think he's more willing to defer. I'll put it that way.
But he's going to state his case just as firmly as he always has.
These three guys I love in this order. I think they fit your system, whether it's DeMeco or Bobby Slowick. I think they fit your system. This is what I like. Bobby, I'm sure they get the same respect he gets the same respect from DeMeco and Bobby Slowick. But if they say, okay, but I would flip 1 and 2. I think he flips 1 and 2. Like he knows he's still doing the heavy lifting.
It's still DeMeco's world.
Yeah, it's still Caserio's world in terms of like ranking these guys, scouting these guys, getting the information, putting them on a board. But like if it's, like I said, that example right there, he's like, this is my 1, this is my 2. But if Slowick says, you know what, I'm kind of leaning toward 2, I think they'll do that.
Would you describe Nick Caserio as high-strung?
Is it high-strung or is he just kind of
intense?
Tightly wound.
Yeah.
Kind of tightly wound.
Like we've talked about, man, thank God we don't have to cover a coaching search for the 3rd straight year.
Yeah.
Multiple draft picks. I do wonder, like, I think Nick Caserio might have, this is the least stress, most high impact type of situation that he's in. He's got to look back and say, man, this is nice. I don't have to interview freaking coaches. Like I can actually just focus on crunching tape and scouting and all that type of stuff. I don't have to interview head coaches.
This is his wheelhouse.
I don't have to deal with this.
This is his wheelhouse.
It's the first time he's been here.
Yeah.
This is going to be his 4th season. This is the first time that he hasn't had to interview head coaches.
Yeah, and it's where he cut his teeth. It's where he learned. He's on the field. He's coached receivers, for God's sakes. Like, this is his wheelhouse.
Cut his teeth? How? Like,
what
does that mean?
It's an expression. He cut his teeth.
No, I just you use these expressions. I always want to make sure they make
because
sense.
they're expressions. That's why.
Well, what is the cutting teeth come
Like,
from?
that's where he got his start.
Like, we've established that chip on shoulder comes from back in the old days. Someone used to literally put a chip on their shoulder and challenge someone to take it off. We've retired that. What are we talking about cutting teeth?
I'll have to search it, but I want to say it has something to do with like a cub, whether it's a lion or a bear.
I feel like you're making this.
No, look it up. My computer's closed.
Cutting teeth is when teeth come in on even anything.
Well, he cut his teeth. They're out.
They're coming out.
But like when they actually use them is what I've always thought.
The most incredible.
Well,
thing.
they're cutting teeth when they're gumming on stuff to get them to pop through the skin.
Right.
The most incredible thing about this show, on this show, I mean, In the Loop, starring Landry Locker and John Lopez and Figgy Fig.
Why are you talking so light?
He's whispering.
What is this?
Is
this like some jazz or something?
You every time you entertain it. You do it every time.
No, I really want to get to the bottom of these sayings.
And I know, but some of them, some of them, you stop traffic in that conversation, and he'll pull over and stop every time.
Oh, you're damn right.
At some point, I would just keep driving
because sometimes we do come to a conclusion.
But sometimes we do.
Sometimes we do come to a conclusion that hey, that didn't make sense. Like have your cake and eat it too. Back in the day, like cake thing. What are we doing? What does that mean? Because they just kept it as like a design.
But you do it every time. It's
also how I'm wired.
Yes, I know
as a grammarian. You know,
I'm going to stop too. All right, let's stop. Hell, I'm going to prove it to you.
As an English major, all that stuff. I just like. All right, let me tell you.
And now Clint is sucked in.
No, good for Clint.
I am
good for Clint.
Yeah. And he educated us. By the way, you guys look pretty fresh today. You guys look pretty fresh. Y'all look like y'all could probably do a little. Did y'all have some fun last night?
I had a good time.
I can't say it for your whole crew. My man.
What did he do? Was he cross-eyed?
Yeah, a little bit.
Were you cross-eyed before the awards were over?
Red, yeah.
What?
Were you?
He walked in today. Tyler, you could tell he had a fun night last night.
Oh, tired Tyler, huh?
It wasn't a 4 a.m. night of last week.
I really was surprised Landry thought that because I was feeling right as rain when I walked in.
What time did you slide into the biscuit last night with Mama?
He had to be early.
2.
God,
2.
That's early for him.
It was 2. So when we were texting,
I walked in at like 2:05.
12. You weren't home.
No.
Oh, hell, I thought she was at home. I thought we texted about a show.
No, I was at Vic and Anthony's having some wine at that point.
Dude, I'm telling you, man.
All I know is at one point...
You was at Vic and Anthony's.
Amazing.
This guy's got Pendergast written all over him. He goes to the sports awards, hangs out, rubs elbows with everybody, then ends up at Vic and Anthony's.
I thought
you thought he was texting in bed.
I thought we were texting about a show. I'm watching the show.
That's not fun.
Some of the show. I'm thinking
If Tyler's texting you late night, what has he done to make you think he's at the house doing it?
But Tyler's generally at the house when he.
I can't win here. Clint gets mad if I'm at home at 2 a.m. playing Madden. You get mad if I'm not at home at 2 a.m. doing God knows what. I'm going to lose-lose.
I'm not mad. You just tricked me on this one.
I heard something about...
I thought he got in. I was about to defend him. I was like, no, he got in pretty early.
I heard something about 4 Tylenol PM and a bottle of water.
That's what he said. Yeah. That's how he got to bed.
I mean, you went to
something
bed.
like that.
Wait a minute.
He needed Tylenol PM to get to bed.
At 2 a.m., you took 4 Tylenol PM?
No, your hangover cure, your hangover cocktail before bed, 2 Advil PM, and 2 full bottles of water. Chug them, and you're good.
Brother, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live. Why don't you just chug a bottle of NyQuil while you're at it? What is going on?
You got to stop,
A splash of NyQuil doesn't hurt.
Man. You got to stop.
I can't defend you on this one, man. I try to have you back on that one, man. What in the hell?
I mean, you got to quit.
That's something we've come up with
PM
at 19 in college.
I'll be damned.
No matter what night I have, I'm a guy who most nights I have trouble sleeping.
You got to grow up, man.
All right, I'll defend that.
Up,
Tyler does have trouble.
Well, you got trouble sleeping because your ass stays up till 4 one morning, and then the next night
I'm
you're
not
in bed
denying
early.
that. I'm not denying that. But the fact remains that I have trouble getting my eyes to close most nights.
Hey, I am not kidding, Doug. I swear to God, I thought we were talking both in wherever our TV room is. Because I'm like, I remember I texted him, I said, damn, man, this thing has me up to almost 1 o'clock in the morning. And I'm thinking, you're at the crib watching Like, I'm like, all right, I want to ruin on you. What episode are you on? I think he's in the middle of 5. No, he said Vic and Anthony's continuing to get him.
Sipping a nice cab, my friend.
There ain't a night goes by that I don't just assume Tyler is somewhere in the streets.
Most nights when you with text, you're at the house, aren't you?
I'd say most. I think that's fair. Yeah. But every once in a while, I might be out on the town, enjoying this beautiful city that we are now talking to.
By the way,
I mean, you were out at Sports Awards, man. I mean, that was that's a night to get out, man.
Yes, it was a great night.
You're out rubbing elbows with the people now.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
when I left, I mean, Andre Johnson was walking in. Bun B was easing into place.
Shoot, I was talking to Clyde on the way out. We had a little conversation.
You broke bread with Clyde, huh?
I did.
Yeah. Did you get a pic?
Nope. Didn't feel right. We were just broing out, you know.
You thought about it though.
Oh, I thought about it.
On the
Absolutely.
He had his hand in the
We're talking about Clyde Drexler, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I think there was a point last night I felt like Andre thought that I was. He probably was thinking, "Hey man, is this dude following me?" We just kept ending up like next to each other. And the final point was we were at the bar and I looked over and I said, damn, there he is right there again. I promise, man, I ain't following you, man. I'm just trying to get a drink myself. I mean, but no, it was a good time last night. Good time last night. Clint decided to shave the beard off.
I did.
I'm a bit disappointed.
Me too.
I was.
Glad I didn't do it for any of you jackasses.
Look, I thought this was going to go through Vegas.
Oh, nah, man. I mean, I got to clean this thing up and get right. I mean, I can't have you out there buying shoes and slacks and everything for the trip, and then I'm out here looking like a damn lumberjack. No, I cleaned up.
You cleaned up.
I cleaned up. It's back, baby.
Yeah,
baby
Courtney said she hadn't seen you with that beard. She didn't recognize.
Not many people have, man. Not many people have. When I grow it out, I don't keep it long.
You don't, man. I enjoyed it. I liked the beard. 713-572-4610. Clint beard or Clint no beard? Which one are you a
Baby
fan
face.
Of? Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can really see right now. No beard for Clint. All right, let's get some housekeeping things out the way before we get to what it is that we really want to talk about. Last night on our show, it was towards the end, second to last segment. Tyler came through with that breaking news sounder that Bobby Slowick was going to remain as the offensive coordinator with the Texans, and he was given a raise from the McNair family to continue to keep him here. And then even after we got done, Gerard Johnson, the quarterback coach, whose name was out there as an offensive coordinator, he had several interviews, second interviews. He had a second one with the Saints. Same thing with him. He is going to stay and got a bump up in pay to remain the quarterback coach. So this is even bigger, right? We thought, man, hell, one of them are probably going to be gone. We thought there was even a potential possibility that you lose both of them. But now both of them return, Clint, and that's big news for the Texans. So they have their entire offensive brass that was together. Bobby, Gerard, CJ, all still together for year 2 of this run. So that was a huge night for the Houston Texans.
Absolutely big, man. For not just for them, hell, for all of us in the fan base, it was absolutely huge, man. We can sit around and we can soft shoe. Well, again, the coordinator's not that important. CJ can overcome it all. The quarterback coach, that relationship's not that important. Nah, man. Those things, all of those things are very, very, very valuable. The chemistry between the two, the trust and confidence that they have in each other is absolutely huge. And for us to get at least one more year of that trio on the offensive side of the football is very, very promising for our Texans.
Real quick, you fellas surprised?
What?
Are you surprised that both of these guys are returning? I know
1.4,
Tyler, but both of them.
Yes,
I'm surprised that they're both here. Right? I thought, okay, if Bobby doesn't take a job, and when you start to see Gerard Johnson, I mean, he probably had 8 interviews.
But why was he going to take an OC job somewhere else? Like, why would he take that lateral move? I never understood that.
It's not a lateral move. He's a quarterback coach. I'm talking about Gerard Johnson.
No. Okay, I got you. But if Bobby stays, why would Gerard, knowing the hype with Bobby Slowick, why would Gerard leave knowing that position's going to be waiting for him at some point, and he sees what's going on in Houston?
Well, you don't know, right? You can't guarantee that, and there could be a certain situation where you're like, hey, I can be an OC right now, and that is, and what we're seeing is most of the coaches that are becoming head coaches come from the OC route. That's what we're seeing the most part of it. And all right, man, there's some situations if I could wait a year and hope that Bobby Slowick doesn't pull another Ben Johnson and goes or has a bad year, which we don't foresee happening, and his name is not as hot and he doesn't become a head coach. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that quarterback coach who was waiting behind Eric Bieniemy for all those years, Matt Kafka, thought he was going to be the OC in Kansas City for years, and it never happened. Like, you just can't guarantee what would happen. So I'm a bit surprised, Clint. I thought, all right, Bobby's going to stay, but I mean, somebody's going to get Gerard Johnson and offer him. But
I'm going to tell you,
coming back
Cal and Hannah are flat-ass living right. Because, I mean, every star aligned for Bobby Slowick to have his ass up out of here and be a head coach next year. Yep. I mean, he got interviewed by everybody under the sun. The guys that everybody thought was going to have the jobs where he had connections, they bailed out. I mean, I was surprised when this all started. I believe I said I'd be surprised if Bobby Slowick comes back. I am shocked that the Texans were able to retain him at this point in time, even given how all the interviews went. I just don't subscribe. And Tyler, I know you said this yesterday. I'm not gut punching you. I just don't subscribe personally to people taking interviews for practice.
Yeah.
Like that. I mean, to me, that would be absolutely crazy for a guy that's a quarterback coach somewhere to go bounce around the league and interview in 4 different places for a coordinator job, and then go, I just wanted to have the experience. Like that's hard for me to side with. I think these dudes are going and checking. Now, I think the situation in Houston is absolutely beautiful for both Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson. So it's going to take a lot to pull them away. It's going to have to be a perfect situation. And clearly, maybe they didn't think they had that perfect situation anywhere else. Although Washington is a shocker to me. I didn't realize they had more cap space than anybody. Mm-hmm. They got more cap space available than anybody. They got a brand new owner. They got a brand new general manager. They got the number 2 overall pick. They got the number 36 overall pick, I think it is, something like that. I mean, it's one of those where you go, whew.
You got the Eagles in a weird situation. The Giants aren't great.
Come on, man. Jerry's talking about blowing his wad in 24. I mean, it's
there it was.
Yeah. It's wild that job's still open. They appear to be pursuing offensive-minded coaches, and Ben Johnson and Bobby Slowick, the 2 hottest offensive coordinators in the league that aren't head coaches, are going back to their respective organizations. Crazy, man. But I tell you what, being on this side of it with the Texans, I am here for it, man. This is absolutely huge. Now go out and add the right pieces. Give Bobby something to cook with. Give CJ something to cook with. Woo!
The arrow's pointed up.
Look out now.
Set. We saw what they were able to do in year 1. In year 2, the expectations have to jump up there. All right, we were at the Houston Sports Awards last night. Good night last night. I want to say, want to give a shout out. Want to give a shout out to my babysitter last night.
Your babysitter?
Shout out to the babysitter last night. Wife came out. We enjoyed the night there, the evening at the Houston Sports Awards. And as parents, if you're sitting there, you got a babysitter, one of the most nervous things you get is when you're looking on your phone and the babysitter's call. All right, we had 2 calls. And listen, our babysitter never calls. Generally never, ever calls. First one, bare bit tray. Just a little scratch we got back, but she just wanted to make sure. She kind of texted, called, wanted to make sure, let us know that he that Bear kind of got to Trey. I'm sure Trey antagonized him, but kind of got to him, and just wanted to let us know that. Then about 15 minutes later, she called back, and Nicholas, who will be 4 in March, got a little excited playing hide and go seek and crapped his pants.
He decided to hide a little too long, huh?
Oh, my God.
Don't know what happened, but he crapped his pants. And she called and said, do you have any wipes? We're like, no, he's 4. We don't have wipes. Just use what you need to use. Toilet paper? Just use what I get
it will not be a good night.
Just use what you can use.
It was all over him, huh?
Throw him in a bath. And then
it's everywhere.
Tie it up. We're going to roll through. And I'm just like, and it is kind of embarrassing. You know, we're like, oh, my God. She's like, no, and she's blaming herself. Good kid.
We promise. He doesn't normally
She's blaming
poop like
herself.
this.
She's up here talking about, I should have asked him first. I should have asked him what? You got to take a dump before we go hide and seek?
Hey, it's a nervous game.
We got home, man. We got home about 9:30, not like Tyler, but we got home about 9:30, and we woke him up.
You woke him up?
Kind of. Well, Tyler, I just want to make sure he wasn't sick or nothing. Like,
Right.
How you feeling?
Make sure all the poop was off him.
We're trying to talk to Trey on his phone, on his watch, and he's not. He's giving us one-word answers. I think. What we said. Is everybody all right? I think.
Right.
Okay, all right.
He's busy.
All right. So we go in there, and I'm like, what happened? You feel good? He's like, I thought it was a fart. And I tell him, I think to myself, and you come by it honestly, because I've been there too. You heard me tell the story. And I was in the press box, Royals game. I got a little cavalier with a fart too.
Cavalier.
And
we've all been there, Nick. You're fine, buddy.
And I leaned up, thought it was a silent one, let that thing go, and it was not. I had a little Shartville happen to me. I had to go in that bathroom. I was in that stall trying to make a decision on what I'm going to do. Saw the evidence, and I knew there was no kind of soap and water cleaning thing going on here. So I just cleaned myself up real good through them drawers in the trash, and it just kept on going in my pants with no drawers on the rest of the way. That's what I had to do.
I mean, if all men are honest, we've all been there. We've all been there, man. Everyone sharts, Nick. You'll be fine, buddy. Every age.
Yeah, man. I when he said I thought it was a fart, I'm like, yeah.
I'd like for you two not to speak for me.
Oh, come on.
Oh, you lying.
Everybody, bro, I just sharted like a month ago.
You sharted yourself a month ago, and you sharted in a press box.
Mine is about 6 years ago. I want to say that.
Hey, we're honest with the people. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. About a month ago.
How did we not heard about you sharting a month ago?
I mean, I didn't want to run to the mic and tell the world.
Well, it must have been one of them 4 o'clock in the morning nights.
Nope.
Absolutely. You couldn't get to the crapper to go to bed, so you went ahead and just let it rip, huh?
Nope. It happened at about, it was probably 1 in the afternoon on a Sunday.
Where were you at?
I was out on the golf course. I was playing 18 holes. Hey, you know what?
What did you do?
I'll tell you.
What did you do with them draws?
Well,
he's playing 18 holes. Had a problem with it away hole.
I was on 16 when it happened. So that is a plus. I mean, I only had a couple holes to go, but when I got home, I threw them undies out. But
so you're saying you walked the rest of the way? You played the rest of the way? You drove home and sitting in that doo-doo? Boy, you a nasty ass.
Well, I mean, what was I going to do?
Take them off.
I was playing with somebody.
There was trees and woods everywhere.
Oh, my God.
Let me clear something up with you two nasty son of a guns real quick.
I mean,
I'm just trying to be honest, man. It wasn't a big shart. It was a little shart.
Well, no. We're going. Well, yeah, sure. I've misjudged a fart, but we need to define a shart here, boys. I mean, you had to throw your underwear away, and this guy threw his underwear away when he got home and had to clean. Like,
it's a little damp.
Exactly.
We got to define. There's a difference between sharting and crapping your britches. Like,
well,
to me,
I didn't have turds.
Here's the deal. No. If you got to throw your underwear away or you crap through your britches, Tyler. That you're crapping your britches. That's not sharting.
I don't agree.
No, a shart isn't like a firm, solid Duke, man.
A shart is something that gave a little that was air that had juice mixed in it.
I disagree.
And I feel
great description.
And for me, different from this nasty sucker. I didn't want to walk around.
I didn't want to walk around with it.
Away because of this. I know that's gonna smell.
If I was at work, I wouldn't be walking around in it.
It's like, hey, I just went took a dump and I didn't wipe. Like, that's just going to smell.
I was out in nature.
I went in there, took them.
A shart leaves a skid mark.
No.
A shart doesn't fill your britches.
A skid mark is if you don't wipe good enough.
I know like literally what a skid mark is. But I'm saying, like, if you shart yourself and you pull your britches down, and what's in there is beyond a skid mark, you have crapped your pants. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm fine with it being called that, but I don't. My point is, a shart is liquidy.
I really don't. Yeah, I think it's I don't.
That sounds bad.
If it's like it's got to be like
so is the
a
diarrhea. So is the diarrhea.
It's got to be a certain amount too. I mean,
713-572-4610. 713-572-4610.
Mine was just a. Ooh,
if you got to throw, if for any reason, I don't need to rank why. If you've got to throw your underwear away at any point in time,
I didn't have to.
Is it classified as a Shart? Well, neither did Ron, but he had to walk around.
The understanding what I got from the babysitter was he
crapped himself. He crapped his pants.
He had a little bit more. He had a little bit more.
It was a serious one.
Which the thing about he's honest,
Text
right?
line
he's
in. Clint is
honest.
correct. Y'all some nasty some bitches.
I'm not saying it's not
crapping your
nasty.
pants. No, I know
I'm
it's
trying to be honest with you, friend.
Like someone texted in. I think it's a moist fart.
Yes.
No, I agree. It's a moist fart. Farts leave skid marks. Farts don't leave like enough in your pants where you got to throw them away. I got a little cousin. I got a little cousin that wears tights all the time. And she's telling a story about she sharted in academy and bought some new tights and went to the bathroom and put the new tights on and threw the old ones away.
See, even
and
women shart.
No, that's not a shart. If you got to buy new breeches,
everybody
or drawers, and you got to go change them and throw something away, you have crapped your pants.
But I
like to gamble.
I could have chanced it, but I felt like it was gonna have a lingering funk to it. Like it was.
And if I was in a situation like you,
stink to it.
I get that, and I would have thrown mine away if I'm in my place of work. But I was out on the golf course with a guy playing golf with me, and I didn't want him to know I sharted. Wasn't gonna be like, hold on, dude, I got to go in here and throw my underwear
coming
away.
in. One here, Denise in Pearland. Thank you, Denise. Clint is absolutely right. The person right before. A shart is minus a turd, just a little liquidy.
Yes.
Okay, so is a diarrhea.
That's the
There's
Webster.
no turds in a diarrhea. Like, can you just diarrhea all over yourself and call it a shart? Is that what we're talking about?
But diarrhea brings in the amount.
Yes.
There's an amount. See, a shart is, all right, man. As I said, I got cavalier and misjudged that fart.
Squeeze
because
now make a decision.
Because it's air and liquid. It's air and liquid, so it can't be considered.
It's about the science.
No, I hate to break it to y'all too, but you crapped your britches.
I did not.
I'm fine with you calling it that.
In the press box and on the 16th hole. I don't give a rip
what you say. I sharted, and I made a decision for the people around me to just wear my regular clothes.
Played a mean 18 holes and really struggled. He really struggled on the A-hole.
He said he took a towel and set it on the cart.
Oh, I didn't want to get my dookie on the nice carts out there, Wildcat.
To me now,
now it's a dookie.
Well, it has a dookie element.
If you got to put a towel down to save your seat,
Coming
you
up
crap
next.
your britches.
With the news,
y'all are nasty as hell, man.
Listen, I know it,
and I have never done
trying
that.
to be honest.
For the record, I have trusted a fart too much. I have done what I've called a shart. I go to the bathroom, wipe my tail, and there may be a little something there. I don't have to throw my underwear away.
Everybody poops and everybody shits.
I'm not going to sit here and tell everybody.
And
no,
you've
I
been
didn't.
funking the rest of the way. Coming up next with Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson returning. This is my expectation. You tell me if it's too high. Is it too high to expect this team to have a top 5 offense last year? Or next year, excuse me. A top 5 offense. They were 12th this year. Is it too much of an expectation for top 5? Before we go there, guys, I haven't.
Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, shout out to everybody, however you are taking in The Drive. If you're listening on Sports Radio 610, we appreciate you. On the Odyssey app, we appreciate you. And on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you. I guess in that last segment, that's why that kind of talk is, and your reaction and your involvement is what has helped make us the number one drive show in all of Houston Sports Radio.
Show in the city.
We appreciate you. We really do. We really do. That was it. Someone texted in, "Hey man, now that is big time radio. We appreciate it.
We made it.
We do what we can on that. All right, Slowick and
get home tonight and ask you people.
Yeah, man.
Where they draw?
Really mixed here,
where's the Shart line drawn?
Yeah, it's really a mixed thing here.
I mean, it'll be a good conversation.
Yeah, and listen, guys, you don't have to go and try it. All right, to see where it is. Like, don't try it.
It'll come naturally.
I dare everybody to go out there, mess their britches, call it a Shart, and play 2 more holes.
I can't get with that one. I can't believe.
Tell me how that round goes.
Not everybody is as competitive as I am, you know.
I got something's going to clear my mind to do something about it before I go. Let me throw the towel down on the seat here while we're driving around. All right, Slowick and Gerard Johnson returning, and CJ Stroud in year 2. And with everything they have at their disposal in terms of resources, Clint, guys coming back potentially that you think could take steps, younger guys, and then they have the third most in cap space. They still have draft capital, first, second round picks. So they'll have the ability to improve their team in certain ways. The Texans finished 12th in total offense, which is yards, and then they finished 13th when it comes to points per game. For me, Clint, now you tell me, and sometimes you're a little bit more level-headed than me, and as I jump out. But when I look at this and I see what they potentially could have set up in front of them, like for me, my expectation is this team, to me, should be a top 5 offense, and I have the expectations they're top 5 in scoring next year. That is where I am, because I think they have everything in place, and they should have the ability with the resources they have to add to be able to get in that conversation. The top 5 offenses in yards last year in order: Miami, San Francisco, Detroit, Buffalo, Dallas. As I said, the Texans were 12th. The top 5 in points per game: Dallas, Miami, San Francisco, Baltimore, and Detroit. Texans 13th there. Is that a fair expectation right now with this team, you think?
Yeah, I think it's very fair. I mean, you're talking about 40 yards per game and 5 points per game. You go get a run game. You go get the quarterback that's already a hell of a cook. You go get him a couple of more weapons. You give this offensive line, whether they add the pieces that I think they need to add or even change the mentality in that room the way I think they need to change. Either way, you get a better running back and a more dominant top-of-the-line Tier 1 running back there. The running game is going to get better. So is it fair to think that in year 2, Bobby Slowick and CJ Stroud with additional weapons and everybody that was here another year in this system can go get 40 more yards a game and 5 points per game? Absolutely.
Because the thought would be, Clint, and you know this as well as anybody, I would assume – like the 2 big years for you, especially at Arkansas in college, right? The first year, I'm guessing when Houston Nutt took over, you ran a different offense than you did with Danny Ford.
Yes.
Right? And
yes.
And then you had the same offense your senior year, I'm assuming. I would imagine your comfort, you, Anthony Lucas, the line, the comfort from year 1 in the system to year 2, I would assume like it was just – now, there's no thinking. We all know, and now it's even get to a point where I'm not saying they're going to have like, you know, what we see with Kelsey and
right.
You know, and Mahomes, but an understanding of like, hey man, we know exactly what we're doing here. Now it's hey, some things that between maybe me and Nico, you know, and Stroud and Nico and Stroud and Tank that we saw a little bit of just knowing in your head what to do here. Like, to me, the next year in the same system, same voices. To me, I expect a big jump from that offense. And anyway,
well, I mean, we didn't make a big jump. My experience, because I lost 4 of my 5 offensive linemen that year, so college is a little bit different. But
your comfort with everything,
you're coaching, installing, game planning, scheming, and your quarterback, regardless of what's going on around him, and definitely in the league, because they ain't losing nobody. They're going to upgrade and be better around the quarterback. They're coaching, installing, game planning, scheming, quarterbacking, and executing at on a whole nother level, right? Like I'll argue that one of the things Bobby Slowick did early on, and hell, he all but said it. He said, that Baltimore game taught him that he was trying to start coaching and start the season at level 501 when he really needed to be in football 101, offensive football 101. So he had to go way back and start over and simplify some things and start from the ground up and build. Right. I mean, you pick up right where you left off in terms of you started in football 101. Let's say he shifted that gear week 2, but by the time you lost a playoff game, you were moving on up the charts, and they should be able to, with all these guys returning, they should be able to pick up right where they left off. And like I said, I wouldn't bet on it right now. Right?
Yeah, you want to see the pieces, but
I'll be honest with you, where I'm at right now. If Tyler walked in and said right now, you got to bet on the Texans right now.
Hey, man, you got to bet on the Texans right now.
I would say the Texans are going to be worse offensively than they were last year. They're going to be 12.
Clint, really?
But let me finish it.
I need to.
And I would say that it's more likely the Texans backslide and fall out of the playoffs next year versus stay in the playoff, win the division. Because the known right now is the schedule gets significantly more difficult.
Yeah, the schedule piece.
Now, I got to see who these guys bring in. If there's not answers at the wide receiver position, if there's not a big-time running back signed, and this is wide receiver running back by committee, there's not many changes offensively, then I think they're going to backslide.
Well, if there aren't many changes offensively, that's unacceptable.
No, I agree.
As I said, with the resources.
Oh, I know, but the point is, though, Ron, is you know where Nick came from. And look with the exception of San Francisco finally going and getting Christian McCaffrey. Now all of a sudden Miami's going, well, should we go get Derrick Henry? Should we go get one of these big time running backs? Like it's not crazy for the guys that are in this system to go, well, we'll go running back by committee. Like that ain't gonna turn me on. That is not gonna turn me on one bit.
You think, Tyler? You think top 5 offense is aggressive?
Maybe a hair.
Really?
Maybe
40 yards, 5 points.
And maybe I am being too confident in what they're going to add. I look at what they have and understanding what year 2, and we've heard a lot. We've heard it during the time that Kubiak was here, and we've heard Wade talk about it. Year 2 in the system for everybody jumps up, and I just you're right. Maybe I need to step back on the Nick thing because in my deal of. They're going to go get a weapon. Like, to me, I would believe they're going to add at least 2 weapons, maybe 1 weapon that is more of a developmental weapon, like in the draft. And then I think they're going to get a weapon, whether it's a running back, a tight end, or something that significantly, adds to this, to where you would say if we had this year's big 3 was, Nico, Tank, and Singletary or Schultz. They're going to add a piece that would immediately jump into that 3, and they're just assuming that with the resources
Ron,
they have.
I'm gonna say this: you got wide receiver, you got wide receiver, tight end, running back, and then I'll couch these in the same interior offensive lineman, guard, center. Like all 4 of those spots have to be addressed this offseason, right? 2 of them, in my opinion, 2 of those 4 have to be addressed with aggressive moves, like maybe not Jerry Jones, we're going all in, we're not planning for the future type move, but moves where you're like, all right, we're ready to make a run. Like 2 of the 4, I don't care where they are, but 2 of those 4 have to be statement types of moves.
Yeah, in my head, I'm thinking you can go get Hunter Henry at tight end, you can go get Saquon Barkley, and I think you can go get a guard. And I haven't even got to the draft yet.
you would be well on your way to convincing me that I believe that they're going to be a top 5
because
offense.
all those things that I named are not high price items. Like high price items in terms of
that wreck your plan.
You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
None of those guys are high price, and I think those would all be obviously significant jumps on this team, and they could do that. And I haven't gotten to the draft yet. All right, we were talking a little bit about this until the Bobby Slowick news jumped in on us yesterday. But to me, we were talking about what should be the expectations for Will Anderson in year 2, and I think I have the expectation for what it should be, and it's a player we saw play last year. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Your favorite hosts in Houston are headed to Vegas. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Thanks to Low T Center, the entire week leading up to the big game. The best football conversation, interviews with the brightest stars in sports and pop culture, and all the fun that comes along with being in Sin City. Hope you're ready, H-Town.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Want to be like Bezos, Gates, or Oprah? Or how about a Wall Street hedge fund titan? Well, maybe you can't be them, but you can finally invest like them by accessing an asset that's outpaced the S&P 500 for the last 27 years by 136%. Blue chip contemporary art. By 2026, Citi predicts the art market will grow by $1 trillion. But how do you get into art investing without having a hedge fund of your own? Easy. With Masterworks. Masterworks buys multi-million-dollar artworks, breaks them into shares, and allows investors to add those shares to their portfolios. They offer art from icons like Basquiat, Banksy, and Picasso, so you can diversify your portfolio beyond just stocks and bonds. Schedule a call with Masterworks advisors today at masterworks.com/ice. That's masterworks.com/ice. This advertisement relates to the provision of advisory services by Masterworks Advisors LLC and is not intended to offer or solicit investment in any securities. Masterworks Advisors is affiliated with Masterworks.
Clint Stoerner here for my guys down at Ron Craft Chevrolet, y'all. Right now, there are huge savings on select Chevy Silverados. You can save up to $15,000, including a $1,000 trade allowance when trading a 2010 or newer vehicle. If you don't want a Silverado, how about a Chevy Equinox? Right now at Ron Craft, the leases are as low as $249 a month, including a $1,000 trade allowance when trading a 2010 or newer vehicle, and only $2,500 due at signing. Ron Craft Chevrolet, they ain't hard to find, baby. They're in Baytown on I-10 East next to Buc-ee's. Find new roads at Ron Craft Chevrolet. It's Chevrolet, the Baytown way.
Vicks VapoStick delivers soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. Vicks VapoStick, comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Quick question, y'all. Are you sick and tired of achy joints? Do you dread the idea of surgery? Well, heck, man, you need to call QC Kinetics today. Clint Stoerner here, and I need y'all to listen up, man. The state of healthcare is always changing. The old ideas like steroids and surgery, they're no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. You got knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain? Is it all from arthritis or an old injury? Whichever you're dealing with, the key is you can't let the pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics, their advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Make 2024 the year you get moving again. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. 713-913-5285. QC Kinetics, they're in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and now they're in...
So don't just sit there. For your biggest refund guaranteed, walk into a Jackson Hewitt today and dance out Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. If you missed it, we saw this on the text line, Clint. People are talking about. Yeah, I liked Clint with the beard. Probably split with beard, no beard on there. Clint had that beard rolling with the birth of the baby, and on our way to Vegas, he just said, "No, I'm good. I'm good." Went ahead and shaved it off. Went back to the clean look.
Cleaned it up, man. Baby smooth, man. Baby bottom smooth.
I gotta tell you, I'm inspired by the move, Tyler. I'm inspired
by the shave.
Yeah,
really.
I've been thinking about this anyway. I think I'm gonna do something different with my hair.
You know what? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Hair or facial hair?
The hair.
Up top, huh?
Bob's not good enough.
Yeah, I feel like you changed it up that long ago.
I feel like I want to do something different now. I've been thinking about it. I'm inspired now. You took the jump.
It's a good look for you right now, man.
I think I want to come down. I was trying to wear a hat the other day, and I was really having problems. Just
all your hats are tight now?
Tight. Just wasn't feeling right. And I got too much hair. What am I doing? I'm not going to get braids or nothing. I'm not going to lock them up. So,
No cornrows?
I did. Courtney just made me feel extremely bad about that.
Say that again.
Cornrows.
Hey,
no cornrows?
I know, but the way you say, no cornrows?
No cornrows.
You're not going to have any cornrows?
No, I told her I was thinking I want to grow it out and
Tyler
then
had him some.
And get the 3 ones right down the pipes and then cut the sides up real high.
Okay.
And then Courtney said,
Your 40-year-old father of 3.
Stop. And
the showman.
Same thing I told you when you talked about trying to get the blonde in your hair. Just stop. Just.
I still want you to get the blonde. I think that'd be tight.
I think I'm gonna cut it down. Before we go to Vegas.
I think the cutting it down. I think the cutting it down is the thing. The blonde.
Think about going really trying. I don't know if I want to go all the way down.
No, I don't go all the way down. The bob is a really good look for you, bro.
It's just coming. I got to come that because I tried to put that hat on, boy.
It's getting a little long.
It was a little long.
Yeah.
It was a little struggle. Sponge brush. Got to get real deep in there to work with it. So I'm inspired by that. I appreciate that. But look, got to go and cut that thing down. See ya.
But it's got a different shape to it now. Are all bobs you just kind of clean up, edge up the front right there? Or do you not edge up?
I had mine going up the side pretty high. Yeah, the side, a little back there, kind of. Taper is what it's called.
What's Jalen Rose's bob? He's got his is bobbed up all the way around the back, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got a taper to the back, taper to the side. Mine needs a new taper. Probably at that time.
You need your taper updated.
I need you to Byron again, man. I see you from the corner of my eye. You laughing a little too damn hard on that. Laughing real hard on that. Yeah, that's what it is. You can't see the taper.
Oh man.
Nah, I'm gonna cut it down, man. I don't think I'm gonna go bald. Although I considered it the real bald with just the hard beard, but no, I think I'll just cut it down, son.
I think you should. I think you should shave the beard.
Shave the beard?
Shave the beard and the head. Just go off.
Oh, wow. No, man, I can't do that.
Yeah, don't shave the beard.
The beard, I can't remember the last time I did that. Just go all. Or just
Tyler, I think you need to shave your beard.
Or just just stash.
Do not have a kind face for being without a beard, sir.
Yeah.
Don't got that strong ass jawline you got over there. It's not pretty.
What's wrong with it?
Just look better with a beard. I've clean shaved once in the last 10 years.
I was gonna say, when do you have a photo?
I'm sure somewhere. I ain't gonna show anybody.
I want to see it. Oh, come on!
I thought your hair and your beard looked great last night, Bob.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate
saw
that.
the pics, man. I thought you did well.
I just want to see it. Man.
I'll show you, but it's not good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and cut this thing down, son.
I'm gonna guess that picture of you with no beard that doesn't make your Instagram.
No,
it doesn't make your Instagram throwback reel.
Oh no.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
That's for the private
But
collection.
he'll show the one where he's got it. He's got the beard real long, and he had it.
That was something.
Up when he was pulling a. What's the pitcher's name? God, dog.
He had a braided beard.
Former ace here, Big Beard.
Oh, Keuchel.
Yeah,
when I grew that beard out that long for a year and a half, I went as him for Halloween.
I had his wife named. Couldn't pull his. Oh, Kelly, shout out to you. All right, we talked a little bit about this realistic expectations. You said yesterday for Will Anderson Jr. year 2 double-digit sacks. Like that's something that you're looking at. And I think there is a very fair player right now that we can look at, Clint, that in a similar situation just a year ahead of him, right? He was drafted number 2 overall. They moved up, and he's number 3, the first defensive player drafted in last year's draft. He was drafted at 2 the year before. He had a really good first year, finished second behind Sauce Gardner in the Defensive Rookie of the Year award. Same position, edge, everything, and that's Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden Hutchinson, to me, that's who I look at. Aiden Hutchinson, this first year, had 9 sacks and had a real promising year. We talked about it before the season started, man. If he could pull off a bit of what Aiden Hutchinson did, that would be a big thing. So he was close. 7 sacks. Aiden had 9.5 his first year. But then last year, Clint, Aiden Hutchinson was clearly the best player on the Lions defense, and he went from 9 sacks last year, 9.5 sacks last year to 11.5, and got over the double-digit mark and was a Pro Bowler this year. And it started to look up as one of the best young pass rushers, young edge rushers in the game. And you could see across the board improvements. He had 15 quarterback hits his rookie year. He had 33 last year, right? I mean, he had turnovers, forced fumbles, he had interception. He is really taking that next step. And to me, I think Will Anderson, that is a really good player to compare him to as they move on. Similar first years, and can Will take that next step to get into the double-digit sacks like that? Aiden Hutchinson, to me, makes a lot of sense on who Will Anderson you'd hope he could be in year 2 moving on.
Yeah, look, I like where your head's at. I mean, you got Kayvon Thibodeau had 11.5 this year as well.
He took another
in New York.
He took a jump too, yeah.
Yeah, and so I mean, to me, those are realistic, man. It's and I think it'll happen. The 2 guys they drafted last year, CJ Stroud and Will Anderson, the products that they are as football players is just absolutely convincing. If Will continues to attack the game the way that he does, and in the offseason, if he works and improves his skill set from a pass rush perspective, he's only going to become more and more of a problem. The violence, the part you can't coach, is there. The violence, the never stop, the never quit, the high motor, call it whatever you want to call it. The ability to bull rush and just absolutely collapse the pocket. Those are all things, to me, you can't coach. Now he's got to find a little bit of finesse to be able to counterpunch that power, to be able to counterpunch that high motor. Yeah. And in today's world, with the way these guys train, I don't know that there's a trainer out there that's going to train you in a way to do what Will does naturally and what we saw him do this year in terms of all the things I just mentioned. But there's plenty of guys out there that, from a pass rush perspective, he can talk to, he can work with, and become significantly better in one offseason. They may have that guy in the building, I don't know, but you look at some of the guys that nowadays, all these different positions in the NFL are having these 2-3 day, call them a camp if you want, but it's gathering of the best guys in the NFL, and they're sharing secrets. And I mean, Will Anderson is one of those away, from being the next level. So I got full confidence that he'll be up there with those guys.
2 things that I think are a bit out of his control that I hope he gets help with. And that is, one, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, and that is I hope that they look at him and use him, more similar to what we would see I've seen with Aiden Hutchinson, or I've seen with Micah Parsons, where you can't always know exactly where he's going to line up. I've seen Aiden Hutchinson stand up like a linebacker position. I've seen him over a guard. I've seen him on the other side. I hope that there is movement and some more creativity on how he's used. And, boy, I hope he is not left without anybody else that is maybe not to his level, but really above average on that defensive line to go with him. Like he had Jonathan Grenard on the other side for the year, and I thought that was a big, big help to him. I think he needs I think it would be unfair to just say, all right, man, we're not going to go and bring back Grenard, and you don't bring someone that is close to that level to replace him, because then I think that's unfair to just, all right, we're throwing everything at Will Anderson Jr., and you got to be our guy. Because that's I think what is impressive a little bit about Aiden is I don't know that there's anybody else on that front seven or on that defensive line that rushes the passer like he does, so he's really the one that everyone targets. I think that would help them a lot. If they don't re-sign Grenard, they do something similar to that.
Absolutely.
On the other side, they gotta get some help for that dude. All right, coming up, we'll jump into last night. We said that anything CJ Stroud was attached to with the Houston Sports Awards, he would probably sweep them, and that has appeared. That happened last night. So we'll bring you into what happened last night at the Houston Sports Awards and the big news. The offensive staff, the offensive coaches for the Texans remain. We'll give you the latest and the details on that. All of that coming up next on The Drive.
All right, let's talk about protecting your family. Let's talk about having peace of mind. Around these parts, man, you never know when a hurricane's going to hit or winter freeze is going to pop, or you're going to have a problem where we lose power at the house. And the problem is it's a scary situation, man. But there is a solution. You can get a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter. You can do that today. They're the nation's #1 Generac generator.
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1. Welcome into the Drive. We appreciate you joining us. And Clint, we went to the. You're gonna be disappointed. I'm just letting you know this. Just let you know. Get ready.
In what? In what part, Ron?
Just telling you. I just know your expectation, and it was not met. We were at the Houston Sports Awards last night, and the 3 major awards, we went through them: Athlete of the Year, Newcomer of the Year, and Moment of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
CJ Stroud, in one way or another, was involved in all of them. And
to be expected.
And yes, he swept every one of them.
Yes.
He was the Athlete of the Year, he was the Newcomer of the Year, and then the Moment of the Year was Draft Night. The Moment of the Year, Greg Grissom, the Texans president, he accepted the award. Now, I do feel bad for Greg. I talked to Greg afterwards at the valet. They did not leave a microphone up for Greg, so he wasn't able to make a speech. Couldn't get it. He said he had one planned. He said he was ready to go, and there wasn't a microphone there, so he just accepted the award and just walked off. Damn, Greg. I know you had some. I told Greg I think he should have stood there and just yelled. To hell with the microphone. I would have just stood there and just yelled my speech, which was disappointing. I know Greg had something ready to go.
What about the other 2? Who accepted those awards?
Chester Pitts.
Are you kidding me?
I told you you're going to be.
Are you serious?
Chester came up, unfortunately.
Man, you got to do better.
Unfortunately,
y'all got to do better, man.
Unfortunately, CJ Stroud is. You know what he said? He said, "I promise you." Unfortunately, CJ Stroud is resting and recuperating from that amazing long season. He wasn't able to be here to accept the award, so he's accepting on his behalf.
They got to do better.
And I know you really wanted him to be there.
I was somewhat joking yesterday. I was somewhat just a tad bit tongue-in-cheek. They should be embarrassed.
Why?
Not just CJ. The Texans should be embarrassed.
Why?
After what you've done the last 4 years,
so you
get laughed up out of the place like you're not even on the list. Like, I mean, really the last 4 or 5 years. Like, you've got a product to be extremely proud of, and you're getting awards in your home city.
So listen,
in front of a sold out crowd, and you got Chester Pitts, and I love you, Chester. No disrespect.
You look good up
but
there.
you got. I'm sure he does. Hell, I mean, I hope I can get in the same shape Chester is, and hell, he's a bigger fella, so he's got a steeper climb. I mean, but that's it. Chester Pitts.
Chester, up there accepted.
And then Greg with no microphone.
The Greg one wasn't his fault. Greg was ready to go. Didn't get it.
If I was Daniel Gautier, I would have turned. I'd have took the mic off the stage too. You got to be. I'm serious. I'm serious as a heart attack. It was a terrible decision by CJ Stroud. I
think terrible.
Absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. That ranks right behind when he on a podcast said that California women or LA women are better than Houston women. That's the 2 major mistakes CJ Stroud's made since he's become a Texan. I mean, major. Well,
they're good. So they're going to be sweeping these cats. They're probably going to win a lot of this. But
there ain't there's no. But no, you're not
going them to be there.
Absolutely, you are not going to have another draft like you did.
Well, both
of those guys should have been there. If not those 2, Nick. If not Nick, DeMeco. Somebody, and DeMeco, I guess, is having a kid possibly. So I get it. But somebody should have been there that made the decision to draft those guys. If it's not them, their mamas, their brothers, their dads, somebody should have been there to accept those awards.
So in the future, because I think this ain't gonna be this is not gonna be the last time.
You got Lance McCullers is out there emceeing this joint, man.
He's injured.
I don't give a damn. I mean, they're in the off season.
So in the future, I don't think it's gonna be the last time a Texan wins athlete of the year.
Man.
I don't think it'll be the last time CJ does. You think do you think they should be at this one?
I think you should have been at this one.
No, they should be in the future.
Absolutely. It's your city. Are you kidding me?
Maybe
it's the off season.
Maybe CJ hosted.
And now I think CJ, I did see videos where they were reporting to the Pro Bowl, but this is, I mean, no, you commit to, especially if you know you're fixing sweet. You commit to this thing, you come collect your hardware, not because you need the hardware, not because it's like the Heisman Trophy or anything, but because it's your city that you are now the face of. It's an organization that is on the come up. They're climbing. It don't make no sense.
And you really sound disappointed.
I am dead ass serious about it. I mean, that's a joke.
He was going to be there,
huh?
I didn't think he was going to be there. It's too bad. Chester looked good accepting it.
I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did.
Now I don't know if Jalen Green wasn't there. Kyle Tucker wasn't there. Yeah. That's tough.
Well, Jalen didn't win anything, did he?
No, he was nominated.
Jalen's in the middle of the season. Kyle Tucker probably knew he wasn't going to win, and was. I mean, it was obviously going to be a sweep of CJ.
Night.
I mean, it's going to be a CJ sweep. I mean, to not be there, that's a poor decision. Extremely poor decision.
Yeah.
Hannah and Cal, were Hannah and Cal there? Did they accept anything?
I didn't see them accept anything. I didn't see Hannah and Cal.
Why in the world?
I don't know if they were.
Why in
they
the
were
world,
there last year.
If I were Cal,
I'm not saying they weren't there.
If I were Cal, I'd have accepted all three of them joints.
You should have.
I'd have stood on stage and never got off, and I'd have had I'd have had that Texans vest on that Nick Casario wore.
I would have waited. I told Greg.
Are you kidding me?
I told Greg he should have waited for the mic to come up. I would have stayed and waited. I'd give my speech.
Boy, that is
really
disappointing. It's a slap in the face. Slap in the face.
I didn't sense that. Maybe he'll be there next year. Maybe he'll host it. They'll start moving to CJ to host the thing. It was a fun night.
I mean,
congratulations to Lance Berkman, Cynthia Cooper, and Warren Moon.
Hall of Fame. Warren Moon was there. What if Warren wouldn't have showed up?
They just said he had a previous engagement. He'll be accepted his award.
Come on, man.
I didn't know.
Well, I'll tell you what.
I didn't know. I did not know that was going to disappoint you like that.
Well, I didn't know it was just going to be like a slap in the face like that.
Gesture. Yeah. They ran Cecil Shorts up there to accept that award.
It don't matter. It ain't nothing about those guys. I mean, hell yeah, Cecil could have got him one too.
Should have let him take his turn.
I mean, he looked good last night. Should let him get his shine too.
He did, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, come on. Yeah, I mean, it's been. Look, you've been begging. You've been begging for some attention for 4 or 5 years now.
Instead of paying
begging for it. Please let this misery stop. And it stops, and I'm good. Come on, man.
Didn't make it.
Come on, man.
Recuperating from the season. Well, we'll see what happens next year. Great night. Great night.
Season.
And good night for CJ Stroud as he and the Texans swept through all the awards last night.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the big news that happened prior to last night's Houston Sports Awards, the Texans, and this is, I don't know about you, Clint, this was I would say a shock. Now, I'm beyond surprised. I would say a shock that the Texans, the entire situation, that the Texans were able to keep both Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson in the fold as their offensive coordinator and quarterback coach. To think that both of them would return with all the interviews they had. I bet they had 15 interviews between the two of them, probably more than that, with different teams for OC and head coaching jobs. And to think that both would return, and to see that the Texans were really out in front about it. Like, they went and gave both of them raises, bumps up in pay.
Chester
keeping it. You ready to move on? I am shocked. I'm shocked that both of them came back. I am shocked. It is huge for the Texans, but I am shocked that both Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson came back and agreed to new contracts. Clint, this is huge for the Texans, but how surprised are you that the Texans have both of these guys on the offensive staff in the same positions they were last year?
I'm shocked they're back. I'm shocked that both of them are back. I thought it was in Gerard's best interest. Like, I could see the path of where it'd be in Gerard's best interest to stay because the future OC here with his relationship with CJ Stroud, home, new baby, wife, family's here. I could see Gerard Johnson being here and choosing to be here versus moving on to a situation that could be a little bit risky. I thought Bobby Slowick, there wasn't a moment
So it's Bobby that's
Bobby's the one that just blows my mind that he is back here. I thought for sure the minute that Ben Johnson said he's going back to Detroit that Washington would do everything and anything they possibly could to get Bobby Slowick in-house. I am shocked that he's still here, but I'm absolutely stoked for 2024 with CJ Stroud, Gerard Johnson, and Bobby Slowick. It is absolutely beautiful. There's something special about those three guys being together, the connection, the chemistry. It's hard, man. It is hard to get the quarterback coach, and the OC seeing all things through the same lens, and that's clearly going on here because you saw the product that was CJ Stroud in the pass game for the Texans this year. It's huge to have those guys back. Last night would have been a great time for them to be accepting one of those awards for CJ Stroud and celebrating this moment, man.
Stop taking this all the way back.
Gosh, man, what a! I mean, take it from a guy that's known to drop the ball in big moments.
Take a shot at yourself there.
Golly.
Yeah. Listen,
yeah, it's big, man. It's big for the Texans. It's big for us fans as well, man.
Yeah, Gerard is now that Bobby Slowick, who is out, and by the way, we'll get to this in a bit. There's still the Washington job is still available. Still open. And I said this a bit last night, later at the end of the show. I think a big deal of this, and Gerard Johnson, the news, and how he also got a new deal as well with the Texans, a bump up in pay is just. I cannot give the McNair family enough credit for really just the reverse that I think of how people view the Houston Texans organization. And I think it's things like this that continue to help it. It started with, this is the year anniversary when they made the best decision it seems like they could have ever made, and that is to bring in DeMeco Ryans. A year ago today, that was then announced and let out. Public. A year ago today, they made that decision, and since then, they have continued to do things to switch the narrative of how people view the Houston Texans. And this one is one where as I said, you don't have to do this. I don't see this a ton of places to where, hey, man, we'll just take your name out of the hat. I know there are other places. Listen, we'll take care of you. We'll give you a bump in pay. And listen, the odds are is that at least one of these cats will be gone next year, and you probably have to bump up, Gerard Johnson and pay if he takes over the OC job. But to think that they stepped out and didn't just say, hey, come back and return. They said, you guys earned this with your performance, and we're going to pay you. Not everyone does that, and I think it's just another thing that makes the Houston Texans feel a lot different than they did when Jack Easterby was.
Well, absolutely. Oh, good gosh, don't remind me of those days. Here's the beautiful thing is it wouldn't surprise me if there's not something in a new contract with Gerard Johnson that says we're going to pay you more money, and also we're going to ensure that if Bobby Slowick moves on, you're our new OC. Kind of like what just went on with Mayo and Belichick up in New England. We'll never know because that's verbiage in a contract that's layers deep. But it wouldn't surprise me if that's not something they use to entice Gerard Johnson back into the fold here in Houston. Here's what this means from a football perspective, though, Ron. The beautiful thing is that you literally pick up right where you left off. The next conversation that Gerard Johnson and Bobby Slowick have with each other, or with C.J. Stroud in the fold, or with Tank Dell or Nico Collins or whoever, you just keep building this offense in the exact same direction. At the exact same speed. I mean, everything you do is next level now. And not that you couldn't have done that had maybe Gerard Johnson taken over if Bobby Slowick left, but to have the same guys there, CJ Stroud is just light years ahead of if he had to start over, right? I mean, it's just, man, I can't tell you, as a Texans fan, to watch this offense next year, considering where they left off this year, not talking about specifically the Baltimore game, just the year in general, hey, man, I'm stoked. This is going to be some good offensive football.
No,
man.
it should. And the Texans, as I said to start this part, I was shocked that they were able to keep both of them. And now the expectations should be raised about what this offense is capable of doing, having those guys back in the fold with C.J. Stroud.
3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, and as I said, there's one more job still open. It's Washington. Clint, that's because the Seattle Seahawks. And, man, I'm telling you, boy, you can't, and you were talking about it, you can't always trust what people are kind of reporting as what could happen when it seems like the longer and longer things go on, what's being reported doesn't happen. All the reports we heard out of Seattle was Dan Quinn was the leading candidate. Dan Quinn was the guy. Well, Dan Quinn lost the first weekend of the playoffs. And we've been sitting here up until today trying to figure out who's going to be the coach of the Seattle Seahawks. Well, it is not Dan Quinn. It is the younger defensive coordinator, Mike McDonald, who was the DC for the Baltimore Ravens. Now, they lost last week. He interviewed there, and they had conversations with him, and they are hiring Mike McDonald. So Dan Quinn is not, I would assume, leaving Dallas right now and being a head coach, obviously, with Seattle because Mike McDonald's the guy. But this leaves just Washington left now, and it'll be interesting to see who Washington goes with. And I wonder, whoever it is that Washington goes with, will they be a stronger candidate, perceived stronger candidate than a Bobby Slowick? Because I'm really surprised that he's taking his name out of the hat when that job hadn't been filled.
Mike McDonald, 36 years old, by the way.
Yep.
But Washington sitting on their hands over there, and to think that Bill Belichick is still out there is absolutely wild. Isn't
and
it?
Mike Vrabel.
Oh, yeah, there's several of them. I mean, it's just it's crazy to think that.
You think they're completely starting over now? Their thought process, like they got to
be sick. They got to be absolutely
right.
sick.
Like,
I mean, I couldn't think of
Ben Johnson, Bobby Slowick take their names out of the hat. Mike McDonald's going like,
wow. I mean, because I don't know, because you got number 2 overall pick. Ton of cap space. I mean, this is a year you would want to rebuild, and you don't want to rebuild with somebody, like the David Culley, Lovie Smith stuff you saw here.
Yeah.
Boy, that's and now you really got to trust that GM. I mean, because it doesn't look like you're going to get the guy that you hope to get, and so you're more than likely going to have to settle. Or even if you bring in a guy like Bill Belichick, and all of a sudden you've gone Ben Johnson, Bobby Slowick, a whole different look, offensive-minded guys that do that have a total different skill set than Bill Belichick, and then a guy like Bill Belichick comes in, you're going to trust him with that number 2 overall pick?
I was say it can't be Bill Belichick.
Yeah, it's wild, man. I mean, if you got the right GM in there and you trust him, then so be it. But, boy, it's a hairy situation right now in Washington, man.
All right, we got to look at one of the biggest incidents that happened in the National Football League over the last couple of days, and we're getting more and more info out of this incident. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Your favorite hosts in Houston are headed to Vegas. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Thanks to Bull Shirts. The entire week leading up to the big game. The best football conversation. Interviews with the brightest stars in sports and pop culture. And all the fun that comes along with being in Sin City. Hope you're ready, H-Town.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a new year and time for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, and AI. Already in IT, build cybersecurity skills and prep for thousands of open positions nationwide that employers are desperate to fill. At My Computer Career, you could become job-ready in just a few months. Make this your year. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
Are you frequently tired or stressed? Need better sleep? Or maybe you lack confidence in the bedroom? It's time to discover OB Men, a medical clinic that utilizes the latest medical advancements for men who want to achieve peak performance in the gym, at work, or in the bedroom. OB Men is your go-to place for unique health therapies that optimize your life. Call us at
You can do worse. Getting your first gig.
I mean, look, the Washington organization, now that what was my man's name?
Daniel Snyder.
Daniel Snyder. I started calling him Sinker. Daniel Snyder.
Sinker. I like that.
Now that he's gone, they appear to be on the right path, kind of deal. I mean, new GM, new owner. You mentioned more cap space than anybody, the number 2 overall pick. They do have quite a bit of talent in-house already. That would be a great job. From the outside looking in, that would be a tremendous job for a young head coach to take over and have some early success, which buys him multiple years beyond year one. I completely disagree with that text. I think that is that would be a great place to have success. Now, anything will be fun nowhere if you're getting your tail whooped. And again, I'm assuming that the new ownership has cleaned that place up a little bit, at least change the culture. So yeah, I mean, I disagree. I think that'd be a great place.
With that. Yeah, it's like, I mean, you just compare it to the like almost the situation that the Texans were in last year, right? The number 2 pick. The cap space wasn't even the same. They have a lot more cap space than the Texans did last year. The Texans had a couple of young, unproven players. I think a little bit more than Washington does. But Washington's got some dudes over there. They got a good young corner up front. They didn't trade all their guys. But they got some guys up front. I forgot who was it. Who's the D tackle they paid last year? I think it was an Alabama kid. Is it
Payne?
Or Payne? Yeah. Payne. They signed him. He's in the fold. So they got some guys over there. I am surprised they're having this difficult a time filling that puppy. It makes me wonder if something else is going on in terms of what kind of power or what kind of impact the potential head coach is going to get.
Yeah, you already got a general manager in place, and contrary to what some of the things that were said around here, I don't think it is as commonplace as it has been in the past to always hire the general manager. Let the general manager hire the coach, and I mean somebody just hired a coach before the general manager. I can't remember who it is. I mean, I don't think that's as wild as it maybe it once sound. There you go, Harbaugh did it. Yeah. So, that's now you've got an owner that may or may not have cleaned up a lot of the dysfunction. You got a general manager that may or may not want all the control. There's some hurdles to get over there, but as far as just the place from the outside looking in, that's a hell of a place if you can win down there or up there.
So we'll see what they do there in Washington. But no, we know Bobby Slowick can't go in there. His name is out of the hat. All right. This Travis Kelce, Justin Tucker situation, if you missed it, pregame before the AFC Championship game, looked like Justin Tucker was warming up or doing whatever his routine is at the goal line. And as you know, you've been out there, sometimes the kickers and specialists kind of overlap on the sides of the field. Each team has their side of the field they warm up on and get ready for the game, but kickers sometimes overlap, punters and kickers. Well, if you missed the video, it looks like Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce were just picking up his tee, footballs, the helmet, tossing them, moving them out of the way as they were trying to warm up. And actually, man, Clint, I really thought that they were gonna come out here looking really bad out of this, like they were bullying and picking on the kicker, but. As we hear it, it seems like a lot of people are viewing this as Justin Tucker was probably the one if there's anybody in the wrong that needs to get the hell up out the way.
It was a clown move.
Oh, was it?
Absolutely.
You thought of it from the beginning?
Absolutely, and it keeps getting worse. Like the thought that yes, one team has one end of the field, the other team has the other. They were on the Kansas City side of half of the field. But it's an unwritten rule that kickers and punters, because of the wind direction, the different weather conditions, they kind of stray and use the whole field. And the unspoken rule is you stay your ass out of the way, right? And so, one, he shouldn't even be close to Pat in that situation, like close as within 5 yards. I mean, I'm not saying he shouldn't. And then you look at the situation, he's not even kicking. It's his helmet. His helmet's laying on the field, and the balls are laying next to it, and he's stretching, doing some kind of back roll thing.
And he's got the kicking tee set up as well.
Yeah, it's a clown move. There's another unwritten rule that kickers and punters and all that. I mean, y'all ain't got no business being in our way or even on our radar in terms of when we're warming up. And because it's Justin Tucker, it's like, oh, but he's the greatest of all. Who gives a rip? It was a clown move. I mean, I am bullish about balls and helmets and things being around a quarterback's feet when they're dropping and things like that. All joking aside, I mean, if he'd have been at fault, if he'd have stepped on one of them balls or kicked that helmet and hurt something or even had a scare, nobody'd give a rip if it was Justin Tucker. So yeah, I think it was a bull job move by Justin Tucker to even be remotely close to Pat Mahomes and create the situation.
Here was Travis Kelce on his podcast, kind of explaining the situation that was shown pregame with Justin Tucker.
We're warming up, and we do our same warm-up every single time on our side of the field. For those of you that don't know what happens in pre-games, the Ravens have their side of the field, and the Chiefs have our side of the field. Now, specialists, because of like the wind factor and
they go to
where
both
you are,
sides
they get a chance to kick at both field goals and kind of punt from both sides of the field. But it's always if you're trying to go onto the other team's designated area, you kind of stay out of their way. You know, you don't interfere with what they have going on.
That is the unwritten rule.
That's the unwritten rule. If you want to be a about it, you keep your helmet and your football and your kicking tee right where the quarterbacks are warming up and they're dropping. Eyes are looking left and they got a helmet down by their feet.
It's actually kind of dangerous, really. But
like, if you're not going to pick that up, I'll happily move that for you.
Yeah, I can see how that. Now I hear that, I can see how that would piss you smooth off.
And here's the thing:
you would have said you'd have done a similar thing to Kelce at Mahomes.
I would not have done similar with Mahomes. I wouldn't have let him get whatever Mahomes said about it. I would have done exactly what Travis Kelce did. I probably wouldn't have picked him. I probably would have kicked him, like shoved him with my foot. Yeah, I mean, it's just like if the only reason that this isn't like what in the hell was Justin Tucker doing from everybody is because it's Tucker.
Because it's Justin Tucker. Yeah.
If that would have been a kicker, if that had been that Detroit kicker, that's about a 54% between.
I didn't even know kickers set up at the goal line, like to set up and practice kicking.
Well, I would imagine that he was doing some kind of like you do when you warm up to play golf. Like you start with the short stuff and kind of get your swing and just chip and get the contact. I bet he does some kind of drill where he's like just standing there with a leg swing and kicking the ball up over the upright from the goal line, maybe from a hard angle or something. But nonetheless, it doesn't matter. I mean, if that's where Pat warms up,
you got to get the hell out of the way.
You either get there before or you wait till he gets done and you do your little leg swing. I mean, that's it. Here's the thing. Truth be told, Kelce wouldn't be being so nice about it either if it wasn't Tucker, because it's Tucker and he's the best to ever do it. They're going to be nice about it. Yeah, I would have kicked the hell out of it.
You'd kick the ball.
I'd have kicked if that was a practice. It was my own kickers. I'd have kicked their stuff too.
Start a fight. All right, coming up, Astros. There's some Astros news here. They have acquired a new player. We'll give you the latest on that. And apparently, Clint told me, don't listen. Don't listen. Clint said, I want to throw to this. Don't you listen. Somebody has apparently butchered my name in a major, major way. I haven't heard it yet. Tyler's heard it. Clint's heard it. I haven't heard it yet.
Well, I'm just going to let you hear this audio, and I'm going to let you decide whether it's if it's offensive or not.
Because you're laughing pretty hard in the text. Like you seem to enjoy it.
It's just, I mean, you've listened to our night guys. You've listened to our night guys. I think
it's our night guys.
It's our nighttime guys. I think it's going to be an interesting dynamic between you and one of them in particular.
All right, well, let's hear it.
And let's fire this thing up.
I can't wait to hear it. All right, that's coming up next right here on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes, man. I'm talking about Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder. So here's what's up. If you're looking to build your dream home, whether you want to build on your own land or you've inherited some land,
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Clint, looks like the Astros made a little news here. They have acquired infielder, outfielder. They love them, boy. They love the versatility. We got, Dubon who could do that. I think, Greg Kessinger is a guy that's done that. You're going to love his name. Trey Cabbage.
Trey Cabbage, huh?
Oh, Trey Cabbage from the L.A. Angels. They're sending right-handed pitcher, minor leaguer Carlos Espinoza to the Angels, and they will acquire infielder, outfielder Trey Cabbage. He's 26, spent the entire 2023 season in the Angels system, mostly in AAA Salt Lake. The left-handed hitter, he hit .306, 25 doubles, 30 homers, 89 RBIs, 32 stolen bases in AAA last year. So the Astros have added a little small piece. We'll see what that means. We'll see if he's on the team. But they add Cabbage to the group.
I would have bet on Espinoza. Just being honest with you. I played with a couple of Espinosas in my time. They were really good over there at Central Little League Park, Pelly Park. And I ain't never played with no Cabbages, man.
You never played with no Cabbages, so you'd have gone with the Espinoza.
I'd have gone with old Espinoza, man.
I don't know, man. Cabbage Espinoza.
It ain't even close. It ain't like you've thought too long already. So I know you're gonna lie. Carlos Espinoza. Yeah, he's got
Trey Cabbage. Byron, Carlos Espinoza or Trey Cabbage. Who you putting your money on?
Zero.
Just by the name.
I'm going to go Cabbage.
Yeah, see, I'm with him.
Are you
it's
kidding
Cabbage,
me?
man. I'm with him. It's Cabbage. It's Cabbage.
Y'all are crazy. Y'all are nuts.
Who's the Espinoza you're thinking of? You said you played
there's a couple different Espinoza families over in the dirty over in Baytown, baby. Central League Park, Pelly Park, hell yeah. Couple of them.
Yeah, so, yep. We lost Espinoza, damn. But got a little Cabbage to come back. So that's the Astros. They're making some minor moves. I'm telling you, man, after that Hader signing, I mean, I'm pretty good for right now to the trade deadline. I'm good here. We'll see with this Cabbage. They put up some numbers in AAA, but we'll see. We'll see if he's able to do that. All right. Sorry, Clint, you text me. Oh man, have you heard this? I mean, somebody butcher your name. No, I hadn't heard it.
I just assumed that you had heard it, man. But I mean, look. Here's the deal. Our new show right on Sports Radio 610, Area 45.
That's right.
Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani.
Every night,
7 to 10. And they're rocking and rolling, man. You've heard both of them. I've worked with both of those guys right here on the drive when Ron was out over the last month and a half. And they got a good thing rocking and rolling, man. Both of them Sean's born and raised here. Patrick's been in the area for 102 years, and so he's they know how to get down, y'all. It's a good show. But I'm listening the other day, and old PC Patrick Creighton, he's going, and look, he's talking about that soda weight loss now. Oh. I mean, he's got it rolling now. Sean Pendergast brings up Ron. Talking about that soda, and then it happened.
Oh, he butchered the name here.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna let you decide. I don't know. Like people, I got a last name that people butcher all the time, so it's one of those where when I hear Stoner or Stoerner or something, it's like, oh, whatever, man. Water off a duck's back. I ain't sweating. Right. Whatever, right? But
because you said offensive in the tease, you think I could really take this personal.
I know. I don't think it's that bad. I just it's butchered a bit, and I wonder if
when you heard it, did you laugh?
Or absolutely. And it can't happen to a better person. I mean, PC Patrick Creighton. It can't. I expect it from Bijani, I like to do something like almost.
Well, I'm hoping. I want to hear this because it's a long clip. I want to hear. I mean, Bijani knows my last name, so I'm certain he stepped in.
Well, no, he didn't step in. I didn't hear him step in, but I'm surprised. I'd be surprised if he didn't say anything. We'll just hear it. You may think it's no big deal.
Let's hear it.
I got a good chuckle out of it.
Let's hear it.
Hey, you know what? There's a little less of me this time around, so.
A lot less of you. A lot less of you, man. You're looking good these days, my man.
Dude, it is a freaking grind. You know, when all those things, like I know you hear like sort of weight loss, and you hear Sean Pendergast and Ron Hughley talk about, you know, all the weight that they've lost on sort of weight loss.
Yeah.
You know, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not. I've heard Hughley a lot. I've heard that.
You
one.
get Hughley a lot.
I've heard that one a lot. Now, I guess
because if your first name is Hugh, it's spelled just like yours.
Hughley. Yeah, I've gotten that. It's Hughley. You got to really pound that G. It's Hughley.
Right.
Yeah, but I've heard that.
So you're good with it.
That's not. I'm not good with him. No, I'm not good. I want him to get it right. Now we need to sit down and have a
now we're talking.
It's Hughley. It's Hughley. My beef is with Sean Bajani. All right, Sean, you know what my last name is. Step in.
Fair.
All right? Maybe, and I'll hold a little bit, and I'll text Sean to see if he pulled him to the side and say, yeah, it's Hughley. I know, you heard it. Hughley. Honest mistakes. Not a bad one. I've heard worse. I've heard hugely, Hughley.
And being a bigger fella, hugely probably didn't sit right.
No,
You felt like somebody was doing it on purpose.
I didn't love that. I don't love that. But
well,
Hughley is that's one where you just kind of let me race through it. I don't know exactly what it is. Let me race through that sucker.
Well, I'll there's a couple things here.
Sean.
There's a couple things here. I've told you now. I've had to take you back a couple of times with Sean Bajani working in here in your spot.
I think there's a little bit of that's rolling in my mind too. I've heard.
You might want to check on that.
Because Sean questioned me being off one time. What's he doing? It was like at the 900 or something. And he's questioned me taking some time off for a second.
Off the jump too. I mean, immediately when the show started, a couple times. I had you back though. You still hadn't thanked me, but I had you back.
I have thanked you.
But I'll be honest with you. Of all the personalities in the building, everybody gets along. Everybody's great, and it's all good. Like, I am very interested to see how Ron Hughley and Patrick Creighton get down.
Why?
Well, I think
we're both kind of Northerners.
Well, yeah, you're. I wouldn't say you're a Northerner, but nonetheless, you get the point. You're out of towners.
Yeah.
I think like he's got a little bit of debate in him.
Does he? Oh, you think me and him could go at? Well, let's bring him on.
Well, he doesn't have he's not the kind that's going to just debate. Like, to my knowledge, to just debate you. But like, he's got a real debate style if he wants to, and you got a little bit of that in you too.
You want to see us go one on one.
I'm just anxious to see. I'm anxious to see. Like, I don't want to set it up, but I want to be there if and when it ever happens.
You know what I mean? So listen,
like when you go, whoa, wait, hold on now. So you're saying, and you really back the Badger into the corner.
I tried to
techniques. I just think
you think he's gonna. You want to see how he comes.
I want to be there when it happens.
He's been at it a long time.
I mean, look, it's going to be entertaining.
I'd like to hear it. We get him on. Bring on Pat, man. PC. That what you call him?
PC. Yeah, I ain't figured out what I want to land. I ain't figured out what I want to land.
Yeah, Hughley's not bad. Hughley's not bad. I've heard, like I said, a lot worse. Just people creating. Teachers. I'm not gonna try. Man, it ain't that damn hard. You could give it a shot. I say that. Ron H. I'm not gonna try. You could give it a shot. It ain't that damn hard. Just say. Yeah. It's all right. Yeah, it's all right, Pat. Man, make sure you're listening though. 7 to 10 every night, right here on Sports Radio 610. It's good. It's a good show. Kicking things off, man. We got nighttime radio back in this thing, and you listen to it. Chris Santiago and Patrick and Sean Bajani, who maybe I feel like me and Sean need to have a drink. We'd have a drink and just really sit down and hash this thing out. I feel like Sean's got some issues.
Maybe you do.
Going back and listening, I feel like I'm going to listen, and I feel like he's going to take a shot at me. And that's Sean Bajani. We were close.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we do.
All right, what you got coming up?
We'll see. Yeah, well, it's look, man, it is a couple things, man. We got to say farewell to one of my favorite guys of all time. I'll tell you who that is. We'll discuss that coming up next. Also, that little scuffle between Justin Tucker and Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Pat Mahomes spoke on it, and we didn't get a chance to get Pat Mahomes audio to you, so we'll do that next as well. And it's somebody's birthday. We got to acknowledge, Ron. We'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, look, if the last couple of years has taught us one thing. Last hour, people didn't even know. People didn't even know, other than No Nasally Ass Tyler. You didn't hear him in their.
Stop calling him Bat, boring ass Byron. Stop that. Stop calling him that.
You done gave him a nickname, huh?
Oh, I'm just saying, people call him. He's saying that on there.
By the way, we had a segment a little earlier. Apparently, Ron's youngest son had an accident in his pants last night, and it was a good little story. And through that story, we found out that also. About 6 years ago, Ron, he either sharted or he crapped his pants, however you want to couch it. And then Tyler, about what was it? What Tyler say? It was a week ago?
A month ago.
A month ago, he either sharted or crapped himself on the golf course. And so we got into this conversation about at what point does a shart turn into a you crapped your pants kind of deal. We got some good run on YouTube and Twitch as well as the text line. But I put up a poll on Twitter as well.
I saw that, yeah.
And, I'm going to be honest with you, man. It looks like you guys have crapped your pants. I mean, I'm just, according to the people, man, there's 23 hours left. We're going to let this one run for a while. But there's a poll out there. If for all my Twitter folks, at Clint Stoerner, go out there, vote on that. Let me know how you feel about at what point a shart turns into a you crapped your pants. So I wanted to revisit that before my mom texted and said she really liked that segment, by the way.
Well, thank you, Linda.
We were talking.
I hope she smiled.
She said her advice is just don't fart, but she really she really
you don't
enjoyed.
Hold that in, you hurt yourself.
Right. Earlier we were talking a little bit about the Justin Tucker, Pat Mahomes, Travis Kelce situation, warm-up situation that's gone viral that everybody's talking about now. And I think it's absolutely entertaining. I mean, I don't know how in the hell Travis Kelce keeps up with all of his storylines between Swift and Kelce playing lights out, which I said I think this is the best game that I've seen Kelce play. And I know he's had bigger games, but just the way in which that game unfolded, that was an unbelievable game. Before that game started, Pat and Travis Kelce and Blaine Gabbert, the backup quarterback, They were trying to warm up, and Baltimore's kicker, Justin Tucker, had his helmet and balls laying on the field right underneath Pat's feet where Pat was trying to warm up. And ultimately, Justin Tucker was on the Kansas City side of the field Number one. Number two, Justin Tucker wasn't even kicking. He just had his helmet and the balls laying there and the tee laying there. He was like stretching or something. So it was a mess. But we heard Travis Kelce's response earlier. But let's hear Pat Mahomes. Here's Pat Mahomes. He went on a local station in Kansas City.
610 Sports Radio.
610 Sports Radio, and which he goes on every week, and even the Super Bowl week, and had a nice response to something that the world saw happen this weekend. Here's Pat Mahomes.
I've had like 7 years of kind of doing that same warm-up routine, and there's only been, I think, like 3 occasions where there's been a kicker that wasn't, because you usually talk to the guys, there's been a kicker that wasn't necessarily moving out the way, or you weren't kind of sharing the field in the right way, and I mean, it was in Baltimore all 3 times, so he does that little stuff, I think, to try to get under our skin, and I asked him to move his stuff, and he got up and moved it, I think, 2 inches, but didn't move it out of the way, and I was going to kind of let it slide, but Travis kind of got it and moved it for me, and then after that I wasn't going to let him put it back down. So it's something that we move on. I mean, I have a lot of respect for him as a player and as a kicker. One of the best kickers of all time, probably the best kicker of all time, but at the same time you got to have respect for each team, and we all share the field, and we try to do that in a respectful way.
I got a little more Kelce in me than I do Mahomes. Mahomes is fixing to let it slide. Kelce said, "No, I'm gonna throw the helmet. I'm gonna throw all 3 of the balls." And now Pat Mahomes did pick up the tee once he tried to reset it all back up like he was fixing to start a drill and toss the. But Pat's a better man than me. I would have, especially if I was Pat. Let me be Pat Mahomes. That money, that contract, that level of success. Yeah, Tucker would have been fetching his stuff off the sideline over there.
Well, it's all right. Travis said here, I can be the.
I'll be the bad guy.
I'll be the richer head here. Yeah, I thought he was going to toss it to the stands. I just wondered, because that's the other thing. Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you, like, you're stretching. Why is the tee set up? That's the other, like, you're stretching. You're not even using it at that point there.
Right. Well, the interesting thing, the reason I wanted to play Pat, since we played Kelce a little earlier, the reason I wanted to play Pat's was because it's interesting, and I don't think Pat's joking. He said it's happened 3 times in his career, and he always warms up in the same place. And all 3 times, it was the Baltimore Ravens. Yeah, I mean, you start adding these things up. I don't know how Pat kept his cool the way he did, especially knowing their mindset was what it was in terms of they were there for business. They were. I know you thought it was pretty. I mean, the words that Travis Kelce chose to use in terms of we ain't there to play jokes. We're here for business.
I thought that kind of set the tone there of where they were in feeling of going to that game. Right, that there was a team that was, when we talked about earlier in the week. Oh, the bullies got bullied. Like they were in a different space and mindset up in there, and it started from at that point. Travis looked like he hadn't talked to that. That looked like maybe it was the first time he talked to Taylor all week, by the way he was talking, by the way he was acting.
Nah, he been talking to Taylor.
You think he ran into?
Oh, yeah, he been talking to Taylor. Don't worry about that.
But they were in a completely different mindset. I mean, there ain't no games here.
Well, and it was blatantly obvious too, man. They were like I said, they went in there and snatched the soul of a bully. I mean, they from jump
and started there.
Yeah. And the beautiful part of it was. You know, the crap in pregame with the Chiefs of the Baltimore Ravens. It looked like they were trying to start stuff and trying to, it was just the whole thing is just, it's Baltimore plays such a good bully, and that bully's a bad sunbuck until he gets hit in the face. And it was good to see the Chiefs, who are usually more finesse. They're usually the one that's hated, and maybe they still are, but just in that, from my vantage point, Ron, I was just like, I mean, I was pulling for the Chiefs. But it was one of those like, man, it is a good feeling when that bully gets punched in the mouth, man.
No, and it's not a coincidence to see, how they looked one week to another.
Yeah.
When they got a different response.
Yeah. Hey, I got to ask you something about last night. I know we talked a little bit about last night, and I'm still beside myself. Actually, I hope you circle back to that at some point. I'm beside myself with the Texans right now.
He is really, boy.
What's going on, man?
We did the big 3. Thank you, Byron.
They didn't even know you were gone, but they didn't hear you for an hour, so they knew something was up.
Tyler slides back in. They didn't know.
He literally was in that studio for 3 seconds before he hit that hot mic.
I told him,
scared the hell out of me. I didn't even know you was in there.
I told him who accepted the award for CJ Stroud's winning.
Oh, was he not in here for that?
No, it wasn't interviewed. Old Chester Pitts was the one who walked up there and accepted that award.
And you of all people just come in here. You didn't bring it up.
We moved on to the next. It was the first hit. We moved on to the next one. Clint comes back and just goes out of nowhere, Chester Pitts.
Hey, it kind of makes sense. We know CJ just got the endorsement deal with Cheetos. Chester Cheeto, Chester Pitts. There's a connection there.
We didn't know that he just got a deal with Cheetos.
Oh, you hadn't seen that commercial?
You knew that because you're stalking his Instagram, and damn sure nobody tied it to Chester Pitts.
There's another Chester,
But good job. Ron just lost you.
I think they should have had Chester Cheeto present the award.
I'm without a doubt, seriously, dead ass. I'm disappointed in the Texans.
He really is.
We're going to revisit that at some point.
He really is.
But
I did not know it was going to be this bit of a reaction. He is.
You don't do that, man.
Like he is.
You just don't. You don't do it.
Do it. It was like when Dave Chappelle said, like, hey, man, R. Kelly called me up, and he was like, why you talking about me pissing on them kids? Well, why you pissing on them kids? He was really mad. Like, Clint was really mad.
Yeah, I know.
He was
you just don't do that, man. I think it ain't. We'll circle back. But about last night, you boys were at the awards show, right?
Yes.
And we talked a lot yesterday about Lance McCullers and whether we thought he would be better than Bregman or kind of how we thought it would go. I didn't stay. I had to get home to my girls. You two stayed, and we have no report of how Lance McCullers did. How was the opening monologue? I'm gonna assume y'all are biting your tongue because you don't want to be negative about Lance McCullers.
Listen, this was Lance to me. He stayed. Lance wasn't going for comedy.
Right.
He literally seemed like he was just, I'm going to present stuff. Mm-hmm. Like he was just talking. Like he did open up and say, I had to explain to some young kids why I haven't retired and where I've been. But that was about it. Lance was really taking more of the real serious role.
Yeah, it was all right.
Note.
It was all right.
He stayed in, I guess, his lane.
Okay, what did you think about it?
I would not ask him to come back.
Okay. And
I would not ask him to come back.
And you're going to lean with just,
like, he got the job done. I think Ron laid it out nicely. Like, he got the job done. He didn't screw up, but the entertainment value wasn't great.
Well, a part of emceeing is there's an entertainment level. There's a level of entertainment there.
It's like what we do. I think there was probably 27 people that could have gone up and did what Lance did.
Was he better than Bregman?
I would say no. I would give the edge to Bregman because I think Bregman made an attempt.
Yeah, he made me chuckle a few times.
I don't know how they landed, but at least he took a shot. Like Bregman took a shot from at least the elbow. Lance just stood underneath the basket and just shot late. It just played around the world but didn't move.
Yeah,
he just stood right there.
That's what I feel. A little stiff. A little stiff.
Yeah.
Look, the ticket, the shock value was there, right? In terms of Lance McCullers is emceeing this thing, man. Let's rock and roll, right? That's clearly money.
Yeah, that's what it was. But I wouldn't ask him to do it back.
Did y'all see the picture of him and his son?
Oh, I did not.
There ain't no doubt about. Sometimes you see folks. You're like, man, is that yours? You sure that's yours?
No doubt about it, huh?
There ain't no doubt about it. That joker is Lance McCullers.
And you know what?
The third.
I was going to say that Lance is serious about the junior. He introduces himself as Lance McCullers Jr.
He put an S
on the end of it, like I did. But
he looks like there ain't no doubt that little one's his, man. But anyway, okay, that's fine. I wanted to check with you guys and see how Lance did last night, since sounds like it went about like I expected it to go. Seems like he's a pretty introverted guy that is going to stay between the lines.
He sounded like I just don't want to mess up.
That's it.
I'm just going to get out here and I'm going to do my thing, and I don't want to mess up.
Let your hair down, man. Let your hair down, Lance, and have a little fun, bub. It's a clean-ass suit, though, by the way.
He looked good. I love that double-breasted. He looked good.
Set. White 80. White 80. Hey, can we take a minute and acknowledge McClain's tweets?
John McClain.
McClain.
General.
the general, John McClain, is going to wrap up this week with us. He's going to be with us. He's going to be with us Friday, right?
Friday at 4 o'clock.
Friday at 4 o'clock. That'll be McClain's last one with us on Sports Radio 610. But I just wanted to take a minute. I don't know if John was supposed to let the cat out of the bag and tweet all that, but I thought he did a hell of a job laying everything out. Had about a 10 or 12 step
tweet. Stop him.
Right at that point, it's there's not a whole lot of reason not to. But I just want to take a minute.
Take that minute.
To acknowledge personally how John McClain, how important John McClain has been to me. First of all, John McClain, we're talking about legend. We're talking about NFL Hall of Famer. We're talking about pioneer. We're talking about one of the best to ever do it in the media game, and did it for an extremely long time. When I knew who John McClain was, obviously, but when I met John McClain, I didn't know what to expect. And from day one, John McClain has always been authentic, genuine, sincere, down to earth, just a great, great guy at the time. Somebody that you just kind of admired from a distance because you didn't know him. Once I got to know him, he became a friend, and he was a tremendous friend. In fact, I don't know exactly what all role he played, but I know that he was definitely in my corner in terms of getting this job here at Sports Radio 610, and encouraged me along the way to stick with it. And it's all great things come to an end, and I understand why. But John, I just wanted to take a minute to say, John McClain, I greatly appreciate you, respect the hell out of you, admire you, and we appreciate everything that you did for us here on the drive, joining the show and being a part of it. For me personally, man, I'm gonna miss you. I love you, and obviously, anytime you need anything, we're here, man.
Yeah, and I know he's somebody you probably grew up listening to, reading like John McClain is.
That's exactly right,
royalty. Man. So
yeah,
I'm guessing it probably was a hell of a thing for you to get to work with him.
Oh man, absolutely, literally a dream come true. I mean, for those that don't know, I haven't been in this radio gig long, but I grew up listening to these very airwaves with my pops. I mean, my dad was every definition of an everyday listener at Sports Radio 610, and I heard McClain from the time I was itty-bitty, and before I knew it, I was working with the guy, and now it really is a blessing to call him a friend. We'll miss McClain on here with us, but man, you can't deny the work that dude has done in the city of Houston, and we're thankful for all the time John's given to us.
His last appearance will be with us Friday coming up. 4 o'clock, so you don't want to miss that. And I think two things for me with John, just on the radio side of things. One, he was somebody that elicited a response or a feeling towards him, one way or another. Now, many of you may text in or say how you feel about something, but he wasn't boring, and he said how he felt, and you reacted in some form or fashion, which is something you need. The worst is boring people, and John McClain was never boring. You may not have agreed with him, but he made you feel something, which is always the goal in this business. And second, for somebody who has accomplished everything that he's accomplished, he has no problem, being the butt of the joke, giving people hell, busting people, whatever.
Booger butt?
Yeah, booger butt, nasty. He'll get a little nasty. How's he like the pressure? He has no, in my mind, when I thought, all right, we're going to start work with John McClain every Friday, that I think he would, give us nasty advice, which that's the NFL Hall of Famer. That man's in Canton, and he also is right here on the drive said, how's she like the pressure? Where's she? That's the general.
John McClain. Shout out.
Had every reason in the book, man. My man's got every reason in the book to think he's better than and be above certain things, and he's got every accolade and accomplishment in the book to do those kind of things, and never one moment has that ever been the case, man. So, like I said, man, we're gonna miss you. We love you. And hell, who knows what's next?
Ask her where she likes the pressure, where she likes it rough.
There it is, John.
Rough.
Great advice.
Following it up by rough was what really got me.
Straight-faced. Yeah, straight-faced. That's John McClain. All right, coming up, what do you think the Texans coaching staff can do? What are things, if you watch year one, do you think the Texans coaching staff can do to get more out of Will Anderson Jr. in year two? We'll discuss that coming up next. But
Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we're preparing to go out to Vegas. Shout out to our good friends there with Yingling and Low T, who are helping us to be able to go out there. Most of the entire Sports Radio 610 team will. I didn't even mean that as a shot to you.
I know you did. It's
just
cool.
because I didn't want to say all of, and then I feel bad.
We're going to Las Vegas,
Nevada. But like Travis said, I mean, if you want me to be a D, I can. I mean, no. But no, man, it'll be a good time there. But Tyler, you may not be going to Vegas with us, but Tyler did win an award today, baby.
How about that?
Tyler missed the last hour because really he had to go win an award.
Hell yeah.
That's what it is.
Hell yeah.
It's just a beautiful. What is this? It's a trophy. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, you can see it.
It's a Odyssey X Award for my extreme efforts.
Yeah, man, that's big time.
It is. He deserves it.
That's big time.
Going above and beyond, I believe.
I appreciate it, fellas.
And that you do for not just.
And he does do as well.
Yeah, in his pants apparently, but I mean there is no doubt about it, Chief. Not just for this show, but also for the station in general.
Mostly for the show.
Anybody needs a little something, man, OT Mill is the guy to call because he gets it done, man. You know, nobody deserves it more than you, man.
I appreciate the night that, at the station sometimes. No one even asks him to do that, but he'll stay over working.
I ain't always the smartest, man, but I'm always going to bust my ass. I promise y'all that.
Good for him. Good for him.
Thanks,
I knew you were going to win that award, and I'm happy for you.
I didn't. I thought I was just going to check out a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, I know you did. I don't know, Tyler. They did. What was this? They did a top line personality prep on you.
Yeah, man. It was like I guess kind of like an AI generated personality profile.
It's a little tough here, Tyler.
I'm telling you,
Clint. I'll be honest with you, and I've known Tyler for a few months.
Just
I guess a few years. I don't know. I agree with this. It says, I just don't.
I don't think I do with parts of it either.
Like, if your listeners, tell me if you agree with this. What comes naturally to Tyler?
I got a few things. Oh, you gonna read that? Go ahead.
They can be somewhat of a slow decision maker. Also have no risk appetite and prefer to take safe decisions.
Took a risk with that Shart.
There is nothing.
Yeah.
Now maybe that's a thought.
We're over so far.
I'm just saying maybe there's a deal of when maybe when he leaves the workplace, there is nothing about no risk appetite and prefers safe decisions about Tyler Milner.
Never been accused of that.
I just don't know people who stroll in at 4 and just say what night was that? A Wednesday?
On a Wednesday, just like last night was a Tuesday.
It's a Wednesday again, boys.
Yeah,
there's
don't let us down, brother. Don't let us down. And you got a reason to celebrate.
Yeah, an award. Yeah, you might get out tonight. Slowest decision maker. I don't know about that. I don't know. To convince Tyler, what matters most to him is his low risk, adoption by others, and proven case studies.
I like to stay safe, man.
They never refuse directly. They push out the decisions or just go quiet.
All I've heard about is how accurate AI is. That's not very accurate.
Not the Tyler Milner I know.
Not unless you got a split personality.
I hope not. I mean, I am kind of crazy, psycho T and all, but
safe decisions.
Yeah,
taking an Uber last night was safe.
True.
Like in the literal sense, he probably is pretty safe.
Yeah.
He Ubers more than he drives, which is very safe.
That is a safer. He is, but some of the reasons that lead him to be forced to use Ubers are not the safest ones. So good for you. That is interesting. I wonder what mine would say, judging by this.
I bet OEK's got it. She had them printed out for all the employees.
I'm kind of interested to see it. That for me, Aaron.
I would say concerned, by a little anxiety, argumentative.
For Clint, quick triggered.
Highly confident.
Yeah.
This is a dangerous game we're playing.
Quick triggered.
Let's just wait for the IA generated. Let's wait for the paperwork, boys.
Moody. No.
Ain't no doubt. Thank you, Low T.
Thank you, Lord.
All right, real quick, I want to get this from you. The people, you can jump in 713-572-4610 as well on YouTube or Twitch. What are some of the things? I think we all believe that Will Anderson will take another step from year one, especially at the second half of this year. Year two, you feel like he's going to take the step. What things do you think the coaching staff can do? Because for me, I don't know if they didn't. It didn't seem like they did a lot with Will. It seemed like they kind of put him in the area that he was in. What are some things you think the coaching staff can do to really have Will Anderson take another big step in year two?
They've absolutely got to give him help. First and foremost, before we ever get to next year, before we ever get any further in this conversation, the first thing they got to do is they've got to sign a force interior-wise, and interior defensive line, and they've got to have somebody either equal to or better than Jonathan Grenard.
Because right now what we have on that line with him that we know will probably be here is Malik Collins, Hassan Ridgeway, because Rankins is a free agent at this point, can potentially go somewhere. They don't have him beyond.
Your best interior defensive lineman is a free agent. Your best edge rusher is a free agent, and then you got Will Anderson.
Yeah, and I was going to say, and I don't even think Barnett's signed through this year.
Yeah, I don't remember everybody's contract, so I don't know. But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the two that do matter, Sheldon Rankins and Jonathan Grenard, they're both free agents. And so if you don't get him any help, I don't expect him to take the next step. So let's start there. You got to get some guys that garner some attention inside so that Will can get some one-on-one matchups and more often and be put in advantageous situations and obvious passing situations where he can get to the passer. First and foremost, personnel. Secondly, I believe that DeMeco Ryans, the organization, and or Will Anderson, however they figure it out, he's got to get to somebody that can help him over the next 2 or 3 months take his pass rush, the skill set, the toolbox, if you will. There is so much room to improve there. I'd be anxious to hear Seth Payne's take on this, but it appears to me like it is just the reason that it's so much bull rush, so much high motor, the energy, the just relentless effort is because he can and he's willing to, but also there's not a counterpunch to that he feels like he's confident in that he can win with. When he gets that counterpunch, which I think 2 or 3 months here with the right coach or the right trainer, boy, he could, and his work ethic, he could take some huge strides. And then the other thing, number 3, I think it's simple. DeMeco Ryans, as I said when they drafted him, I just believe he's a guy that ultimately lands in a spot where he's more of a pass rusher instead of a strong side end where he's known for playing the run. I think he is a guy that they end up moving around, kind of like we've seen. I think we're all aware of who Clowney is just from a scheme standpoint. They did it here. I think Baltimore does it some, moving him around inside and again, putting him in a spot where he can impact the play immediately from multiple places on the defensive line. I think schematically they can do some of that.
Yeah, I do. And when you talked about adding more to his pass rush skills, the other thing we saw that was better, his hand swipes, that got better, and I think he got some sacks that way. But you're right. Some of the bends, some of the quicker things, some of the ways to get to the quarterback outside of a bull rush could be a big thing that he can do and others can work with him on. All right, coming up, first time, Brandon Scott. He is going to do the Rockets Report. We'll do that every single Wednesday at 4:40. The Rockets Report, and the trade deadline is coming up in a week. We'll get his thoughts on what the Rockets may need to add there, and maybe he can help Clint because Clint's a little bit frustrated with what he saw from some of the young guys.
Tough watch.
So we'll get into that. Rockets Report coming up next with Brandon Scott.
All right, if you've got chronic joint pain, you got to be sick and tired of it, man. It absolutely sucks, and you're probably tired of it, and you probably dread the idea of
By Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive, 440. We're going to do this moving forward. Our Rockets report with Brandon Scott. Nobody better. Check out, there you go. Check out the H-Town Hoops podcast, wherever you get your podcast. Him and Adam Spolane give you the best Rockets coverage that you can find out there. And they're at almost every one of them damn games. Hell, I think he goes on the road sometimes. And they check things out, so they got it covered. And that's why we got to have him on here to talk this out. Real quick, I saw Tyler got an award. I see you won an award too, man. He got him one too.
Hell yeah.
Right?
Yeah, man.
I mean, very deserving, of course.
Hey, you know what's funny about it is, man, I'm just riding the wave. I'm here for, I do my work. I do my job, man. But we all, really at the station are humming. I know y'all, I want to say we talked about the ratings, how we're kind of doing a really good job there. Overall, the station is doing well, and I'm just doing my job. And so that works. That gets you an award. Overall, when the station is on top,
nah, man,
your boy's doing his thing. It works, man.
You doing more than that because I ain't got a damn award. I ain't got one. All right. I'm in the same station you in.
Oh.
So you doing a little something.
Hey, look,
you're doing a little something than just riding the wave now.
You're talking about a guy that runs SportsRadio610.com that makes it all work, keeps it all together. Then you contribute on every damn show across on air, and then also behind the scenes consistently. And
these people didn't see us on YouTube and Twitch 3-4 months ago.
No, I did do that.
You had that huge project.
I had help, but did do that for sure. Hey, you know what's funny? Since we brought this up a few days ago, I don't know if Tyler told y'all about this, but a few days ago I got a note from some of our behind the scenes higher ups asking if I would mind if I would share office space with Tyler. And I'm like, my guy T-Mill, all he needed was a filing cabinet. He just needed somewhere to put his stuff, right? And I'm probably telling a little bit too much, but why not?
No, you're right.
You asked for office space?
He did not ask me, but somebody asked on his behalf if he could share office space with me. And I'm like, what? Of course. T-Mill?
Oh, I'd have said no.
And then also, my main question, I didn't feel the need to ask this because they didn't put it out there, but I was like, is my check gonna still clear? You know what I'm saying? Does Tyler getting a part of my office take anything out of my check? And I knew the answer was going to be no.
It better be.
So I was like, hell yeah, as long as my key still works.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, the problem is, though, Scott, we got some problems here. Does he have a key?
He's got a key.
I do.
He does. He's got a key to my office now.
Oh my God.
He does.
You better put some cameras in there, man.
What do you?
All right, man. I got to start.
You better put some cameras in there,
I've
man.
got to start being more aggressive.
What?
You getting keys to offices? I'm gonna start being aggressive.
You need a filing cabinet.
I just needed somewhere I can lock some of my stuff away sometimes.
Safe space.
That's
Safe
all I
space.
neat.
Hey, my office
you better put a camera up. You're gonna find him in there.
My office is the unofficial man cave. I'm just gonna throw that out there for all the hosts, everybody. Y'all need something, y'all come.
I need a damn office.
Come holler at me and Tyler.
I don't even use it. I just want one.
Tyler's gonna mess around and have a Playboy drawer in your office or something. You better watch him. I'm telling you.
I'm not gonna complain about that.
He's more of a hustler guy, but I'm telling you, man, you better watch him.
I don't think we would get in trouble for that.
I like good
I
housekeeping.
thought Tyler was a Jet magazine guy. I don't know why in my mind.
You got me and Tyler flipping magazines.
Tyler used to always talk about that
magazines.
Jet Beauty of the Week, I believe.
Sticky pages.
All right, let's jump in on this. You got to help my man Clint out, man.
Mm-hmm.
Clint is he's a bit frustrated with the growth. You thought the youth of this team, in terms of decisions that they make sometimes, would be a little further along under Udoka.
Well, I mean, I'm a different kind of fan, B. Scott. Like I just. When I turn the game on, I don't really expect them to win. Like, I'm not sitting there living and dying at this point with this team in terms of wins and losses.
Gotcha.
But I do expect to see, like, growth and the simple things done savagely well. Like the guys that are going to predominantly handle the ball, I would like for them to have awareness of game management, game situations. The point he's making, they were up 30 with 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. They had the game in hand. And I understand that the point is like, hey, get some guys some run and see how they respond. But they get to a point where clearly LeBron's making a comeback. I mean, they're trying their damnedest to come back. And the clock ticks under 3 minutes, 250-something's on the clock. We get the ball back. We've stopped a little bit of their run. And again, 10 or 12-point ball game.
Yeah.
And with 16, 17 seconds on the clock, we jack up a three. I think it was Jabari Smith, I think.
Yep.
And the ball's kicked back out hard to half court. Van Fleet, he grabs it and it damn near gets a back court but throws the ball back. We get it. And it's like, okay, cool, sit on it. They kick it around there. I believe it was Jalen Green, and he just 14 seconds on the clock, just jacks up a three.
He's going to get it.
And it's just like to me, and I understand we got some young dudes, but like I'm watching it through, okay, can I trust what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
And to me, that is a game management coaching thing that is very, very frustrating of like not being aware of the situation.
Yeah. I feel like there is a part of basketball now that is against some of the old school sensibilities of, taking advantage of the clock, letting the clock milk down a little bit. Especially in this situation, I wouldn't excuse it, but I do think this is the downside of the evolution of the game is kind of a grip it and rip it thing, to use a football analogy. If you see it, it's there. Take the shot.
It's AAU.
Yeah. Well, in that sense, yeah, I think that might be in part AAU and in part analytics of, hey, if you got an open three, just take it. The shot clock be damned, situation be damned. If you're a shooter and you have an open three, which Jabari Smith is, and which they wanted Jalen Green to be, has not been as much of, has not materialized. But if you have the green light to score.
Yeah. Right.
And I think that's the downside of it. When you get in that situation, it's like, actually, you might want to play ball control.
I don't think Fred would have just jacked it up.
Yeah, that was
like in the time and score in
that game.
You think Fred
did a good job? Fred was a veteran, did a good job. But listen here, man, I didn't watch too many Rockets games this year to say I don't think Fred would jack it up. I didn't watch him jack it up too many times.
Yeah,
it is a part of the game.
Yeah,
but no, to the point though. Like, I'm not dismissing the point, the validity of it. Time and score. You're leaking. This is the problem with the Rockets just in general. The reason why that whole thing came to be. If the Rockets can't defend, if they, for whatever reason, lose it defensively, whether it's their intensity, their mojo, their actual technique and assignment, whatever it is, if it breaks down defensively, it's just not a good enough offensive team, whether it's decision-making or just downright ability. They don't have enough shot-making to to make up for making mistakes or for not defending at a high level. The reason why the Rockets are, and I would say they've kind of overachieved, and the reason why I would say they've kind of accelerated a little bit is because Udoka has turned up the mindset and the intensity on the defensive end. And that's the thing that they do well. When they're not doing that thing well, they just flat out don't shoot the ball well, period. But when they're defending, instead of catching the ball out of the net, they're catching it off the rim. They're able to get in fast break opportunities. They're able to kind of do a little bit more things, play up to their athleticism and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Brandon Scott with us. His Rockets report, we'll have that every single Wednesday to get our fix with. Nobody who covers the Rockets better than Brandon Scott. Brandon, as they sit here. They're in the 11th spot, but only a half a game out of the 10th spot, which that top 10, 7 through 10, is the play-in, which is my expectations for this team. And this thing is bunched up, man. The Lakers, who they just beat, are only a half a game ahead of them in 9th. So they are in the playoff play-in race.
Yes.
The trade deadline is coming up next week. One, are you hearing anything involving the Rockets to add to this team? Any moves, any big or minor moves? And do you think there'll be a player in the trade deadline?
Yeah, so a big move would be shocking. I'm not going to rule it out.
So like Jalen Green for Bridges.
Yeah, and so that to me would constitute a big move, far less about getting Bridges and more so about officially moving on from the Jalen Green experiment, which I think is in play.
Which I would say I would do. Mikal Bridges with the Nets, Jalen Green, I would do.
I think that sort of thing is in play, even if unlikely, right? And I don't think there's a rush to get rid of Jalen Green because you got it under contract for another year. You don't necessarily have to do it right now, but as we've talked about, and we talked about this on the H-Town Hoops podcast as well, what's unique about this year, it's very similar to the Texans, where with the Texans having traded their pick to get Will Anderson, they were not incentivized to be bad in any kind of way because they didn't have their draft pick, right? Well, the bill due on the Texans pick from the Oklahoma City trade with Russell Westbrook and all that, there's no more incentive to be bad. Like, there's no more, hey, let's go in the lottery and see if we can get the top, see if we can get Wemby, see if we can get Paolo Banchero or Jabari Smith or whatever it is, Jalen Green. Like, there's none of that. You get the protected Brooklyn picks, and they have, surprisingly and fortunately for the Rockets, not been as good, so they'll have some draft capital. But for their own purposes, them being bad does not serve them. So the goal is to be competitive.
Yeah.
Get in that play-in, get in the playoffs, and do that sort of thing. So if they feel like Mikal Bridges, like as a fit and as a piece, makes more sense for accomplishing that more short-term goal, I think it's something that they will consider.
You're not getting the feel that they'll do something big like that. You think it's more be minor moves?
Yeah, the feel that I get is there's two things they need. A big, and they need shooting. And like I talked about earlier, they can't shoot. So if they can get a knockdown shooter, if they can get a backup center because the Jock Landale signing that they had has not worked out, their backup center is basically some combination of Jeff Green and Jabari Smith plays a little bit there, but they don't really have a backup center, and they plan to, and they need one, right? So there's that, and they need shooting. Could they accomplish that with two birds with one stone by just trading for, say, a Kelly Olynyk, right, who plays for, I believe he plays for the Jazz now, but was here a couple of years ago, and somebody they probably should have kept, considering what they need now. They need shooting, and they need a backup center. Lo and behold, there's a shooting backup center right there that would be perfect for you. So that's just a name to throw out there. We've heard others, Clint Capella. So there are a couple former Rockets that could be coming back that they're, I think, definitely interested in looking at.
Let me ask you a question real quick, B. Scott. If you attempt to break wind, if you
can't even get it,
that's choking him up over here.
I wouldn't do it in this little bitty studio.
If you attempt to break wind,
you get a little cavalier with
and you accidentally mess yourself. Okay, if you've got to then go to the bathroom or wherever you are and throw your underwear away, is that a shart or did you crap your pants?
We can say shart on here? That's a shart.
Yeah, it's a shart.
I hope so. We've said it a lot.
It's a shart.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that's
I was like, wait a minute, shart? I was just
little juice.
Yeah, no, if you were trying to fart, it's supposed to be farting and something comes out, that's a shart.
Thank you.
Yeah, but if you then have to go throw your britches away.
Well, I would argue
giving you his answer.
No. I would argue that there is no if. If you shart,
because you can't. That's not going nowhere.
You can't. But like if you shart and you are in a position to change your draws, you need to do that.
Yeah, it's not just chunks. Like that's in your pants, crap in your pants.
You can't sit there with
you
that.
Got multiple. Like you got a lot of action.
If you got to throw away a really good pair of underwear,
now you're just thinking about
you have
others.
crapped your britches.
You're just thinking about others.
You didn't shart.
No,
you
but
if
you're in the middle, like
not true,
it's one thing
man.
if you
You're
shart at
just wrong
home.
here. You got to accept.
But
that
if you're in public, what you gonna do?
It don't matter.
You gonna pack your draws, your sharty draws.
If it hits cloth,
you can still smell it.
They got to go clean.
No, I'm not. No, I agree. Scott, you're missing the point. I agree with you. In no way, shape, or
We're
form
so
am I leaving
far
crap
over.
in my britches. My point is if you have to throw away your underwear, that you are crapping your pants. It's no longer a shart.
Coming up next.
You've exceeded a shart.
Something that is
like it's gone too far.
surprisingly.
What do you guys?
Something that has surprisingly bothered
how
Clint Stoerner.
How many turds?
We'll talk about that next.
How
live
many turds
on the
constitute
drive.
crap, y'all?
At least one.
In the Loop.
This team has $34 million more than they had in 2022. Why are we like, I don't want to spend that money?
Because the pool of free agents that want to be here is such to where you don't have to overpay guys. Guys want to be here.
You're at the big boys table now. There's never been a better time to address big free agents.
Your lunch break is better with Landry and John. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
Damn, you'd look good in a brand new ride, man. Ron Kraft Show.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for me and you, The Drive has the latest. And, Dirty and the Dilf. The Big Dilf. And T-Mill, the award winner, number 2 producer in all of Afternoon Drive, not including Los Angeles and New York. Tyler Milner also is with us. And the latest is, Tyler, I'm telling you, man, you know in this business, sometimes you stumble on things that you just don't know is going to give you as much of a reaction as it did. And Clint Stoerner apparently has a reaction here and cut a promo that I don't think Clint knew he was going to cut a promo on. And you missed the event last night. Luckily, you didn't. You didn't attend. I feel like you would have made your voice known out there. But last night, the Houston Sports Awards, we were out there. Congratulations to the newest members of the Hall of Fame. And I'm telling you, every year we watch it, and we're there for it. The people who get in, Clint, it is, I'm sure you're a part of some sort of Hall of Fames. This is not one where people are really excited, and it is a big deal. Lance Berkman, it was a really, really big deal for him to get in. Cynthia Cooper, she was going to break up. Big deal. Warren Moon, the same. Warren Moon's in the Hall of Fame. Cynthia Cooper's in the Hall of Fame. Lance has done a lot of things, but you can tell every year that we see this is a really big deal being a part of the Houston Sports Awards. And they do a big thing for it. The jackets are nice, the trophy, and everything as well. So congratulations to those three as they enter. But the Texans had a big night, and no surprise, they swept all of the major awards, including Athlete of the Year in CJ Stroud, Newcomer of the Year with CJ Stroud, and then Moment of the Year, which was the draft night, which includes drafting CJ Stroud at 2 and then moving up to get Will Anderson. And Clint, before the show and our show yesterday said, "Hey, I hope CJ's here. CJ swing in there and accept that award." Well, he did not, and Chester Pitts was able to accept the award on his behalf, and you're a little bit bothered by that.
And I'm dead ass serious.
I know. Well, I can see it in your eyes.
I mean, look, no disrespect.
Shout out to Greg Grissom.
No disrespect to my man G. Ginger Nation goes hard.
He does.
And no disrespect to the big fella, Chester Pitts. No disrespect.
Great Navy.
The Texans got to do better. CJ Stroud's got to do better.
All right. Let's. What is it that bothered you about it? Like, what is the thing that really?
You are getting honored in a major way for a tremendous season that you've had after being really an embarrassment for 4 or 5 years. 5 maybe a stretch. 4 at least. You've been begging for a little leniency, a little positivity, a little. Some good to come your way, and then boom, you go out and have a good year, and nobody on the football side of things can show. I mean, moment of the year, CJ Stroud and Will Anderson, draft night. I mean, you got there's 6-7 people that you could have get that. I mean, accept that award if for whatever reason CJ and Will can't be there. Yeah, and in CJ, this is
so if CJ,
it's a huge missed opportunity. Hell yeah, it's a big deal, man. It is a big deal to receive an award like that, much less 3 of them, and it was pretty damn good chance that he was going to sweep all 3 of those categories. For him or somebody representing him, or somebody, Bobby Slowick, Gerard Johnson, DeMeco, CJ.
So if it wasn't CJ, somebody in that
somebody make an effort, not Chester Pitts, a former player and an in-stadium analyst.
Should have been Toro.
I mean, yeah, no, I think it was.
Said, yeah.
I think it was an extremely poor decision.
Yeah.
And then Greg Grissom speaks accepts the award at the moment of the year. Okay, Texans president, cool. No mic. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't. To me, it's a slap in the face. Like I don't know if you're the Hall of Fame and all that went down and that's the response you get. I would feel some kind of way about it.
Really?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, am I crazy?
No, I mean, I don't know that I guess sitting in there, I don't know about you, Tyler, sitting in there, I didn't think he was going to be there. I didn't think he was going to be there. I would have been surprised if he was there. Now, in fairness, we have seen, like, Altuve was there last year, Ron, and we've seen other people accept the awards. But Ron,
how about?
But I get where you're coming from. Someone text line.
How about Tank Dell?
Yeah,
I mean, how about Nico Collins? No, but I'm saying to accept the award. How about Nico Collins?
Tank was in town.
Tank was up for.
I mean, we're going to get 10 deep. Somebody was in town. I mean, you look. You go Cal, Hannah, Nick, DeMeco, Bobby Slowick, Gerard Johnson, CJ himself, Tank Dell, Nico Collins. That's 10. We can keep going down the line.
John Weeks.
Somebody. What does that got to do with anything?
I was just trying to add to the list.
Somebody. I mean, show a little bit of effort here. Like, to me, that's. It was a huge. I think it's a huge missed opportunity for CJ, and I think. Just from the Texans in general, I think it's a slap in the face.
Idea from the text line. Would you have accepted that CJ did a video? Like sometimes did a video accepting a award.
That would have been a nice gesture, but I'm going to assume since you're asking that didn't happen.
Dusty did that last year.
Yeah, no, it did not. I'm just saying, would that be if he'd have had an award and said,
think of that.
Hey, sorry, because what Chester said was he is recuperating from the long season.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Are you kidding me?
I can't believe that's really bothering you.
Yeah, it really does bother me.
Are you shitting me?
Like I just don't understand. We're not talking about podunk. We're talking about City of Houston, man.
Yeah.
We're talking about the night when they're putting folks in the Houston Sports Hall of Fame. I mean, there's celebrities walking all in them doors. Former players, Andre Johnson and the crew was there.
It feels like to me the feeling you're having is like where the organization has been prior to this, and then you get to this point.
Have a little bit of success, and all of a sudden we ain't got time.
Support, and
yep.
I don't think that's where what they're saying, but you're saying it comes off as we don't have time. That's a feeling.
I don't
think they mean that, but it comes off of not sending anyone there.
You would have killed for the opportunity when everything was going south to have a player get recognized at the Sports Hall of Fame the way that CJ was last night. You would have killed to have that, and would have celebrated it, and it would have been all over everything. And now, we Chester Pitts,
not even Chester Cheeto.
It's just. Chester Pitts. Chester Pitts.
Guess he's never going to come on the show.
5 o'clock fire.
Chester will come on the show.
It ain't no disrespect to Chester.
I know you're not. I mean,
damn,
he does too.
It just
that bothered you. I didn't know it was going to get to you like that. I hear you. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm as bothered, but I hear.
Let me ask you this: They got anything like that in Kansas City? I'm just asking you.
I just wanted to go.
Do they have anything like that in Kansas City?
Yeah, they have the 101 award.
Oh, does Pat show up at those?
When I was there, he did.
Hey,
I've not been to the
frog here.
DeMeco is the coach of the year for this year's 101 award. If he shows up in Kansas City,
oh my gosh,
that will deal you in right. He is going to be the winner of the AFC. Coach of the year. We'll see. Listen,
slap in the face.
What are you gonna do?
That's it. It's that easy. Slap in the face.
It's just that slap in the face. All right. Jerry Jones has been in the news, and I want you to. First off, Jerry talked about Bill Belichick, and this is a question he was asked first, and he said, "Yes, I could easily work well with Bill Belichick." And, Jerry brings this up. Do you have any problem with him expressing that? Do you have any problem? Does that feel like any kind of a shot at all to Mike McCarthy? Because some people are looking at that like with him talking about even bringing up Bill Belichick and his name and him talking about how he could work with him. That could be something that maybe Jerry should stay away from. You can't.
No. Jerry's not going to stay away from anything. That's not how Jerry's wired. Jerry, I mean, he could very well mean this, and Mike McCarthy could be fired tomorrow, if we're being completely honest. I mean, I think Jerry is that. Jerry's in a spot right now, y'all. I mean, he is in a spot right now where he is at his wits' end, and a lot of it's at his own doing, obviously, but he is at his wits' end with this. So I could see him moving on from Mike McCarthy and hiring Bill Belichick immediately, if we're being completely honest. But, yeah, Jerry's going to entertain these questions. There's a reason why Jerry makes his weekly or bi-week, whatever, or bi-monthly, whatever it is, appearances on radio is simply because he is going to stir the pot. He's going to be in the news, and he knows that he'll be the lead story. Saying stuff like this is going to make him the lead story for 2 or 3 days on every talk show in America that's on TV, and the star is going to stay on the TV, period.
If you're the coach of the Cowboys, you guess, I mean, stuff like this, you got to be just ready for
you know coming in when you're dealing with Jerry, this is what you're going to get. You don't know if he's being real or not. You have no idea. Just take the job, come in and coach, do the best you can, win, and you ain't got no problem. But if you can't win in the playoffs and you consistently fall short in the playoffs, and I'm not even talking about a Super Bowl, I'm just talking about expectations, then your seat's going to be hot, period.
Yeah. Yeah. He also spoke about Dak. I mean, he's just out here, boy. Jerry's going to keep talking. He spoke about Dak as well, and some people thought this was a shot towards Dak Prescott. Here he is talking about Dak and their playoffs.
Dak has done nothing to change my mind of any promise for the future. I think I said in the deal that we'd go as far as Dak takes us in the playoffs. Remember that? Right. We'd go as far as Dak takes us. How you think, man? And that's how far we went. Oh, right. So my point is that doesn't change a thing. We'll go as far as Dak takes us.
Guess that's the wild card round.
Let me tell you.
I think I'm going to say the same thing Dak has to do, the same thing McCarthy has to do. Dak has to be in that same category.
No, what Dak got to do is figure out a way to adjust that contract without getting an extension.
Oh,
I mean, he's due $59 million, I think, this year.
60, yeah, something like that.
They've got to. That's Jerry saying we're only gonna go as far as Dak can take us. We just tried that and we got to the first round. Now Dak off the field needs to allow us to go out there, or just move some money and allow me to go out there and sign some guys.
That's what you think he was saying?
I think Jerry's sitting his ass. Yeah, he's setting their ass up, and they had a follow-up question, so Jerry had to explain. And he said, "Oh well, let me. Well, what happened? What I mean was." Yeah, no, I think Jerry's. I think he's dead serious. I think Jerry's primed to make some big moves here. It could be Belichick and McCarthy. It could be.
You think even at quarterback?
Yes. Oh no. I don't think. Okay. I think he's going to stick with Dak at quarterback. But I think he's going to do whatever he has to do to make some big moves on the D line, probably on the interior defensive line, and at the running back position.
Probably some kind of a weapon.
Yep.
Some sort of a toy.
Yep. That Pollard deal didn't work out as good as they hoped it would.
No, it really didn't. I wouldn't mind seeing him here. All right.
Which one?
I wouldn't mind seeing Tony Pollard here. He signed him on a 1-year deal, wasn't it? It was a.
Yeah, he was a 1 year.
He was a franchise tag. Wouldn't mind looking at that either. That wouldn't be a bad pickup here with the Texans either. But Jerry Jones, boy, I mean, he don't put fires out, baby. He adds kerosene to it.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, are you surprised there's one vacancy open? Because the Ravens defensive coordinator, Mike McDonald, he is going to be the Seattle Seahawks' new head coach. They've hired him, 36 years old, by the way. They're going the Sean McVay route. This has been a heck of a little run. He started out as the D coordinator in Michigan a couple of years ago and then got them back when they won the Big Ten title for the first time, and then jumps over to the Ravens to go and help Jim's brother, John Harbaugh, and now in 2 years he is the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks.
He was the Ravens first, wasn't he?
He was with the Ravens as the linebacker coach of the Ravens, and then he goes back to take over to be the D coordinator. But that job is filled in Washington with the top two offensive young minds in Ben Johnson and Bobby Slowick taking their names out of the hat and going back to their teams. I'm telling you, I am surprised that Washington is is the last one to fill a vacancy. Because Washington, to me, you just look at it, man. When teams are looking for new coaches, generally these are teams that have issues and major issues, and it's going to take some time to build. But I do like some of the talent Washington has, the money Washington has, the most to spend, and the number 2 overall pick and other picks they have there in a quarterback-rich draft. I'm surprised with new ownership. He's out of there. Maybe people don't like the team name. I'm surprised that nobody or they're having what seems to be some issues filling their team.
I'm shocked. I think this. Look, there is a rich history there beyond Snyder, obviously. If you can win in Washington, that is a beautiful place to be. Like you said, I think it's set up with a new owner, new GM, salary cap, and draft capital. It's set up for somebody to succeed there. I don't get it at all, unless they're just trying to lowball a head coach and not pay what the going rate is. Because I think there was a report that Ben Johnson, they didn't like what Ben Johnson was asking for from a money standpoint.
That or control or something. Like the only thing I would think that could scare somebody off is like they don't have a lot of input on that number 2 pick. Because as a coach, you're going to be tied to that quarterback. That would be the only thing. All right, coming up. With the Texans being able to run it back with their OC and their quarterback coach, I think it's hugely important and impactful for next year's team. And it's got me to thinking something about this offense next year that maybe, I'm a little aggressive with. We'll discuss that coming up next. But prior to that, if you are a gentleman, you're getting up in that age. And when I say getting up in age, I don't mean like in your 80s or 90s. I'm talking about your mid-30s, your 40s, your 50s. Hopefully you're having conversation about your
Before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we keep rolling through this bad boy. All right, I can take it if you think this is me being aggressive, if I am jumping out too much on this. I want to get your opinions on this. Clint, Tyler, Byron, to yourself, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, just to yourself, Byron, not allowed. You can write it, sign it to yourself. But I'm looking at Bobby Slowick, and I'm looking at Gerard Johnson, and I did not believe Clint. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm borderline shocked that both of them are still here. All right, one of them, I thought one of them would be here in some role, but I'm borderline shocked that they are both staying, and they're both staying when the jobs that they've applied for are not yet filled, right? There are still OC jobs out there, including ones that he's interviewed twice for in Gerard Johnson, and then the Washington Commanders, who he's interviewed with twice in Bobby Slowick. is still open, and they've taken their names out of the hat and stayed here. So props to the McNair family for also stepping up, giving them a raise, and making it easier for them to come back. But, Clint, when I look at this thing and I look at Bobby Slowick coming back, I look at Gerard Johnson, that is who are the people who directly work with CJ Stroud the closest. And we see what they were able to do was to give us one of the best rookie quarterback seasons we've ever seen. And this isn't like, as you know, Clint, the rookie year and the talent and everything that Ben Roethlisberger had around him when he went 15-1. Right, he didn't have Hall of Famers and a ready-built team with Bill Cowher coaching it. Right, this is a different group. They've had different issues, injuries, guys that you didn't come in and were as talented as you thought they would. So I look at this, Clint, and I think this team has a pretty good starting young nucleus around when you look at the weapons and the guys they have around on this offense. And I think they have resources when it comes to draft capital and money to improve areas, third most when it comes to salary cap money available in the league. To me, Clint, I look at this, I feel like Stroud will take another step, and I think that is helped with having those two guys there. I think that Nick and DeMeco come together and get more weapons and add to this team. And I think they'll do that through free agency and the draft. Clint, my expectations, man, is this is a top 5 offense, top 5 in scoring. That's where I am. And when I look at it, Miami was 1 when it comes to yards. Miami, San Francisco, Detroit, Buffalo, and Dallas. The Texans were 12th last year, and that includes 2 games that they were forced to have Case Keenum play in. Nothing to you, Case. But that's tough. And then top 5 in terms of points per game, Dallas, Miami, San Francisco, Baltimore, and Detroit. The Texans were 13th. Am I doing too much? Is that too aggressive? Is that too aggressive? 713-572-4610. Anyone listening to the Drive family, YouTube and Twitch, is that too aggressive of an expectation to have with this group and everybody coming back?
But to break that down, like this year, Ron, that means 40 more yards than they averaged and 5 more points than they averaged this season. Can the Texans do that?
22.2 points per game and jump that up.
Can they jump to 27.2 or 27.3? And you know, that's the deal. Look, here for me, there are a lot of things for me hinging on what Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans do with this salary cap space they got. I don't want to hear about the draft picks. I mean, if you pick somebody at 23, and they jump on the scene and they start having an impact week 2 the way CJ Stroud did, then okay. But I'm not banking on that at 23 or whatever number it is. So a lot of what I'm going to say hinges on whether we're talking wins and whether this team goes to the playoffs, or we're talking about offensive rankings or defensive rankings. Like, I think a ton of it depends on, not a ton of it, all of it for me depends on what they do with this cap space they got and how they build this roster. But I don't think if they sign another receiver, and I'm talking about a top flight receiver, I'm not talking about a 3rd or 4th guy like Robert Woods and down, and they sign a running back that's a game changer, they very easily could add 40 yards a game and 5 points per game on average to this year's
which
total.
are very doable things with the money they have and the draft capital.
But they've got to go back and look at their schedule next year, man. I mean, there's not only a bunch of quarterbacks, there's some nasty defenses on that schedule as well. And you can't take a knife to a gunfight. And they ultimately have got to get some guys in here that are game-changing type players in order to get back to the playoffs next year, and damn sure in order to to get this offense to take the next step and produce at the clip you're talking about, where you're roughly 27 points a game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
I don't think it's crazy.
No, it's my listen. I think like it's the step that it takes. Like, you got the hard stuff, because already you look at it. To me, I think, and I understand the defenses they play. Obviously, we also know throughout years, we don't know from year to year. Some teams were really good defensively one year, and the next year they weren't, right? Like, we watched them play against the number one defense in the Cleveland Browns and absolutely destroy them and have arguably their best offensive game of the season. So, to me, I just think, Clint, and you would know this, playing the quarterback position, and not just playing the quarterback position, but growing with other weapons with you, right? Running backs and tight ends and receivers you had in your career, especially in college at Arkansas, to where, Clint, I feel like Stroud, Tank, Nico, like the growth that they will take together, knowing, like, with each other in year two, with the system being the same and the voices will be the same. Like, I think they're going to be better, those together. And then adding what I think. Now, if they don't go out and add, and maybe I'm putting a little too much faith in what Nick and DeMeco will do with the cap space they have in the draft, but adding, like in my head, as I said, adding a Hunter Henry and taking out a Dalton Schultz, which I think helps your run game and your passing game. Adding a impact guard, adding the running back that you've talked about and we've talked about with Barkley. Like, you do those things, and then in the draft, you've got stuff and add piece. Like, to me, with CJ taking another step, these guys all working together another step in the system. There's no thinking about relearning the system. It is perfecting the system. And I don't know, man. I sense that they're primed to take a jump. Someone texted in and said, hey, tap the brakes. The Texans will be better next year, and they will likely win 7 or 8 games. You're being way too aggressive. All right, maybe you are, and maybe I do need to wait and see what they do. But if they don't add enough, if they don't add a good 2 to 3 impact offensive players with the resources they have, then we're gonna have a problem. They got the draft and they got money. If they can't add 3 impact, I don't like the look that you're giving right now, Clint. I really don't like. You don't.
I mean, there's 4 spots. You rattled them off: receiver, running back, tight end, and guard. Like, 2 of those signs have to be like top of the market, game changing types of dudes. I hope that's what they do. As a Texans fan, I want to see them make these big, bold moves across the board. But I know where Nick Caserio comes from.
See, I mean,
there's at the end of the day, we could be looking at a running back by committee. At the end of the day, they could feel like they've got enough at the receiver position, and we're just going to add a third, and it could be another Robert Woods type player, and we roll on from there. Guard, I could very easily see them saying, "Hey man, went to the second round with who we had, and we can fix this guy in Kenyon Green." I could very easily see that them not being as aggressive as I feel like they need to be. Which, who the hell am I? I don't know.
I'm looking at these.
But at the end of the day, you got to sign. You sign some difference makers, then yeah. You sign some average run of the mill NFL guys, journeyman type guys. Yeah, it's. I think it's going to be tough next year. Tough sledding next year with that kind of roster.
It just can't be it.
They got to get CJ some help.
They got to strike, and they got the resources to do it. All right, we'll finish this. I see a lot of people texting in as well. And boy, I think we found the mentality you got to have to beat a team like the Baltimore Ravens. We'll hear that, as well as I had a disappointing night last night, and I need to come clean to the people. We'll discuss that coming up next on The Drive.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Your favorite hosts in Houston are headed to Vegas.
recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As I said, you think I'm being aggressive with everybody coming back, coaching staff with CJ year 2. I think I'm looking top 5 offense for this team. And with the additions that I think they'll have all the resources to make any of the additions that they can. I've seen some people text in. My sentiments are the same as the texter before. We will be better next year, but we're going to lose more games because of the tougher schedule. It's not really what I'm talking about. Not about wins or losses. I'm just talking about the offense, the step that the offense will make.
Yeah, but even bigger picture, Ron. I mean, look, you this year you played your best games against playoff teams.
Yeah.
I mean, in order to be better next year, all you got to do is play really well against the bottom 4 teams on your schedule, right? Which a couple of those are going to be in the division, I think. But the like you're going to be a year more. The year experience in DeMeco's system, Bobby Slowick's system should be tremendous. And there should be there should be on. I mean, you talk about both sides of the ball, Ron. There should be 4 dudes signed that are big time playmakers.
See, you did make me nervous on the way out a bit because I do understand what I'm doing, and a big part of my feeling of this is when you have the resources they have in money and draft capital. Like, they have the ability to do it. But the point you made of, well, they got to go and get these guys. They got to get guys. And now I'm thinking, what are the top free agents they've gone and got since Nick has been here? And we were talking about it in the break, and Tyler, we're like maybe Jimmy Ward and Dalton Schultz.
Malik Collins, yeah.
Malik Collins.
I mean, we're still, but you're still, and Robert Woods.
But yeah, it got to be. We got to go a notch over that. Notches over that.
Was Shaq a trade or was
Shaq was a trade? But then they extended him, and gave him money
like a trade.
But anyway, the trade. However, you trade whatever newcomers they've brought on to add to the team. It's like Shaq Mason, Jimmy Ward, Dalton Schultz.
Right.
Those are probably the top 3 since he's gotten here. It's got to go above that.
Oh, right? Hell yeah!
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm expecting.
Well
maybe
above all that.
And maybe I'm being too.
Well, no, you're just look. I did the same thing with I don't know if I think it was Bobby Slowick when he was hired, it was before the offense coordinator was hired. When we were talking about wins or something, I said, look, I'm gonna. No, I think he was hired, but he obviously had never done the job. I said, look, I think this guy's gonna do well enough for this team to improve. So I rolled the dice a little bit, not knowing. I mean, on this one, you're rolling the dice because I do think you got DeMeco Ryans, who I think DeMeco is going big game hunting.
Well, I do too.
I mean, I think you look at who he had and how he had success in San Francisco, and then the moves, even on the offensive side of football, to go back and go get Christian McCaffrey. I mean, I think DeMeco is all right with big game hunting. But when you look at how Nick and Belichick operated in New England, and look, I'm not familiar with everything they did in New England, but it was definitely a boring brand of football in terms of free agency and big name guys, and they just didn't big game hunt much. I don't know if the plan was to spread things out more evenly and be a more cohesive unit instead of being superstar loaded. But I don't know where they're going to land. I just know there's going to be a hell of a lot of risk associated with the guys that you go get. Mike Evans, is he too old? The running back out of Saquon Barkley. How about the injuries right there? I mean, there's, and I'm just mentioning those 2 guys because they're 2 of the bigger free agents. I mean, you got some guys that are getting up there older. You got some guys with injury history. You got some guys that are off the field, haven't been ideal. You got some guys that pick and choose when they want to play. That's not Nick and DeMeco's style. So, I mean, there's going to be some risk associated with these top end dudes. And I just wonder how aggressive they're going to be if knowing that's going to be the case.
They got to, man. These are smart guys that understand right now we found the hardest thing, we found Stroud. And we got a clock now of 3 more years until his big money kicks in, which is going to absolutely stop us from being able to do the things that we could do and want to do. And these next couple of years are the years that they go and do that. And that's the thing for me is I think they're very fortunate that I know you're talking about another wide receiver, and that is in a different boat. But in terms of this, guard, tight end, and running backs, Clint and Tyler, are undervalued in lower paid positions to where it's not like you about to, like, all right, man, this team needs a corner, and they're going to get an elite corner. Well, an elite corner is a huge, huge price. Wide receiver, a huge, huge price. The elite guard is not a huge price. Hell, Saquon Barkley had to break his neck to try to get $11 million.
Right.
That's damn near what you gave Dalton Schultz. I mean, they're very fortunate that some of the positions they need are not high value positions. Like they don't need, like when they needed with Deshaun, they needed a left tackle. They had to trade 2 first-round picks and all this other stuff to go get Laramie Tunsil because that's a big price. I think they just got it there at their disposal to have a chance to be able to make this thing happen. I'll be because right, man, someone just texted in, excellent text from the what is this, the 337. Like Philly, after Jalen Hurts got them to the playoffs, they then spun around and said, let's go trade for A.J. Brown.
Because what happened? Think about like what they went to. What was it, Tampa?
Yeah, they went to Tampa.
They went to Tampa against a really good defense
and
had zero chance.
And then against an offense that scored and got smashed, and immediately
did what?
They went and got A.J. Brown, right, to add to that team. And here we go. They got A.J. Brown. They had already drafted Devontae Smith. Now the weapons started to make sense. And that was just the one big one. Right? So to me, it's like that. There's going to be a disgruntled weapon or a weapon that's going to try to get it always.
Word on the street right now is the guy you just mentioned is disgruntled and wants out.
AJ. Yeah.
It happens every year. You talk about, was it Devontae Adams last year?
Devontae has won it out. Devontae a couple of years ago. Devontae and Tyreek in the same year.
But Devontae's been that way since he's been in Oakland and now in Vegas.
And now they've been trying to leave several times. So,
Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton
and that's to go along with the T. Higgins and the Evans and guys that are free agents. So it's just damn near be unacceptable for me if they don't do this. Coming up behind us, the best of today with the award-winning Tyler Milner coming up from 6 to 7, and then our new night show Area 45 with Bajani and Patrick Creighton,
Ron Hughley.
It's not that bad.
That guy.
Not that bad. Ron Hughley. Not that bad. I've heard worse.
Have you?
Yes. Ugly, hugely.
Peaches Hughley.
Well, now, if they say ugly, I think that's just, ugly.
I've gotten ugly.
I've heard someone call you ugly.
Hugely. Dead serious.
Good stick or a good hugger.
I think ugly and hugely. I mean, I think those are both digs.
Yeah, I mean, Hughley is not that bad, man. That's not that bad.
Ron Hughley.
The best part is in that northeastern accent.
He moved past
it, and he hit it real quick. Hughley.
Ron Hughley.
Yeah, got in there. Yeah, he got it. You can tell he wasn't completely.
You leave a letter out, it's going to be a little shorter. But
he wasn't confident, and he just
the sound
through
too.
It. Smart to throw through it. Hughley.
Ron Hughley. Ron Hughley.
But they got it 7 to 10 coming up, man. Stay tuned, man, for that, man. It's going to change the game right here, man. You can listen to live and local sports talk right here, and they get a little fun, funky, a little wild, a little weird. So stay tuned and listen to those guys coming up.
Do you think either of those guys have sharded in the last month or two?
I don't know about last month or two. I'm sure they've sharded.
But I bet you,
Tyler, you're catching. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Last decade, both of them have at least one.
They're both guys they've done it this year.
All men do.
Probably. I bet they've done it in 2024. Yeah. Tyler, you're catching a lot of hell for crapping your pants putting the towel down on the golf seat and playing 2 more golf holes.
Yeah, I can't go with that one.
Well, I hate to tell you guys, trust me, it was a bad situation. It was the worst situation for me, not you. I didn't enjoy Shart myself.
I mean, were those next 2 holes?
Were you able to block it? Were you able to block it out?
No, my game went to crap.
I think that was an accident, ladies and gentlemen.
That was good. Zinger right there, baby.
I believe I would have told the 2 fellas or whoever you were playing with.
Just one other guy.
I believe I'd have said, "Hey, Bob, you got to finish this one."
Did he know?
Man.
No.
He never know. He never knew.
We've become good friends.
Dog. He smelled something.
But at the time, that was the first time me and him have ever really done anything. Just me and him. I wasn't going to be like, "Hey, bro, I've had a blast golfing with you. By the way, I got a Shart going on."
I don't know how close are you, because I would have said it. Hey, Doug. Hey,
we weren't at the time.
Okay, because I would have said to both of you, I'd have been like, "Hey,
but
man."
it would have been very easy to say, "Hey, man, look, we got 2 holes left, and I got doo-doo cramps going on. I am hurting right now. I've got to get."
I would say this, Clint. Hey, y'all won't believe this. This just got away from me. I got to change my draws.
No, you wouldn't.
Oh, I would have. I mean, first off, it's a story.
I would have followed you around with the camera.
I went in there. I remember when I was up in that press box. I told Vern, I said, "Vern, I just had to throw my drawers in the trash."
Hold on, so.
Oh, after the fact, you told him?
Yeah, I went because I did it, and I just looked up. I said, "Oh my God, this is the 3rd inning. What am I going to do? Am I going to go home? Am I going to stay here? What am I?"
Let me check the Twitter poll we got rolling here. And let y'all know, for the listeners out there, I mean, these 2 guys I work with, they have a real hard time. They have a real hard time, just understanding that a Shart is not crapping your pants.
I mean, it's inferred in the name, right? That SH at the beginning.
Yeah, it's less. It's
we got almost 60%, man. That if you've got to throw your draws away, then you crapped your pants. You lose the right to call it a Shart.
My draws